Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7 Saw 201. Brotherly love is deep, just let it go, I will be responsible for the finishing work. In the desert, a wisp of cooking smoke soared up into the sky under the sky full of stars. Were you startled? Vivi asked, walking up to Ace. I mean Luffy, I was also surprised when I first started. Luffy is not like a captain at all, isn't the captain of a pirate ship generally respected by the crew, even during the day. Just drink a little more water, it became like that, but after getting along with them, I gradually understood. Vivi watched Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro sleeping around Chopper. This is what Luffy does. It's the same as when I was a child. Don't look at his virtues, but there are always people around. My brother is a guy with incredible charm, Ace said with a smile. What, so you already know 21? After all, I have known him for a long time. But, thank you, you were worried about whether I care, right? Well, but it seems that I am thinking too much. Is it still cold? It's almost time to sleep, Reka said looking at Nami leaning on his shoulder. Don't leave. Nami grabbed Reka's sleeve, and in the dark night, only Reka, the automatic stove, was left to keep warm. Even Vivi leaned in next to Nami after chatting with Ace. After all, there are only 3 people who can keep everyone warm here, Chopper, Ace, and him. Chopper is surrounded by people. Although Ace is Luffy's big brother, their relationship is not that close yet. But Reka is different, but Vivi still keeps a certain distance, with Nami in the middle. That's great. Sanji looked at the 2 girls next to Reka and said enviously and adoringly. These days though, he's been trying to learn Reka's behavior and habits. But he felt that if Reka's method didn't have super strength, it would be easy to be interrupted and thrown to the ground. Advertisement after all, Reka's attitude towards strangers is extremely arrogant. Only when facing them, will he become as easygoing as he is now. Reka-san, what do you think is the best way for me to do it? Vivi asked suddenly. After spending time together, she already understood that Reka played an indispensable role in this team. Although his attitude during the day is not particularly good, but when he really puts forward his opinions and fights, he will become a real pillar. Vivi is not sure now, she just acts according to her own judgment, her own thoughts may not be comprehensive enough. If Reka has a better way, she will also consider it. Just do what you want, Reka replied without thinking too much. After receiving such an answer, Vivi was a little disappointed, which may mean that there is no better way to solve the situation in Alabasta, and peace may be difficult. But Reka's next sentence made Vivi's eyes shine. Anyway, no matter what you do, I will handle the final finishing work. Vivi could hear the confidence in it, with them, his situation was much better than before. Don't worry, Vivi, since this idiot said it's okay, it must be okay, Nami comforted. I believe. Vivi nodded emphatically, then fell asleep on Nami's shoulder. The sky turned from dark to deep black, and then gradually brightened up, but the sun hadn't risen yet. Exuberant Luffy wakes up early. Wow, I found the shrimp. Luffy gleefully carries a poisonous scorpion. Is this the shrimp? It's amazing. Chopper immediately surrounded him. How could there be shrimp in the desert? Usopp also surrounded him curiously. Look, advertisement. Oh, it really looks like a shrimp. Is this a desert shrimp? Looks delicious, Luffy said, drooling. Is this edible? Usopp doubted. It should be edible, even crayfish can be eaten. This is the first time I've seen shrimp, Chopper said slightly excitedly. 390. In their winter island, many things cannot survive, even the nearby coast. Those that can survive are some cold-resistant creatures. Luffy, it's dangerous. Throw it away. Vivi, who just woke up, saw this, but his face changed. No, I found it with great difficulty. That's a scorpion. Although it's small, it's venomous. If you get stung, you'll die. Chopper was immediately frightened and did not dare to move. What, you can't eat it, it's so boring, here you are. Luffy mentioned that the scorpion was about to be given to Usopp, but Usopp avoided it in a panic. Don't give it to me, it should have been earlier. Luffy threw the scorpion away. Sorry, I should have said that sooner, huh? At this moment, Chopper's ears suddenly moved, and his expression suddenly became serious. What's the matter, Chopper? Something is coming, Chopper said, and hurriedly ran to a rock, looking into the distance. 202. Cleave the dust storm with one axe, cheat the bird, salute and lose it. It's a desert storm, everyone hide behind the rocks. Seeing this, Vivi quickly reminded everyone. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and the billowing sandstorm roared over like a tsunami, and the sky was covered with flying yellow sand. This kind of natural disaster, usually no one wants to head on. It's so exciting in the early morning, it ruined my good mood for the day. Reka didn't take it seriously, the sandstorm really swept over. Even if he avoided it, he would still be covered with a lot of yellow sand. It was morning, and Reka didn't want to find a place to take a bath. So Reka directly pulled out Rita, the axe, and stood alone in front of the sandstorm. Hey, Reka, what are you doing? Quickly find a place to hide. Seeing this, Nami's face changed slightly. This natural disaster is so powerful and ferocious that it is not easy to provoke at first sight. Ace also narrowed his eyes slightly. This sandstorm is not too big, but it is a natural thing after all. No matter how you attack, it will not be easy to strike. It won't be easy if you want to level it out with pure strength. But Reka didn't respond, just made a decisive move, and with an axe, a line of fire swept across the desert storm. Rumbling. Where the line of fire passed by, a terrifying explosion line of fire exploded in an instant, and the entire sandstorm was instantly torn to pieces by the terrifying explosion, and everything subsided. So easy. And, is that also a flame? Ace's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he knew that Reka was very strong, he was shocked to sell a sandstorm so easily. And it seems to use the ability related to flames, but it seems that the proficiency of mastering is higher than him. If he took action to smooth out the sandstorm, he could do it, but he couldn't do it so easily. Sometimes I really doubt whether he is the same species as us. Nami couldn't help complaining as he watched the invisible sandstorm disappear in an instant. Vivi nodded sympathetically. Advertisement. Pack up and salute. Hurry up and get on the road, we've only traveled less than half of the way now. Yes. The group continued to walk on the desert, and Luffy, the never-quiet captain, soon found something to do again. Let's guess punches. Whoever wins, how about giving everyone a salute? That's not a problem, but why is it a winning band? Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I won. Luffy didn't care about other details, and started to pay attention after finalizing, and he, who has always been lucky, of course won. Then he dragged everyone's luggage and walked all the way. Why? I obviously won. Luffy didn't understand. Idiot, you said you won the luggage. This time Usopp Chopper didn't stand by Luffy either. It's hot, I'm thirsty, I'm hungry. Luffy complained along the way, and was about to unpack and eat. But was stopped by Sanji. We don't know what the road ahead will be like, we can't consume food indiscriminately, we will eat when Vivi says we can eat. Why is this? Luffy suddenly said aggrieved. Well then, let's take a rest at the next rocky place. We walked for half a day after we set off, and the weather was so hot, so taking a proper rest would actually help our forward speed. Great. Luffy suddenly gained momentum. Walking in the desert is quite boring, but compared with other teams, they are obviously much better, at least the basic water resources, don't worry about lacking. Everyone is moving forward, and today they have to walk more roads. According to the plan, they will arrive in Juba in 2 to 3 days, and there should be no delay. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they saw a dumbfounded Luffy and an empty luggage rack. Advertisement. He suddenly heard a sound similar to morning, and he looked deep into the rock group, only to see a group of wounded and fallen birds, a lot. Why is Luffy running back again? Everyone looked at Luffy who had gone and returned, wondering. Even if Luffy's constitution is different from ordinary people, but dragging so many things, plus not being able to eat as fast as he can, walking is not fast enough. Great. It's time to eat, Nani. That's too fast? Usopp exclaimed as Luffy left them behind in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the next moment Usopp saw a rock that could rest. There are rocks ahead. Birds can still steal things. Could it be that the injury is fake? Everyone felt incredible, but couldn't believe what Vivi said. After listening to Luffy's words, everyone understood what was going on. Nuo Li Jiao. Where is the injured? Chopper immediately jumped up from the stretcher Zoro was holding, and walked for a long time. His fur made him fall over with heat. Luffy had just arrived in the shade of the rocks, lay down and saluted, ready to feast. She's a native of Alabasta after all. Oops. Chopper, oops. There are so many injured birds here. Luffy's first reaction was to ask the Dr. Chopper to heal them, because they looked so miserable, so painful. When Vivi heard it and thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. Could it be a deceitful bird? No. Everyone, we have to speed up, otherwise the salute may be stolen by the deceitful bird. Whoosh! Luffy rushed out after dragging his salute. After an unknown amount of time, the sun became stronger and stronger, and it was already noon. Over the rocks ahead, Luffy pulled Chopper up and ran over. Advertisement 203. One of the biggest disasters in the desert. Monsters are sympathetic. Where is the bird? Everyone was confused. There really was a flock of wounded birds just now, Luffy explained aloud. The luggage is missing. Captain Idiot, that's our supplies for 3 days. Sanji, as a chef, especially a chef who has been starving, was furious that Luffy lost the food. There are really injured birds. The two quarreled and fought. During the fight, a group of big white birds came out from behind the stone. Each bird was very smart and carried some things on its back. They divided the luggage that Luffy had just pulled into several parts. Looking at the two fighting, he even gave Luffy a contemptuous look, as if he was saying idiots. Damn it. Stop me. Seeing this, Luffy passed Sanji and chased after him directly. But these big birds can fly and they're very fast, so he couldn't catch up for a while. Luffy 037, will he be alright? Don't worry, nothing will happen. I just hope he can find the lost food. Let's rest here and wait for him. Damn it. Luffy was galloping across the desert. The distance between the two was getting closer at an extremely fast speed, and they were about to catch up. But suddenly a few piranhas with a height of tens of meters sprang out from the desert and swallowed a big bird in one gulp. Luffy was startled when she saw this. What is this? Even in the dense primordial jungle, piranhas of this size are extremely rare, let alone in the desert. These terrifying piranhas lurk in the sand, they're natural hunters, so even big birds flying in the air will be swallowed by accident. Advertisement. Luffy was startled, the sand under his feet suddenly swelled, and a piranha opened its mouth wide, swallowing Luffy who couldn't react. CBCB, in one gulp. Luffy struggled in the flour though, blasting the piranha with a punch from inside. Then I saw a piranha not far away, biting a whole camel in its mouth. The camel showed a humanized look of panic, with its limbs stretched out to prevent itself from falling into the gut of the piranha. But looking at the trembling limbs, it is obvious that this may not last long. Do you want me to save you? Luffy asked, looking at the camel's distressed eyes. When Luo Tuo heard this, he nodded quickly. Okay. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched out, blasting the piranha as well. Just when he thought it was all right, the desert directly in front of him rose high, like a small mountain rising from the ground, and as it rose, the surrounding deserts shook, making a piercing sound. What huge monster is hiding in the desert, and it is slowly rising at this moment? It's the Lizard Sea Kings. Luffy sweated on his forehead when he saw this. This thing is so big, it looks like a moving mountain peak, and it has a fierce look in its eyes. Obviously it regarded them as prey. Roar. The huge lizard suddenly launched a swift and violent attack, rushing towards Luffy. Run. Luffy said to the camel, and then she took the lead to run away. Seeing this, the camel ran like crazy. If this is a slow step, I'm afraid it will become the food of this terrible lizard. What happened over there? The people resting among the rocks also heard the thunderous roar. Bellykick. I'm sorry, my brother has caused you trouble, Ace said softly. Advertisement. Usopp had already seen billows of smoke and dust sweeping towards him. He pulled down his goggles and looked, but he was startled. It's Luffy. Wait a minute, there's a monster behind him. Oops. Let's go and have a look. With such a big commotion, Zoro and Sanji were a little worried that Luffy was alone. Is it a giant lizard? Can it be eaten? Zoro's face was calm. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, everyone, I'm back with food. Luffy was still running in this direction, without waving his arms at everyone. The three of them make a move. Even if they are monsters, people can't help feeling sympathetic. One of the disasters across the desert is going to be their meal. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the three landed on the giant lizard at the same time. The giant lizard twisted its body, screamed in pain, blood spattered, and then fell to the ground with a heavy plop. It still tastes good, Sanji replied. That's one of the biggest disasters in the desert. The giant sand lizard, even the army, usually can't catch it. Vivi turned pale when he saw the huge lizard like a hill. Although I had a fight with Sanji and Luffy just now, it was mainly a moment of anger. After all, everyone has a temper, which is normal. Rubber pistol. Then it's decided. Sanji and Zoro just smiled and walked towards the direction Luffy left just now without saying much. Mito Stream. Hey, is it such a dangerous thing? Chopper, Usopp, and Nami were taken aback. They also felt the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. For a while, they thought a sandstorm was coming. After the three of them looked at each other, they had a tacit understanding, and at the same time they turned around and attacked the huge lizard behind them. 204. Cultivate Nami's actual combat ability. Ace, my Mara fruit is cheap. Boom. But at this moment, high sand dunes rose up among the rocks where they were originally. Another huge lizard emerged. Oops, I forgot to tell you, these desert monitor lizards are usually hunted together by two. It's okay, Reka. If Reka wasn't there, Nami might panic herself. You solve it yourself. But Reka intends to practice Nami's actual combat ability more. Can't you see? Such a big monster, how could I be able to deal with it? I can't. Nami expressed his feelings. This kind of lizard must have rough skin and thick flesh. Although her magic power is good, I don't think it can really bring down such a huge monster. No, you can. I can't. It's coming. Fireball. Lightning gun. Surging water flow. Seeing this, Nami had no choice but to bite the bullet. This is also a person with abilities. Ace suddenly felt that his Mara fruit had become cheap. No matter who is an individual, he can control the flame. Fluffy. These magic powers are actually pretty good, but as Nami said, hitting the giant lizard not only failed to knock it down in the first place, but also angered it. Others, don't shoot, Reka said calmly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Nami also knew that Reka was serious, and the arrogance in her heart was suddenly aroused. She kept backing away, and the giant lizard was enraged by her attack, and kept staring at Nami. Levitation. Nami's perception of this type of magic is not as strong as that of water, thunder, and fire. Generally, it is seldom used, but right now, it is not enough. If it can float at a certain height, although it consumes a lot. But at least he should be able to make himself invincible, and then think carefully about how to deal with this giant lizard. It can still fly. Ace's eyes widened. He only thought that the navigator should be among the weakest people on board. Unexpectedly, the two hands revealed now are quite extraordinary. Even some four emperors can use haki to stay in the air for a certain period of time. But if they haven't specially practiced some airborne physical skills, they won't be able to fly either. People who can fly are very few in this sea. Of course, if the strength really reaches the level of the four emperors, whether they can fly is not a big deal. Anyway, within the range of his attack, it's all the same. Those who can withstand their attack can still resist. Those who can't bear it, once they meet, even in the air, they will die suddenly. It's just an ordinary mage, Reka calmly said to the astonished Ace. In this world, magic belongs to the superclass, but no one can see their ultimate form yet. But with Nami's talent, Reka doesn't think it's a problem at all. Since a single magic can't solve it, maybe we can consider fusion magic, but can I do it? Nami thought. A single magic can be played out with her strength. Don't be too strong, these things are related to Dongdu. It is also related to her own personality. For many magics, what she considers is not the lethal aspect, but the practical aspect. Advertisement. Then the hot and cold bubbles entwine the thunderclouds, brewing a brand new lightning magic beyond this level of magic. In this world, magic really exists. Magic does exist in this world, but magic is just something in the biography legendary, so Ace is still surprised. However, after bringing down the giant lizard, Nami also obviously entered a period of weakness. This kind of weakness is not a disease. For Reka, it is very easy to deal with. Once the recovery magic is used, it will recover. It lives in the desert all year round, and it still rarely sees rain. And the power is not small. Partners like Luffy seem to be reliable and powerful. So after drinking and eating, everyone decided to let Nami and Vivi take a camel. They set off first, and they followed. 0. The rain drops on the monitor lizard, which makes the lightning more conductive. The monitor lizard originally wanted to drill into the sand. If the lightning strikes the sand, because the sand has a wide range, all the lightning will be dispersed, but if it is only a small area, the rainwater inside transmits all the thunder and lightning to the monitor lizard. Then the place between the rocks, in a small area, ushered in a variety of climate changes. First, there was a moderate rain, and the monitor lizards looked dazed. The result is different. As for the camel, Chopper later recognized that it was the camel that helped him before. Originally, Luffy was going to ride a camel. After all, the speed of a camel must be much faster in the desert. Fusion may be able to produce greater destructive power. Once thinking about this aspect, Nami's thinking can also be opened at once. The next moment, Sanji dismembered the monitor lizard, grilled some of the delicious parts, and dried some of the water. In this way, there is basically no shortage of food for the past few days. Then in the continuous lightning strikes, the monitor lizard who had nowhere to escape was finally electrocuted and knocked to the ground. Ask for flowers. Zero as the big brother, Ace couldn't help feeling more at ease. But this camel is still a gentleman's camel. It only carries women, not men, except for Chopper, who is actually a reindeer. Why say basic? Because there is Luffy, a big eater, and this is an unstable factor. 205. One of the wonders of the desert, the sand thief ship sailing on the desert. It was still an endless desert, and it was extremely hot. Nami and Vivi were already ahead on camels, and they couldn't see their figures anymore. But they will be waiting for them in the city ahead. The tsunami is coming. Luffy was walking, and suddenly ran to a hill, shouting loudly. What happened to him? Sanji asked curiously. It really is the fault of that thing just now. What? There was a cactus growing in the sand just now, and he picked it off and ate it. I told him not to eat it indiscriminately. Usopp said helplessly. Cacti. 183. Yes, look over there. Usopp pointed to the ravaged cactus not far away. Ah, that's a mescaline cactus, a kind of hallucinogenic drug. Chopper took a look and recognized the thing. Wow. Damn it, the tsunami is coming. There is nowhere to escape. I will fight with you. Luffy yelled like a chimpanzee, slapped his body and was completely hallucinating and going crazy. Let's work together to take down Luffy first, Zoro said. Otherwise Luffy will continue to go crazy, and maybe someone will be injured. Because Luffy suddenly rushed towards them, which meant that he regarded them as a tsunami, and with his brain, he probably wanted to fight the tsunami. But Chopper went around behind Luffy, secretly gave him a sedative, put Luffy on the ground, and then dragged Luffy to walk. And soon they found a problem. They got separated from Ace. Advertisement. The camel footprints of Nami and Vivi have completely disappeared. Can we really walk out of the desert? After such a commotion, Usopp, Sanji and others were not sure where they were going. Although there is a map given to them by Vivi, it stands to reason that there should be no problem. After all, the direction on land is not as complicated as the sea, which changes at any time, but is fixed. But this was the first time for many of them to set foot in the desert, and they encountered many desert monsters along the way, as well as the harsh living environment, which made them feel awe. So not so sure. After all, if you look around, there is nothing but yellow sand. Maybe you lost your way unknowingly, but you don't know yet. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Ace since just now, Zoro said. Luffy woke up leisurely. Did you get separated? Really? What a big brother who likes to cause trouble for others. Everyone who heard this turned their heads one after another, punching and kicking this ignorant captain. Idiot. We are the ones who got lost. If it wasn't because of your sudden madness, how could we have separated? Only Chopper and Reka were left watching calmly. Zoro and others also came to the height of the sand dunes, looking at the location where the sound came from not far away. It was behind a sand dune. Didn't you hear anything? Usopp said, running towards the source of the sound, standing tall. The rustling sound became more and more obvious, and everyone could hear it. Nami, Vivi, I'm here to save you, rubber rubber, bazooka. Advertisement. While beating, Usopp suddenly stopped. However, there were more sand thieves lying on their decks, and many places on the ship showed signs of being bombed. You'd better let us go, or you'll be the ones who regret it later, Nami said angrily. Although he had magic in his hand, there were indeed a lot of sand thieves. Apparently Nami resisted just now. What's the matter, Usopp? Sanji couldn't help asking when Usopp suddenly stopped attacking. But Nami's words are not just a threat. Although she is arrested now, after her magic power recovers, she feels that she can bring down all the remaining sand thieves. Wait a minute, it seems that Vivi and Nami are also on their boat. They were arrested? It was nothing at first, but when Usopp saw it clearly, he was really startled. It's a pirate ship. Seeing this situation, Luffy, Zoro and others couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is too incredible, they have never seen a ship that can sail on sand." 3.9. Stupid, how could I let you go? In this desert, everything can be eaten except humans. If you had given the camel to us earlier, you wouldn't have to fight, and you would have defeated so many of our brothers, a sand thief said sadly with tears in his eyes. It could only look at Reka pitifully. What's going on with these guys? Why are you crying? We are the ones who are tied up now. Really? Nami couldn't help complaining. What? Hearing this, everyone looked intently and found Nami and Vivi with their hands bound. One person cried, and the other sand thieves also cried. The Kung Fu manatee on Reka's shoulder wanted to rush to protect the master, but was held down by Reka's finger. Suddenly a pirate ship driving on the sand appeared in their field of vision. 206. Two like-minded captains, a master of sand skids, Lasha. Luffy bounced himself out with a rubber bazooka, wrapped his arms around the mast, and broke the entire mast with a bang. The whole ship was forced to stop. This guy is still so impulsive, let's go too. Zoro and the others quickly rushed towards the sand thief's boat. Luffy, quickly untie it for us. Seeing Luffy coming, Nami Vivi said hastily. But I want to drink water first, Luffy said, sticking out his tongue. Luffy, save us, the eyelashes are about to be eaten by them. Vivi also said, eyelashes is the name Luffy gave the camel before. Is that edible? Luffy asked. Puff, as soon as the words fell, a tall and strong figure walked towards Luffy. The loud noise just now was also the sound of trampling feet. Luffy looked up, it was a big man with beards, staring at Luffy, but suddenly there was a 21 above his head, and a small umbrella was unfolded, just covering his head from the sun. But such a dress, not to mention on a strong man, even on a woman would look extremely weird. Our Sand Thieves Baloo Baloo group has a motto that there is nothing in the desert that cannot be eaten except for the things that can be moved by our partners, the captain of the Sand Thief group said. Ahahaha, we also eat everything that falls from the sky, Luffy said with a big laugh. It will ruin your stomach, then I'll be careful, Luffy replied seriously. Wow, ha ha ha, you little devil is so weird, advertisement. You are also very strange, let's eat together, Luffy said, and looked at the camel, which was so scared that it burst into tears on the spot. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami kicked Luffy on the head. It was fine if he didn't save the camel, but he even joined forces with the enemy and planned to eat the camel. I'm the captain of the Sand Thief Baloo Baloo Regiment, Baloo Baloo Long Sharu. You are called Luffy, and you are rough on your partner. I'm sorry, because everyone is hungry, but your partner is amazing, Sharu apologized. It's nothing, it's okay, Luffy said indifferently. After all, they mainly caught camels to eat. As for the conflict that broke out because Nami Vivi disagreed. In the end, it was the Sand Thieves who suffered, not Nami and the others, so of course Luffy didn't care. You're not qualified to say that. Nami punched Luffy fat. But Captain, there isn't even a piece of wood on the ship that can be used to repair the mast. At this moment, the younger brother on the side said. I can't beat you all down. It seems that I have to find a time to give you extra lessons. Reka rested her chin in thought, although Nami was far away from them before. But here the sun is scorching hot, and under the blessing of magic power, as long as Reka wants to find out their location, observation hockey is attached to it, so he can know their situation at any time. There are a lot of them. Nami whispered. That is to say, it is not a big problem if you need a wide range of magic. Why? Without a mainmast, there's not enough power. Luffy, they didn't see Rasha. Rasha? We Sand Thieves were born on the Sand Thieves boat and died on the Sand Thieves boat. We must not think about abandoning the ship and fleeing. Rasha said righteously. That's right, it's fate. We Sand Thieves will never do anything against the sand flow, Shalu said with a smile. 693 obviously dealt with life and death all the year round, and they didn't take life and death seriously, so they were very open-minded. Advertisement, each of them also has a small umbrella above their heads. After a while. Yes, what should I do? Hearing the words, the other subordinates looked at each other and asked in unison. We are going to die in the desert. The Baloo Baloo regiment who died in the desert. The Sand Thieves suddenly huddled together and cried bitterly. This made Zoro and others full of doubts. Lasha is the master slayer on our boat. Is it a fool? Ha ha ha. That's it, then you do it. Shalu was not hypocritical. Where is that? Let me run for you, Luffy volunteered. After all, he was the one who damaged the mast. Seeing them looking like they were going to die together, he didn't think it was good. It's all my responsibility, let me do it. However, the flow of sand will change a lot recently, which is a bit dangerous for outsiders. Shalu didn't agree immediately, but just told Luffy the facts. What is this? Is there any special program in the tavern? Seeing their booing, Usopp couldn't help but think of this. Just use this sand pry, Saba and Lasha will take you to the Melia's oasis. Shalu followed Saba. That's right, we're going to die on the boat, we're going to die on the boat. The Sand Thief shouted again in unison. But if you reach the Melia's oasis, you can have wood. If this continues, we can only die in this desert. 207. More and more firm confidence, parting and meeting again. However, a sledge can seat 2 people. It looks exhausting, I'll go with you, Sanji said. I can do it alone. Luffy was quite confident, but at this time, a beautiful and heroic woman appeared. It was Lasha, and she asked Princess Vivi to go with her. Sanji and others didn't quite agree, but Vivi insisted, because she felt very familiar with Lasha at the first sight. Reka knows what's going on, but this kind of thing can only be solved by themselves. The oasis they are going to now is the place where Vivi went with his father. At the beginning, Cobra promised that no matter what happens here, no matter how small, as long as they are in trouble, he will come to help. Many people believed it, and Lasha was one of them, but when the weather was dry and various problems occurred, the king failed to come to help. Because at that time, such things happened all over the country, everywhere, and they were simply too busy. It's just that Lasha has been waiting until the oasis turned into a desert, but he never did. When he was about to die, he met a sand thief, was adopted by a sand thief, and became a sand thief himself. At the first sight, she recognized Vivi, and there was hatred in her heart. Then let's go. Luffy doesn't know how to drive a sand sled, but Vivi can. Saba, Lasha, Luffy, and Vivi, a group of 4, with the help of sails, the 2 sand sleds advanced quickly on the desert like surfing. Reka and others waited until Luffy and the others went back and watched the wonderful changes of Vivi and Salad. Reka knows that they already know each other's identities, and Vivi's eyes are still a little red, obviously explaining the situation to Sarah. But still very guilty, because of the helplessness of the kingdom, one oasis after another disappeared in this desert. Until the end of the disappearance, some people still believed that the king would come to help them. Advertisement Vivi knew that even at this moment, not everyone lost faith in the king. Because of the people-friendly policy that has lasted for a long time, many people believe that the king has the king's difficulties. If it weren't for this, K-Log would not have had to take so much effort to seize a country. If he was a tyrant in the first place, then Lock Doll could completely replace the king as a hero, which would be easier. But because it is not, violence cannot solve all problems, it can only undermine Cobra's reputation step by step, and create a crisis in the country. Uncle holding the umbrella, goodbye. After repairing the mast for them, Luffy and the others didn't stop there, after all, they also had their own destination. Goodbye. Shalu also waved goodbye. He had no plans at all. In this desert, he can live every day. In some ways, he is similar to Luffy in character. When saying goodbye, Vivi also saw that Shala, who still had a big opinion of her, stood on the mast and waved goodbye. Just like many years ago, Vivi's eyes were full of mist. Goodbye, I will definitely restore peace to the kingdom. The sand thieves sent them to the edge of the land, they can only move in the desert, and the boat can't go to the ground. But the sand thief's boat was still seen by people in the nearby survivor villages, especially a group of gangsters who pretended to be rebels and swindled food and drink in the village. Brother, something is wrong, the sand thief is coming. What? Hurry up and pack up your things and run. The first reaction of the gangsters, of course, is to leave the place immediately, although they don't know where to eat their next meal. But as long as he is alive, Tuan has other possibilities. And Ace also came to this village. Advertisement the village was already on the right path for them. When I met this group of gangsters, I beat them up and extorted some food and water. There is a village ahead, that is. Ace. When Luffy and the others walked to the village, before entering, they saw Ace walking towards him with a cart of food. Everyone was immediately surprised. Ace, Luffy happily ran over. What, it turns out that you are the sand thieves they are talking about, Ace said while sitting on a human size, chameleon-like animal standing upright. What are you talking about, sand thieves, we only parted with them. Although Luffy didn't quite understand what was going on, he still said truthfully. Really, forget it. Ace didn't care. When he asked for food just now, he promised the gangsters that if it was convenient, he would help them drive away the sand thieves. By Jowla, but since the sand thief is not here, it doesn't matter. Compared to this, Luffy, be happy, I brought a lot of food, Ace said, pointing to a cart of food behind him. This is really great, looks like I don't have to worry about food for a while, Sanji said happily immediately. Ace, you are amazing, Usopp said with emotion. That's right, it's just different from a certain brother. That's right, I'm so hungry. Well, Ace, you probably don't have any money to exchange these things. You probably stole them from that village. Everyone knows about Ace's financial situation, and it's completely reasonable for Vivi to have such doubts. Judgment. Point 208. Because you are born with a badass temperament. How come? This is the rebel army sent me, Ace said flatly. The rebel army. Vivi was shocked when he heard this, and his reaction was great. Seeing this, Ace quickly explained, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like a counterfeit. Counterfeit. That is to say, under the slogan of the rebel army, the little bastards who swindle food and drink in the village act as the village's bodyguards, but it seems that the villagers have been deceived, Ace said. Can such a person act as a bodyguard? It should be easy to expose. Nami questioned, it is good that such a guy does not harm the people in the village, and they are required to protect the village. This is unlikely. As long as you play the slogan of the rebel army, ordinary thieves will be scared away, it's so convenient, food and reputation will go into your pocket. Ace sneered, but this matter has nothing to do with him. So he didn't interfere much just now, he just asked for some food. But after hearing what Ace said, Vivi was interested. The rebel army is neither punks nor a badge of honor. Vivi-chan, would you like S507 to teach them a little lesson? Sanji also thinks that such gangsters are not good. I haven't met them, but it's nothing. I have, and this is Vivi's country, so of course we can't just sit idly by. You actually treat the villagers as a fool. Such gangsters are no different from thieves, but at least because of their existence, the villagers can live in peace. So you still want to go? The reason for driving away. But Luffy big brother, you have to be considerate of Vivi's feelings. It's understandable for her to want to teach those people a lesson. Sanji said. What you want to do, that's your freedom, I just expressed my thoughts, Ace said with a smile. There's no need to protect that kind of scum. Advertisement. It's not to protect, I just think it's because I have to hurry. Ace and Sanji, it is difficult for them to reach a unified opinion on this matter. Vivi was silent, thinking of Sarah, who had been waiting silently for so long. The only thing that can answer her is to restore peace to Alabasta. Now the country can't take care of every corner. It would be great if the village can rely on self-government to achieve peace, Vivi said. Then let's keep going. No, I want to test them first. Exploring? Well, if they can really protect the villagers, I think it doesn't matter what kind of banner they play, Vivi said. When everyone heard the words, they were all thoughtful. That is to say, to test their hearts. Ace confirmed that this is indeed a qualified royal family, starting from the essence of the matter, not considering their identities. Such a thing is not something that ordinary people can do. Especially Ace, who grew up in the Goa Kingdom, has seen the ugliest and selfish side of countless nobles since he was a child. It is really commendable that Vivi can have such a character. Soon everyone finalized the plan, and they played the role of bad guys pirates, pretending to attack the village. Reka-san, do you want to try it? Vivi suddenly looked at Reka and asked. CBAE. Why do you ask me for such a small matter? Reka asked in confusion, picking out the food brought by Ace, and arranging some Nami and himself like to eat. Just ask, Auntie Luffy, advertisement if the speed is slow, Luffy can eat them all later. Hey, Reka-san, you were born to be a bad guy. As long as you stand there and show a straight face, they will definitely not suspect you, and you will definitely be the most vicious pirate. Luffy answered Reka first. This problem. Captain Idiot, are you polite? Reka said speechlessly, but seeing that the others nodded in approval, Reka didn't want to play this bad guy even more. It was the original sin of arrogance, so what could it have to do with a bad guy? You too. How rude, have you ever seen a villain as handsome as me? Reka said, turning to look at Vivi. Vivi didn't know how to answer, didn't he have a clue in his mind? It's just us, a few punks. If Reka-san makes a move, I'm afraid I'll scare the punks to death, Zoro said. Although it is a temptation, Reka is usually arrogant and defiant enough when facing strangers, and the sense of oppression often makes them unbearable. Let him play the villain again, it will be, the psychological quality of ordinary people can't bear it at all. Unless Reka converges to one or two of the usual state, it's almost the same. I'm sorry to bother everyone. Vivi didn't bother too much, anyway. Zoro looked fierce, and what Zoro said was not unreasonable. Let them handle this matter. Then let's get started. Ace also watched with interest. Soon the figures of Luffy and others appeared in front of the village without any cover, and they were immediately spotted by the people of the village. Then it was quickly passed to the fake rebel army, Camus. Master Camus, something is wrong, there are pirates coming, and it is a big pirate with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Please help them beat them away. The wealthy gentry in the village rushed to Camus and the others, said. As he spoke, he took out Luffy's reward order, 209. The Straw Hat group of all villains. The past of Vivi and the leader of the rebel army. When Camus and other gangsters saw the bounty of the other party, they were almost scared and sent away on the spot. Pirates with a bounty of 50 million Baileys are more vicious than those sand thieves. There is no need to think about it now, they must leave here, but their thoughts are beautiful. The reality is cruel, the villagers followed them confidently, firmly believing that they could drive away these pirates. They wanted to slip away, but they didn't have this chance at all. Damn it, how long are they going to follow? Camus and other gangsters were sweating coldly, so that if they wanted to slip away, they would probably be left behind by the villagers immediately. Walking all the way to the gate of the village. Next is the moment to decide your destiny. After you go out, you must see in which direction there are no pirates, and then try your best to escape. Yes, Big Brother, Junior Chong promised. Big Brother, come on, we must drive away all the bad guys. The children in the village all looked at Camus as if they were idols. This made him a little at a loss. At a time when he looked up to others, he longed to become a real warrior and hero himself. It's just that the reality is like making a big joke with him. Everything is not going well, half of his life has been muddled, and he has lived to the point of becoming a gangster. Although he couldn't bear it, he didn't want to fight those desperate pirates, because there was a high probability that he couldn't fight. It would be too stupid to lose one's own life for no reason. Advertisement. But when he opened the door and wanted to escape, he found that there were 5 ways to escape. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the others were already blocked in all directions. Hey! Zoro had a sullen face and a wicked smile, which almost made them faint from fright, while Luffy, Sanji and others also stared at Camus and other punks with serious faces. At the beginning, the punks had no fighting spirit and only wanted to run away. After all, no matter from which angle, these guys seemed very vicious and definitely not easy to mess with. So Camus even told the lie that there are 100 million subordinates in the village, trying to scare off Luffy and others. Such a lie, even a 3-year-old would not believe it, but Luffy and Chopper believed it, which left Zoro, Sanji and others speechless for a while. It looks like the gangsters of Common. No, not even the gangsters of Common. Give them a lesson and leave. Nami took a look and commented. Let's see it again. Vivi was also a little disappointed, but since the show started, let's play for a while longer. From her heart, she still hopes that someone can protect these villages that have finally survived. And Ace previously felt that these gangsters were not evil people, and secretly encouraged these gangsters to fight like a man. But the effect was not obvious, until Luffy punched Camus and flew away. Camus heard many worried voices from the children in a trance. If they don't resist, the people in this village may really be killed by these pirates. There is still kindness in his heart, although he knows that it may be useless to resist, but if he does not resist, he will be ravaged to death by the pirates like this. It seems more difficult to accept. So Camus resisted, not for himself, but also for the expectations of those children. He can die, but he cannot die like a coward. At least, he must die as a hero, to let those children see hope. Advertisement, Brother Camus. As soon as the elder brother resisted, the other gangsters were also very righteous. They didn't plan to escape alone, but faced it together. Asking for flowers. Oh, both Sanji and Zoro were a little surprised. No matter what kind of changes have taken place in their hearts, at least, at this moment, they have the intention to protect the villagers. The result is naturally that Luffy and others pretended to be defeated, fulfilling their heroic name, and still retaining kind people in their hearts. No matter how bad they are, they can't be bad. Is that all right? Nami and the others didn't enter the village, but left after pretending to be defeated. But it's just such a test, is it really safe? She looked at Vivi with puzzled eyes. It's okay. Zai Wei was willing to believe it. Hey, Luffy, how long are you going to escape? It's almost enough, the village is no longer visible, Ace said as he ran behind. That's right, ahaha, Luffy laughed foolishly. Then there was another extremely hot journey, and I don't know how long it took. Nami was curious and asked Vivi about the rebel army. Because as they advance, Yuba is getting closer and closer to them. And it's okay if you don't understand this, but after knowing it, Nami herself was taken aback, because she didn't expect that the current leader of the Revolutionary Army is actually a childhood sweetheart with Vivi, and they are very good friends. That happened 11 years ago. Vivi told about Kosha's incident. At that time, because of the drought in Kosha's place, he followed the Lord's father and ran to the palace to question the king. Of course, the king didn't do anything to him, but later he met Vivi, became good friends with Vivi, and even established the Sasha group, with him as the leader and Vivi as one of the strings. 210. Scorpion Man and Ace, Ace farewell, lifeguard. One day, a pirate wanted to hijack her and the princess to blackmail King Alabasta. It was Kosha, with this childish swish, who stopped them until the arrival of the king and others. Because of this, he was also injured. At that time, Koza always talked about death from time to time. Vivi was very worried that one day she would lose this group of friends, but fortunately, this did not happen. After getting along for a while, Kosha and his father volunteered to go to Yuba to open up a new oasis. At that time, Yuba was not an oasis, but a desert, but its geographical location was very good, and it was the transportation hub of the Alabasta book country from south to north. Within a few years, Vivi heard the news that 210 had become an oasis, and Kosa had succeeded. But these years, because the people in the country suffered disasters caused by drought and the king was misunderstood, Kosha became the leader who led others to live. He was born with a heart for the people. If it wasn't for this, he would not have dared to question the leader of a country when he was a child. That means you know each other. In this way, as long as you tell him the truth, there is a high probability of preventing the outbreak of war. Nami understood immediately that the two had trust. It's just that the truth is being blinded now. As long as the truth is told, the possibility of stopping the war is very real. Yeah. Vivi also thought so, and now she is getting closer to Yuba. As they walked, everyone began to rest again. Even Luffy Zoro, a superhuman constitution, felt tired under the high temperature. However, Zoro's mentality is very good. He regards this as a practice, and he has been pulling the chopper lying on the cart along the way, which can be regarded as adding difficulty to himself. It's just that during the break this time, they also officially parted ways with Ace. The reason is that he came here because he met Scorpion Man, a bounty hunter who claimed to have defeated Blackbeard. He launched a challenge to Ace, but was knocked down by Ace, and Ace quickly came to a conclusion. His defeat of Blackbeard was just a lie he let out, in order to attract Ace to come. And attracting Ace to come, of course, is to defeat Ace, so as to show his majesty in front of the children. Advertisement. It's just that the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Even if the Scorpion Man has made a lot of preparations, even the compressed fire extinguishing agent, this kind of thing that can restrain Ace's ability. But he was still brought down by Ace. In the end, the two children who were hiding in the dark came out to intercede, saying that this was their father, so Ace did not completely decide the outcome with him. And the Scorpion Man finally realizes how unnecessary his emotional conflict is, and being with his family is the real thing. As a result, Ace also learned from his knowledge that Blackbeard was no longer in this country. The latest intelligence shows that Blackbeard is heading west. Ace came to pursue Blackbeard, and Blackbeard is not there. Of course he has no reason to go on to Yuba. Are you really leaving, Ace? Chopper asked obediently. Well, since Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, I have no reason to stay here, Ace nodded. Really? Luffy understood without feeling too much. What are your plans next? According to the Scorpion Man, someone has seen that guy in the west. I'm going to see it, Ace said, took out a life card from his pocket, and threw it to Luffy. Luffy, hold it and keep looking at it, Ace said solemnly with a smile. What, isn't it just a small piece of paper? Luffy didn't understand, but since it was Ace, he would still keep it safe. This little piece of paper will let us meet again, don't you want? No, I want to. I'm worried about being a big brother with such a brother who likes to make troubles. You must have nothing to do with it. Anyway, please take care of me. Ace nodded to Reka, Nami and others. Then he looked at Luffy. Luffy, let's meet again next time, it will be the peak of pirates. Good. You have to climb to the top. Advertisement. Hey, goodbye. At this time, the 3 members of the Scorpion Man's family turned their heads to bid farewell to Luffy and the others. Luffy also looked over there, and when he looked over again, Ace had disappeared. Where's Ace? He left already. Firefist Ace. Forget it, we will meet again anyway. Luffy was very optimistic. They walked all the way. With Luffy all the way, quarrels have become commonplace, and they can fight over little things. Especially between Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy. After an unknown amount of time, on the endless desert, there were only 3 people left, Chopper, Zoro, and Luffy. This time it was Chopper's turn to transform into a human form, hugging the unconscious Luffy, and all 3 were sweating profusely. Luffy woke up leisurely. 2.2. He seems to be waking up, Chopper said to Zoro. Finally woke up, you are really comfortable, Zoro said, slightly dissatisfied. Eh? Everyone? Luffy looked confused. Who knows? Zoro replied. Who knows what to say, don't you know? Luffy was puzzled. To be precise, I can't figure it out either. What's the meaning? Ha, ha ha. Zoro just smiled awkwardly and forcedly. Now is not the time to laugh. Yes, are we lost again? Luffy continued. 211. Ruins in the desert, mutual trust, historical text. Hearing Luffy's disapproving words, Chopper and Zoro roared at Luffy together. Who do you think did this? Is it my fault? Who knows what cactus you ate again, calling Lock Doll everywhere. Nami asked Zoro to come and take you back, and then we got lost, Chopper explained. Isn't that Zoro's fault? We wouldn't have lost our way if you hadn't mistook Zoro for Crocodile and hadn't fought. I see, ahahaha, Luffy responded with a big laugh. But now that the wind direction has changed and the footprints have disappeared, the few of them can't find Nami and the others for the time being, and can only distinguish the approximate direction to go. The 3 of them were walking, and suddenly they saw a big rock, which was a shaded place. Luffy happily pulled the 2 of them and ejected it, but the result was too much force. Bouncing to the bottom of the stone, just about to rest, suddenly there was a loud bang, and the place under their feet collapsed, and they fell into a deep relic cave. 21. I saw a piece of historical text, not the one that recorded weapons, but none of them could understand it. What is this place? It looks like an egg. Zoro looked around, and there was a very vast space underground. No matter how you look at it, it is man-made. It may be a relic from a long time ago. These words seem to be written a long time ago. Chopper is familiar with medical books, and occasionally reads other books. But he only knows this, and he doesn't know more. And they don't care, but this shady place is a good place to rest and shelter from the sun temporarily. Advertisement, it seems that someone deliberately hid it. At least Luffy didn't want to get up after sitting down. After all, it was too hot outside, even in the shade of a rock, it couldn't be so cool. At the same time, in a place some distance away from here, at a surface relic, Vivi, Nami and others are taking a rest here. Are they really okay? Vivi said worriedly. Even if the strength is strong, this is an endless desert that is so vast that people can lose their direction, and one who is not careful may be buried here. Don't worry, they will be able to catch up soon with their physical strength. Hey, Reka-san is gone too. Usopp said out of breath. The people here, except for Chopper, was the only one with poor constitution. Nami and Vivi are not very good, but they have camels. It should be to find them. Let's wait here, You guys are really good. Vivi looked at Nami and said suddenly. Huh? Nami didn't understand. When I was in Little Garden, I was thinking, why do you trust your companions so much? Whether it was Luffy getting lost or Reka disappearing suddenly, Nami and Sanji never seemed to be worried. Advertisement, why? I'm not particularly aware of this, and I haven't thought about it. Nami realized it after hearing what Vivi said. He had never thought about this kind of problem. This is what makes people so special. It's not easy to trust others unconditionally. Because of this, Vivi finds it unbelievable. Although it's not very clear, it may be because everyone is working hard to do their own things, Nami replied. Is that so? Vivi was thoughtful. From the outside, the team doesn't have the spirit of unity, especially people like Reka and Zoro. No matter how you look at it, they seem to be able to stand alone, lone wolf. But such a group of people can trust each other so unreservedly. Sometimes, maybe the team is not everyone working together to do one thing, but each has its own thing, and we have to do it with all our strength. Then do your own thing, and others will be free to help you do other things. Isn't one person's power limited? No matter what you want to do, one person won't work, and a partner is indispensable. Those things happened in my hometown. Without him, I would never be where I am today. And our captain also said that he can't use a sword, can't cook, and can't lie. He can't live without us, Nami said with a smile. Huh? This good 067 doesn't seem to have answered your question. Nami realized belatedly that he seemed to have gone a little too far. No, you've answered it very well. Vivi shook her head and said. The weather is so hot that I'm not so clear-headed, ha ha ha. Nami smiled heartily. Even though he said so, his face was filled with happiness. Perhaps, this is also the way for the country to survive. Only when everyone does their own thing well is the real unity. This article on history, although it is only a chapter in historical events, is dispensable to ordinary people, and at the end, there will be a general chapter that has been gathered, but at this stage, it should still be very important to her. Important, maybe it can become a good bargaining chip, and what will be recorded in this historical event. Reka stood in front of the historical text and said to himself. As he spoke, he brought up the historical text that was half buried underground. Hey, Reka-san. Why are you here and when did you show up? Luffy and Zoro were all surprised. 212. Spider-Man Cafe, gather all cadres at 8 o'clock. Rest for a while now, and I'll set off when I'm done. As Reka said, he took out a piece of rubbing paper, walked towards the historical text, covered the paper, brushed the ink, and copied the entire historical text. After steaming with heat, the ink dries, and then Reka fixes the thing and saves it. Reka is also very interested in the history recorded in this article. After all, it may answer all the answers now. For example, Roger's intention to set off the big pirate, why the Grand Line is what it is today, whether there has always been chaos in the sea, or is there a human-made possibility. If you want to reach the pinnacle of this world, you have to see the most real side of the world. What's the use of that? Luffy asked puzzled. It feels like it might be useful. Reka couldn't tell, just because he happened to pass by this desert, and since he knew there was this thing, he couldn't miss it. Really? Luffy replied, he didn't care much about these things, and after the answer, he lay on the ground unwilling to get up. It's too cool in here and too hot outside. Don't be coquettish, you still have to go to Yuba, and it should be almost there now. Reka picked up Luffy, jumped out of the cave with a light jump, and then brought Zoro with him. Moving in the direction of Nami et al. Advertisement. The implementation of the battle plan is at noon 2 days later. Are you ready? Locked Doll looked at Robin and asked. Well, there is no slightest neglect. 150 billion elders are already on standby in Narahara, and I have also recalled Mr. 2, because it seems that he has no news of MR.3. Advanced agents will gather tonight. It's almost time, they should be rushing to the meeting point. Well done. In the Spider-Man Cafe, all the Baroque workers advanced from various islands gathered together. A blue-haired tavern hostess was wiping wine glasses, and there was no customer in the store, because today, a group of special guests were to be received. So the field was cleared early. She is the partner of Mr. 1, with 2 fingers, but except for the commanders of Mr. 1 and above, all advanced agents don't know her true identity. All along, she has existed as a coffee shop owner, like a common intelligence officer. It's just that there is no need to hide it anymore, because the utopia they're eager to create is about to succeed, and this last step is missing. She was listening to pure music, fiddling with wine glasses, and the first advanced agent Mr. 2 who arrived was teaching his male subordinates outside, dancing a voluptuous, weird and sexy ballet. 1, 2, 1, 2, come, dance with me. Merry Christmas, long distance fatigue, back pain, really, it's all your fault. Mr. 4, it's all your fault that you are so fat, that's why I have back pain. A fat woman with a head resembling a flying squirrel walked in chattering. She is the partner of Mr. 4, Miss Christmas. Yes, no, sorry. A man who was even fatter and was carrying a cannon on his back apologized naively. How is Zala? How empty the store is, how empty. Christmas spoke extremely fast and impatiently, and slammed the table while talking. Today is reserved for you, the others have to wait for another lotus. Advertisement, Mr. 4 you drink fresh orange black tea, and your Christmas is apple juice. I want the temperature to be just right, and I want it to be drinkable right away. I don't want to wait, Christmas said wildly. And at this time, did the prelude of Mr. 2, 1 2, 1 2 come from outside. After listening to Christmas, I couldn't help complaining. Zala, do you like listening to such strange songs now? No, I just played the sonata. That's the sound of Mr. 2 outside the yard, Zala explained. Okay, that's it for today. You can go back first, Fat Bear. Obasan, you are all here too. The training is almost done. Mr. 2 also walked into the coffee shop and saw the Mr. 4 duo and said hello. It's so noisy, my waist is sore. Stop arguing, I'm a dancer. By the way, I heard that Mr. 1's partner will appear this time. After hearing about Mr. 2, he didn't take it seriously. After all, everyone has different personalities. After a while, Mr. 1 also came, but he was holding a few subordinates who had been in contact with and dancing with Mr. 2, Nuo, just now. What are you doing? Mr. 2 became angry when he saw this. So do you know each other? I saw them sneaking around and behaving strangely, so I took them down. Mr. 1 said truthfully, he saw a few big men walking, dancing this enchanting dance, and close to tonight's meeting point. In order to avoid problems with the battle plan, this unstable factor must of course be removed. Damn Mr. 1. Mr. 2 didn't even think about it, this was his subordinate, and immediately shot Ming angrily. Mr. 1 didn't get used to it either, and made a decisive move, and the two of them got into a ball at once. 213, the rebel army's general attack plan, arrived in Juba, another lost oasis. It's just that Mr. 2, which launched the attack on its own initiative, took the initiative at the beginning of the onslaught. He even kicked Mr. 1 out and smashed into the wall. Mr. 1 frowned slightly, intending to teach Mr. 2 a serious lesson, although he accidentally injured his subordinate first. But at most, he was said a few words the most, and once he made a move, he would not be merciful. Let's stop here, we have lost a lot of advanced agents recently, and then we have to go to the rainy land to meet the boss we have never seen before. Miss pointed with both hands to stop the situation from deteriorating. Even if Mr. 2 still wants to continue to sell accounts, other cadres obviously disagree and want to stop him. It is impossible for him to achieve his goal with so many cadres blocking him. Although helpless, he could only swallow his breath for the time being, and mentioned the boss of their work agency. He also wanted to see what kind of person 467 was. They should be on their way here. I've already asked Fat Turtle to pick them up. Robin will report the latest information to Lock Doll at any time to know. After all, they will close the net from now on. Have you found the replacement for the billions of elders who were wiped out in that Rahala? Asked Crocodile. The replacement has been configured, and the task assigned to the new billionaire elder. I have let the Scarf Runner pass it on. So it looks like it's going well, Kosa. We have already contacted people in other cities. A guard of the rebel army headquarters came in and reported. Kosha pondered, thinking about the promise of the previous kingdom to him, thinking about the joy of childhood with Vivi, and now all of these are about to melt into bubbles. CBFD. He stood up. It's finally time to attack. Advertisement. Well, but the weapons are not enough. But we can only give it a go. This country will be protected by us. The more chaos in this country continues, the more disasters the entire kingdom will suffer, without enough weapons and resources. Even their rebel army can't last long, so they can only fight with all their strength and win the kingdom. Only then can they see hope. Well, I understand. The guard nodded and began to make arrangements. At this moment, on a piece of sand near Yuba, on the verge of dusk. Look, there are lights over there. Vivi pointed to the occasional flashing lights ahead and said. Have you reached Yuba yet? Luffy asked. The wind and sand are too big, I can't see clearly. Nami looked over, but there were wind and sand blowing around, and the wind seemed to be getting stronger. Can't see what's ahead. Clang. But at this moment, they heard the sound of a shovel hitting a stone, and then they looked and saw a skinny old man digging something in a deep pit. He was ashen-faced, and the clothes on his body wrapped him tightly, revealing only a face full of vicissitudes and withering. His shovel had dry bloodline, and his hands were full of wounds and worn-out old hands. What's this sound? They heard the familiar whirring sound, and the wind and sand around them got a little louder. Looking at the place with the vague outline of the city, they felt something was wrong. Advertisement. After the sandstorm disappeared, they approached again, but they were all stunned. Yuba was attacked by a sandstorm. The sandstorm was so big that they didn't dare to approach rashly for a while. Too much sand caused the formation to rise, and the oasis was swallowed up. Vivi said sadly. Another oasis disappeared. Does this country really have a future? She is a little uncertain. As if it would break at any moment. Isn't this an oasis, Vivi? Sanji was also puzzled, so he asked Vivi, this place doesn't look like it can support people. Will the rebel army really be here? It's a sandstorm. When they got a little closer, they saw a city covered by a sandstorm. The sandstorm was not small, and the wind was howling, carrying sand, beating and sweeping everything around, and one or two trees that were still holding on, shaking wildly. It's so miserable, it's no different from Almar, Zoro said, looking at the city in front of him. Whirring, he also noticed their group. What they saw was a city half buried under the sand. Next to many buildings, high sand dunes were piled up, as if the entire city had been swallowed up. The appearance of the city is so strange. Vivi has been here before. Just looking at the outline, she also felt that it was completely different from before. Her complexion changed slightly, and a bad feeling suddenly came to her heart. How could this happen? Vivi couldn't accept everything in front of him. Are you travelers? The uncle turned around and asked. So much so that Vivi couldn't recognize this person at the first time. Everyone was silent for a while. 214. Old friends meet again, the last person in the city. Traveling in the desert must be tiring. I'm sorry, this city has dried up. Uncle Dodo was digging something in the deep pit while talking. Although he was dressed in rags, his voice was full of kindness and concern. Vivi subconsciously pulled her collar to cover her face. It is still not suitable for her to be recognized by others. Luffy and the others just listened quietly. But you guys rest easy, there are hotels everywhere, and those are the best places in the city. Well, may I ask, I heard that the rebel army is in this city. Vivi hesitated for a moment, but still asked this sentence. Unexpectedly, the uncle's face changed suddenly when he heard the words, and his tone was not as caring as before, but full of embarrassment. What do you want to do with the rebel army? Are you planning to join the rebel army? As he said that, he threw all kinds of things at them angrily. Luffy and the others avoided until Uncle Dodo lost his strength, and when he saw that they said they didn't come to join the rebel army, he calmed down. Those idiots are no longer in this city. What did you say? The faces of Luffy and the others changed drastically, and they were no longer here, so why did they travel so long this way? The time is now very precious, and the domestic situation is getting more and more serious. Once they cannot be found and stopped before the war, a full-scale war will break out, and by then it will be too late. How could this be? Vivi's eyes were even darkened, and he was in a hurry. The sandstorm has just hit the city, but it's not just now. Since the sand has dried up after being exposed to the sun for a long time 3 years ago, the city has been frequently hit by sandstorms and has been swallowed up bit by bit. The old oasis has become like this, and the supplies are no longer circulated in this city, so it is impossible to carry out the protracted war of the rebellion, so the rebel army moved their base to Kalia. Dodo told everyone about it. Such a weird sandstorm, sand fruit ability. Reka didn't believe that the sandstorm would keep attacking here like a living thing. Advertisement. It is estimated that it is to create despair for the rebels and let them wage wars again and again in order to survive. Catalia? Vivi was shocked at the time and gradually despaired. Where is that? Is Vivi Catalia near here? Luffy asked quickly. That's the oasis near Rohara. Vivi replied in a deep voice. She didn't expect them to walk so far, but the headquarters of the rebel army was not far from where they started. Uncle Duo suddenly stopped digging. Catalia is the city where I lost my way and met my eyelashes. Chopper also responded at this time and said. The camel chattered a lot, and Chopper automatically took over the job of translation. While saving me, Eyelashes was helping the rebel army move the goods to Catalia. Why didn't you say it earlier? Luffy, Usopp and others heard the words, and immediately gave it a fat beating. The camel raised its head and said with an unyielding face, I don't know. Of course, this is also what Chopper is responsible for translating. So it's completely meaningless for us to come here after so many days of hard work. Zoro also felt very helpless. The journey was not easy for them. In the hot climate of the desert, there are all kinds of monsters, and you get lost many times. Vivi? Did you call her Vivi just now? Dodo suddenly stepped out of the pit and walked towards them step by step. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, hey, uncle. Vivi is not a princess. Luffy hurriedly stood up to save her, but in the end, it was better not to save her. If she can't lie, then don't force her to lie. Don't say it, idiot. Zoro couldn't stand it any longer, and directly punched the captain. Are you Vivi? You are still alive. Great. The uncle came to Vivi, pressed her shoulders with both hands, and said very excitedly. Vivi was taken aback. It's me, can't you recognize it? It's no wonder, because I'm a little thinner. Duo's eyes filled with tears. Vivi couldn't recognize him at first, but when he got closer, Vivi recognized him, but his face was in disbelief. Uncle Dodo. Well, that's right. Vivi, who got an affirmative answer, immediately had a sore nose and tears came out of his eyes. This is Kosha's father and his father's good friend. He lived in the palace for a long time. He was the one who suggested building an oasis here. Vivi has seen him many times. At that time, he was still radiant, full of appearance, and even chubby, but now, he is almost skinny. This made Vivi feel bad for Ultimate. Uncle Dodo? Luffy looked puzzled. Did they know each other? Vivi, I believe His Majesty the King. He will never do anything to betray the country, right? Dodo couldn't help but burst into tears as he was the only one left in the whole city. He insisted that he could see that Vivi was safe and sound. It is quite hopeful. Rebellion or something, it's just stupid, those stupid boys. 215. Dodo's request, gathering advanced cadres at a rain banquet, battle Utopia. It's just that it hasn't rained for 3 years, so what? I believe His Majesty the King, and most of the citizens are the same, and I have persuaded them many times, but no matter what I say, it is useless, and it still hasn't stopped the rebellion. They have almost reached their limit, and they should make a stop in the next attack. They have been driven to a dead end, and they have long held the determination to die. Please, Vivi, hurry up and stop those foolish boys. Duo burst into tears. Vivi's mind was shocked when he heard that. People who hold the heart of death will do all crazy things. Maybe they are about to prepare for war now. The time left to them is getting less and less. The hearts of Luffy and others also sank. Uncle Dodo, don't worry, I will definitely stop the rebellion. Vivi handed Dodo a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Thanks. After the reunion, they also found a hotel where they could rest for the night. During the day, everyone was exhausted, and walking in the desert at night was extremely dangerous. Monsters dare not come out during the day, they will come out to look for food. Everyone has worked hard today. In short, we want to take a short rest to replenish our strength and get ready for tomorrow. Good night, in the hotel, Usopp said, and then lay down, ready to sleep. Aren't you sleeping all the time? Zoro threw a pillow over, walked to the back, and Usopp was also exhausted, so in the end it was he who shouldered Usopp, held Chopper by hand and continued to move forward. B*********, D, don't compare me to you monsters. With a whoosh, Usopp also threw a pillow at Zoro. As a result, Zoro dodged and hit Chopper directly. Besides, today's Idler Award should be awarded to Chopper. Usopp pointed at Chopper and said, anyway, he himself walked a lot, but Chopper lay down all the way here. Because I'm afraid of heat. Chopper threw Usopp down and said pitifully. Advertisement, Reka-san, that's my bed. Vivi said looking at Reka who was playing with the Kung Fu manatee on the bed. No, it's okay, I don't mind, Reka replied without looking back. You don't mind being a ghost. Nami punched down and dragged Reka away from Vivi's bed. What are you doing over there? Usopp threw a pillow at Sanji, and Chopper hid behind Usopp and laughed. Which one didn't know how to live and die, and threw the pillow over, he said and launched a counterattack against Usopp. Looking at the noisy group of people, Nami was very speechless. Do you know the meaning of rest? However, Luffy is not here, he is still outside. Hey, uncle, there's still no water coming out. You can live in this kind of place. Luffy squatted beside Uncle Dodo and said. I also hope that there are still people living here. Water will come out, Yuba's oasis is still alive, and Yuba will not lose to the sand. No matter how many times I dig it out, I will show you that this is the land entrusted to me by His Majesty. Duo still insisted. Yeah, well, let's dig, Luffy said, starting to plan with both hands. Wait, don't throw the sand you dug into the hole I dug, Uncle Duo said helplessly. Why? Luffy looked puzzled. Oh, is it an incredible hole? Luffy really couldn't understand it, and continued to dig his own hole, and let him go if there was more. Mr. 2, can you wait quietly? Zala said gently with both fingers. Advertisement, at least have an octopus sundae. After all, it was a boss they had never met before, but during the waiting time, there was not even anything to eat. Rainland, Rainfeast Casino. That's right, you idiot, damn it, your waist is so sore. The Christmas table beat was louder than Mr. 2. If this continues, I'm going to dance, applaud, applaud. However, there was no applause on 1.3, after all, they were not the people they met before. Luffy lay asleep in the pit like a well, this is too much. And at this moment, this night is also an extremely restless night for K-Lock Doll and others. Anyway, what was thrown over was only a part, not a lot. Dodo took Luffy back to the hotel and let him have a good rest. Are you kidding me? How long do I have to wait? Mr. 2 said furiously, patting the table. He doesn't know how to cooperate at all, and he has no desire to perform at all. It seems that the relationship between everyone is not very good, but there is no need to be good anyway. Nico Robin walked downstairs with a smile. But at this moment, a chuckle sounded. You too, Christmas, said both fingers helplessly. Because you threw the sand into my hole, I didn't dig in vain, understand? I don't know how long it took to dig, but Duo suddenly couldn't feel the flying sand. When he came to Luffy's place to look, he was a little surprised. It's only been a while, but it's already dug so deep, but it must be tiring after a long journey, come on. 216. Final battle, Project Utopia, Mr. 3 mission failure exposed. Miss. All Sunday. Everyone looked at the two, and Mr. 1 said lightly. The long journey has worked hard for you. Thank you all for coming to this city where everyone wants to get rich from gambling, Dream City, Rainy Land. Welcome to the biggest casino, Rainy Feast. Robin said a pointless opening. The opening remarks are almost enough, let's start. Mr. 1 didn't like this kind of formalism either, so he asked Robin to start. Robin was not angry, but just smiled slightly. That's right, then I'll say it. Say it, say it, say it, Christmas patted the table continuously. But before that, I have to introduce you, the boss of our company that you have never seen before. Up to now, I have replaced him to direct your work. But now there is no need for that. You also understand, go, Robin said lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, the chair on the main seat with her back to everyone turned around, and at the same time, K-Lock Doll's voice sounded. That means the time is ripe, and the name of the operation is Utopia. Crocodile. When they saw their boss, the people present, whether it was Mr. or Mr.2, were all shocked. This is the final battle of our Baroque Work Club. K-Lock Doll looked at the crowd with a smile, but he felt extremely oppressive. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea's reputation is not small. The more powerful you are, the more you can understand that no one who can become a Shichibukai is easy. It seems that everyone knows the external identity of boss. Robin saw everyone's reaction, and felt that there was no need to explain. After all, they are all agents and killer groups, and information is also very important. Of course they all know the famous 7 warlords of the sea. Why is Shichibukai our boss? Both hands are still surprised, even a little incomprehensible. Advertisement, it's really a big shot, Christmas exclaimed. It turns out that we are all subordinates of pirates. Mr. 2 didn't expect that either. So you are our boss, aren't you convinced? Clock Doll frowned slightly listening to their words, and the people present suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. I'm not dissatisfied, but Shichibukai is a pirate recognized by the world government, so why set up this company? What both hands couldn't understand was this. Because with 7 warlords of the sea, he can legally plunder pirates, and setting up this company to hunt and kill pirates seems a little unnecessary. What I want is not money nor status, but military power, Lock Doll explained. Military force. Then let me start from the beginning, about my real purpose and the final battle of Baroque Works. Lock Doll didn't hide from them, and there was really no need for it. What do you mean coming out? You are really rude. I just followed all the way from the Spider-Man coffee shop, and I took a ride with the fat turtle. Boss, the first time we met, I came here to ask you to give I had a chance, and it was only natural that I was hunted down by Mr. 2 for failing to complete the task, so I made a big detour and went to the Spider-Man coffee shop, where spies gather. Mr. 3 begged. I wish you success. After finishing speaking, he planned to kill those who disagreed, so as not to cause trouble for him at a critical moment. Which corner did you come from? I will execute the order to kill you now. Mr. 2 immediately faced Mr. 3 with a transvestite pose. Advertisement, that's right, all the missions you have performed are related to this battle, and this is the final order for you. After Lock Doll's voice fell, Robin dispatched the mission order to everyone people. You didn't complete the mission? What are you talking about? Lock Doll asked. The day of Alabasta's disappearance has finally arrived. When you each complete your tasks, this kingdom will collapse on itself. It will become our ideal country, Utopia. This is our biggest and final battle plan, no failures allowed, and we will start to act at 12 noon tomorrow. Lock Doll talked in detail. Hearing this, the cup in Lock's hand was crushed, and he stood up. You let them escape? But at this moment, Mr. 3, whose body was still covered in bandages, suddenly appeared here. I hope you can postpone the Utopia plan a little bit. Wait, Mr. 2. But K-Lock Doll was not in a hurry, but wanted to hear what he was doing here. Learn. That is to say, our mission this time is the summary of that huge plan, Mr. 1 said. It's because I don't know that this country needs to be taken down. It's really exciting, Mr. 2 said excitedly. That's how I let the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi escape. He should already know that he was ordered to kill him. Mr. 3. Why are you here? Robin asked. 603 grams. Lock Doll's eyes suddenly darkened. After a few cigars, he basically explained everything. Does that really exist in this country? Christmas questioned, the Lockdale said. 217. The angry sand crocodile, the terrible thing about sand fruit. Are they still alive? If Vivi is still alive, unnecessary trouble is likely to happen. Lockdar's force is very strong. If not strong, he would not dare to covet such a large kingdom. However, it is impossible to build a huge military organization to kill everyone, once you become the enemy of the kingdom. Even if Alabasta disappears, these people will not yield to themselves. How can they grow their own military organization? Yes. Mr. 3 also sensed the unkindness in Clockeater's tone, and said tremblingly. How did you tell me in the phone bug before? Didn't you say that you have already solved them all? Lock Doll asked with a gloomy face. Phone bug? What are you talking about? I have never used a phone bug in Lil Garden. Mr. 3 looked confused, but he wanted to use it and asked for help. But those guys are too strong, there is no chance at all. After Zoro slashed and flew, when he woke up, he was seriously injured. If it wasn't for that time, his ability was still activated. Some candleballs wrapped his vital organs and he was dead. And he, who has no record pointer, has gone through untold hardships in order to return to Alabasta. What? Hearing what Mr. 3 said, Lock Doll also realized that he had been tricked before. This is really a headache. It's unlucky not to come back from Lil Garden. So that's what happened, but you have solved at least one or two, right? Lock Doll finally understood. Before, I wondered if Mr. 3 killed the unlucky duo in order to escape punishment. Advertisement. No, this. Mr. 3 hesitated immediately, but he didn't kill any of them. It can even be said that he was basically exposed and was instantly killed. Because the information is wrong. Those guys are definitely not like the Baroque Pirates, and there are more people than expected, so. B*********. D. Lock Doll couldn't stand it anymore. If it was still useful, he might still be able to give him a way to survive. After all, he needed to employ people now, but he didn't expect Mr. 3 to be such a waste. What's going on here? Mr. 2 looked puzzled. After Robin took out their arrest warrant, Mr. 2 suddenly looked surprised. So it's them. I've seen them before. I met him on the way here. What? This guy. Mr. 2 said, and began to change his face, and it turned out to be Straw Hat crew. They know my identity. If they let it go, it will hinder my operations, and Mr. Point 3, you were right, there are indeed a few more people than the report, right? Regardless of the pet, if you add Vivi, there are 7 people. They should have entered the country of Alabasta. Mr. 2, you turned the guy who was not wanted just now into a photo. Lock Doll calmed down and quickly made arrangements. Lock Doll's move made other people's faces flood with fear. Miss. All Sunday, now that things have happened, it doesn't matter to use the phone bug to contact directly. It's time to feed. Lock Doll looked at the banana crocodile in the water tank. It understood and swallowed Mr. 3 in one gulp. If you want to drink water, then drink enough. Lock Doll said, pressed a button on the chair, the floor moved away, and Mr. 3 fell into a hollow. Advertisement. Mr. 3, do you know why I gave you this position? In terms of combat strength, you are not even as good as Mr. 4. What I value is your obsession to complete the mission at all costs. You have disappointed me so much, as Lockadar said. He activated his fruit ability, and the body of Mr. 3 shriveled up quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it's gradually drying up. Both fingers felt fear. Then what is that? Christmas was so frightened that he no longer dared to yell. Shut up, you trash. Lock Doll was furious, and directly grabbed Mr. 3's neck with one hand. But little Zero, even though she is a princess, can she really stop the rebel army now? Mr. 2 asked. But boss, give me another chance, this time I will definitely be able to solve them. That little devil is really capable, killing him will not relieve the hatred. Please remember these 7 people firmly, their purpose is to stop the rebellion. Even if we don't look for them, they will appear. With one move, he managed to completely control Mr. 3. As soon as they show up, kill them all. Clock Doll said, Jiao Jiao. Water. Water. After a while, Mr. 3, like a mummy, collapsed on the ground. Yes. This is the tricky part. I have received intelligence that the leader of the rebel army, Kosha, and Princess Vivi are childhood sweethearts. This is a wave of 700,000 people. Even if it cannot be easily stopped, she will undoubtedly make the rebel army hesitate. I have sent hundreds of millions of elders to lurk inside the rebel army. Since they have no information, it means that they have not started to act, and at all costs, we must prevent Princess Vivi from directly contacting the rebel army. Lock Doll said calmly. Vivi's strength is not strong, but his special identity is enough to make this completely planned battle go wrong. He became a mummy. 218. Turn against each other. Luffy versus Vivi, what to bet? Next day. I'm sorry, Vivi, for letting you see this miserable state, Uncle Dodo said apologetically. No such thing, then we have to go, Uncle. Vivi shook his head and said. By the way, Luffy, this is for you. Uncle Dodo handed over a glass of water in an oak barrel. Wow, it's water, did you dig it? Luffy said in surprise. I finally dug into the wet place last night, and I knew that Yuba was still alive. Uncle Dodo's eyes were full of tears. There is indeed a huge underground water vein in the ground here. Reka pressed his hand on the ground and said after probing for a while, but he didn't help Dodo get it out. He needs to pass the time, just tell him there is hope. But he seems to have firmly believed. Of course, Yuba is very strong. That's good, goodbye uncle. Luffy waved goodbye, and they started their journey again. It's just that while walking, Luffy suddenly sat down and stopped moving forward. What's the matter Luffy? Usopp and others looked at Luffy in puzzlement. Luffy's Zuo thought to the right, and after shaking his head from side to side, 060 suddenly made a decision. I'm quitting. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked, only Reka remained calm, still playing with the kung fu manatee on his shoulder. Quit. Nami froze for a moment. Luffy, what does this mean? Vivi also froze in frustration. Advertisement, hey, Luffy, we don't have time to mess around with you, get up quickly. Even Usopp didn't think about giving up, and he couldn't think of any reason for Luffy to quit. Aren't we going back? Chopper also said. That's right, we have to go back to Catlea along the way we came yesterday to stop the rebels. Sanji didn't know what kind of temper Luffy was having at this moment. If millions of people in this country are in conflict, the consequences will be disastrous. From this point of view, this is even more important than the current defeat of Lockdar. Because Clock-Eater's plan is mature, even if Crocodile is defeated now, it will not be able to prevent the outbreak of war. The only way to prevent the outbreak of war is to find Koza, tell him the truth, make him hesitate, and give them enough time to prove whether what they say is right or wrong. It's for Vivi, get up for me. Sanji walked over and was about to pick Luffy up. It's boring, but was pushed down by Luffy. Vivi. Luffy looked at Vivi seriously. What's up? I want to defeat Crocodile, even if I stop the rebel army, but can you stop Crocodile? Even if we reach Catlea, there is nothing to do, because we are pirates, it would be better not to go. Luffy suddenly had an IQ online. Although this guy didn't go through the brain, he hit the nail on the head, Zoro said. Obviously that stupid Luffy said it, Usopp also said with emotion. That, Vivi faltered, but didn't know what to say. You hope that no one will be killed in this war, citizens, and all of us. Our enemy is Shichibukai. It is obviously a riot war that has affected millions of people. Don't you think, CBEB, is naive to think that everyone is safe and sound? Luffy asked. In turn, Vivi pressed Luffy on her body and greeted him with punches and punches. What? Advertisement, shut up, don't say such things. Vivi punched Luffy flying, she just didn't want to see people die, even if it was a citizen she had never met, she didn't want to see them die. It's obviously not the fault of the rebel army, the king's army, or the citizens of this country. Why must someone die? It's obviously all K-Lock's fault. Vivi couldn't understand, and couldn't accept it. If you say again, I won't forgive you, don't we just want to prevent this from happening? Vivi panted, obviously very angry. Vivi broke out at this second. Is there something wrong? I don't want people to die, what's wrong? Seeing this country, you should know what you should do most. Your life is not enough to gamble, Luffy said while being beaten. She didn't know what Luffy was going to say, but the negative emotions that had been suppressed in her body were vented at this moment. Luffy, you be **********, Sanji rolled up his sleeves. Luffy's eyes were fixed, and then he punched Vivi mercilessly, and roared angrily. Then why are you betting your life? Hearing this, Vivi felt a little broken inside, but bit his lips tightly and trembled. Hey, Luffy, you've gone too far. Usopp and the others changed their expressions, and they didn't expect Luffy to do this. You should know it by looking at this country. Nami, wait. Seeing that Nami was about to stop Luffy, Reka reached out and stopped her. Their lives are hard enough, why should they suffer this? Mortal. Luffy said coldly. I said Luffy, you should also consider Vivi's mood a little bit. Nami couldn't stand it any longer. Vivi fell down. There is no wrong person, why should he die? 219. We are already partners who can count on our lives. Then what should I bet on? Vivi said hysterically, she was helpless. What to bet? I have nothing left to bet. I have nothing left, Vivi said desperately. Aren't we partners? Of course we want to gamble with our lives together. Luffy roared loudly, this roar. It just woke up Vivi. It turned out that what Reka-san said back then meant this. They're already life-threatening partners. Vivi choked with sobs, and then burst into tears, tears pouring out like a burst embankment. The nerve that had been tense was broken at this moment, but a new, more tenacious bond connected each other again. So that she will not be destroyed by the high pressure accumulated these days. We're partners, what, don't we cry too, tears like that? Luffy got up and shook the sand from his hat. I know that you are actually the one who is most unwilling, the one who most wants to defeat that guy, Luffy said. Nami came over and held Vivi in her arms, still crying. The desert is windy, thin, with a curtain of yellow sand, galloping on this desert land with the wind. Tell me, where the hell is Lockdar? Luffy stood up and said with high spirits, he was going to destroy this culprit. It's up to Vivi to stop the war, he just wants to bring down Crocodile. It was he who turned his partner's country into what it was. And seeing the appearance of Luffy and everyone, Vivi has already made a decision. Everyone. Luffy's right, I've made up my mind, let's duck lock doll. It's indeed the closest shortcut, Nami said. That means we don't have to go around those detours anymore. Zoro liked this very much, so he simply killed the culprit and stopped the war. So where the hell is that DK Lockadar? Even Sanji looked warlike. Advertisement. Vivi listened, took out the map, spread it out, and everyone gathered around. This is the capital of Albana, which my father ruled, and the rebel army is now planning to attack Albana. These two places are almost on the same vertical line. It's just that Catalia is near the sea. The rainy land is on the left side, some distance away from these two cities. But it is not very far from Juba. Clock is in the rain now. Rainland? It's a day's walk north from here. With a destination, they set off immediately. It's just that after walking for a while, Luffy and Usopp kept screaming. The weather was too hot. I told you to, don't keep screaming like this, it makes me feel very hot. Nami sat on the camel and said speechlessly. What, obviously I'm sitting on a camel to enjoy myself, Usopp complained. That's right, let us sit down too, Luffy said weakly while leaning on a wooden stick. You female camel. Nami is the camel. Chopper, you didn't fall down today, Zoro said with relief. Well, I will work hard. Vivi, is there water in the rainy land? Although they just used magic to replenish their energy, they were really embarrassed and asked Reka or Nami to provide water. After all, in the desert, water is a long-term commodity. In extremely arid places, even with magic, not much water can be condensed. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. After all, there are too few water molecules in the air. Well, it's sure to be fine there, it's still a gambling town that's largely unrelated to the rebellion. Reka-san. Vivi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the expressionless man. Unexpectedly, it was he who said it. Hey, Reka-san, I always feel so rude to you when you say that. Don't worry about it. In fact, this is all Reka-san's attention. He is afraid that you will have a mental breakdown. That's right, that's it, so let me think of a way, Luffy said carelessly. Don't look at it like that, I just reminded him, I didn't teach him how to speak, our captain is not useless, Reka said lightly. Remember to invite me to dinner, after I beat Clock Doll flying, you must eat until you are full, Luffy said eagerly. Hey, what kind of wishful thinking are you planning? Zoro immediately had a bad feeling. Well, that's the agreement, Vivi said with a smile. No wonder the stupid captain can say such sharp words. His tenderness always seems to be hidden in invisible places. An illusion? Luffy-san, thank you, I cannot make such a decision alone. Vivi jumped off the camel and thanked. So that's it, I said why the stupid captain suddenly became enlightened. Zoro, Sanji, Nami and others suddenly realized. The city of gambling? Nami's eyes immediately turned into Bailey's when she heard this, her gambling skills are top-notch. Anyway, thank you everyone, Vivi said again. Idiot, Nami pampered her head. Illusion. Forget it. 220. The general attack of the rebel army. The king's army is weighing in full force, and they will arrive quickly. Catley, the rebel base. In the busy square, Koza sat on a box. Please, Kosha, let me join the rebel army too, a little kid said to Kosha with a fierce face. No, but Kosha refused without thinking. Why? I should also have the right to join the rebel army. I hate the king. Let me fight with you. The child didn't understand. Farafula, let him see it, Kosha said to a guard beside him. He pulled off his clothes, exposing his shoulders, where there were large, 830, wounds as if they had been bombed by something. When the child saw it, he was immediately startled. This man suffered this kind of injury in order to cover me in the battle. If it doesn't work, why don't you go to the ward or the cemetery? Kosha pointed to the guard and said. I'm not afraid of this kind of thing. It's all because the king took away the rainwater, which caused the city to dry up, and many people died. Even my friends got sick. It's all the king's fault. I want to fight, even if I'm injured, even dead, I am not afraid. The child did not flinch. Then you go back to me, we have disagreements, we are all scared and don't want to fight, Kosha Wei said angrily. Then why are you still fighting? The child was stunned. We don't want to fight, but we have to fight, because the country expects this, whether you can understand it or not, it has nothing to do with you, go back to me. Facing Kosha's words, the child was unmoved. I tell you to go back, this is not the place where the kid should come. Seeing the kid's disobedience, Kosha stood up and reprimanded angrily. Advertisement. This scared him away. What's the matter, Kosha? It's really not like you to be so angry with a brat. Farafula asked puzzled. Because I saw my previous figure from him, I became angry. I haven't changed at all. Have you got all the weapons? Kosha quickly focused on the current matter. No, it didn't go as smoothly as expected. Go and tell the branches in each city to launch a general attack on Albana once the weapons are ready. Yes. At the same time, the capital of Albana. Your Majesty, the attack by the rebel army Albana is imminent. We must take the initiative as soon as possible, Bell suggested. It's so noisy, I told you not to allow it. King Cobra immediately refused. This is not a quarrel between children, Jaka also said. These two are the pillars of the country, commanding the entire Alabasta army, and they are also extremely powerful. If this continues, it will be related to the survival of the country. Jaka is very worried, no matter what, the rebel army will definitely launch an attack. War is inevitable. If they take the initiative to attack, their winning rate will be even greater. So what, after the dancing fan incident, it has been confirmed that someone wants to conquer this country. Do you want me to wipe out all the citizens of this country before I can find out who is behind the scenes? This is the way to go. The country is cornered. Listen well, the country is the people. The king firmly refused to wage war on his own people. Even in this situation is no exception. But the man behind the scenes, I don't know who it is until now. After the country is breached, it will be too late to find it, Gaka replied. Advertisement, no, you should understand. Cobra's attitude remained unchanged, and the meeting still broke up unhappy. Bell and Gaka retreat. The king doesn't allow us to take the initiative to attack. We have reached the limit just by appeasing the soldiers. If Ikaram is here at this time. Bell felt a headache. Ikaram said before that he would leave for a period of time. He should be with Vivi to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Where are they now? Gaka guessed. Lord Bell, Lord Jaka, come back soon. At this moment, a soldier of the royal family hurried over and reported. Hearing this, the two hurriedly ran towards where they were running fast. At this time, he ran quickly and delivered the letter to the king. He was squatting on the ground, drinking water in big gulps. Cobra holding Vivi's letter. Your Majesty, that letter is. As soon as the two entered, they saw Cobra was reading the letter that Vivito brought back quickly. Yes, this is indeed Vivi's handwriting. After reading the letter 5.8, Cobra's face changed drastically. Clock Dar, I thought he was a member of the government and took it lightly. I didn't expect him to take this country away. Ikaram. Bell also saw the contents of the letter. He sacrificed himself for Princess Vivi in the country. She is now with a group of friends looking for hope. Run fast, are you injured? Gyaka saw that the wings of the fast runner were wrapped in white cloth and wanted to check. But it was blown away by a wing that ran fast. This word is a sign of a partner, and it can't be solved yet. 221. The King's Courage, arrive at Clock Dar Base Camp, Rainland. Jaka, we already know who the enemy is, let the soldiers prepare for the expedition immediately, Cobra said after reading the letter and pondering for a while. We can't let Vivi's awakening and Ikaram's sacrifice go to waste. We will immediately set off for the rainy land where Clock Dar is. Cobra's sudden aggressiveness and decisiveness caught the two of them for a moment. Previously, King Cobra had always avoided war as much as possible. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, it's a bit difficult to dispatch immediately. After all, the rainy land is a certain distance from here. Now Crocodile keeps wooing the people to become his own. Please forgive me, he is more loved by the people than you now, Bell said in a deep voice. This is a fact of reality. And once we go to attack the Rainland rebel army, we will take this opportunity to drop into this palace. Gyaka didn't quite agree with such a quick start of the war. Even if the rebel army captures the palace, so what? I should have said on 21 that the country is the people. Even if our king's army is destroyed, as long as Clock Dar is defeated, the country can be reborn by relying on the people, but if the rebel army clashes head-on, then the last laugher will be Crocodile alone. Cobra said firmly. King, you think so deeply. Even if the rebel army doesn't stop fighting, all we need to do is knock down Clock Dar. He is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Don't underestimate Clock Dar. Now it is impossible to end this war without sacrifice. Jaka, call the non-commissioned officers immediately, and hold a combat meeting. Bell, you go to scout the enemy camp first. Cobra thought very clearly, has a boldness that Gaka and Bell rarely have. At this moment, they all deeply realized that they had underestimated their king from the very beginning. They had never seen Cobra's spirit so fierce before. From the beginning, Cobra has always been a good old man, a benevolent king. But when the real war came, instead of the senseless war, he seemed to turn into a storm. He was even prepared to sacrifice for it. Tomorrow morning, the whole army will attack the rainy land, Cobra ordered loudly. Advertisement, yes. The two knelt on one knee and answered in unison. On the other side, Reka and others finally approached the rainy land. I can see it. The outline of a city emerged in the distant desert. That's it, Rainland. It's here, Crocodile. Vivi bit her lips tightly, looking at the city where the culprit was. By the way, has the Pakistan Lock Work Agency found out that we have come to this country? Zoro asked. I'm afraid I already know. After all, I have seen Mr. 2 before, Nami said. Such a large organization, I am afraid that they have already discovered some clues about them. So what, I'm going to defeat K-Lock, Luffy said disapprovingly with his hands on his hips. Our appearance has been seen through, that is to say, we can no longer move freely in the rain, Usopp explained. It's a pity that Luffy still doesn't understand. Why? If we had been discovered by them earlier, we might have been hunted down before we saw K-Lockadar. Don't forget, this is their base camp. Assassination is their area of expertise after all, Zoro added. Hey, get out of here, Clock Doll, Luffy still roared loudly. Advertisement, are you listening? Usopp was so angry that he punched Luffy's head with his fist. If he knew that he shouldn't have explained so much, the idiot Captain Kong Jungwon listened to it. Meat, water. As soon as he entered the city, Luffy ran out alone. Wait a minute, at least bring the money, Nami shouted, but it was too late. She was worried that Luffy would have no money to eat and cause commotion later. Really, everyone, be careful, eat and drink water first, and replenish your strength. Oh, what they were going to face was a killer group, and they had to adjust their state to the best before they were discovered. Rainland is currently the most prosperous city in Alabasta. In this city that got rich overnight, rich people from all over the country gathered because it was here. Only their money can continue to give full play to their advantages. Here, if they have money, they can still enjoy the same life as before there was no civil strife. In this city, there is no shortage of anything, as long as you have money. It's just that many rich people have been emptied of everything by the rainy banquet casino that got rich overnight, and the final fate is not much better. After all, Las Vegas is what Crocodile uses to amass wealth. In a restaurant, Tashigi and Smoker are having a meal. Colonel Smoker, why do you think the Straw Hat will come to the rainy land? Tashigi asked, puzzled. After all, there are so many cities in Alabasta, so why choose the rainy land? Logically speaking, you should choose to stay in the capital, it should be better. I don't know, let's intuit it. Smoker said lightly, and at this moment, the entrance to the tour was pushed open, and Luffy ran in carelessly, still talking about water. 222. Encounter Smoker again, the chaotic Rainland. It's just that Smoker doesn't realize it at the moment. Still chatting with Tashigi, after all he never dreamed that the Straw Hat would come to his door again. Besides, I feel that there is a strange atmosphere in this country, and I always feel that there is a huge black shadow behind the scenes. This is the most direct feeling after Smoker came to Alabasta. Hurry up and give me water, give me 5 buckets. Luffy walked to the counter and slapped the table hard. I know the Straw Hats are going to be after Locke. Luffy said before that. Smoker didn't think much of it, because the guy didn't look like a man with a plan. Here you are. The boss took out the bucket and put it in front of Luffy. Luffy didn't even think about it, so he picked it up and gulped down the water. This water is so delicious. As Smoker was talking, he suddenly felt that there was a lot of noise around him, and he couldn't help but glance over from the corner of his eyes, because he vaguely felt that the voice was very familiar. It didn't matter, but he was stunned for a moment. Although Luffy's face was bulging because of drinking water, he couldn't recognize him at once, but he looked carefully at the Straw Hat and face, and he was recognized. Luffy just turned around at this moment and saw Smoker, and the movement of drinking water froze immediately, and then the mouth of his mouth spurted out in an instant, and the water directly washed Smoker's face. "Ah, Smoker man, why are you here?" "That's Straw Hat Kid." Tashigi pushed his glasses and confirmed who the person in front of him was. Oops. Seeing this, Luffy picked up several buckets of water and ran away immediately. "Damn it, go and gather the sailors," Smoker said to Tashigi, and then chased him out first. "Yes, that. How much is that?" Tashigi didn't forget to pay the bill before leaving. "If it's your acquaintance, you can sell the money from that kid just now," the boss said angrily. "Advertisement, yes, I have caused you trouble." Woseki paid the bill honestly. Why did Marine come out again? Luffy couldn't understand why the smoking man kept appearing in front of his eyes. Luffy seems to be being chased by Marine again. Reka and others who were dining in a seemingly inconspicuous small restaurant saw Luffy being hunted down on the street. I knew that every time I let him go out by himself, it would never be a good thing. Zoro was already mentally prepared for this. Let's continue eating, he should be fine. Sanji was also unmoved. Maybe. Well, the water here seems to be a little sweet and delicious. Nami just looked outside, and found that they didn't find this place, so he didn't plan to pay attention. But they want to be quiet, Luffy will not give them quiet. Luffy ran and saw Reka and the others. Said hello and ran over again. This idiot, so the original target of chasing became the entire pirate group. These guys are fast enough to escape. Smoker couldn't catch up with them for a while, of course he couldn't run fast, after all, if he was caught, the result would not be much better. These guys, have they become stronger? The whole street suddenly became chaotic. Oops, if this goes on, Crocodile will know we've arrived. Usopp suddenly had a bad feeling. Advertisement, I'm afraid it's too late. Zoro looked around while running, and he had already seen many pedestrians on the side of the road holding photos and comparing them with themselves. Obviously, there are many of them here. It is Baroque Work Agency. Then let's go straight to Crocodile. Vivi, Luffy said. Well, you can see a building with a crocodile roof there. That is the casino run by Crocodile, Rain Banquet. Vivi pointed to a tall building in front of him. That's right there, K-Lock is right there. Luffy looked up and saw the distinctive building. It's better for us to act separately. Sanji looked at the pursuers behind him. If he didn't disperse and run away, it would be even more difficult to escape if he confronted so many marine troops head-on. After all, where there are few people, escape to a similar place, find a place to hide, and it is not easy to be found. But there are so many people, and the target is big, it is difficult to find a place to hide. It seems so. Then see you later. They had already agreed on a plan in a meeting place, which was taken for granted by Lee. Nuo Zhao's. After all, their identities were pirates. It's just that Luffy can be a moth. Okay. After speaking, everyone separated at an intersection. And Smoker is only looking at the Straw Hat Luffy, who he wants to catch most, because he is the captain after all. Once you catch Luffy, you can use him and kill everyone else. Don't let them run away, chase them separately, Smoker immediately ordered when he saw this. You try it, Smoker. Luffy jumped on the roof of a house and deliberately provoked Smoker. Don't be timid, don't think you can leave every time. By Shaw. Smoker turned into white smoke and chased after her. 223. Separate, the opponent of the Sand Crocodile is our captain, and I am only responsible for preventing the war. Along with Reka and Vivi, the others spread out, but all headed towards where K-Lock-Dar was. After all, Luffy has said just now that they are going to defeat Q*****Lock. Oh, this thing looks good. But while running, Reka suddenly saw a nice accessory and stopped immediately. Reka-san, they are going to catch up. Besides Marine, there are also the agents of Baroque Works Agency. Vivi also recognized those who seemed as kind as civilians to help Marine hunt them down. Speaking of which, why on earth did we run? Reka asked thoughtfully, as if just to save some trouble. Why, of course it's because they have so many people, Vivi asked puzzled. I'm going to buy something, so I won't run away. Reka walked to the stall and said calmly. Huh? Vivi was stunned. Why does this feel more self-willed than Luffy? The pursuers behind, including Marines, numbered hundreds of people at least, 333. The stall owner was almost paralyzed by fright. The guy who can be hunted down by so many people must be a big villain. Brother, Grandpa, if you fancy something, just take it and go. Run, the stall owner said tremblingly. These are worthless gadgets, just take whatever you fancy. In order not to fight here later, his booth will be smashed. Now that the market is not good, it is not easy to set up a small stall to make some money. No rush. Reka picked up a small object and looked it over carefully. Advertisement, it's them, there's nothing wrong with it, hack them to death. The million elders rushed over when they saw Reka and they were familiar with this place. He rushed to Reka and the others faster than the Marines. Oops. Vivi looked around, all around, CBCG, were people from the Baroque Agency, there was nowhere to escape, and Marine was still outside the agents. I didn't eat well just now, so let's make a good apology together. Reka pulled out the magic axe Rita. Reka-san. There are too many people on the other side. Vivi looked around and saw that they were all human beings. Once a fight started, no matter what, it would not be easy to resolve. If it causes even greater commotion, then no matter it is the strength of Marine or the force of the Baroque Works Agency, it is enough to exhaust the strong. Even if it is Crocodile, in this desert home court, once they face hundreds of thousands of King's army, not necessarily a sandstorm, they will be able to completely eliminate them. Because many of them are also very strong, ordinary sandstorm attacks can't kill them at all. Especially the wider the range, the less damage they can do. Some of the strong ones can even make a few moves against Crocodile. With such an accumulation of numbers, no one wants to face a large army head-on. It doesn't matter, anyway, Lock Doll will let Luffy deal with it, and I probably don't need to waste any effort, Reka said, and swung the axe out. Boom. As soon as the axe was thrown out, the whole air was rumbling, and in an instant, there was a strong wind. 4 or 5 huge tornadoes formed by foreign air spread out towards the surrounding streets. He collided with all the pursuers head-on. Tornado. Why is there a tornado in the city? There is no warning. Under the wind like a natural disaster, both Marine and the agent were stunned. Advertisement, what a joke. Where did this weird wind come from? Ah. But no matter where it came from, they were powerless to stop it at this moment. The gust of wind kept whistling, like a wave washing over the entire city, and the stern gust of wind seemed to uproot everything. In an instant, all the streets were emptied, and the strong wind swept these people straight to the outside of the city, life or death unknown. Disappeared. The hawker boss was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. Is this still human? This is a monster. He saw Reka wielding the axe with his own eyes, and all these visions were due to him lightly flicking the axe so casually. It is easier to swing an axe to chop wood than the common people. People are flying away. Vivi also marveled for a long time, although she knew that Reka was strong, but this was no longer a strong solution. It's just that he said just now that Lock Doll asked Luffy to deal with it, so isn't he planning to make a move? Although Vivi also knew that he was not qualified to ask him to make a move. But in that way, won't Luffy and the others encounter any danger? Or everyone going together is the safest way? Luffy, Vivi didn't have the nerve to say that sentence. She felt that she should trust them unconditionally at this time, but it was inevitable to worry. At this time, maybe Luffy has already entered the Rain Feast. He can win, it's my duty to stop the war, Reka said with a smile. 224. Bravely enter the rainy land, the battle begins, Straw Hat Kamui. Once a war of millions of people is stopped, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the value of arrogance will never be reduced. And he can also help Vivi, he admires Vivi's selflessness. Of course he can help with things that can be helped. Will you stop the war? Vivi didn't know that Reka had this idea, which was the most important thing to her. After all, even if Crocodile is defeated now, it does not necessarily guarantee that the war will be prevented. It can only be guaranteed that he will not make trouble again. Now the whole Alabasta is like a powder keg, and Crocodile is the one who holds the fuse. The fuse is gone, and the whole powder keg is on the verge of explosion, but it cannot still be ignited by Crocodile. That's why they took the initiative. Of course, Reka replied firmly without even thinking about it. When Vivi heard this, his heart suddenly moved. Is there any good way for Reka-san? Reka's position on the Straw Hats is irreplaceable. Although she usually seems to care about nothing, she knows it well. As long as it is what he said, the whole Straw Hats will listen to it, not to mention his strength will never be comparable to ordinary people. If anyone is most likely to defeat Locke, she thinks Reka has the greatest probability. And now he said that, if there is a better way, that would be great. There is no good way. For such a huge war, I am sorry to say something bad. No matter how the public grievances arise, it has already existed after all. The war will definitely break out, it just depends on the scale. At that time, I will suppress them by force. Mighty force. Vivi was stunned when he heard that. It was a war involving millions of people, how could force stop it? If people radiate out on the plane, it may cover a range of dozens of kilometers. Once a war breaks out, it will be impossible to stop it. Advertisement, it can only be stopped before the war. Let's go to the rain banquet to meet everyone first. Vivi felt that such a method would not work, so he didn't say anything more. That's right, after all, the current situation in the country is so complicated, and it can be triggered at any moment. How could there be any good way to solve it easily? I was too naive to think. I bought this. How much is it? It doesn't cost money. How much? 1,000 Baileys. Reka paid the money, took Vivi, and walked towards the rain banquet. At the same time, Nami, Sanji and others were being hunted down by Marine and the Million Elders. But without Smoker's pursuit, they can all think of ways to get rid of the pursuers. It's really impossible, and it's totally worthwhile to confront them head-on. Luffy rushed into the rain banquet first, but Zoro met Tashigi. He planned to clear up all these pursuers, but it turned out that this person who looked exactly like Kuina, he really couldn't do it. Can only be chased away. Have Vivi and the pirates come to this city? Crocodile looked out of the window and said calmly. Yes, I just received a report from a Million Elders. Are you going to come to take my head? It's really stupid, so you don't have to worry about them affecting our plan, so you can go and meet those idiots. Lockdoll smiled. If you go to Cattleya, if so, he will be worried. But I didn't expect them to be so stupid that they came directly to find themselves. What's the difference between this and throwing themselves into a trap? Didn't he really think that he could defeat himself? This is a desert, and it's my home field. Even if it's not a desert, how strong can these new pirates be? Asking for flowers. Advertisement, it's really noisy. Zoro ran, turned around and dodged, instantly slashed dozens of knives, knocking down the nearest group of enemies to the ground. There are people in front too. Usopp looked at the gate, guarding dozens of menacing men. There are still a large number of pursuers chasing behind. So the guard power here is enough to make ordinary people feel troublesome. After all, in troubled times, places like casinos are hotbeds of troubles, and it is impossible for K-Lock to take care of every trivial matter himself. Zero, the sound of gunfire continued, and bullets were flying all around. A white lightning strikes over, and all the snipers at Jing Commodore's height are knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Nami took out her magic wand and quickly sang to release the magic. Marine is okay. They all try to capture them alive as much as possible, but the agents are different. They shoot people when they see them. Shoot and shoot. No need to catch anyone alive. Although there is K-Lock Doll in the base camp of Yuyan, there are also agents with good strength. Lightning gun. Yes. Robin responded lightly. Leave it to me. Rubber machine gun. Puff puff. All those blocking the way were blown away in the shadow of dense fists, like a human firework. Crocodile, get out of here. Luffy joined Nami, Usopp and the others again, heading straight for the rain banquet. Go to hell. There were sniper troops on high, aiming at everyone and shooting. But when he was at the door, he was stopped by many powerful guards. After Luffy and Nami, Usopp joined, Zoro also came. 225. Going to the VIP room, right in the middle of the enemy's trap. After the outsiders finished solving, they suddenly pushed open the door, and inside was a spacious and splendid hall, very lively. They didn't even care about the gunfire and chaos outside. After all, this is a fertile land, and there are lunatics who stare at it every day. They have long been used to it, and compared to this, they care more about the bargaining chips in their hands. Crocodile, where are you? Get out of here. Luffy glanced at it, and roared loudly, there are too many people here, I don't even know which one is Crocodile. The gamblers heard the words, looked over and took a look, then continued to play on their own. In their view, these are just a few special guests. Crocodile, where are you? I've come all the way to defeat you. Seeing that they didn't respond, Luffy yelled again, and everyone looked back, and then continued to work. Didn't pay attention to them at all. Luffy still wanted to scream, but Usopp and Nami knocked on the head. If you scream like that, how could he come out? The other party is a hero of the country. So what should I do now? Without Vivi being here, we wouldn't know which one is Locke. Usopp realized this. None of them had ever seen K-Lock Doll, and the bounty for K-Lock Doll had stopped a long time ago. Ordinary taverns and restaurants would not post his reward orders. Even if we meet, we may not be able to recognize who is K-Lock Doll. By the way, where did Vivi go? Have no idea. Then several people shouted together, because there was no other way. Vivi, K-Lock Dar, where are you? Advertisement, Deputy Store Manager, there seem to be some noisy customers over there. The security guard in the lobby also noticed them. Go ask the guards to solve it, don't make a lot of noise because of this trivial matter. Yes. But at this moment, Smoker had already chased after him. I caught up with you, Straw Hat. Smoky man, run. This guy is too tricky. Logia was still tricky to Luffy. Everyone ran towards the inside, and the guards who were about to intercept were knocked into the air by Luffy. Stop, Smoker pursued, but was also stopped. Sorry, we don't welcome government officials here. Several security guards stopped Smoker. Go away. But Smoker swept him away with a white fist. Seeing that the Straw Hat Boy was about to be caught soon, how could he give up? Why did this smoking man come after him again? Usopp was speechless, and they didn't do anything outrageous. As for chasing here from East Blue, they still clung to it. Is this necessary? Looks like he likes you, Luffy, Zoro joked. Store manager, it's not good. There is a group of strange people making trouble in the store. The deputy store manager said to Nico Robin, who came out of the room. Take them to the VIP room, this is K-Lock's order. Robin smiled slightly. Yes. So Luffy and the others were running, and saw a certain direction. A group of waiters, with red carpets and flowers scattered, said respectfully, welcome. Please go here, this is the VIP room. VIP? Usopp was taken aback for a moment. Advertisement. This should mean please let the horse come here, Nami explained. Of course, Nami felt that neither path was good, and maybe Shu Ying should choose a new direction. And where it says pirates should be so obviously dangerous, maybe the enemy is playing tricks, hoping they will choose the VIP route. This is a trap that can be avoided. Isn't this in the enemy's arms, idiot, Nami said helplessly. It's a trap, oh, what a reasonable guy, Zoro smiled coldly. So everyone chose the path of the pirates. After Luffy and the others entered the gate, they saw a long corridor. There was a sign at the end of the corridor, which said VIP on one side and pirate on the other. The group of people just now said that the waiter also said VIP, so it must be to guide them into a VIP with traps. It's really a clever trap, Luffy said suddenly, seeing himself and others trapped in the cage. But Smoker has already chased after him, and there is no extra time to think about it. Everyone fell into it all at once, including Smoker, who was chasing Luffy, who was chasing after him, but one of them accidentally stepped into the air and fell down too. That's right, there's no way around it. Usopp nodded sympathetically in order to ease the embarrassment. Then as soon as they chose the path of pirates, the corridor under their feet was suddenly empty, and a hole appeared. It turned out to be a VIP room. What does that group of guys have to do with Locked Doll? Smoker, who was chasing after him, naturally also saw this scene. Luffy ran over directly by himself, and they had no choice but to follow at 5.4. Okay, let's go. Luffy didn't hesitate at all. Originally they wanted to choose the VIP line, but Luffy thought they were pirates, or they should just go to the pirate side. Others also felt that it was the same. What if the VIP side was a trap? 226. The Seastone Fence, the grievances between Smoker and Locked Dar. Compared to this, I haven't been able to exert my strength since just now, Luffy said suddenly weakly. As soon as his hands touched the iron fence, his whole body was like a puddle of water, slipping and falling to the ground weakly. Are you hungry? Usopp asked. Luffy, watch out, but Zoro suddenly shouted. Because Smoker swept over with 10 hands, and directly swept Luffy away. Even Zoro's reminder is no exception. Luffy. Both Usopp and Nami were a little surprised, even though they were not good at fighting. But according to the usual point of view, Luffy is not so easy to be hit. What's the matter? I can't use my strength, it's like falling into the sea. Luffy lay on the ground, unable to move for a while. B********D, if you want to fight, you have to go through it. Come on. Usopp put on a posture, but at the end of the sentence, he became more and more whispered. What did you do to Luffy? Nami said, looking at Smoker warily. The front end of this 10 hand is equipped with a rare ore called sea stone. It is an incredible stone that exists in a certain sea area. Although it is still a stone full of mysteries, it can emit the same breath as the sea, Smoker said calmly. Is that why Luffy is getting weaker? Zoro watched Smoker put his hand on Luffy with a vigilant expression on his face. His hand was already on the handle of the knife. As long as he found an opportunity, he would strike decisively. The prison fence in the Marine headquarters has this ingredient, in order to prevent the demon fruit power criminals from escaping. Advertisement. Then does this fence also have this element? Nami saw Luffy's reaction just now, and adding Smoker's words, he had almost guessed it. If not, I would have left here long ago. Smoker frowned. This kind of thing should not be so easy for other people except the Marine headquarters and other governments. And still so much. In order to prevent you from going to sea again, it is also a way to solve you here, Smoker said coldly. Then try it. Zoro drew the knife out of its sheath, not intending to sit still. Wait, what if we fight in this situation? Usopp said hastily. And this guy is Smoke, it's useless to him. Nami was also worried. That's right, you better stop. Suddenly a deep voice sounded. When everyone heard the words, they hurriedly followed the prestige, and their faces were not very good looking. After all, they were all in the enemy's cage at the moment. You are partners going to the underworld together, let's get along well, K-Lock Doll said coldly and with some jokes. Crocodile. Smoker looked at the man who was sitting on the chair and said in a deep voice. It seems that they have already had a fight, and the number of guards is really quite a lot. Reka brought Vivi to the entrance of the rain banquet, and he could see many people lying on the ground, and even the agents around him, more and more intensive. In fact, it is true, they have all become prisoners, and how he wants them to die is all his words. Usopp and Nami were so frightened that they couldn't help raising their hands when they saw the hideous horizontal scar on Keter's face and the aura of being in a position for a long time. Advertisement decide the outcome. Why waste time on something that can be solved with the least amount of effort and strategy? What? Luffy stretched her neck and looked over after hearing this. In their opinion, he should be a pretty good, loyal dog. It's just that 893 managed to get up, and as soon as he touched the fence, Luffy slipped and fell down again. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, It's a good thing you can come here. I will kill you, but please wait a moment, because the guest of honor has not arrived yet. That guy who is called a tyrant scolded me very comfortably, of course. There's also the princess of this country. Don't worry, my partner has already gone to pick them up. Locked Doll said confidently. A mad dog just like the rumors. Smoker, you seem to have disregarded me as your own a long time ago. But that's right, you guessed it right, just let you die unexpectedly. Locked Doll looked at Smoker disapprovingly. Are you Clock Doll? You be *****D, fight me. Luffy put his fists on the ground, trying to get himself up. Do you really think pirates are playing house games? Because it is impossible for the government to send people here, they still trust their current self. After all, it has not been a year or two since they became 7 warlords of the sea, but some years ago. You have tried your best to fight against little pirates like the Straw Hat Boy. I will report this to the government. Although I don't know why you came to this country, it is your decision anyway. Clock Doll stood up and walked towards the crowd. Is that guy a member of the 7 warlords of the sea? Zoro also looked over intently. But these are just the appearances he created, his real purpose is to obtain information about ancient weapon. Although it was a guess, he was very sure. HMPH, you have an even more disgusting face than I imagined. Smoker sneered mercilessly. Obviously, after this place was attacked, troops from other places rushed over quickly. 227. Comparable abilities, Nico Robin makes a move. Just when Reka was about to lead Vivi into the rain feast, suddenly a figure like a gust of wind flew over, rushing into the crowd with incomparable speed. Like a tiger like a flock of sheep, a pair of wings swept across, and a whole piece of people was swept away. Bell. Seeing the person clearly, Vivi said in surprise, this is Alabasta's strongest warrior. Possesses the world's 5 recognized strongest flying ability, animal fruit ability, bird fruit, and falcon form. Princess Vivi, that's great, you're fine. Bell also said overjoyed. He was wearing a white robe with many patterns of black quadrilaterals on it. He was previously sent by King Cobra to scout out the enemy in the rainy land. With his speed and ability to fly through the sky. Even if K-Lock Dar finds out, the flightless K-Lock Doll can't do anything about him. While hovering in the sky, seeing Vivi surrounded by many people, he made a decisive move. In any case, Vivi cannot be risked. We have received your letter, and we know who the enemy is. Bell told Vivi that the capital is gathering troops at the moment. Well, but now I have to go to the rain banquet and join everyone, Vivi said. Really, you guys really know how to do good things. Since you want to go, it's easy to do. But a figure suddenly appeared on the roof, it was Nico Robin. Miss. All Sunday. Vivi's eyes suddenly sank. They seem to be useless, they are all my cherished subordinates. Robin looked at the agents lying on the ground below, and said disapprovingly. Who are you? Bell asked, looking at Robin. It's gorgeous. It's the first time I've seen a human being who can fly, but are you better than me? Robin looked at Bell with a smile. Master Vivi, are these guys threatening the safety of our country? Bell could hear the unkindness in Robin's tone immediately. Advertisement. If possible, I'd like to invite the princess to our mansion, what's your opinion? Robin said truthfully. Don't ask these silly questions, no need to answer. Bell held the weapon, ready to attack at any time. Don't underestimate me, how dare you kill Ikaram? Vivi rushed over suddenly, leaping high with a peacock saw chain. Really, but, forget it. Reka didn't stop, although Ikaram was still alive. But this place, Robin won't admit it, sand crocodiles are here after all. And the hatred in Vivi's heart must be given an outlet for her to vent. What? Bell heard this, and immediately drew his knife and rushed over. It's just that Robin grabbed Vivi as soon as he rushed over. Let go of the princess. Speed and strength are the most useless in front of you, 6 rounds of blooming flowers. Bell's speed is indeed fast enough, but within Robin's vision, they don't know Robin's ability. Such a move is too reckless. What is this? Bell was startled suddenly, because many arms emerged from him, and they all appeared where he couldn't swing the knife, which was a blind spot. All of a sudden, Bell's wings were imprisoned, causing him to lose the ability to fly in an instant, and he slammed into the wall heavily. And an arm popped out of Vivi's body, passing through her body, and smashed him to the ground at once. Bell's ability is very strong, but Nico Robin's ability is too perfect for him. Bell. Vivi coughed a few times and looked at Bell worriedly. Master Vivi, are you alright? Bell said worriedly, getting up from the ground while talking. Advertisement. Robin smiled slightly. Does it look like I'm going to kill this girl to you? You be *****D, what the hell are you trying to do? Bell became more vigilant, regained his posture, and prepared to attack again. I was just kidding you. Are you demon fruit power? Bell said in a deep voice. That's right, what I eat is flower fruit, which is an ability that can make various parts of the body bloom like flowers. Robin admitted generously. Facing me who has no weaknesses, you have 5 ways to escape. Robin still smiled calmly. Escape? Are you kidding me? Now I want to avenge Ikaram? Bell said coldly. Although I still want to play with you, but I don't have time, Robin said. Bell also started. But when he was running halfway, Robin used the ability to grow on every joint of his body. Before he rushed in front of Robin, his neck and various joints were broken by Robin forcefully, and he passed out on the spot. It's really interesting that the abilities are incompatible. A person with the ability to fly cannot fly, and once he flies, his wings will be imprisoned, which is too fatal. Bell. Wei. Lee's. Wei exclaimed. She thought Belle had been killed. He just passed out. This woman probably won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Ah la la, my little brother is pretty good at talking, but you have to come in with me. Robin's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard that, but from the very beginning, Robin always paid attention to Reka's words. A super rookie pirate. It's just that he didn't expect him to be so calm. When he saw him, he didn't move people at the beginning. It's okay to go in, but it's not like being escorted in. Can you accept it? Reka smiled slightly. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult, but I don't care. It's just that the boss is not easy to explain. Robin spread his hands and said helplessly. Then we still have to do it. 228. You restrain others, I restrain you. Robin raised his hand in surrender. Reka-san. Vivi didn't expect that Nico Robin was not a simple think tank, but had such a strange and powerful ability. Even Belle was brought down by her within a few encounters. Her abilities are too difficult to deal with. The attacks that emerge from her body are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When others fight, they will habitually keep a distance that is most beneficial to them. It's just that this distance is meaningless to her. As long as the naked eye can see it, Robin can easily stretch out his arms on the enemy to attack and imprison him. So Vivi is worried about Reka. After all, they know too little about Nicole Rocken's ability. All I know is that she is Cloth Doll's partner, and this identity alone is enough to make people raise their vigilance. Robin didn't mind the trouble they went to Lock. It's just that she wasn't escorted in, and it's hard for her to explain. Your partners are already waiting for you inside. You should join us, Robin said. What? Luffy and the others. After hearing this, Vivi's face changed. She didn't want to believe it, but after Luffy and the others entered, 307 seemed to be operating as usual throughout the rain banquet, and no major movement was heard. And it seems that there is no need to tell such a lie. Seastone Prison is indeed a little troublesome for them, but it may not be able to detain them. It's just a chance, Reka said calmly. According to the original, Seastone Prison would really make Luffy, Zoro and the others helpless. Luffy is a capable person. No matter how powerful he is, he will definitely be powerless when he encounters Seastone Prison. But Zoro is different. His sword can cut through refined steel. Seastone is hard, but not as hard as diamond. Advertisement, moreover, it is a mixed material, so there is a high possibility that he will cut it open. It's just that if Lockadar kept staring at them, Zoro would be discovered if he started, and the Battle of the Cage would be very unfavorable to him. So if you haven't been forced to a desperate situation, you shouldn't act rashly. After all, there is only one chance, but if it is really dangerous, you can only try it, and Reka thinks. As long as they try, they must be sleepy. You know that too? Anyway, let's take you down first. Aren't you going to do it? Robin looked at Reka with a smile. Robin saw Reka with an axe on his body. Even if such a person is powerful, he still has a distance to attack. When he rushed to him with an axe, he should be able to take him down. Just take us in well. Anyway, you don't like Lockdar. Why bother to ask for trouble? Reka raised his head and gradually revealed his ferociousness. Ah, it's not a good thing to be so confident. You will suffer, Luo said calmly. Although Reka's bounty is not low, her ability can restrain this kind of warrior. Unless it is a Logia ability user, then she will be helpless. And this type, only one, is manageable for Robin. At least that's what she thinks now. This sentence should describe yourself, Reka said and took a step forward. Seeing this, 8-wheel flower, Robin quickly activated his ability. After all, he is a rookie super pirate. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Anyway, you lead the way ahead. Take us to see Lockdoll. Anyway, he also wants to see us, doesn't he? Reka didn't expect Robin to confess so quickly. Advertisement just when the arm just came out of Reka. By the way, Reka-san can manipulate flames. If her ability is to grow arms on other people, the flames can burn her, which will also affect her. Reka-san's ability, restrain her. Vivi saw and immediately understood what was going on. But suffice it to say that she's smart and doesn't really work for Lockdoll. But if she can't take it off, she won't take the risk by herself. Reka-san, there must be a trick here. Don't believe her words. Seeing Robin surrender so simply, Vivi didn't believe it at all, and quickly reminded Reka. CBCD, although his ability should have an advantage in the face of this kind of warrior, but he has never been careless, which is the reason why Robin has survived until now. For her, if she can take it off, then take it off and make a show in front of Lockdoll. How could there be someone who could control the flame? But based on her information, shouldn't Mara Fruit be on Fire Fist Ace? She can't deal with a Logia-capable person. It's completely helpless. Are you also a Logia Fruit user? Robin took a few steps back and looked at Reka warily. Shoo shoo shoo. Reka's body burst into raging 3-color flames. If Robin hadn't withdrawn his hand quickly enough, he would probably be burned by now. Robin cried out like a cat whose tail was stepped on suddenly. It's so hot. After thinking for a few seconds, Robin simply raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. What do you think? Reka walked towards Robin step by step. Even if one trick fails, he is unwilling to try again. I surrender. Robin frowned, looked at Reka, and found that his flames were rising, and even the floor was gradually melting. With this terrifying high temperature, she shot it like a moth to a flame. 229. Lead the way, meet Lockdoll, it's about to start. Okay. Robin didn't refuse, and there was no room for him to refuse, but nodded and said. If Reka is really a Logia ability user, then maybe he will fight with Lockdoll. There is really a chance of winning. She has been paying attention to the information of the StrawHat Pirates along the way. Even in the underground world, they investigated what they did in East Blue. Compared with K-Lock-Dar, this StrawHat Pirates may be called, they're good people. It might be inappropriate for this word to fall on a pirate group, but judging from the facts of the investigation, it seems to be the case. Let's go. 1. But Belle. Vivi worried. Don't worry, it looks like you'll wake up soon and nothing will happen. Reka could tell Belle's state at a glance. You woman, what are you thinking about? Vivi felt that she had never understood Robin. Before, she deliberately leaked the news to herself, and she was able to act in a manner, but she could not be called kind. Surrender so simply now, completely unpredictable. Who knows? Robin responded lightly. She walked ahead, and if Reka wanted to get close to grab her, she would leave quickly. But if Reka doesn't do it, take them to Locke and let them figure it out. She now has some clues about where the historical text is located, but K-Lock-Dale is staring at her. Advertisement. It's not good for her to act rashly, but if he is too busy, the situation will be different. Reka-san, be careful. Seeing that Robin was doing everything seamlessly, Vivi refused to say anything, so he could only remind Reka in this way. Well, don't worry, it's easy to deal with a mere 7 warlords of the sea, but the captain has to defeat him himself, so it can't be so smooth, Reka said arrogantly. It will be a disadvantage to underestimate Lock-Dal. Hearing this, Robin couldn't help reminding. No, Logia's ability is only prestige in front of ordinary people. Reka ignored it directly. Robin was speechless all of a sudden. Are the newcomer pirates so inflated after they have some skills? And since you know Logia Devil Fruit, you should know what features Logia has. Seeing Reka being so arrogant and confident, Robin had nothing to say for a while. Imitate Sanji. Did you eat meat? Luffy was in the cell, very bored, holding cigarettes with both hands, imitating Sanji's tone of voice. Ha ha ha. It's so similar. Seeing this, Usopp laughed until tears came out and couldn't help clapping his hands. Seeing this, Nami directly turned into Shira and knocked the two of them to the ground with one punch. You all, be more serious. Faced with such a serious situation, what are you doing? This guy, is he an idiot? Smoker couldn't help complaining. Because I can't go out, I'm too busy, Luffy said aggrievedly. As long as he goes out for a while, Zoro has a great chance to cut down the cage. You idiot, we are underground now, can my voice get out? Nami punched Luffy again. Advertisement, amazing little girl. K-Lock drank the red wine leisurely. But now he doesn't plan to do anything, and he is not in a hurry, after all, to catch Reka-san? Isn't that waiting for death? You call Reka-san to save us, Nami, and then I'll beat Crocodile away, Luffy said as a matter of course. Crocodile. At this time, Vivi walked in from the door first, saw Crocodile, and thought of the current situation in her own country. Her anger rushed to the top instantly, shattering her reason. If you do it yourself, this guy will definitely intervene, so the probability of cutting off the cell will be reduced, and maybe their hands and feet will be tied up by then. Really, until now, these guys have no sense of tension at all. That would be more troublesome. 0. Along the way, Robin didn't play any tricks, but actually brought Reka and Vivi to K-Lock-Dar. It's serious because of going out. Okay, if this continues, we will be killed. And you, why are you sleeping? Nami punched Zoro, who was recuperating, and woke him up. What, you just take it easy now, and when these guys get out of here, I'll beat you up to the clouds, and you're done, right, Luffy? Nami put his hands on his hips, not at all smacking Lock-Dal. Of course you be *****D. Luffy yelled at Crocodile. You really are a trustworthy captain, Straw Hat Luffy, but trust is the most useless thing in this world, Lock-Dal said calmly. Asking for flowers. Welcome, Princess of Alabasta, Vivi. No, it should be Miss Wednesday. Lock-Dal spread his hands, pretending to be in a welcoming state. Before you come, you have to give it a try. Is this guy planning to stay here and not leave? Zoro looked at K-Lock-Dar and thought. 230. The disaster in Narahara, all-out war breaks out. Thanks to you being able to avoid so many pursuits and come to me, K-Lock-Dal said confidently. Of course, no matter where you are, I want you to die. If you don't come to this country, Alabasta can keep peace forever. Vivi's tone contained unprecedented anger. As he spoke, without giving K-Lock a chance to answer, he rushed over with the peacock chainsaw weapon in his hand. Lock-Dal watched blankly, sitting on the spot motionless. The weapon was slashed between his neck, his whole head exploded into yellow sand, and was chopped off. Ooh. This scene surprised Luffy, Usopp and others. 150. Only Smoker's face is calm. It's useless. Logia ability user is not such an attack can be effective. Calm down. Since you live in this country, you should also know the power of sand. Do you want to become a mummy? Huang Sha reassembled a new head and came out. Lock-Dal condensed a big yellow sand hand and pressed Vivi on the table. Hey, B********D. Let go of Vivi quickly, and I'll beat you up. Seeing this, Luffy yelled in the cage. Quiet me, it's almost time for the party. Yes, miss. All Sunday. Lock-Dal grinned, with a hint of madness in his smile. Yes, it's past 12 o'clock. Robin took out his watch and looked at it before replying calmly. Party? Luffy and the others were naturally confused. Utopia, the battle for Utopia has begun. What is Utopia operation? Although I don't know what it is, I have a bad feeling in my heart when I see Luffy, Nami and others. Advertisement. When Crocodile heard this, he continued to sneer, and then it turned into a big laugh. Ha ha ha. This boring country is going to die, Princess Vivi. I want Alabasta to disappear from this world, and I want the people who survived fell under the painful struggle. They were sucked into the eternal darkness. At this time, the king of Alabasta should have disappeared. Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed wantonly. What are your plans in Alabasta? Although Vivi didn't believe Croc's words, she was extremely worried. And he doesn't seem to need to lie either. Are you going to kill my lord father? How could you do it? Vivi couldn't help asking. Don't scream like that. I didn't intend to do that. He's not worth killing. I want Cobra to experience a sense of aggrievedness that is crueler than death. Hearing what Crocodile said, Usopp couldn't help shivering. Is this guy a lunatic? Vivi was even more angry and worried. What exactly is war in Utopia? It seems that you still don't know your situation well, but that's all. Let's take it as a reward for your bravery. Anyway, the battle has already begun. The rebel army should have launched a general attack by now. How is it possible? Father will never launch a war against the citizens. He will definitely find a way to solve it. Of course Vivi didn't believe this. But he was shot through the shoulder by the king's army. That's right, it's natural to kidnap the real king and let him replace the king and act as the king's army, isn't it? Of course, it's not a real massacre, it's just to intensify the last little contradiction. In this way, the rebellion, the anger of the army will burn the whole country to nothing, and I will take over everything and build a brand new ideal country. This is the Utopia battle. Crocodile said with a wild laugh. Alabasta, originally a gunpowder keg, might really explode in an instant. Then the fake king's army started to smash the city and set fire to it. Advertisement in this country, in Kosha's view, is hopeless, completely igniting the signal of all-out resistance. The rebel army, which had insufficient weapons, was immediately replenished. That's the truth. Damn it. You are so despicable. Luffy was furious when he heard this. I'm talking about the king, not your father. Crocodile. It is planned to wipe out Narahara, a city that has seen dancing fans in 4.1, completely from here. When the king, played by Mr. 2 in Narahara, publicly admitted that he had taken away the rainwater of this country and made an apology. You are talking nonsense. Father is not such a person. And Mr. 1 and his partner cooperated to crash a large ship full of weapons into the whole city. To put it bluntly, in order not to let the world government know that he used something like dancing powder. What could it be? Mr. Vivi immediately thought of Mr. 2, especially when she saw her father's face on his clone fruit. How come? Nami and Usopp also reacted if this is the case. What a naive princess. Maybe it's normal, but what if the king appears in Narahara and plans to set fire to massacre the entire city? The reason is that it should be enough to erase the existence of dancing fans before. And the news was passed to Koza, who came to the city to confront the king. 231. The country in mourning is just a glance, and the killing intent of Sand Crocodile soars. If it was normal, a sudden accident on a weapon merchant ship would more or less arouse the suspicion of Kosha and the others. But now, they feel desperate. Even Kosha originally had the last trust in the king. Because many old people around him still believed in their king when they died. Believing that their king is a good monarch, what they are experiencing now is nothing more than a natural disaster. But now, the little trust left has disappeared completely just now. Under this kind of subjective assumption, they think that the accident of the weapon merchant ship at this moment is God's will in the dark. When the whole Narahara gathered together and let out the final roar of rebellion, the rebel armies in various parts of the country also received news of the general attack. Everyone is yelling that the king will never be forgiven. And Mr. 1, Mr. 2 and others, after completing the mission here on 21, also went to the final battle of the mission one after another. The capital of Alabasta, the final battle, will definitely take place there. After this incident happened, it was reported to the capital, but Jacko was directly stunned, because they really couldn't find the king. But he knew that it was absolutely impossible for the king to do this, and there must be other reasons. But many of the king's army wavered, and some even rebelled and joined the rebel army after fleeing. Fighting of all sizes broke out across the country in Alabasta. Advertisement as for the rebel army with high morale, the news of victory is frequent, and the revolutionary army from all directions is crushing towards the king. Without the king's order, Gyokka did not dare to order rashly to execute the previous task of attacking the rainy land. We can only strengthen the defense of the palace and increase manpower to find the whereabouts of the king. What a sinister battle, Nami said with a dark face after listening to Crocodile roughly talk about the Utopian battle and the current situation in Alabasta. Usopp also looked incredible. This guy is really insidious. Luffy lowered his head slightly, unusually calm. Zoro was also relatively calm, while Smoker frowned slightly, and now he roughly figured out what was going on. How about it? Do you like it? Ha ha ha. The plan you participated in halfway has begun to bear fruit. If you listen carefully, you should be able to hear the mourning of the kingdom. Then everyone thinks so, we must protect it. Alabasta, protect Alabasta, but in fact it's just a senseless cannibalism. Crocodile looked at Vivi and decided. Stop talking, how can you do such an outrageous thing? Those are lives. Vivi broke down and shouted. It's really lamentable, the idea of thinking for the sake of the country will lead to the destruction of the country, Crocodile said wickedly. Reka was carrying the axe, his contemptuous eyes fell on K-Lock Doll, examining his. Pung. Luffy suddenly slammed his heads against the seastone fence. K-Lock Doll. It seems that the captain is not the only one who is stupid. There are indeed swordsmen who cut off the seastone in this world, but it cannot be this kind of rookie pirates. By the way, boss, I didn't capture these two people. I'm not an opponent. I was brought here by force as a hostage. However, I managed to do what you asked for. They're all in front of your eyes now. Anyway, it is impossible to be your opponent, Robin said at this time. Advertisement, this guy, what a nuisance. That look, that attitude, what does he think of himself? Sounds like a very smug laugh. Sand Crocodile, your mental outlook is really good. After the matter is cleared up, it will be easy to deal with. At this moment, Reka walked 053 from behind Robin, come out with a crazy smile on her face. Hearing this familiar voice, Locke frowned immediately. This hateful voice was the guy who insulted and despised him through the phone bug ultimate. Zoro's reputation in East Blue is not weak, but on the Grand Line, it's nothing. Pung pung pung. One hit, another hit, constantly colliding. Locke Doll's eyes turned slightly cold, and he looked at Nico Robin deeply. Stop playing such clever tricks in front of me, but they're indeed right in front of my eyes now. Brad, how do you want to die? Those who can cut through this cage are all famous and powerful swordsmen in the world. Just for a moment, when he saw this guy's expression and eyes, K-Lock Doll's inner anger soared instantly. But every time he gets up, another ferocious crash. Maybe it's an idiot, but that's the only way to be our captain, Zoro said lightly. He was already holding the knife in his hand, and his mental strength was gradually concentrated. Smoker could sense that a terrifying force emanating from Zoro's body come out. But with every impact, the energy emitted by Seastone made him slip weakly and fall to the ground. Judging from the current situation, they're dead. Is that guy an idiot? Didn't you hear what I just said? Smoker said calmly and speechlessly. The breath was terrible, which made Smoker's eyes narrow slightly, and he looked at Zoro's hands again. This guy, wouldn't he be trying to cut off the Seastone cage? 232. Reka-san Crocodiles fight head to head. Reka-san, help me, I must stop the outbreak of the war. Now there is still time. As long as we start from here, before the rebel army arrives in Albana, it is still possible to stop the war. Please, help me. Vivi has no way out. Luffy and the others were locked up, and now her only lifeline is Reka. He is so powerful. Maybe it's possible to stop G-Lock Doll. Reka looked at Vivi and nodded calmly. How do you want me to die? Are you qualified too? You don't really think that you are the 7 warlords of the sea. You think you are really a world-class powerhouse. Reka looked at Locke, who glared at him. Doll said coldly and disdainfully. That attitude is even more arrogant than that of Clock Dar, who was proud just now, with fearless eyes and all attitudes. This made K-Lock Dalton extremely angry. Oh, what a cute little brother. Robin saw this at the side, but felt very interesting. Facing the world-renowned and long-established 7 warlords of the sea, not only was there no fear at all, but it seemed that the arrogant attitude was even worse than that of K-Lock just now. Go to hell. The Desert Sword. Lock Doll couldn't control his anger for a while, raised his hand, and a sharp curtain made of yellow sand, like a blade, came violently along the ground, trying to kill Reka. Made a vertical split in two. Reka just picked up the axe with one hand, and slapped it lightly, just like slapping a mosquito, and it really smashed the sand. Really? You be ******D. Clock Doll was furious when he heard this. He is not a person who is easy to lose his composure. Advertisement, but this be ******D in front of him is so arrogant and conceited, he doesn't take him seriously, and insults him with his mouth. I won't let you die very quickly, I'll give you enough time to repent. Clock Doll grinned grinningly, with yellow sand flying all over his body. He wanted this arrogant brat to taste what is true despair. You don't think I'm going to fight you, do you? Reka raised his head slightly and looked at K-Lock with a sneer. Do you have any other options? And I have to correct one point, instead of fighting with me, I will unilaterally ravage you and punish you. If you beg for mercy, wait until later. Lock Doll's eyes flickered with madness color. You are not qualified. Reka's just one sentence made Clock Doll stunned for a moment, and even the veins on his forehead were bulging with anger. What did you say? Locke even looked at Reka in disbelief. Regardless of whether Reka is an ability user or not, as long as he wears it, he has some strength, and there is nothing he can do about it. He can take him down with the least effort. To say that you are an idiot is probably flattering you. When did you have the illusion that everything is under your control? Do you think you really locked them up? As I said just now, your opponents, it's them. Reka's words fell. Peeved. Robin couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, and then he restrained himself when he saw K-Lock's eyes that devoured others. If he doesn't follow suit, I have ways to destroy him spiritually. Reka-san, don't listen to him. I will beat him to the ground, Luffy shouted immediately upon seeing this. The newcomers are not as simple as being arrogant anymore. I'm afraid they have lost their minds? Advertisement. Zoro took a step forward and said to Luffy and the others, stand back. It seems that you don't intend to submit obediently, tisk tisk, for the money. It seems that your companionship is more fragile than I thought, and you don't even have time to hesitate. But this is right, this is the way pirates, Lock Doll mocked. But Reka looked at K-Lock like an idiot. Are you an idiot? Nami and the others felt speechless for a while. Clock Dar is undoubtedly a bad guy, but you seem like a villain. It seems that not only are you not qualified, but you also have hearing problems. Bullying an old, weak, sick and disabled person like you will not satisfy me. Let them deal with you. See our captain's expression, he wants to beat you up now, huh? Reka said disapprovingly. They? Ha ha ha. Just rely on them? By the way, don't say I forgot that there was such a group of prisoners. I suddenly thought of a very fun game. Lock Doll looked at Luffy and the others and suddenly said sinisterly. What do you want? Usopp asked anxiously. No one in the world dares to say that Shichibukai is not qualified. No matter what kind of war, Shichibukai is enough to play the role of an absolute backbone. Fortunately, they have already gotten used to Reka's personality. If you don't want them to die, just obediently put these on. Crocodile suddenly took out a pair of seastone handcuffs from the closet next to him, and threw them directly at Reka's feet. One knife flow Wuji profound meaning. Dead lion sings. Boom. The sword intent that soared into the sky burst out like a volcanic eruption in an instant, shaking the entire atmosphere, and then a terrifying knife light appeared like lightning. Now let us experience your so-called fellowship. If you don't do it, I will kill them. If you do, you will all be our prisoners. No matter what, you will all die. Okay, come on, choose. Ha 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 ha. Locke looked at Reka with a happy face. 233. The scary Straw Hat Pirates, the bloody battle begins. At that moment, Zoro's spirit was revealed, and Shendu concentrated in ultimate. Wuji's sword intent played to ultimate. Even at the moment when he was concentrating, the pitch-black armament hockey filled his body like wisps of light smoke. The terrifying ghost aura condensed into real power. With a single sword strike, Smoker seemed to see a three-headed and six-armed Zoro in a trance. The entire atmosphere in front of me will be cut open in an instant. In fact, it did cut something open. The sword light swept across, and with a snort, the seastone cage that trapped them just now broke. For a moment, everyone looked at Zoro. Smoker froze for a moment, with an expression of disbelief. There was nothing he could do about this cage. Because these are originally used to imprison capable users, his 10 hands are not sharp enough. Even if they are sharp enough, they only rely on the power of slashing. He can't break this seastone either. But Zoro, the pirate hunter who ranks third in bounty among the Straw Hats, broke out with such terrifying power and cut off the cage. 480. Robin was also stunned, and took a few steps back silently. She felt that something was wrong. Seastone's cell has been cut off. Locke's eyes shrank suddenly, which was expected. But before he thought about it, Luffy was already furious. He hated this kind of pirate who played with other people's lives and insulted pirates. Crocodile, I'm going to beat you up. Without thinking, Luffy rushed over like a beast. Advertisement. It seems that I underestimated you, a swordsman. Crocodile took a deep look at Zoro. But it can also be seen that for him to cut off the cage, he should go all out. If my attention hadn't been on Reka just now, when he raised his hand to attack and released a powerful aura, he would have a chance to strike first. Hearing this, Zoro just smiled coldly. CBAI, took a deep breath, and recovered his strength as quickly as possible. Then looked to Luffy. Luffy, wait a minute, I also want to try to see how powerful 7 warlords of the sea is. Wow. But Luffy just yelled and didn't hear Zoro at all. This stupid captain, Zoro said helplessly, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Facing such a strong man, he had to go all out, and he had to recover from the blow with all his strength just now. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy pulled his hands back, with a monstrous anger, his power soared to ultimate, and he slapped out suddenly, like a real bazooka burst out of the air. Even if you get out of the cage, what can you do? It's just that you will die more painfully. Brat. Lock Doll looked at the attacking Luffy. He didn't feel any danger, so he dealt with it calmly and calmly. He even took a sip of his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke ring. Pung. Luffy's palms, wrapped in a mighty force, bombarded Lock Dar's body overwhelmingly, directly piercing a pothole in his body. Damn it. It's like this again. Luffy's whole body was empty, and the strong inertia made him fly over with Chow K Lock Doll. Rubber, swallow it. Luffy had a whim and opened his mouth wide on the way to fly over, ready to swallow K Lock Doll in one gulp. Smelly brat. Pirates are not a game of playing tricks. Seeing this, K Lock Doll felt that he had been insulted. What a weird move this is. Advertisement, arc-shaped sand dunes. Lock Doll yelled angrily, flying the yellow sand with his arms, condensing into a desert blade, and slashing towards Luffy directly. Luffy dodged quickly, but at the moment of dodging, Lock Doll kicked him hard, and Luffy was swept away like a cannonball. With a bang, it hit the wall, but quickly pulled himself out of the wall as if nothing had happened. Rubber, blows are useless to you, but there are still countless ways to kill you. The desert sword. Lock Dar suddenly pressed one hand on the ground. With a puff, a sharp desert emerged from the ground, cutting towards Luffy. The speed was extremely fast, and the hardness of the sand in an instant was not weaker than most metals. Second gear. Luffy gritted his teeth fiercely, and started the second gear. Hot steam surged out of his body, and his body became red in an instant. Whoosh. When the desert sword was about to hit Luffy, he moved at super high speed and dodged it. Then there was another flash, leaning close to Lock Doll. Rubber, air pistol. Pung. Luffy punched like lightning, and it was hard to catch with the naked eye, as if he could only see a cloud of air blasting towards Lock Doll. Lock Doll raised the golden hook he was wearing and blocked Luffy's powerful punch. But the strength was so strong that Lock Doll couldn't catch it. He let out a muffled grunt, and was shocked back a few steps. The strength of this brat was beyond his expectations. Erosion of reincarnation. Locked Doll pressed his backhand on the ground, and the ground where Luffy was standing turned into quicksand in an instant, and Luffy's feet sank into it immediately, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body was swallowed into the quicksand for a long time. Ha ha ha, just in the sand, let's taste death. Crocodile smiled triumphantly upon seeing this. It's just this smile that froze in the next moment. 234. The powerful Luffy, Nami also joins in. Sand crocodile, everyone can step on it. After Luffy was swallowed by the sandy earth, the whole ground suddenly shook violently. Afterwards, the tremor became stronger and stronger, and the whole rain banquet felt it. They accidentally looked around, thinking it was an earthquake. Wu-Ti came from underground and then rumbled the whole ground. It was like being bombarded by dense missile rain, all bursting from the ground and above. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Powerful punches, like rising magma streams, shot out from the ground was shattered, the ceiling of the entire room was pierced and smashed, and the crackling gravel fell with a rumbling sound down. The entire Yuyan people, after realizing such a movement, all screamed and fled here. I really thought it was an earthquake, and if I stayed in the room, if I was buried alive, the possibility of being rescued would be even lower. Where does this kid have such great strength? Locked Doll looked at the shattered ground, through the earth and rocks, and the shockwave of fist force blasting towards him. His face froze slightly. I thought I was just an arrogant rookie pirate who thought he was the master of the world, because he thought he had some skills. He didn't know how many such guys he killed, and just now, he buried the Straw Hat Luffy very deep in the ground, and even continued to sink him, but he didn't expect to be freed halfway. Now that the entire ground has been smashed to pieces, this kind of power is truly astonishing and cannot be underestimated. Let's get out of here first, it feels like it's going to collapse. Reka just looked at it calmly, and then said to Nami and Vivi. He just watched silently from the sidelines, and also wanted to see how the current Luffy is doing against Locked Doll. Although he was buried alive, it didn't affect him too much, but he was fine, so why was he buried alive? Advertisement. Hearing Reka's words, everyone is ready to leave here. Want to leave? Locked Doll sneered when he saw this. Here, he has set up a lot of traps. Seeing that they wanted to leave here, he stretched out his hand and waved, Sha-Lan. Boom. A small tornado sandstorm condensed in his hand, and then he threw it out, destroying everything underground. The underground space is not small, but under this kind of tornado sandstorm, it seems narrow, and the destructive power is doubled, all the furniture is smashed to pieces. But the most important thing is that the walls connected to the huge aquarium and the surrounding rivers have been split open. There was a booming sound, and Reka and others saw that the walls were broken in all directions, and the flood flooded in at a rapid speed, and some of them poured down from above. As soon as Luffy rushed up, he was directly washed to the ground by a stream of water, and the ground suddenly turned into Wongyang. Lockadar himself had been prepared for a long time, turned into a cloud of yellow sand, and quickly left the space above the ground. You just drown alive like this, ability users. Reka held Nami and Vivi's collars in one hand, soared up, and teleported to avoid the monstrous flood that poured in. But Luffy, Smoker, Zoro, Usopp and others suffered. When the flood came in, except for Luffy, the others were still on the ground, and they were swept away by the flood. Luffy. Nami Vivi couldn't help worrying as he looked at the underground space that instantly turned into water. It'll be fine. Reka was calm. It's your turn next. After Clock Doll landed, he could display his abilities even more outside. Advertisement, Sha-Lan. Under the impact of that kind of flood, it is extremely difficult for capable people to resist, and if they want to save people in the water, they have to meet talented people. Not bad. Asking for flowers. But this guy in front of him may be the most troublesome one, after all he has the highest bounty. And that attitude is so embarrassing. Lockadar let out an angry roar, condensed a super large sand cloud, and was about to throw it towards Reka. After such a sand cloud landed, even he himself was not sure how to control it. And the destructive power is extremely terrifying. Robin standing on the roof saw this and quickly reminded that she had sensed that something was wrong, and she had been standing at the door. Once the accident happened, she slipped out. This kind of attack would destroy the rainfields. It doesn't matter, it's just a city, as long as you take Alabasta, as many cities as you want, or do you want to say, you also want to stop me? Locked Doll looked at Robin with cold eyes. Boss, please don't make unreasonable guesses. You have seen their strength. It's not that I don't want to take them down, but that I don't have the ability at all, Robin said calmly. Lockdar coldly snorted, the sand landed on the ground, and the terrifying tornado sandstorm touched the ground, instantly expanding dozens of times to hundreds of times, and it is still expanding. And Reka was on the sweeping road, and as far as the eye could see, the billowing sandstorm, led by the tornado dust, surged like mountains and seas. Would you like to try it? Reka asked Nami. Good, Nami didn't want to, after all, this is the 7 warlords of the sea, how could he deal with it? But when she thought of Clock Doll's ugly, contemptuous face just now, she felt that she had to vent her anger no matter what, and hit a powerful attack. 235. Our navigators can also fight 7 warlords of the sea. Arrogant explosion. Reka directly chopped out a tyrant of the Holy King of the Sun, and the entire sandstorm exploded with a bang. Many buildings in the entire city, like paper paste, were reduced to dust under the terrifying shockwave. What happened? Did the rebels come? I don't know, run away. It seems that the hero Crocodile is fighting the pirates. It's a lie, is such a terrible vibration caused by human beings. Everyone in the rainy land was desperately running outside. With the rain banquet as the center, chaotic storms are raging everywhere at the moment. If you get close, you may die at the time of 470. So, Reka smashed Locke's attack with one move, raised his head, and said very contemptuously. Damn kid. Crocodile's blood pressure spread from his heart to his forehead, and his whole face looked quite distorted. But I felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in my heart. This guy actually smashed his own attack so easily. That was a terrifying sandstorm that could sweep across an entire city, and it was all detonated by the energy chopped off by an axe. No shock trend. But Crocodile didn't stop there, and two sandstorms condensed out of his hands at the same time. Although the power is not as strong as before, but the number is large, they may not be stopped. As long as it is not stopped, the sandstorm will become stronger and stronger. Reka didn't pursue the victory either, he made a move just to buy time for Nami to chant magic. Advertisement. The source of life. Listen to my errand, moisten all things. The giant whale of the rain. Nami chanted magic, and the sky filled with water elements floated around Nami, flowing like a snake. This scene made Crocodile stunned for a moment. Logia, how is it possible? Alas. An ethereal voice sounded, and all the water flow turned into a huge water whale under Nami's control. The water whale swung its tail and rushed straight towards the sandstorm. After a loud noise, the entire water whale exploded in the center of the two tornado dust, equivalent to the eye of the wind, and the water flow spurted out, like a downpour, extinguishing the entire sandstorm. Water elemental magic is the magic that Nami is best at. There is also a river nearby, and there is no shortage of water elements at all. So facing a strong man like 7 warlords of the sea, Nami used his strongest magic from the very beginning, not daring to underestimate him. Coincidentally, what Logia of Crocodile fears most is water. After the sandstorm was extinguished by Nami's own advanced water element magic, Nami himself did it. I disrupted the attack of the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't this the same as what Reka-san did just now? Nami. Vivi was also stunned. Is Nami's magic so powerful? Can it fight against Crocodile? The StrawHat Pirates. Robin held his chin in thought, and every member he has seen so far seems to be capable. It even has the ability to control water that can restrain Crocodile's ability. If they cooperate well, maybe they really have a chance to defeat Crocodile. But it's just a chance, it's still too difficult to defeat him. Even if it is one that has the weakness of restraint, it may not be able to smoothly. But the attack at the next moment made everyone doubt Nami's strength again. Advertisement. Double lightning guns. Nami swung his stick and 2 bolts of lightning struck Crocodile from 2 directions. Desert Vajra Saber. Locke's pupils shrank suddenly. What's going on with this woman? What was shown just now, isn't it the ability to control water? How can it also control lightning? Fluffy. The metal-hard desert sword collided with the thunder and lightning, and the thunder and lightning exploded, but the desert sword was not shattered yet. This level of lightning power is no threat to Crocodile. Fireball. Hellfire. Thunder roar. Seeing this, Nami blasted out several spells in succession, all of which were easily dispelled by Crocodile. Even Crocodile swung a slash. It was a piece of sand that could absorb all the moisture in the human body as long as it was touched. Nami didn't have to dodge at all. Facing Crocodile's attack, Reka's purpose was obvious. That is, only let Nami attack Crocodile, and not let Crocodile's attack fall on Nami's side. Thinking that he was not in any danger, Nami even began to chant a Tide, super advanced magic, which would take a lot of time. But the power is stronger than 2.8. After the test just now, Nami can roughly guess that, perhaps, water is the restraint of Crocodile. That's why Nami was able to easily decipher the attack from Crocodile just now. Damn it. Crocodile became more and more angry when he saw that his attacks were easily destroyed by Reka repeatedly. At this time, Luffy and others also emerged from the river. Smoker is rescued by Zoro and Luffy is rescued by Usopp. Why save me? Smoker asked coldly. He felt humiliated. He would rather die like this than be saved by pirates. 236. Sand Crocodile who can hardly accept the facts. Anyone can be my enemy. I'm not in the mood to save the enemy. It's just the captain's order, Zoro said lightly, shaking off the moisture on his body. As the flood submerged them, Luffy said something to him, asking him to save Smoker. I don't know why, but since Luffy said it, Zoro saved it. And Luffy was picked up by Usopp. His consciousness was a little blurred, and Usopp pressed Luffy's chest hard. Let him spit out the water in his belly. HMPH. Smoker took a hard look at Luffy, turned around and left without saying anything. Now that he knows K-Lock's purpose and plan, he will solve it in his own way. It seems that you only have this ability, but even if you go together, so what? Crocodile tried 21 times to attack Reka, but all failed. As for Nami's attack, he has basically figured it out. In addition to the water control ability, which needs to be avoided, he can use the sand fruit ability to block other abilities, whether it is flame or lightning. So he still puts his real target on Reka. Among this group of people, Reka is the one who threatens him the most. He can't see through this guy's strength at all, but every time he takes a shot, he can easily block his own attack. He hasn't woken up yet, so he's mine now. Zoro saw that Crocodile was mobilizing the sand in the whole land, and then looked at Luffy who hadn't fully recovered his consciousness, and made 3 strikes. Logia, only Haki can restrain it, although I don't know if it can be controlled. But this is an opportunity. Zoro is furious. 3 sword flow mystery, fast wind. Zoro stepped forward, and 3 swords shot up, immediately spurting a gust of wind in torrents, and at the same time, there were wisps of black Haki permeating the air, although it was faintly present and extremely unstable. But it does exist. Boom. The powerful and terrifying aura instantly caught Locke's attention, and Smoker, who had walked a distance, couldn't help but look back. Advertisement: such a powerful, fierce sword intent, and a stern wind, as sharp as a knife, fluttered around Zoro, like a purgatory ghost emerging from the world. Crocodile sensed a rare danger. Swordsman of East Blue. Crocodile's face sank suddenly. This guy's sword intent is extremely fierce, and he also has an ability that makes him very annoying as an ability user. He might threaten himself. Accompanied by Zoro's figure flashing suddenly, multiple dragon circles roared towards Crocodile. Zoro himself followed closely behind the tornado. Heavy Shalon. Locke directly threw a huge tornado sandstorm, which he was originally planning to use to deal with Reka. But since this swordsman is so ignorant and attacked himself first, then get rid of him. For a time, there were many tornadoes and tornadoes raging across the entire land, and it felt as if the entire city was about to be swallowed and crushed. Booming and booming. The wind and sand tornado collided and did not dissipate, but squeezed each other, as if they were going to strangle each other. Zoro even slashed 3 times at the rapidly expanding tornado, because it seems that this tornado has crushed many wind tornadoes. This heavy Shalon is much stronger than the Shalon released just now. It seems that 7 warlords of the sea is nothing more than that. Zoro carried it hard, his limbs puffed up, and he used all his strength to fight against the rapidly expanding Sharon Roll. It was very difficult to resist, but Zoro was very powerful. At least for Zoro, he was far from the oppressive feeling that Reka brought him. Or maybe he has already gotten used to the daily exercise of a strong man like Reka during this period of time, so that he is used to being under pressure. Small pirates, don't get too carried away. Can you stop it? Locke Dalton couldn't accept this fact. Advertisement: it is already an accident for a rookie pirate group to have a Reka who can block their own attacks. But I didn't expect that woman to be able to control a variety of weather elements, which doesn't seem like a big deal now. But one day, if it can become even stronger, it would be terrifying. It is equivalent to one person mastering multiple Logia abilities. And now this swordsman can actually stop his heavy Sha-Lan. What a joke. There are so many accidents in a small rookie pirate group. 693. Not even Captain Straw Hat can really be underestimated. This made Crocodile's self-esteem suddenly a little unacceptable. How many battles and betrayals I have experienced, the regiment has today's strength. But now the pirates who pop up randomly can live with him a few tricks. Has the times changed? No. You must let these guys who are against you die in an ugly way, and let them understand who you are against. Let's start with this equally arrogant East Blue swordsman. Sandstorm. Crocodile opened his hands, and the fruit ability was activated again. Suddenly, there was a strong roar on the ground, and then many earth and rocks were crushed into powder under the cover of the ability. A wave of sandstorm tens of meters high suddenly swelled up, crushing Zoro, who was resisting the tornado. The sand tide pushes, rumbles, and shakes the sky and the earth. Nami's super advanced magic has also finished chanting, and was about to launch it, but was stopped by Reka. Look at Zoro's strength now. Advertisement 237. Zoro with full power, Logia vs Wuji Blaster swordsmanship. 3 swords technique. 3,000 worlds. Zoro burst out with all his strength. The potential and all the power in his body were contained in the 3 swords. Since Hawkeye, he has never attacked with such unreserved full strength. The guy in front of him is 7 warlords of the sea, although he doesn't hold the title of the world's #1 swordsman like Hawkeye. But Zoro still gave the highest priority, and he knew very well that this was not a fight with Reka-san. In a real battle, any carelessness will lead to their defeat. Just like before, because of carelessness, they were imprisoned in Seastone Prison. In that way, no matter how good the ability is, it may suffer. When he came to the Grand Line, he knew one thing very clearly. Any enemy, no matter how strong or weak, should not be careless. In this sea area full of strange abilities, even a seemingly inconspicuous little person sometimes has the possibility to determine the outcome. This is exactly the charm of this sea. No one can stay on the throne forever. The pirate's throne is changing all the time. Hum. A sword wave rippled in the void, and black sword energy rippled, and the sword light was bright. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be cut open. Then there was a snort, and the ever-expanding Sharon Scroll and the rolling sandstorm were cut off by the 3,000 worlds condensed by the 3 knives at this moment. Cut it off. Locke's expression changed dramatically. Such a powerful swordsman, what a joke. Without waiting for Locke Dar to think about it, Zoro rushed straight across the flying yellow sand. His figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, and the 3 knives slashed towards Locke Dar from 3 tricky angles. Purgatory Ghost Slash. Whoosh! The moment Zoro approached Crocodile, Zoro launched an extremely powerful slash. Advertisement: the 3 knives pierced through like 3 black lights of death. Quicksand Swamp. Locke Dahl slapped his palm, and the sky was covered with yellow sand. He sensed the danger and instinctively felt that Logia's elementalization could not be completely prevented. Damn it! This little guy, has he also mastered that special ability? He himself is a Logia ability user, but he has never been guided by anyone, and many guys who have mastered this kind of power were not his opponents when he was still in the New World. So he didn't pay much attention to it, and in the first half, the opponents he came into contact with basically didn't have this kind of power. Because for him, as long as he develops the ability of Logia Fruit, it is enough for him to crush many strong people. But now that this kind of power is mastered by such a powerful swordsman, he only knows how big this threat is. The Sand Swamp shield was streaked by the sword light, Zoro's figure has appeared behind Crocodile, and the slashing has been completed. But the effect is not obvious, because Crocodile is still standing. It's just that the sand on my body has collapsed. A faint bloodstain emerged from Croc's neck, his expression changed from startled to incomparable anger and distortion. Damn kid, I will definitely turn you into a mummy and then sink to the ground 10,000 meters. Chaotic Sandstorm. This is his home field, no one can defeat him in the Desert Kingdom. He slapped the ground with one hand, Fang Yuan traveled 1,000 meters, and instantly turned into quicksand and collapsed. Zoro staggered at his feet, but he quickly realized that quicksand was bit by bit on his toes, and his whole body rose into the air like a bird. Advertisement. Then he aimed at Crocodile and rushed down quickly, the promised Galewind endless slash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of gusts of wind and sword energy, with their numbers and sharp slashes, slashed towards Crocodile overwhelmingly. Crocodile was completely shrouded in this attack. During the period, there were several sword chi, mixed with hockey. Go. But Crocodile didn't intend to hide. What a joke, fighting. He has never been afraid of anyone, no matter what, he is just a swordsman Shiji. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to defeat oneself in the desert. Crocodile pointed to the sky, and the billowing sandstorms were like sharp sand thorns soaring into the sky, like thousands of sand snakes dancing wildly. Fluffy. The sword energy and the sand snake collided continuously, exploding and shattering continuously, the sword light and sand splashed out, shooting the surrounding buildings into 100 holes. And when Zoro fell from the sky in front of him, the yellow sand that had exploded around him actually condensed again and wrapped around his legs. Although Zoro launched a strong attack in the air. But Crocodile seized the opportunity. The mobility of flying sand in the air is much stronger than that of humans. Too immature. Go to hell. Locke suddenly grabbed the void with 5 fingers, and the yellow sand whip wrapped around Suo Jiao Haolong's right eye was about to quickly drag him to the ground. Zoro held the knife in his backhand and quickly cut off the sand whip wrapped around his thigh, but at this time, his thigh was already seriously withered. Then a sand thorn shot towards him. Zoro's eyes shrank suddenly, but at the critical moment, his 2 knives quickly returned to the defense to block. The sand thorn quickly hit him on the blade, and his whole body was blown away like a cannonball. Ahem. As expected of 7 warlords of the sea, it's so interesting. Zoro stood up from the ruins not far away, coughing several times, with blood spilling from his mouth, but the fighting spirit in his eyes but more vigorous. Seeing Zoro's increasing fighting spirit, K-Lock frowned tightly, but then stretched out his golden hook to Zoro. 238. Shichibukai, who is regarded as a stepping stone, takes turns. That guy from Marine Headquarters seems to underestimate Noah. Zoro. Smoker watched from a distance. He is a bit unimaginable, as the one with the lowest bounty in the StrawHat Pirates. Possessing such terrifying strength unexpectedly, when launching a swift and violent attack, even Crocodile also suffered a bit. Although this loss was doubled by Crocodile, but facing the 7 warlords of the sea, they were still able to contend head-on. This is already pretty amazing. Before, Smoker thought that Zoro was just another common swordsman who was defeated by Hawkeye. After all, there are more and more people who challenge Hawkeye every year, but they all end in failure. Even when he first heard the news, he still wondered why he was still alive. Hawkeye is not a good person, many challengers have lost their lives. Now that 660 saw Zoro's amazing sword skills and potential, he suddenly understood. Maybe it's Hawkeye who cherishes talent. This kind of fighting spirit, and such penultimate swordsmanship, as long as they don't fall, I'm afraid there will be another great swordsman in this sea in the future. Unfortunately, it's not from Marine. Crocodile also gradually calmed down, although he was still angry, but he knew that no matter what, he could no longer look at this rookie pirate group from the usual perspective. The two stood, facing each other. Zoro had no fear in facing Crocodile, only the aura that kept rising. It was a kind of aura like a monster, as if he was the prey. Advertisement. This made Crocodile couldn't help but think of himself. At that time, he was also so proud and undisciplined, no one was afraid of himself, and he believed that he was the strongest in the world. Until he suffered an unprecedented defeat and left this centipede-like scar on his face that could never be erased. Only then did he know how far he was from this world, so far that he himself did not have any confidence in winning. That's why he put his hope of defeating that man on the ancient weapon in Legendary. Even for this reason, he did not hesitate to plan here for many years. Just when the two broke out in fighting again, Luffy came to the place where they were step by step after regaining consciousness. Zoro, he's mine, Luffy said seriously. He once said that he must beat this guy to the ground. Hey, Luffy, this is my hunter too. Well, I understand. Zoro finally met such a strong opponent, and he was ready to move, but he saw Luffy's serious eyes. Zoro is willing to suppress his competitive spirit for this. Zoro is happy, but K-Lock is not happy. Give yourself back and forth, who do they think they are? Super Heavy Shalon. Lockdoll roared. His abilities were fully activated, his whole body turned into yellow sand, and he even merged himself into the sand, and in an instant, a streak seemed to penetrate the sky. It swept away at the start. A super large salon roll of several kilometers will appear. Can Luffy win now without discovering Shui's weakness? Reka is looking forward to it. Booming. Roaring and roaring, the tornado sandstorm that was set off was stronger than ever before, and K-Lockadar disintegrated his body into yellow sand and merged into it. Advertisement that's, as if K-Lock isn't that scary. Second gear. Luffy also quickly entered the second gear again, and attached the unstable and immature armament haki, which was used for the first time in actual combat. Like the prey of his own sparring, it is still chosen by others. How could the always proud K-Lock endure this kind of insult? Like a prehistoric behemoth, supporting the heaven and the earth, even a titan, standing under this super large salon, looks extremely small. In this desert, Clockeater's combat power cannot be underestimated. Of course Reka is sure to defeat him, but even if he can win, it is not a matter of 1 or 2 moves, it will take some time. As for Vivi, she has been watching from the sidelines, and now she has only one thought in her heart. This allowed him to control the sand to a higher level, and in the entire salon roll, the face of Lockdoll appeared faintly. But Reka didn't let her say that if Luffy can find the best by himself, even if he can't, he can take this opportunity to sharpen his immature armament haki. These Rekas have practiced them many times before, and now is the time to prove what they have learned. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** couldn't help but get angry again when he saw this situation. I won't lose, I'll beat you up, as long as hockey is useful to you. Even now Nami is probably sure that water can counteract Locked Doll. Is it? It's so hard to control. His hands trembled slightly, condensing super advanced magic, and he kept silent, it was too uncomfortable. He has never been looked down upon like this, CBFH. Release it, it seems that there is no room for you to play. Reka pressed Nami's little hand, and easily expelled the magic contained in it. Let alone Luffy. 239, fight. The situation is not good, Sand Crocodile is going to escape. Rubber Storm. Luffy's anger was vented, and now when he launched an attack, it was more like a real storm, with jet rubber punches all over the sky. Every fist can smash everything in front of you. Even if it is steel, if the quality of this fist is not enough, it will be blown up in an instant. Along the way, they know what the whole country has become. Guys like Locked Doll are absolutely unforgivable. Even such a little devil has mastered that kind of power. What a joke. Locked Doll turned into a sandstorm, manipulated the sand, transformed into various weapons and forms, Desert Sword, Desert Curtain, Killing Dust Storm, Sharon Scroll. All turned into fatal attacks, rolling towards Luffy overwhelmingly, all over the sky. Luffy couldn't dodge at all. He can only choose to fight hard, besides, he has no intention of dodging. With a blast of iron fists, all the attacks in the form of sand were smashed, but Lockadar, who was integrated with the billowing sandstorm, was manipulating the sand at this moment, not just sand. Many sands condensed into weapons are as hard as refined steel, and the crushed stones along the way are smashed to pieces. But Luffy's fist is also extremely hard. Among the puffy continuous explosions, one after another sand attack was smashed by Luffy in the simplest and rude way. Despite this, blood spurted from Luffy's hands soon, but Luffy didn't care at all. He has only one thing on his mind right now, flying Locked Doll. Bring peace to Vivi's country. Under Luffy's suicidal charge, in the eyes of others, he is approaching step by step against the dust storm all over the sky, and not far away is Locked Doll. A fist blasted over, bringing up a smear of blood, which just hit the main body where Locked Doll was hiding. This made Locked Doll very angry. This guy, like a lunatic, is still approaching, although the Straw Hat Boy is now injured dozens of times more seriously than himself. Advertisement. But Locked Doll did not forget that there was not only a Straw Hat Boy present, but also Zoro, the former pirate hunter, and the woman who could control multiple elements. What scares him the most is Reka. This guy actually watches from the sidelines and never takes the initiative to attack. Seeing my own abilities, there is no surprise or shock at all. There may be only one possibility. In his opinion, he has a way to deal with it with his own ability. And Smoker is still watching from a distance. These guys are still alive. Once Smoker lives to bring the news to Marine Headquarters may at best only verbally condemn and warn themselves. But once he realizes that his purpose is ancient weapon, then the world government will definitely get involved, and the situation is very bad for him. Especially not long ago, he had just dispersed the advanced cadres to complete the said tasks, otherwise, he could stop a few of them, so that he could free up his hands, deal with one person first, and then follow the same pattern. Get rid of the others one by one. Pung! While attacking at the side of Locked Doll, while thinking and analyzing the situation in front of him, Luffy suddenly broke out, a high-speed 6-style shaved, skimmed through the heavy sandstorm, and punched Locked Doll. Who do you think lousy is? Locked Doll raised one hand high, a towering sand giant sword condensed in the air. Listening to Luffy's ignorant words, his anger grew stronger. Erosion Reincarnation. Locked Doll took advantage of the victory and pursued. Where Luffy landed, the ground was instantly sucked dry and turned into quicksand, trying to swallow Luffy in. Hit the entity. Crocodile is going to escape. Robin in the distance was extremely cautious, and when he heard this, he was stunned for 6. Advertisement, damn it. The moment Locked Doll kicked and flew out, he waved his hands suddenly, and countless sand condensed into a harder and terrifying sand cone, each of which was the size of a thumb. Guys, I'll take care of you after I get what I want, ha ha ha. And just when everyone thought this battle would continue. Rubber jet bazooka. Boom. Slapping out with both hands, all the sand cones along the way were sent flying, but his hands were also cut and bleeding. The body keeps rolling and flying on the ground, asking for flowers. Crocodile snorted, blood overflowed from his mouth, he was beaten out of human form, he took a few steps back in the sandstorm, then angrily kicked Luffy flying out in front of him. Do you really think you can defeat yourself just by being a cat or a dog? How naive. Boom. The sand sword collided with Luffy's attack, Luffy failed to take advantage of it, and was blown away. Rubber jet tomahawk. Luffy swept out with another whip leg. The potential of the body is stimulated to ultimate. With a wave of his hand, there was a sound of piercing through the sky, and the sand cones poured down like a rain of bullets. Luffy had nowhere to hide. But Luffy reacted extremely quickly, stepping on a stone, a flicker escaped the engulfing of the sand flow. I'm going to beat you up, Crocodile. Luffy raised his head and roared hysterically, the steam on his body became more intense, and his body became more red. Crocodile suddenly said such a sentence, and then countless dust tornadoes spread rapidly in all directions. The billowing sand and dust seemed to render this place into another world. 240. Running away is not a good habit, Gap. I didn't say you can go. She never expected that the always arrogant Crocodile would not choose to be tough to the end. Kill all these provocateurs, but I will escape. This is unbelievable. After years of being with Crocodile, she has never seen Crocodile take the initiative to avoid the enemy. Everyone is really amazing. Vivi looked in shock. But listening to what K-Lock said, her complexion changed drastically. K-Lock controls the entire Baroque Works agency. Now the advanced cadres only have one Nico Robin who is not working hard, and this is the best chance to defeat him. Once he was allowed to escape, not only would he be able to, 497, enough to summon reinforcements, but once he hid in the dark, it would be difficult for them to find him. Moreover, the war has already broken out. With the current strength of the rebel army and the occurrence of a fake king, the strength of resistance in other places. It must be an unprecedented weakness, it won't be long before they will hit the capital. Crocodile has to be dealt with here so that he can no longer be involved and interfere with it. You must know that both sides of the war have undercover agents from the Pakistan Baroque Works Agency. At this time, it is a little fanning the flames. At that time, even if she arrives, no one can stop the war that has already broken out. It was a war of millions. Let alone her, they couldn't stop it even with Luffy Reka. If they take action, they may be able to prevent hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of people from fighting. However, once the war of millions of people broke out in an all-round way, they didn't know how to stop it. Advertisement, Sand Crocodile, do you want to escape? Luffy got up and rushed towards the center of the sandstorm angrily, in the sandstorm that was rolling and spreading from multiple tornadoes. They could no longer see the figures around them clearly, the sky was full of dust. Luffy instinctively shouted towards the place where Crocodile was. I just want you to live longer. Crocodile's voice became smaller and smaller, obviously taking advantage of the sandstorm that was blowing up, he was quickly evacuating here. Since there is no better way to take them down, let's get rid of the country of Alabasta first. Of course, the most important thing is that it is best to get the ancient weapon Pluton in one fell swoop. In this way, maybe you can try the power of this ancient weapon. Let these guys all become the sacrifices of the ancient soldiers. Even if you can't get it, with the help of Albana's advanced agents and billionaire elders, you can find trouble for the StrawHat Pirates first, and then he will attack them one by one. Now facing so many pirates with good strength by himself, Crocodile is not sure of winning. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was an undeniable fact before his eyes, so he chose to swallow it temporarily. After all, the victory that belongs to him is right in front of his eyes, there is no need to make a final fight with them, that would not be what they want. Now the war in the capital is about to break out, and in terms of time, they have no time to stop it. Just let the situation become chaotic, so that he can reap greater benefits from it and find an opportunity to kill them. Taking a step back, even if he can't find the ancient weapon, as long as they want to stop the war. I'm afraid you don't necessarily need to do it yourself, the battlefield with thousands of troops is enough to wear down the limited physical strength of any strong man. This made everyone stunned for a moment, could it be that they were attacked by something? No, absolutely impossible. In just an instant, Crocodile suppressed the fear in the deepest part of his heart. Advertisement. This is indeed the case. Crocodile in the sandstorm suddenly looked down at his chest in disbelief. Crocodile frowned, but cold sweat couldn't help sliding down his forehead. It's just, how is this possible? Are all the young people today so powerful? How is this possible? I didn't say you can leave. Reka retracted her steaming fingers and said casually looking at Crocodile in the sandstorm. Just now a burst of high concentration fire came over, the speed was so fast that the keen sixth sense didn't notice it until it was nearby. There was a 2-finger-thick wound, transparent from front to back, and the wound was a trace of high-temperature burns. I will never lose again. That power is too terrifying, with a penetrating power that seems unstoppable. It's just that at the moment when Crocodile finished speaking and walked away, halfway through the speech, it turned into a scream of pain. Could it be that he will die? I almost died myself. This is something that hasn't happened since just now. Just at the moment when he wanted to escape, he launched an extremely terrifying attack, which almost killed him. That wound, just a little bit, could penetrate his heart. He is currently not Reka's opponent, so he must get the ancient weapon. Only in this way can he get rid of the shame, and he doesn't want to bear the same shame again. At this moment, he finally realized that the guy in front of him was definitely stronger than himself, and not even a little bit stronger than 1.5 stars. Even if he couldn't accept it, the fact was that it mattered to the country. At that moment, if he hadn't sensed the danger and moved his body instinctively, he might have died just now. 241. The fleeing sand crocodile, hunted down, to the royal capital Albana. Vientiane Sandstorm. Locked Doll reacted in a moment of thought, and Sandfruit's ability was almost beyond the limit at this moment. There was only a bang, and the entire rainy city was collapsing, because at this moment, the solid ground within the entire city became a quicksand swamp, and the entire city was about to be swallowed up. Although the battle started just now, all the residents were fleeing outside. But in this short period of time, if you want to escape the whole city, only those who are close to the outside of the city can do it. Other people in the city center are simply unable to do so. Under the power of this natural disaster, Luffy doesn't know how to deal with it for a while. The same is true for Zoro, who can cut through the ground, but can't restore the ground to the solid ground just now. Logia has a unique advantage. Even if the strength may not be much different, but once Logia focuses on destruction instead of personal attack, its power, even if it is revered as a god in some sea areas, it is not too much. Damn it. Luffy can only continue to chase Locked Doll under the sandstorm all over the sky. As long as he catches up with him and defeats him, maybe this change in the environment can be changed. Ah. Help. Help us. But in the whole city, even people who don't have observation hockey can hear the screams of many people who have no time to escape. Vivi's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and she suddenly understood that there must be many people who have not had time to escape from this city. And under the double attack of quicksand and sandstorm, they have only a dead end. Even Luffy and Zoro have nothing to do. After all, this is a bustling city, and they don't have the ability to save so many people in an instant. Advertisement not to mention them. Even if Garp came, I'm afraid he could only save some of them, because he couldn't reverse the changes in Logia, and the figure of K-Log took advantage of this unprecedented sandstorm. It was already hard to tell which direction he fled from. After all, even if Garp is good at physical arts, he is only strong in speed and strength. There is no particularly magical power, so this is one of the reasons why people with Logia abilities are world-renowned powerhouses. Even if you don't understand hockey, Locked Dar, whose strength is in the whole world, no one dares to underestimate him, as long as he is on land. In places with sand, the fault tolerance and difficulty are extraordinary. It's just such small tricks. Super advanced magic, Earth Shield. Reka glanced at the direction where Lockadar fled, and then looked at the entire city. At least tens of thousands of people still haven't escaped. In the end, Reka still chose to save these tens of thousands of people, not because he was so great, but because he was soft-hearted and could not see so many innocent people being buried in front of him. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he is still a person of flesh and blood. If he just raised his hands, he could save tens of thousands of lives. Reka pressed one hand on the ground, and the magic was activated to ultimate. Usually magic is not Reka's best, but the magic of each department is indeed in the face of various emergencies. Has a very good effect. The magic was activated, and the originally flowing sand suddenly solidified slowly. Many people buried half of their bodies in the soil, but the ground became solid again. I thought I was going to die. Hurry. Pull me out, Usopp said immediately with lingering fear. His face was full of tears. He did not have the ability to fight against this natural disaster. Just now, half of his body had been buried in the ground, and he was looking at Zoro with fear and pity. Advertisement like pulling a carrot. Zoro grabbed Usopp by the collar and lifted it up. The sand and dust gradually calmed down, and the people in the whole city sighed for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. Thank you, Mr. Reka. Vivi also hugged Reka excitedly. Nami saw it, and pouted slightly uncomfortable, but soon relieved. Right now they have more important things to do. At this time, Sanji and Chopper, who were scattered earlier, also rushed over. What happened? Damn it, Locked Dar has escaped, Luffy said with a calm expression. The wind and sand disappeared, and Locked Doll's figure had completely disappeared. There's only one place he can go. Reka didn't rush. The only place K-Lock could go to was the capital, after all, judging from the information they've tracked down over the years. The place where this article is located must be related to the royal family, and he plans to fight for this ideal country for several years. Now the war has broken out, even if Vivi and the others arrive. Locked Doll also felt that they could not prevent such a large-scale war, even if he, the instigator, could not stop it head-on, leading to this point. 10. That is after the war, everyone can vent their anger before they can calm down. His plan is also to use the influence of heroes to bring them under his command and become his military force after they calm down. Albana. Of course Vivi knew that K-Lock would pass by, but would it be too late? Locked Doll is Logia's sand fruit. For him, this desert is his highway, faster than he usually goes at full speed. Point 242. The decisive battle at Albana. King is coming. It's in time. Leave the war to me, Reka said confidently to Vivi, and he could see the worry in Vivi's eyes at a glance. No matter what the previous progress was, the fact that Crocodile escaped now showed that he knew that with his current ability, it would be very difficult to take down himself and the others. So in order to achieve his goal, he will definitely kill himself and others at all costs, or restrain them. If he arrives in Albana one step ahead of schedule, he will definitely intensify his efforts to encourage war, because only war breaks out. In chaos, his chances are greatest. And Reka is waiting for this opportunity, in front of millions of warriors, to prevent the outbreak of war, let them experience the power of arrogance, and thus obtain the arrogance value of the great emperor. Of course, in front of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, he also obtained a lot of arrogance, but for Reka, it was far from enough. In this battle, Reka's goal is to earn 1 or 2 arrogance points for full level abilities. But, Vivi hesitated when she heard Reka's words. It's not that she didn't believe Reka's words, but it was a war of millions of people, and there were countless strong and good fighters among them. The scale is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In this world, many kingdoms add up to less than 1 million people. This is a war between superpowers. No matter how powerful a person is, how can he stop it? There is no way to start. Because Reka is a pirate, even if he is present, it is difficult to gain the trust of both parties. It is even possible that the rebel army and the king's army agree that they are threatened by pirates. Because Locke is a cunning fellow, he will do whatever it takes to stop himself. Then I'll leave it to you. If Reka-san says, it will be fine, I'll let Crocodile fly, Luffy believed without reservation. Advertisement, sounds interesting. Luffy, if you can't solve it, don't blame me for robbing your prey. 7 warlords of the sea is really great. Zoro grinned, and the fierce fighting spirit in his eyes made Vivi stunned. She looked around at this time, and then she could see that at this moment, whether it was Nami or even Chopper Usopp, at this moment, Shendu was full of confidence and trust, and there was no sign of backing down. She froze for a moment. This kind of trust made her feel unbelievable. No, I will definitely defeat Crocodile, Luffy said confidently. With these guys here, we will definitely be able to stop Crocodile. Definitely. Nami walked over, put his hand on Vivi's shoulder and said softly. Yeah. Vivi nodded heavily. At this moment, no matter what the future holds, she chose to believe, because these people are worthy of their trust. Leave the Baroque Work agency to us. Sanji lit a cigarette, and his eyes were burning with anger. Sand crocodiles are also the type of people he hates the most. Because he made Princess Vivi cry. Let's go. Oh. Damn it. I escaped. On the rapidly rolling sandstorm, Crocodile, dressed in bloodline, landed on a turtle with an angry expression on his face. Although Nico Robin next to him kept a smile on his face, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Crocodile's face at this moment is extremely ugly, with killing intent surging, and she escaped ahead of time by herself, and is still being caught up now. If the sand crocodile is in a bad mood, it is very likely to get rid of her. Advertisement Crocodile is a bit hard to accept this fact. In his prediction, even such a famous pirate group should not be able to push themselves to such a point. After all, how could an immature pirate have such terrifying strength? Especially the guy who is more like a villain than him, proud guy. It seems that they will not let go easily. After all, they are on the side of Princess Vivi. Crocodile's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Nico Robin, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. If he hadn't known what kind of person Nico Robin was, he would have let her escape without authorization, and he would never have let her survive. But now that we have found traces of historical texts, it is time to use her. At that time, it will not be too late to deal with her. Arrive at Alabasta at a faster speed. In addition, all plans are speeding up. Even if some flaws are left after the event, it doesn't matter. They want to save Alabasta and make the riots in the whole kingdom more explosive and violent. I, King Qian's, would rather look at how they are going to save the people of this country, and all those who are my enemies will regret it. Crocodile's eyes were full of madness and evil, but Robin looked at Crocodile and didn't even ask him to blame himself. The smart Robin also understood at once that his value is coming to an end. It's just that she didn't expect that this rookie pirate group would not be able to compete with Crocodile. It is the sand crocodile that can make such a strong self-esteem, Zhang. Understood. Robin did not refuse such an order, because if he refused it this time, Crocodile would definitely not listen to her explanation, but would directly kill her. 243. All-out war breaks out, Hat Group vs Pakistan Lock Work Club. The earth roared, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and countless horses and camels were covered in black. Looking around, within tens of miles, there are rebels with murderous faces, and the galloping horses make the earth cry. All the way from the rebel army gathered in various cities, they rushed towards Albana at the fastest speed. Under the conspiracy of Baroque, their patience with the king has reached its limit. Not long ago, the fake king's attempt to massacre them had completely angered all the hopeful rebels. Even the leader, Kosha, almost lost his mind. They agreed that the kingdom is hopeless, and only by changing the king can the world be saved. Looking at the magnificent giant city and the dense king's army in the city, the rebel army let out a deafening roar. A rebellion of more than 600,000 people, against the king's army of about 400,000. The Great War is about to break out. Hasn't the king been found yet? Gaka stood on the city wall, and he could already see the rebel army approaching from all directions of the capital. The pressure on 827 in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. It's so big that it can't bear it anymore. This is a matter of Alabasta's national fortune. But now the king is not here, no one in the royal family is here, not even Belle. All the burdens are on him alone. Only at this moment did he know what kind of pressure the king usually endured. In the past, the responsibility of being a general; in the present view, the pressure is so small. The rebel armies in many directions are currently only besieging but not attacking, apparently conquering them in the cities along the way. It is not an easy task to win this last royal capital. Advertisement: they are waiting for the arrival of their leader Koza to command the final battle. So the people outside the city who arrived the fastest didn't rush up blindly. Lord Yaka, the vanguard of the rebel army, has arrived at the west city gate. Please give an order, CBED. A scout rushed over to report. Now that the king is gone, only Lord Yaka can command them. We should act first. Once the rebel forces join forces, we will be enemies on all sides, and the possibility of winning will be even smaller, the general suggested. Now that they are besieged, the situation is already very bad. If the main force of the rebel army arrives and the war breaks out, they will have no advantage at all. Now even many people in the city are ready to move, and they may rise up in response to the slogan of the rebel army at any time and resist the rule of the royal family. Don't take the initiative to attack. Intensify efforts to find King Cobra. Jaka rang out King Cobra's previous combat policy, and he resolutely refused to launch an active attack on the rebel army. Because in the eyes of the king, these people are his subjects, and now that they all know who the real enemy is. Unless he had to, Ruka did not want to start this senseless war with the rebels. Must be restrained. It is best to find the king as soon as possible. But Gaka forgot that whether it is the rebel army or the king's army, there are many agents of the Pakistani Lock Work Agency. With them, fires and misfires are inevitable. In such an atmosphere of fear, depression, and tension that the war ahead is about to break out. Such a misfire is enough to ignite an all-out war. Bang! Along with the king's army, they shot at the position of the rebel army on the city wall and killed several people. Advertisement: local scuffles inevitably broke out. Kosa, the king's capital, is just ahead. The battle seems to have begun, a cadre quickly reported after receiving the latest news. What? Hearing this, Kosha's face darkened. After the initial rage, he calmed down and found that something didn't make sense. He also thought about waiting until Albana, and then confronting King Cobra face to face, or persuading King Cobra to surrender. But now, the king's army obviously intends to fight to the end, and has no intention of negotiating at all. If so, he has nothing to worry about. Command all the ministries, obey the order, and attack Albana together. We must save our country. Kosha shouted loudly, drawing his sword. So far, there is no other choice. Yes. The roar of mountains and tsunami resounded throughout the entire land, and even the people in the capital could hear it clearly. Many of the civilians are hiding in their homes, the doors and windows are closed, and the king's army is on the wall, in the city, and in various places in the palace. Soldiers in many places have defected to the rebel army, but the king's army in the capital still believes in their king very much. Of course, compared to before, there are still a lot more voices of doubt. But as soldiers, the current situation does not allow them to retreat. The rebel army is coming. The boss is coming soon. Let's explain it obediently later. Maybe we can die a little easier, in a dilapidated tavern not far from the palace. Mr. Point 2 turned the ballet circle, quietly looked at the pained King Cobra who was tied up by the rope and said, "When the boss arrives, he will hand over the person to the boss, and his Mr. 2 mission in the capital will be completed." Point 244. The sand crocodile arrives in the capital and presses for the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. Cobra remains silent, with pain on his face. From their few words, he already knew the situation outside. Similarly, next to the palace, Mr. 1 and Mr. 4 and their respective partners have also ensured that their respective tasks are completed. Promote the outbreak of war. It's still an easy task, said Two Fingers, smiling. When did we have a difficult task in our hands? Mr. 1 said indifferently with a blank face. Makes sense. Master Mr. 1, the boss has a new order. Suddenly a subordinate came over and said, "Oh, what order? Strengthen your eyeliner around Albana. Once you find Princess Vivi and the StrawHat Pirates, kill them without mercy. Not one of them will be let go." The StrawHat Pirates, the rookie pirates. Okay, I understand. Mr. 1 didn't think too much, but took it for granted. At the same time, MR4 and Mr. 2 also received new orders. And not for a while, K-Lock Doll and Nico Robin rushed here. Hahaha. The external war has broken out. Judging from the strength and morale of the rebel army will win, and the center of the decisive battle will also be launched near the palace and the square. The bombs have been arranged. There are so many soldiers, it is difficult to control. Can they the bomb that flattened 5 kilometers of Fang Yuan will create better opportunities for us. Only when the war becomes more tragic, we will appear more like heroes. At that time, whether it is the StrawHat Pirates or Vivi Princess, you are nothing but a lost dog. Lock Doll looked at the huge army not far away, chaotic, attacking like a tide, and retreating. He showed a satisfied smile, waiting for everything to fall under his control. With his status as a hero, he can completely control these people into his own military force. He can also gain support from the world government as an orthodox king. Advertisement in this way, even if the ancient weapon is not obtained, it is almost impossible for the StrawHat Pirates to knock him down. And he has ordered the assassination of all advanced agents. As long as the StrawHat Pirates appear nearby, they will definitely be hunted down. Maybe not everyone can be successfully assassinated, but some of them will be successful. because the strength of these advanced cadres is quite good. But the most important thing in front of him is to find King Cobra, ask about the whereabouts of the historical text, and then ask Nico Robin to translate the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton. Let's hope Nico Robin is a smarter woman. Don't find out the information and whereabouts of ancient weapon, and try to hide it from yourself. Then there is nothing to say, just kill her too. Her value lies in the moment when the historical text is found. Looking at the melee of the army outside the city, many people fell down and blood flowed. K-Lock Doll and Robin just found a direction to sneak into the city indifferently. For him, crossing such a front could not be easier. And he knew that this kind of contact battle alone was not enough. Only when the city is broken and the battle in front of the palace is the real all-out war. King Cobra, where is the historical text? Lock Dar came to the tavern and asked directly when he saw King Cobra. Advertisement, boss, you. When Mr. 2 was handing over the hostages, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the bloodline wound on K. Lockeater's body. What's going on here? Lock Doll's means and strength, they've all seen it before. Asking for flowers. For them, that should be an overwhelming strength. Why are you injured now? Who else can hurt him? When Mr. 3 appeared not long ago, the boss also touched it with one hand, and later fed the crocodile, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Now it hurts like this. But Kelky Doll obviously didn't want to talk about it. You should have other tasks to be busy. Yes. I will go and wipe out all the StrawHat Pirates now. Mr. 2 felt K-Lock Doll's cold-killing intent, and he didn't dare to ask more questions. Zero after nodding hastily, he walked outside, and must not let unstable factors make Princess Vivi and others appear here. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing K. Lockeater's words, Cobra's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't admit it. Hiding is useless to us. Since we found you, of course there are corresponding reasons and information. As the king of Alabasta, how could you not know the secrets passed down from generation to generation by your royal family? Don't waste my patience. Lock Doll lit a cigar and said somberly. What you don't know is that you don't know. Cobra also clenched his teeth. He didn't expect that the purpose of K-Lock Dar is not only Alabasta, but the historical text that their main clan has passed down from generation to generation. As well as the records and weapons related to the historical text, it should not be exposed, and it may affect the entire world structure. You will be able to speak hard now. When you see for yourself what your kingdom is like, I think you will tell me. Go to the high place of the palace to see it. This way you can see it more clearly. Hahaha. K-Lock Doll said Shay in a wicked way. 245. Respective opponents, the arrogant king dominates the world. At the same time, Reka and others also rushed to Albana on horses with magic attached. Looking at the city where the war has broken out, everyone's expression is very heavy. Although I knew this war earlier, it is absolutely impossible without any sacrifices. But such a huge war lay ahead, everyone's heart palpitations. Is this a real war? This is too exaggerated. The blackness is full of people, and you can't see the edge. Usopp saw this. From the heart to the body, I'm guessing. Are they going to stop such a war? He saw human life fleeting, so fragile? No, this is just the beginning. It's not the real, May 97 inches decisive battle. At most it's a contact battle. Reka took a look and judged it immediately. Nani? Hearing Reka's words, Usopp Nami was shocked immediately. Such a huge war. Roaring of knives, guns and artillery. All kinds of voices full of blood and fire converged into turbulent tides. For them, such a war was unimaginable. It turned out to be just a contact battle. How could it be? They couldn't make it in time. Although it was already very fast, the Pakistani Lock Work Agency also allowed the local war to break out ahead of time, confusing the situation. Now I don't know if Koza himself joined the war, it's too late. Under the chaos, among millions of people, it is difficult to find a single person. Without Koza, Vivi has no idea how to stop this war. But now she didn't think about retreating at all. After thinking about it, she quickly came up with a solution. Go to the palace. As long as I can find Gyaka, I can make him stop attacking first. Okay. That fellow K-Lock is probably nearby, and he's probably ready to enjoy the fruits of victory. Zoro has no objection to this. Advertisement. Let's get Lock out of here. Go. Luffy raised his arms and yelled angrily. You really showed up. How courageous you are. But at this moment, there were many advanced cadres riding lizard-like mounts and hundreds of millions of elders, and millions of elders appeared. Many. In the lead are Mr. 1 and Mr. 4 and their partners. Don't get too entangled with them. Let's go separately and gather in the palace. Seeing this, Nami immediately ordered. Learn, Reka, Vivi will leave you alone. Luffy is worried that only Vivi will stop the war. And Reka also said that he wants to stop the war, looking at the crowd as dense as locusts, although Luffy doesn't know what Reka can do. But he believed in Reka. He said that if he stopped, he would be able to stop it. And they have to split into two groups, one way to kill K-Lock Doll, this way Luffy will be the main force. The other way is to prevent this one from seemingly getting out of hand. Of course there should be an unstoppable war, it's a small matter, Reka responded lightly. Don't let them run away, the main thing is to kill Princess Vivi first. Watching the StrawHat Pirates and others disperse and escape, Mr. 1 hastily ordered. In his opinion, the role of Princess Vivi is still great. She is alive, is the most unstable factor. Chasing. Don't run away, Mr. Christmas snapped, and many troops followed him in pursuit. It's just that now Luffy, Reka and others are all wearing the same cloak, and after confusing them, they are heading towards the king's capital from all directions. At first they were able to identify who was Princess Vivi, but after several pursuits, they gradually couldn't tell the difference. Advertisement as a last resort, they can only divide their troops to chase each team. I don't know how long they have been chasing, but finally someone was caught up first. It's Usopp and Chopper. They were cornered by Christmas and Mr. 4. Damn it, it's just an insignificant little person, Mr. 4, get rid of them quickly, and then go after Princess Vivi. After seeing clearly that he was chasing a long nose and a pet, Christmas was furious. The opportunity to do meritorious deeds just passed them by. These two guys don't even have a bounty. It must be the trash fish of trash fish. Chasing them is a waste of time. I can't let you do what you want. At this point, Usopp had to fight if he didn't want to fight. The slingshot was pulled away, and a powerful gunpowder star was aimed precisely at their vitals. Lambo Ball. Chopper also knew that these were advanced cadres. Their strength should not be underestimated, and they immediately entered the strongest combat stance. It's really a stalker, forget it. Let's get rid of you first, and then move forward. 3 sword style. Gale Wind Ghost Slash. Zoro was impatient with being chased, and he slashed out with a counterattack. The Elder was hit into the air by him. Only Mr. 1 and his partner's fingers are not affected at all. Good job, Zoro, I'll leave it to you. Nami gave a thumbs up and then turned and fled. Zoro 0.2 is calm and has long been used to it. He watched his sword energy fall on Mr. 1 just now, and it was like hitting steel, sparks splashed. His eyes narrowed slightly. This guy is a strong man that cannot be ignored. I'm going to chase that woman. With both fingers stepping on her graceful body, she looked in the direction of Nami's escape. And Sanji was stopped by a Nami on the way. Reka took Vivi and went straight to the high place of Albana without hindrance and stopped. Aren't you going to the palace? There is no need for this. The sooner this war is stopped, the fewer people will die, Reka said, slowly spreading his hands, like a monarch embracing the whole world. 246. When Reka makes a move, all parties move and the chaotic battle is in progress. Listening to Reka's words, Vivi was speechless and thought that the reason is this, but how can I stop it now? The time is almost right, noon is approaching, it's just a battlefield for millions of people, where I am. The world has to change with me. Let's see the end at once, Reka said confidently, with a look of arrogance on his face, without the slightest hint of arrogance cover up. Vivi looked at the fierce and domineering figure gradually bathed in the sun, and was deeply shocked. She saw the beam of light falling from the sky, covering him. Like a god descending to earth, as time progresses, Reka's energy mobilization gradually affects the entire city, and then spreads out from the entire city. It was a cloud of fire all over the sky, from the beginning of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, continuously surging. Although the army on the ground was so dark and tidal, they didn't notice it at first, but they gradually noticed that the surrounding sky and environment had changed. Many people looked up subconsciously, showing expressions of shock and horror. Is this a scourge? Kosha trembled in his heart, but the battle has begun, and now there is only one choice. That is to go straight to the palace and take down the king. Only in this way can the chaos in the country be ended. What is this? Ah! A king's army raised his head in shock, but he was cut down by the enemy in front of him just for a moment of distraction. After such things happened several times, no one dared to be careless anymore, no matter what changes happened in the sky at this moment. Those who are in battle cannot be careless. Once they are careless, they will die faster. What is this? The coverage area is so wide. Vivi saw that the entire city, even the entire kingdom, was covered by this layer of fire cloud. No matter what, it had initially aroused the excitement of millions of people notice. Maybe it is really possible to stop the war. Looking at Reka, who is confident, strong and full of unique charm, at this moment, Vivi sees his shadow. And this change was also noticed by the powerhouses scattered all over the capital at this moment. Advertisement, we must find Lok Dar. Arrest him. Not far from the king, Smoker came with a large number of marines. After leaving the rain banquet, Smoker reported what happened to the rain banquet to the marine headquarters. But the order of the world government does not require him to directly take down Lok Dar. Instead, it means that without sufficient evidence, 7 warlords of the sea cannot move easily. With a slight movement, what is expected is the balance of the world's major forces. The forces have been balanced for a long time, and they don't want to see problems in a certain corner of the forces. Because if you arrest Lok Dar, then what he did will definitely be announced to the world. If the world knows that the 7 warlords of the sea, which the world government has promoted, actually covets other countries, it will cause a crisis of trust in the world government in the entire world. So now the world government's attitude is to wait and see, not wanting to act rashly. In other words, they only cared about Lok's attitude after this. If he is still willing to obey some arrangements of the world government after taking over the kingdom, the world government is completely acceptable. They don't care that there's a million-man battle going on here right now. They only consider the big picture, not right or wrong. But Smoker didn't think so. He hung up the phone bug in anger and acted without authorization again. As long as the 7 warlords of the sea is won, then the world government does not want to change, but must change. So even if it's just them, Smoker wants to bring Crocodile to justice. Advertisement by the way, there is also StrawHat crew, they are also pirates. It's just that Lok is his first target now, It's just that in this chaotic battle, the possibility of finding K-Lock is too small. Are you coming? It's so fast. On the heights of the palace, Gaka was lying in a pool of blood, and K-Lockadar grabbed King Cobra's neck with one hand, watching the changes in the sky. Although I haven't seen Reka use such a move before, but my intuition tells him that it must be caused by the StrawHat Pirates. Because right now, after thinking about it, only the StrawHat Pirates have a greater grievance with him, and this method is obviously not something that can be done by ordinary people. Is that the guy named Reka? Here, can you see clearly? The screams of the whole kingdom? If you don't tell me what I want to know, the casualties will increase 100-fold. It won't be long before the rebel army will reach the center of the palace in square 670, and they will be able to evacuate the land within 5 kilometers. How many people do you think will die because of the big explosion on the ground? In such a dense melee, how could hundreds of thousands of people die? No, 200,000, or even 300,000 people. Ha ha ha. Lockdoll stared indifferently King Cobra. He looks confident because he knows what kind of King Cobra is. He has no choice. Sure enough, King Cobra's face changed greatly after hearing what Lockdar said. You devil. At this moment, King Cobra knew that what Utopia was fighting was just a reason to fool others. This country is not what K-Lockdoll wants at all, if he really wants such a country. It is impossible to massacre these forces on such a large scale. What he wants most is the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton. Reka-san made a move. Ow. Where are you, Lock? I will definitely hit you, Luffy yelled, and ran straight towards the palace. Before they parted, they had already speculated on where Kelkadar might be. 247. Respective battles and victories, Zoro and Mr. 1. Of course, that's what Reka told them. Anyone standing in front of Luffy now, as long as he stops him, whether it's the rebel army, the king's army, or the people from the Baroque Works agency, they will all be knocked down with one punch. Straw Hat Boy. The lingering guy, Clock Doll heard the voice and looked down at Luffy from the palace. King Cobra, you'd better tell the truth. Maybe you can save a few people from dying. Robin stood next to K-Lockadar and persuaded. No matter how this war is, what she wants to know is very simple from the very beginning. That is what is recorded in the historical text of Alabasta. Since she was a child, she lost her friends, relatives and hometown, experienced countless betrayals along the way, and saw too much darkness of human nature. If it were someone else, I'm afraid she would have been unable to think about committing suicide for a long time. The only thing supporting her now is the history text. But over the years, she has not seen many historical texts, because it is too difficult. Moreover, ordinary pirates will not take risks to provoke things that are expressly prohibited by the world government without huge benefits. This is also the reason why she chose to cooperate with K-Lockdoll in the past few years. Because he has the ambition and courage that ordinary pirates don't have, he dares to explore the truth of the historical text. Although the purpose is to obtain ancient weapon, their purpose is the same before finding the historical text. Nico Robin, son of the devil, Cobra is the guardian of the king of the historical text. For the only person in the current world who has the possibility to interpret historical texts, he naturally knew something before. Because of this, he did not confess immediately. Once a confession is made, it is really possible to be interpreted. Advertisement in that case, if the ancient weapon really fell into the hands of someone like K-Lockdar, what kind of bloody war would be set off? But in the current situation, how should he choose? Can only gamble on Nico Robin, can't actually interpret the historical text? Or ignore the lives and deaths of millions of innocent people? Cobra's face and eyes were full of struggle, and he watched the people below fall down one by one. His conscience is being tortured and challenged like never before. Damn it. It turns out that the king has been in your hands all this time. Gaka, who was knocked down by K-Lockadar and covered in blood, stared at K-Lockadar angrily. You don't have the right to talk here now. 2 rounds of flowers are blooming. Robin glanced at him blankly, then crossed his hands, and 2 arms emerged behind him, twisting his neck and knocking him out. My lord. At the same time, Bell flew over from the sky. Originally, Vivi let him recuperate his injuries at the rain banquet, but now that this happened in the capital, he had apparently obeyed Princess Vivi's order. After Princess Vivi set off, he also set off and rushed over. As soon as he reached the sky, he saw the scuffle below. When I arrived at the palace, I saw K-Lockdoll pinching King Cobra's neck. This made him lose his mind in an instant. He couldn't accept it at all, and rushed over with all his strength. He really doesn't know how to learn his lesson. Last time he saved a life, he should cherish it. 8 rounds of flowers bloom, Robin Shuya said steadily. As he said that, the arms grew out of Bell's body. Before he could fly to them, his wings and body were in midair, and he was imprisoned by Robin's arms. After that, the body stiffened and fell from the air to the ground. Tiger hunting. Clang. Advertisement Zoro is like a swift and fierce wind, and Mr. 1 is killed in an instant. The 3 knives passed by the icy cold light, and instantly slashed on Mr. 1, but sparks burst out. Even the palm of the hand was shaken to the point of blood. Zoro's eyes froze suddenly. Metal Man? I'm a quick slasher who ate dice fruit. Meeting me is your nightmare. A swordsman. It's impossible to defeat me. Mr. 1 said, his hands have transformed into sharp double knives. Looking at Zoro indifferently, his fruit ability is very restrained for a swordsman, as long as he can't cut through his body of refined steel. If you can't hurt him, innately, he is in an invincible position. It should be you who are unlucky, Zoro said, raised his hand and slashed out several violent sword chi, smashing the houses and land along the way, and went straight to Mr. 1. Facing this extraordinary slash, Mr. 1 did not dodge at all, but still fell on him with sword energy. The powerful impact pushed him back a few steps, but there was still not even a single scar on his body. After receiving a blow, he swung his blade and swung his arms towards Zoro at an extremely fast speed. Zoro hastily parried and blocked. The sound of slashing and slashing continued, sparks burst out, and sword energy and sharp energy shot around, smashing the entire street to pieces. Good strength. With hundreds of attacks being perfectly blocked by Zoro, Mr. 1's face gradually became serious. This swordsman's strength is quite impressive. My own onslaught had no effect. You must know that his bounty is 75 million Baileys, and he is well known even in the world, but the swordsman, Lee's, in front of him. Not only is he a rookie, but his bounty is only 30 million Baileys, yet his strength is so amazing. Wuji ghost slashing. As the two confronted each other swiftly and violently, Zoro stomped on his feet, increased his strength, and forced Mr. 1 back with one blow, and then Wuji's sharp sword intent attached to him. The whole person was like a black flash, and went straight to Mr. 1. Mr. 1 still used the steel body to block, but this time, the metal skin of his hands split open, and there were dark red blood dripping on the ground. He was taken aback for a moment. How could that be? I've said it before, you are the one who was unlucky to meet me, whether you are steel or diamonds, on my way to become the strongest swordsman in the world. I will cut off everything for you to see. Zoro's eyes were burning with fierce fighting spirit. 248. The Straw Hat Group of Rolling Bar Lock Work Agency. Who doesn't know how to say big words? Mr. 1 looked serious, but his words still didn't take it seriously. Even if the swordsman in front of him caused a little damage to himself just now. But if he wants to kill himself completely, he is still qualified. It is also impossible for him to be defeated by a rookie pirate. He has experienced many battles before he has the current strength. How could it just fall down like this? Dust slash. Mr. 1 crossed his hands in front of his chest, each finger turned into metal, and swung at Zoro from the air. In an instant, the sharp energy like a sword swept across his eyes. There is a terrible tendency to cut everything off. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All the buildings and trees were cut to pieces under this sharp air. And this slash still flew towards Zoro. Zoro didn't flinch in the face of the slash that turned the surrounding world upside down. Instead he exuded a surging, ferocious, ghost-like aura. The footsteps smashed the ground suddenly, like a laser beam ejected towards Mr. 5801. Three sword style profound art, violent wind, slash. Boom. All the vigor of the flying, under the impact of Zoro, was all smashed to pieces. As if the ice and snow were melted by the high temperature, it rushed to Mr. 1 in an instant. Profound meaning of Wuji 1's sword flow. The lion sings. Nani. Feeling such a sharp slash, Mr. 1's eyes froze, and he quickly backed away, but it was still too late. A streak of blood flew up, and his face showed pain. Half the strength is really not enough to win, but it is enough to break through your defense. You have to hold on for a little longer. Zoro's words made the mister who had been startled. Huge change in color. What a joke. My chest was almost completely cut open, and even the bones were faintly visible. But the opponent didn't even go all out. Is it a bluff? Or is this monster swordsman possessing strength stronger than him? What are you kidding? You are the one who will die. How could flesh and blood win me? Mr. 1 roared angrily. It's not that he couldn't accept failure. Advertisement rather than being unable to accept failure with such a large gap. Mie Lai slash. Every slash has a slash that radiates light patterns like sword energy. Spiral slash. The metal in both hands is spinning at a high speed, launching a strangling and slashing attack. As long as it touches it, the flesh and blood will be crushed instantly. Mode dust speed cut. In rage, Mr. 1 unleashes all sorts of swift and terrifying slashes at Zoro. Even if Zoro's hard power is better, it is extremely difficult to win without any injuries. Most of the attacks were chopped up or dodged by Zoro, but there was still a splash attack that left some wounds on him. But much better than it should have been. Mr. 1 is a strong player, it is worthy of attention wherever it is placed. And Zoro has gradually enriched his combat experience in this kind of battle. For him, this is fighting. Especially the ability of Mr. 1, if he can't find a better chance to kill him with one blow, it will not be so easy for him to defeat him. 72 Troubled Phoenixes, Ghost Slash. Bull Needles. Tiger Hunting, One Knife Technique. Three Swords Technique. CBDC, Boom Boom Boom. Under the desperate fight between the two, the surrounding streets gradually turned into ruins. Mr. Point 1 also had wounds one after another, just because he knew from the beginning that Zoro could break through his defense. So he has been guarding against the chance of Zoro killing him with one blow. Advertisement even many attacks are biased towards defense. And long-term defense must be spared. When he wanted to strike through Zoro's heart, Zoro's immature knowledge sensed it. At the same time, the battle of other members of the Straw Hat Pirates has gradually come to an end. The slash is complete. This is a good opportunity. He also wanted to find a chance to knock the opponent down before. But the opponent's combat experience is extremely rich, and the defense of the dice fruit ability is too strong. The stronger he is, the more Zoro realizes how huge the gap between him and Hawkeye is. He suddenly turned his body, did not retreat, and made a quick assault. That's it, My target is Clock Doll. Wuju One Sword Technique. Great shock. Zoro burst out with an extreme blow, and the two-color hockey was activated at the same time. The strength has also reached ultimate. Advance ahead of time. Mr. One was shocked in his heart, but the shock in his heart was more than that at the moment. He saw Zoro's 3 swords attached to a kind of lacquer black, extremely powerful power. An unprecedented thought suddenly came to my mind. Am I going to lose? Then it will be hard to tell the outcome. Every time he breaks through his defense, he needs to consume a lot of physical strength. If he misses the one-hit kill chance, his advantage will be lost. Why am I not? Zoro took off his turban, looked at Mr. One who fell to the ground and muttered to himself. He has always believed that it is impossible for any swordsman to win against himself, even if he meets the so-called #1 swordsman in the world. He didn't think that the opponent would definitely be able to cut through his defense, but now it has been proved that he is the one watching the sky from a well. But now, he wins. He Daoyi's words drew a deadly black arc in the air, and the next second, Zoro's figure passed by Mr. One. However, he is already catching up now. One day, he will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world. Peefed. A stream of blood spurted from Mr. One's body. His face was full of disbelief, but finally he was relieved. After all, I am sitting in the sky watching the sky. 249. Nami defeated the bounty criminal with 35 million Baileys. Back in time a little bit. Have so many abilities, but just be a coward? Both fingers chased Nami's figure. As the partner of Mr. One, her strength is beyond doubt. The bounty is as high as 35 million Baileys. I thought Nami was just an inconspicuous little person, but since I chased her wrong at the beginning, let's clean her up first. But after this move, his fingers realized that he had underestimated the woman, and she could resist every attack he made. It can even control flames and lightning, although the power is not that strong, but this is the magic of natural elements. If it wasn't for the fact that she was not a Logia ability user after several attacks, the two fingers would not have continued to chase. After all, a Logia-capable user is almost invincible. Damn. Why can't you escape? This guy is too stalking. Nami didn't want to fight her at all. Their task is to disguise and distract them, so that Reka and Vivi can enter the capital more smoothly, and the battle will be considered a success. But this guy didn't want to let her go. Even though she was forced to retreat several times, she still chased after her. You forced me to do this. I shouldn't be doing such a risky thing. Nami knew that she couldn't escape. That woman is demon fruit power, who can make everything sharp and sharp. At this distance, even if Nami knew the magic of the wind element, she would not dare to take off rashly, because this woman's thorn ability could knock her down. If they fly together, they become a live target, so Nami has been thinking about keeping the distance. Now it seems that it is impossible. Since you can't escape, you can only face it. Finally, don't want to run away. Let my sister love you well, said with both fingers. Sharp metal thorns grew all over her body, and hugged Nami. Advertisement. Nami hastily cast a wind element magic to increase agility. If it is pierced, her flesh and blood body will definitely turn into a hornet's nest. When she saw these metal thorns, she had easily pierced through the surrounding walls. Great fireball technique. Nami took out his long stick, guided the fire elemental magic to concentrate on one point, and shot out a great fireball that directly exceeded 1 meter. Like a cannonball, the heat wave filled the entire street in an instant. The power seems to be great, but the speed is too slow. With a chuckle with both fingers, Mioman's body leapt lightly, and the whole person jumped over the fireball like a gust of wind, and even attacked and killed Nami. Did you hide? Nami was startled, and quickly backed away, taking the opportunity to shoot out a bolt of lightning. The speed of the lightning was fast, but his fingers had already expected it. A thorn grew out of his body and connected to the ground. Although the flash of current made his fingers scream, most of the electricity was directed to the ground. She didn't take much damage and charged at Nami again. These advanced agents are really not that easy to deal with. Nami turned his head again to be afraid, but he couldn't run very far, and his fingers kept attacking. Thorn Meteor Hammer. Puff puff. After his fingers initially figured out Nami's method, he no longer kept any room for it. It would be too embarrassing if it takes too much time to deal with a guy who doesn't even have a bounty. His hands turned into Thorn Meteor Hammers, constantly breaking through the walls, and stopped Nami many times with the shortest intensity. Nami hastily avoided the attacks of his fingers many times. Because Grandmaster has many kinds of magic, even though he is in a mess, he hasn't even suffered any injuries. It's a dead end. Let's struggle less and get on the road quickly. After a while, Nami was caught in a dead end with both fingers. It was you who went to the dead end. Don't you think this place is very familiar? Nami forced a smile, although he didn't know if it would be useful, but if he kept being chased like this, if he didn't fight back. One mistake and you could be doomed. Hearing Nami's words, his fingers felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. It seemed that he had passed this place just now, but he just passed by. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. What's the difference? Could it be that she was in a panic? No, if she was in a panic, she wouldn't have said that deliberately. Nami's voice fell, and he didn't give his fingers a chance to think. Earth Shield. Nami waved his hands, and the walls around him glowed. It was only then that his fingers realized that the glowing lines seemed to be made of blood. It's just a few blood streams. His fingers only thought it was produced by his previous attack, and he didn't even think about the effect of blood. Boom. With Nami's magic activated, earth shields rose behind and around the fingers of both hands, enclosing both of them inside. Zero. I didn't expect you to be able to control the land, but these things, how could they stop me? Seeing this, her fingers looked calm, even disapproving. Her thorns could easily pierce through the earth and rocks. This is simply useless. The thorns trampled. There were many sharp thorns growing from the feet of his fingers, and he kicked towards the wall next to him, but the result was not broken, but the whole arm was sunk in. What? She was shocked immediately. Swamp entangled. Nami's other hand has water elemental magic floating in it, which is what she is best at. Judging from just now, this advanced agent obviously doesn't care much about her, so Nami has been hiding his best magic. Now earth magic and water magic merged, and the swamp briefly entangled both fingers. You are a capable person, right? Then I won this battle. Big water elemental magic, giant whale? Nami's magic power was fully activated, and above the sky, a water whale suddenly rushed down with its hands covered. Escape. Only face. There was a loud bang, and the seawater instantly filled the surrounding area. Because there was an earth shield, the water did not flow away, and the alley where the two were located became a swimming pool. Both fingers are capable, and they can't move when exposed to water. Nami didn't stop until she passed out. .250. Chopper Usopp and VSMR.4 Christmas. Win? Nami looked at the fainted fingers and couldn't believe it for a moment. All along, she has not been particularly confident in her own strength, and she has no idea how strong she is. Under the monsters like Reka, Zoro, Luffy, she always felt that she was the weakest rookie. Even though she had defeated many enemies with Reka's help before, she always felt that it was all thanks to Reka. It is precisely because of him and his presence that he can defeat those enemies. But now, with no one to help her, such a powerful enemy was defeated by herself. What made her even more unbelievable to accept was that she didn't find it difficult, as if it was quite easy. Because she planned on, August 17th, just now, the next move in case this battle plan fails. But I didn't expect it to be so successful. The restraint of water elemental magic on capable users is too obvious. Even if the other party may be careless, it is enough to prove that he should be stronger than he expected. I don't know what happened to the others. Hasn't Reka made a move to stop the war? Nami was a little bit sloppy about his own strength. But when she heard the sound of more and more fighting coming from all around, she was still very worried. At the same time, Usopp and Chopper are in a bitter battle, although their strengths have also been trained by Reka. But not long after Chopper boarded the ship, his strength basically remained at the level of the Drum Kingdom. Usopp's eye talent and ammo power have been improved. However, his aptitude is not at the level of a monster like Luffy. He has improved, but has not yet made a qualitative leap. Advertisement: the two of them faced Mr. 4 and his partner Christmas. The hard power of these two is stronger than Mr. 3 in Sand Crocodile's evaluation. Mr. 4 has extremely terrifying strength and strong physical fitness, and even holds a baseball in his hand, and the strength he swings is almost 4 tons. There is also a gun that has eaten a sausage dog beside him, and every bullet fired is as fierce as a cannonball. And Christmas has the ability of flying squirrel, which can make holes in the ground. This pair of partners had a tacit understanding, and with the initial cooperation, they invited Usopp and Chopper to die. Usopp Chopper has multiple fractures in their bodies. Even if Chopper has undergone his 7-stage transformation, he is still not an opponent. So it's been so long, and I still haven't grown up. Damn it. Usopp dragged his bloody, broken body and dared not scream. If this continues, is he really qualified to stay on this ship? Maybe Luffy doesn't mind, but he himself does. He wants to be a brave sea warrior, not a coward who can't do anything. With your strength, you dare to come to the Grand Line. It's ridiculous. You're also going for the big secret treasure. Christmas suddenly burst out from the hole he made, and the sharp flying squirrel claws came from Usopp's waist. I scratched it in between, leaving a bloodstain. Usopp. Damn it. Wrist power strengthened. Seeing this, Chopper quickly exclaimed, and rushed towards Christmas. 400 copies, but as soon as he rushed to the front, Mr. 4, a metal rod stopped Chopper. Fur enhancement. Feeling the terrifying power, the hair on Chopper's body popped out. Pung. There was a loud noise, and the metal rod hit Chopper. Although Chopper used defensive moves, he was still sent flying. Bang bang bang. Then the Dachshund spit out a series of powerful bullets to cover Chopper. Boom, boom. A powerful explosion overwhelms Chopper. It's so weak, I don't know what kind of idiot captain would take you on board. One Piece, of course, belongs to our boss. As for you, you can die here. Christmas once again drilled into geography. Advertisement: Usopp and Chopper suddenly became vigilant, wondering where Christmas would come from. You are not allowed to insult our captain. Usopp originally planned to back down, but when he heard Christmas's words, the anger in his heart erupted like a billowing magma. At this moment, his heart no longer has the intention of retreating. He is even used to being called a liar and a coward. But Luffy, their captain, must not be insulted like this. He is the man who will become the One Piece. They not only saved their hometown, but also saved themselves. Chopper also has a serious face. Now they have no way out. Chopper, I have a plan. Usopp pushed his windproof glasses, said very seriously, and at the same time dodged a bullet that was almost like a cannonball. Chopper also stood up from the ground again at this moment, but he was already bruised. Am I wrong? An incompetent crew, only an incompetent captain would want it. Die. Flying squirrel claw. Christmas taunted loudly, crawling out of the ground again. Kill, high explosive gunpowder star. Usopp didn't dodge, because there was still a little distance, under his will. His eyes gradually turned white, and Christmas's movements seemed to slow down. 5.3 and captures the weakness of the Christmas moment. Boom. Nani. Just as Christmas was approaching, the gunpowder star precisely hit her knee, the upper part, and when she attacked, her strength was concentrated there. But the defense of the lower part is much weaker, the gunpowder star hit her. She was startled, blood burst from her legs, and as Usopp pulled the slingshot again, she aimed at a hole that had been dug and slid in. But at this time, Chopper also changed the way of fighting. The horns are strengthened. Chopper's horns became bigger, and followed into a hole, digging many tunnels under the ground that are completely different from Christmas. ADVERTISEMENT 251. This time, I will definitely not let you escape. The underground passages were originally dug out by Christmas relying on his own ability. Every passage is connected to the ground and extends in all directions. This is why she was able to dodge Chopper's and Usopp's combined attacks several times. Like Whack-A-Mole, she pops up in a different place each time. Even Usopp is extremely difficult to lock down, but now it's different. Chopper is also digging holes in the ground, which they never expected. Chopper made Christmas's underground passage into a mess, and Christmas was furious, chasing after Chopper desperately. But I still can't catch up, and because many roads are connected, it is impossible to predict and stop the Chopper who is digging holes in the ground. Chopper even popped up with ease, constantly provoking her, and at the same time figured out all the underground passages. Finally, the moment when Christmas was brought out of the ground, Mr. 4 mistook it for an enemy. Because in the process, Chopper and Usopp have been provoking Mr. 4. And they found out, too, that there are no instant orders for Christmas. 21 Mr. 4 for this strong man with great strength, his reaction ability seems to be average, and it can even be said to be very slow. This is their chance. It's now. Chopper emerged from the hole several times to provoke Mr. 4. Mr. 4 waved his bat and fired baseball bullets about the size of cannonballs at Chopper. This time it was instead them Whack-A-Mole. But the unresponsive Mr. 4 failed to hit Chopper. Chopper appeared. He was stunned for a moment, then swung the bat and swept over, attacking with 4 tons with all his strength, and swung it with a fierce wind. Advertisement. But at this moment, Chopper squatted down suddenly, and Christmas, who was chasing Chopper angrily, suddenly appeared from this position. Then there was a loud bang of pung, and Mr. 4's 4-ton bat hit Christmas's waist heavily. Miss. Christmas. After Mr. 4 saw clearly the person he hit, he was startled and stunned for a moment. Even if it is his partner, if he takes this blow, even if he does not die, he will definitely be crippled. PFFW. Christmas's body made many bone-shattering sounds, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then rolled his eyes and passed out. When Usopp saw this, he was already ready. The most powerful gunpowder star, at the moment when Mr. 4 was stunned, cooperated with Chopper, and shot a gunpowder star directly into Mr. 4's brain. Super gunpowder star. There was a big bang, and Mr. 4 was submerged in the flames and shockwaves. His body shook a few times, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Won. Chopper, we won, and in Zoro Chopper Usopp Nami when they won. Sanji is indeed the only one currently being beaten. He met Mr. 2 who can change their appearance. Changing into the appearance of Nami and other women makes it extremely difficult for Sanji to do so. After the battle between the two broke out, he could only passively defend himself against being beaten. Damn it, even though I know it's an imitation, but... Why, can't you fight against your partner? Mr. 2 launched a fierce swan dance attack, combined with the new S******** boxing, completely suppressed Sanji, and beat Sanji until he vomited blood. But as time went by, Mr. 2 started to admire him instead. On the palace side, under the threat of Chuan Yi and K-Lock Dar to the people of Alabasta, Cobra had no choice, and planned to take Sand Crocodile and the others to the royal cemetery, where historical texts were stored. Crocodile. When Luffy saw Crocodile, he didn't even think about it, he glared and roared, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body like a gust of wind. Advertisement dust billowed all around, and many warriors who were close to Luffy were directly blown away. But if he doesn't obey, he will definitely not obey. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he can only take a gamble. You take King Cobra first, and I will follow after I finish this guy. So far, he is the only one coming. It seems that our plan is going well. Other guys have been dragged to or have already fired them. Lock Dairy Luffy said in a deep voice. 540 The Straw Hat Kid is certainly a little bit strong, but if he is the only one, Lock Doll feels that it shouldn't take much time to deal with him with all his strength. All good things for Sand Crocodiles, but just when they were about to take Cobra away, Luffy found here. It's better to go all out and kill their captain first. At that time, whether it's another battle, or they will be torn apart because they don't have a captain. The powerful palms blasted directly at Crocodile. This time, I will definitely not let you escape again. You are the chief culprit who destroyed Vivi's country. A lifeless thing. Do you really think it can defeat me? Sandstorm? Lock Doll frowned. This guy didn't take himself seriously at all. After all, this is a king who loves his people like his son. Anyway, the place where the historical text is stored is already known, and the only difference is Nico Robin's interpretation. He is very sure that Cobra will not play tricks. If people have already come before him, he will definitely try to stop him. Even though he knew that even if he did this, the Sand Crocodile would not necessarily abide by the agreement. Many people nearby looked up when they heard the voice, but they didn't quite understand. Why is K-Lock here? Lock Doll knows him too well. Rubber rubber, jet bazooka. Luffy instantly entered the second gear state, pulling his hands back, slapping, bombarding the place where his palms passed, and the sound of sonic boom continued. 252. Luffy fights against Lock again. Luffy broke out to attack with all his strength. Fists all over the sky blasted towards Lock Doll. A round of air cannonballs. Under Luffy's terrifying brute force swing, like a flock of crows cannonballs. Continuous bombardment on K-Lock Dar. Tangled guy. If you're the only one, I'll send you on the road first. Seeing Luffy alone. K-Lock Doll knows it. The plan I started at the beginning has already succeeded for the most part, separating them. Others, whether they win or lose, will be dragged down by this vortex of war. Even Reka, the Sun Tyrant, what can he do in this million-level war? Want to stop this war? He didn't believe that anyone could do it, and the anger on both sides had already been ignited. In this decisive time period, even he himself is not sure to stop this war. Want to play the good guy who plays house? Then this war will hold them back even more. Advertisement then get rid of their captain now, and the others, one by one slowly. Wait until the war and the subordinates of the work club consume their 10,000 to the greatest extent. And after I get the ancient weapon Pluton, then get rid of all of them. Heavy Shalon. K-Lock held the desert whirlwind in his hand, and the yellow sand flew all over the sky. Knowing Luffy's strength, he made another attack, and it was an extremely powerful attack. Boom. A terrifying tornado is coming towards Luffy. Luffy's face was gloomy. Walking through the terrifying battlefield, he already knew it clearly. How many innocent lives have been lost because of K-Lock's ambitions? Anger is already brewing. A guy like you doesn't deserve to be a pirate at all. Second gear, rubber rubber storm. Luffy looked at the flying tornado rule, and roared in the direction of K-Lock Doll. The rubber hands waved crazily, and the shadows of fists blasted out again, but with extremely terrible anger and armament hockey. Boom. The huge Sharon roll lasted for less than 2 seconds before it was completely smashed by Luffy. Lock Doll, who was using the cover of the Sharon roll, froze for a moment. This guy actually broke his own heavy sand roll with brute force. A kid like you knows what a pirate is. Lock Doll was furious at being reprimanded by such trust as Luffy. Advertisement, it's just relying on some strength to show such disgusting and contemptuous eyes to himself. It's exactly the same as that old Whitebeard's eyes when he didn't bother to kill himself. Those eyes pierced his heart deeply. Lock turned into a whirlwind of yellow sand, waved his golden hook and sliced towards Luffy's head. The billowing sandstorm was carried by him, sweeping and crushing Luffy. Under the sandstorm, Luffy looked extremely small. But there is no fear in Luffy's eyes. It's not a pirate like you anyway. Luffy roared. At this moment the world changed. An armament hockey sizzled around his body like lightning. But a more terrifying conqueror's hockey broke out at this moment. What? Lock Doll felt that at this moment, Luffy truly possessed the courage and terrifying will of a king. It's just a brat. How could he have such a terrifying aura? Lock Doll couldn't believe it, but he wasn't a vegetarian either. The stronger and more terrifying the enemy's potential, the more they must be eliminated. He now knows very well that if these guys don't die, they shouldn't give up easily, and they will definitely pester him. Conqueror's hockey, awakened so soon. Standing on a high place, controlling the magic power of the sun, Reka, who has completely covered the entire city, felt the moment when Luffy broke out Conqueror's hockey. There was a trace of surprise and relief on his face, and he should end this war as quickly as possible. 253. Conquerors, stunned 400,000. The battle between Luffy and Lock is on. Nico Robin, who was on the sidelines, took a look, and quietly took away Clock Doll who was restrained by the side. Now that Lock was pinned down, no one cared about her. Then now is the best opportunity. You want ancient weapon too? King Cobra was just a bound prisoner at the moment. Looking at Nico Robin who sneakily took him away, he couldn't help asking. He is not stupid, he can see it through such a move. The relationship between Nico Robin and Lock Doll seems not to be harmonious. No, I just want to know the real history. Nico Robin was wanted in his early years as the guardian family of the historical text. For this current world, the only existence that can interpret historical texts. Cobra has long been concerned about 050 bets. Some things are destined not to be known. I live for it, lead the way. Nico Robin doesn't want to talk nonsense. The only motivation that supports her to survive is this. How could it be possible to give up the immediate goal just because of a few words from King Cobra? And what to do? She knew exactly what to do. But on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum, she met an unexpected guest, Tashigi. Even if Tashigi knows that he may not be Nico Robin's opponent. Advertisement, but Colonel Smoker isn't with her right now. She can only fight on her own. In her opinion, the entire Baroque Works are criminals. Colonel Smoker has decided, CBCB, to violate the order of the headquarters, and he will arrest K-Lock Doll. Of course she can't back down. It's just that the ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. In just 2 or 3 strokes, she and the Marine she led were knocked to the ground by Nico Robin. If you want to enforce justice, ideals are not enough. Robin left a sentence and continued to walk to the Imperial tomb. And because of the crazy death fight between Lock Doll and Luffy nearby, the sound of explosions continued. The power attack of the two caused a huge change in the surrounding environment. Buildings were either blasted by fists or flattened by sandstorms. And Crocodile, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, soon discovered that Cobra and Robin had slipped away. He wanted to chase, but was stopped by Luffy. Boom! And at this moment, the entire sky was roaring, and the billowing sea of flames covered the entire sky. Roar! As if the gods were wrathful, Conqueror's Haki burst out with a blazing fire. Shake the mountains in an instant. The fired cannonball was greatly hindered in front of this substantial Conqueror's Haki, floating slowly in the air like time and space stagnation. The millions of soldiers who are fighting fiercely only feel that their bodies are in this moment. It's like being crushed by an invisible mountain peak. Struggle. Advertisement in this fusion of sun magic and advanced Conqueror's Haki. Even he doesn't understand what's going on right now. What is this? Lock Dar and Luffy were fighting near the palace, where you can see the whole city from a commanding height. Even if it explodes, it cannot affect such a wide area. What's happening here? Crash. In the next second, groups of people fainted and collapsed, regardless of the king's army, regardless of the rebel army. With Reka here, the war will definitely be stopped, Luffy said confidently. This scene is too terrifying. Reka has created a field. With absolute power, everyone is trapped in a quagmire. Suddenly it fell down. What are you kidding? This is a battlefield of millions of people. Locke was almost crazy. How could he be stopped by human beings after planning and war for so long? This is simply like the means of God. They don't know, they are struggling now too. Almost in the blink of an eye, at least 1/3 of the people on the entire battlefield. The bomb he arranged didn't explode. Those who are still standing, everyone is showing unprecedented fear. It seems that the gods are furious and are harvesting everything in the world. Do you died? A full third of the entire battlefield. At least 300,000 to 400,000 people fell instantly? 254. Unstoppable war. K-Lock Doll's pride. What's wrong everyone? Ko Sha was also stunned. Before the war started, he also thought about whether the king's army would have some killer tricks. But right now, this is no longer a means of counterattack. It is a method that belongs to the gods. I didn't see any attack, no distinction between enemy and friend, so many people fell down. They're still alive, it seems like they've just passed out. A team leader was half kneeling, and the sea of flames flying all over the sky sent down a terrible pressure, making it impossible for him to act like a normal person. What is happening? Why did everyone suddenly become like this? At this moment, both the rebel army and the king's army were heartbroken. This scene has exceeded their cognition. I don't know how to deal with it for a while. There are people in the sky. An exclamation sounded from the crowd. If it is still in battle, I am afraid that such a voice will be directly flooded the palace. But now it seems so clear and loud. Hearing this, no one even thought about it and looked up subconsciously. They saw a figure with an axe standing in the air. But under the afterglow of the fire in the sky, it is sacred and powerful. His indifferent eyes glanced across the earth, like a god examining the world. Everyone who was caught by these eyes trembled. It was an instinctive fear of more advanced life forms. Advertisement Vivi looked at the figure standing in the air. I stared at it for a long time, put his whole figure in his eyes, because of his heart. She watched nearly half of the soldiers fall unconscious, stunned. In her view, this is a war that has broken out and cannot be stopped. But under his interference, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were directly paralyzed and continued to fight. The area where the comatose people are located is the place where the battle was the most intense just now. Standing on a high place, Vivi looked around, and once again found the reality that shocked her. Now she really believes, Reka really has the power to stop this fight. And at this moment, Reka clearly felt that his arrogance was soaring wildly. This is his long-awaited debut. With hundreds of thousands of people falling down, those who are still standing at this moment respect him like a god. This is also the highest expression of arrogance ultimate. When the world respects him like a god, it is the greatest recognition for him. Let's end the war here, Reka glanced at it and said lightly. Hearing Reka's words, both sides in the battle woke up like a dream, gradually waking up from the shock. Many people were taken aback when they heard Reka's words, and then looked at their chief and the people around them. No matter who you are, the tyranny must be overthrown, otherwise even if we survive today, we will have no way out in this country. We can no longer afford to eat or drink. Instead of dying slowly, we should give it a go, said a man. The leader of the rebel branch with a scar on his face looked at his compatriots around him. Asterisk advertisement he looked at Reka fearfully again, and finally hesitantly, facing Reka, he said firmly. If this man is strong in the king's army, they have no choice. Today, in order to set things right in this country, they have already bet everything. If they can't win, even if this godlike man in front of him doesn't kill them, how long can they live? Even if the king does not ask them to settle accounts after the military. But they no longer have all the resources to survive. Otherwise, why would you rebel? So this war can't stop, they can't see any hope. Only by winning can we see hope. So no matter how many people die, they still have to fight for that death. War is like a beast out of its cage. It is easy to release, but extremely difficult to take back. The giant beast of war is out of control. Even if it has great strength, it may not be able to restore it. That was a mind shift. See, no one can stop this war. Unless you kill everyone, otherwise, they will stand up. K-Lock Dar in the distance saw this. Can't stop laughing out loud. It's so noisy. Luffy punched Lock Doll's face heavily, and blood splattered immediately. UB**********. D. Lock Doll's face twisted and became angry. 255. Gradually go berserk. Am I going to lose? Lock Doll is getting more and more furious, especially seeing the firmness in Luffy's eyes that never seems to waver. He couldn't understand what was going on with this unreasonable trust. They are people, they are pirates, and they are naturally cautious and suspicious groups. There shouldn't be such useless things as unconditional. He once trusted his companions, but at critical moments, they all abandoned themselves. It's all because that monster Whitebeard is too scary. I will definitely beat you. 150. Luffy was out of breath. Adding hockey in second gear was still too much consumption for him at the moment. If it weren't for the high-intensity training of Reka-san during this period of time. Even if he can erupt such a powerful combat power, he can't hold on for too long. However, the result of training is obvious, even for 7 Warlords of the Sea, Logia fruit ability users. He can also confront head-on now, and even gradually gain the upper hand. On the contrary, Lock Doll's mentality gradually went wrong. In his opinion, Luffy is just a fledgling kid who just debuted. In the end, he pushed himself to this point. Don't even dare to confront their entire pirate group head-on. Advertisement: this is a disgrace. What's even more shameful is that he can't even take down the Straw Hat Boy now. The more Lock Doll thinks about it, the crazier he becomes. If he is doomed not to win, then he will have countless people buried with him. In other places, it may be difficult to do this, but this is the Desert Kingdom. He should have been an existence that would never lose here. But these guys in front of them have mastered the ability to restrain the Logia fruit. If destruction is what they want, then fulfill them. Destroyer Shalon. Lock Doll roared, his whole body exploded and merged into the surroundings, and the surrounding land, houses, and soil all turned into yellow sand. At this moment, he is also squeezing his own potential, as if his ability has awakened. Whoosh! Yellow tornadoes flew into the air, sweeping around irregularly, like hundreds of dragon snakes, tornadoes destroying the world. The nearby king's army was swept away, and this was only affected. The dragon snake Sharon roll swept across the ground. The earth gradually shattered into yellow sand, more and more. Nico Robin, who just arrived at the underground mausoleum, also noticed this shock. Advertisement: Luffy and K-Lock are fighting more and more fiercely, under K-Lock's previous intentional guidance. It is getting closer and closer to the Imperial Mausoleum. The underground space of the Imperial Mausoleum was also affected at this moment, and the earth and rocks above were falling down. If we continue to move forward, we may not have time to leave here. This place is going to collapse. King Cobra looked at the constantly shaking Imperial tomb, and began to persuade him. Go ahead and lead the way, but Robin didn't care. Whoosh! Luffy saw that Lock Doll seemed to lose his mind, and began to bomb and destroy the surrounding area on a large scale, and immediately knew that there was not much time left for him. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. ZBU. Luffy raised her whole body strength to ultimate. The armament hockey on her fist was even darker, and when she pinched her 5 fingers, Hanabi collapsed. Rubber jet blunderbuss. Luffy's fists hit continuously. The speed was so fast that Wang Yingying couldn't see clearly. All you can see is a cloud of air cannonballs being blasted out by Luffy. The speed was so fast that even Crocodile, who turned into yellow sand and hid in the sandstorm, couldn't completely dodge it. Many sandstorms were also torn apart by the intensive punching force. After dodging most of the attacks, some fists rained down on him. 4.2. The beating made him back again and again, blood gushing out from the wound and mouth. For a moment, Lock's consciousness was a little fuzzy. Could it be that I will lose? Why does this guy still have such power? Impossible, and even if I lose, they will lose too. Thinking of this, Lock Doll seemed to feel a lot better in his heart, and the corner of his eyes even turned towards Reka's position. But at this glance, the pupils contracted sharply. 256. Princess's shout and tears. Can't mediate? Reka quietly listened to the words of the soldiers below. He frowned slightly. Not only the rebel army, but also the king's army has no plans to let it go. They regard the rebels as traitors. It is believed that a large part of the country has become like this because of the existence of the rebel army. If there is no rebel army, even if there are many problems in the country now. But they believe that under King Cobra's handling, it will be resolved sooner or later. They believed their king was a good monarch, a merciful king. But they did not listen to the advice and chose violent means. Their war broke out, and many friends and comrades in arms were buried in this war. The battle cannot be stopped, and it is only possible for one party to win or lose in 21. Everyone is very angry. Although the battle released some just now, it still exists. In this case, even if Vivi speaks out, it may not be able to completely stop it. At most it is a delay. It may not be able to solve it completely. Because in the eyes of the rebels, Princess Vivi is the king's daughter. Now that they have reached the palace, they must hope for a truce. Who knows what conspiracy is going on here? Even Koza might not be able to fully trust Princess Vivi. But Vivi still has to do it. Advertisement: because she really doesn't want to see anyone pay the price with their lives because of Lock Doll's conspiracy and ambition. Enough people have died today. Reka raised his hand slightly, and Vivi flew up with him. Before reaching Reka's side, he shouted to the crowd below. Please stop everyone. This war has no meaning at all. it's all Kelketer's conspiracy. But the crowd below started to make noise again. Reka's Conqueror's Haki can't last forever either. Even his Conqueror's Haki is already very powerful. But covering such a large battlefield requires precise control. Time is an issue, now Haki's field is getting weaker. Both armies are expressing their attitudes, the sound is very loud. The content in it can be summarized as, it is impossible to surrender, it is impossible to give up resistance, it is impossible to give up revolution and fighting. They can even be killed by Reka, but they will never sit back and watch this country continue to decay and die. They want to change this country, change their destiny. Only by doing so can their children have a future. Their eyes gradually became crazy again. They can feel that the invisible obstacle in the void has gradually disappeared. They can start fighting again. Everyone is alert to the enemies around them. So much so that when Vivi spoke, no one listened at all. Advertisement seeing this, Vivi felt helpless, but she couldn't give up. No matter what, she has to try her best. Because of his ambition, he actually wanted so many innocent citizens to kill each other and lose their lives. This is really not worth it. Now that members of the royal family appear, they also have the main heart and 110 bones at once. Princess Vivi, why are you crying? Below are the weeds on the side of the road, not the insignificant ants. Princess Vivi, didn't she disappear before? How did she appear on the battlefield? There was also some commotion on the part of the rebel army? Who knows, anyway, I don't think it will be a good thing. Seeing Vivi's eyes and roar, everyone was stunned for a moment. The entire battlefield that was about to move was quiet again. Quiet. Seeing this, Reka reprimanded appropriately. The sound was like spring thunder, blooming in everyone's ears, making their heads buzzing immediately. Now there is no one in their king's army who can give orders to the whole army. Her heart is filled with grief. This is all K. Lockdale's conspiracy. You must know that the king is not here now, and even the commander of the Jaka army does not know where he is. Seeing this, the army commanders of the king's army all showed joy. Please don't fight anymore. Vivi shouted hysterically again, her eyes filled with mourning and tears, looking at these citizens who were struggling to survive in the past. They were all just following the previous guard orders to protect the palace. It is life. That's Princess Vivi. At this moment, the entire battlefield came into focus again. They are all living people, with hands and feet, eyes and mouths just like them. 257. Arrogant king, I will be your opponent. Kosa, are you there? Vivi's voice sounded again. She knew that Kosha was among these people, it's just that there are still many people standing. She can't find it, she wants to tell Kosa the truth, she believes as long as Kosa is here. You will definitely choose to believe in yourself. As Vivi's voice sounded, the eyes of many rebels subconsciously looked towards a place. That's where Kosa, the leader of the rebel army, is. Vivi. Ko Sha pushed his glasses, very surprised. In intelligence, Vivi has been gone for far too long. He even guessed that King Cobra had her protected in some safe fortress. Kosha. Stop it. All the wars are instigated and exposed by 7 warlords of the Sea Lock Doll, and many droughts across the country are also done by his criminal group Baroque Works. All these battles are meaningless. The culprit is K. Lock Dar. Vivi stared at Kosa and said. She wished so much that she could stop this fight. Advertisement. What? And when these words sounded, there was a huge wave in everyone's heart. Vivi, is what you said true? Zhang Sha was also quite shocked. If someone else did this, Kosha would naturally not believe it. But the two of them have experienced many things since they were young, and there is trust. Even though he hasn't seen him for many years, he doesn't feel like Vivi is a liar. That's right. I've been lurking in the Lock Agency these days. Lock Dar wants to take over this country. Backquote. Vivi is sure to tell Kosa seriously? When Kosha heard the words, he immediately fell silent, before he could make any reaction. The crowd suddenly became commotion. This must be a conspiracy. Lock Dar is the hero of the people. When the pirates were about to slaughter us, it was Lock Dar who saved us. How could he do such a thing? A rebel army suddenly became very excited said. That's right. When Alabasta was in trouble, where were your royal family? Sit in the glorious palace and continue to enjoy your beautiful life. You can't see our suffering at all. Lock Dar is the real one heroes paid by this country. Overthrow the tyranny. Under the leadership of some caring people, the rebel army gradually became agitated. Looking at those angry faces, Vivi felt unprecedented despair. How could this be? This is totally different from what she thought. Why the truth is right in front of you, as long as you spend a little time and think about it, you will be able to find out if what you said is not a lie. She knows that Clock Dar has been running her own hero status. Advertisement unexpectedly, his prestige has reached such a level. Vivi bit her lip tightly, blood was streaming down, she could only look at Kosha. Hope Kosa makes the right choice, he should know that he won't lie to him. But at this moment, Crocodile suddenly rose from a high altitude in the distance with blood on his face, and shouted in this direction. The royal family of Alabasta wants to use me as a scapegoat. They cooperated with the pirates. Yours the guy next to me is a pirate. The enemy in front of me is also a pirate. The Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Believe in pirates, or believe in yourself, you decide for yourself. After Lock Doll finished speaking, he was thrown into the air by Luffy and flew down with a punch. That is, the hero of the people, K-Lock, he is also being hunted down. By the way, I remembered, this man is a pirate. What is his name? Sun Tyrant. What? The royal family actually cooperates with pirates and wants to slander our heroes. Kusha, I know you know each other and are also friends, but now you have to make a decision. If this is really a royal conspiracy, once we compromise, do you think the 600,000 compatriots can survive? Shaw hesitated, whether to believe Vivi's time towel. A compatriot next to him suddenly reminded that what they are doing now is a rebellion. Stop suddenly. Once he makes a mistake in his judgment, everyone will follow him to death. Kosha's forehead was sweating coldly, and the pressure was unprecedented. Although he is willing to believe in Vivi, he dare not gamble with so many people. These people have given their lives and hopes to him. It seems that you are still very hostile. If that's the case, then let me be your opponent. Seeing Kosha, Reka has already guessed the result with a high probability. 8 Saw 258, Reka shot. Go to war. Last hope, even if Koza trusts Vivi. But at this moment, the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. If it is before this full-scale battlefield, Vivi will find Koza. Out of trust, Kosha will have enough time to investigate. Go confront Vivi, and prove it's true, but now they are one step away from success. They have already reached the capital. There is no turning back when you open the bow. Everyone is red-eyed, they only see victory is in front of them now. If you give up, you will never have such a good opportunity in the future. If this is a royal conspiracy, they listen to Vivi's words and give up the war. Even if they react afterwards, so what can they do? Launching this all-out war has exhausted all their resources. How could Kosha gamble with so many people? Maybe Vivi won't deceive him, but if the king really has nowhere to go, is it possible to coerce Vivi to do this? The rebels had no choice at all. Advertisement victory in sight, and taking a step back, may be the end of eternal doom. Even if Kosha couldn't bear it any longer, he could only choose to continue this war. Kosa. Seeing Kosha's expression from hesitation to firmness again, Vivi looked helplessly. She knows Kosha well, such firm eyes, of course she knows what it means. That's what worries her the most. This war seems to be no longer a question of right or wrong. It's okay for the king's army, but the rebel army, how could they entrust their fate to the members of the royal family they want to overthrow? The only thing Vivi longs for is to like Koza and trust her. Find a way to stop this war, but from their point of view, they may just be recalcitrant. Vivi, I'm sorry, this is not something I can decide. After taking down the palace, we will guarantee your safety and start investigating what you said, but now, I can't risk the lives of all my compatriots, everything, etc. Let's talk about this commotion after it completely subsides. Kosha's words made Vivi's heart cool down. There is a look of grey despair in the eyes. In the end, she still can't change anything. Obviously it feels like it's only a little bit close. It's clearly achieved this level. She came back after a lot of hard work just to stop the war, CBAI. But why can't this result be changed? Why? Vivi said in a daze. Advertisement doesn't even Koza believe in himself? In this case, even if they come up with stronger evidence than their own witnesses, I am afraid they will not choose to believe it. The whole army obeys the order. Kosha couldn't bear to look at Vivi again. He was carrying the future of countless people. Can't stand his personal gamble. Oh, hearing Kosha's order, the other rebels who were still standing roared deafeningly. Protect Princess Vivi. Destroy the rebels. The king's army also sharpened their knives, and many soldiers approached here. And Reka also opened his mouth at this time and shot. It seems that you are still very hostile. If so, let me be your opponent next. Hearing this, the desperate Vivi went to the heavy truck. She really doesn't know what to do. Ideological decisions have nothing to do with combat power. But she had no other way. She thought about the drowning person, grabbed the last straw, shed tears, and said pitifully to Reka, help me. Leave it to me, since peaceful means can't solve it, just knock them all down, Reka said, holding Vivi to the high place of the mobile building, putting her down, and then walked step. The whole person appeared on the battlefield in an instant. He flew down. Kill him. Seeing this, the rebels attacked Reka. They are ready to sacrifice, going to hold Reka with my life. As long as they take down the palace and control the royal family, the victory of this war will be theirs. After all, this pirate was probably hired by the royal family. 259. Thriller. One man against 10,000 armies. The arrogance value is skyrocketing. Rumble, rumble. A gust of wind, raging like a prehistoric giant. With a loud noise, hundreds of people were blown away by the strong wind and shockwaves, like fireworks in full bloom. There was another loud bang, and thousands of people were directly crushed into the soil by the terrible wind pressure. Those who fell, there is, the rebel army, there's the king's army. Solar storm. Reka took another step forward, swiping the axe. The billowing heat wave turned into a just right impact, swept out, covering most of the city. Ah! With this blow, at least 5,000 people were thrown out. The scorching heat made their hands holding the weapons extremely hot, and they subconsciously let go. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of monster is this? Both the rebel army and the king's army were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? When you raise your hands and feet, at least hundreds of people, and as many as tens of thousands of people fall down. How can this be something that humans can do? What if Reka used some means to make hundreds of thousands of people unconscious? Then it is absolutely overwhelming and crushing strength now. All the shells flying towards Reka were swiped by the axe in his hand, and an energy shock wave rushed away, annihilating all the attacks they fired. Where the energy beam passed, the entire land was scorched black. And close? Just kidding, it's impossible to get close at all, it's just the gust of wind generated by waving weapons. Advertisement let them crumble, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. There were originally dense soldiers, but at this moment they were being harvested like wheat. But under Reka, no one died for a moment, basically all of them were destroyed and wounded to the ground. Panic is spreading. What? Don't you want war? I'll give it to you. Reka grinned ferociously while carrying the axe. Every step he takes, the earth shakes, the wind blows sand and rocks, and the thunder and lightning brought by the release of power surrounds him. He glanced at everyone contemptuously. The people he glanced at were all stiff, cold, and utterly terrified. Against such a character? Where do they have a chance of winning? They already had such trump cards, so there was no need to choose to talk just now. Push them straight away. No matter one thing they can't figure out, isn't this the helper brought by Princess Vivi? Why even the king's army attacked? What is happening? It is impossible for me and us to defeat this monster. Damn it. Why is this happening? With a clatter, a rebel army leader let go of the weapon in his hand helplessly, fell to his knees, and roared impotently. Advertisement: both sides of the war have fallen more than 200,000 people so far. You know, many of them can fight against 10 with 1, or 100 with 1. It is a strong existence in itself, but in his hands, it seems that it is not much different from the common people. The hostility gradually dissipated, hope gradually shattered, and fear became the only thing in my heart. And that man is still tireless, running through the tide like crowd. Every blow makes hundreds of soldiers lose their fighting power. 0 such power, they have never heard of it. Even if the strength is strong, each blow is so powerful, after defeating hundreds of thousands of people, you should be exhausted. But he didn't, and he still shuttled through the crowd lightly and calmly. Harvest them like a tireless machine. They even found that the smile on that man's face became more and more obvious, and finally he burst out laughing. He looked at them arrogantly and slightly sickly. Come on, I will give you the war you desire, ha ha ha. The value of arrogance has skyrocketed, it's so cool. He laughed like a villain. It really made the hearts of both parties tremble. What kind of monster is this Tamard? Pirates are so scary. This must have been sent by God to save Alabasta. Princess Vivi turned into a devout believer at this moment, looking at Reka without blinking. She even folded her hands subconsciously and made a prayer. 260. The last hope, ancient weapon Pluton. That guy, won't you get tired? Lock Doll's figure was knocked out from the yellow sand by Luffy. He just felt that this battlefield would never stop. From the perspective of human nature, this is not something he can stop. And judging from Princess Vivi's kind character, so what if they have very powerful helpers? Could it be possible to kill them? With so many people, even if he uses his Logia ability to clear the field, he still can't clean it up. May 47 inches is a large tornado sandstorm that can cover some people. But the consumption is equally large, and some of these guys, a simple sandstorm can't kill them, they can't solve them. When they are knocked down, they will stand up again. If there are only thousands of people, or even tens of thousands of people, K-Lock is sure to come. But with hundreds of thousands of people, he didn't dare to face them head-on, they could exhaust him to death. Even if the simplest method of killing is adopted, all the people line up in rows and do not resist at all. Give K-Lock a knife and cut off their heads one at a time. He can only kill 3,600 people in 1 hour. Even if his hand speed is fast, on this basis, it can be multiplied by 10 times. It can kill 36,000 people in 1 hour. But in the current situation, let alone an hour, half an hour, the outcome of the entire battlefield may have been decided. Advertisement at that time: even if you kill everyone, so what? The country is long gone. Kiki Lock Doll didn't expect at all, things that he didn't dare to do and couldn't do. Reka actually did just that, even more exaggerated. In such a situation, it was possible to only injure but not kill. This shows that his control over power has reached an elusive level of precision. This guy is probably much stronger than I thought. I will never lose to you guys. K-Lock Doll couldn't accept such a thing. I don't even understand why the newcomer pirates are so pervert. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't take 10 minutes. The entire battlefield will be suppressed by him alone. At that time, I will really be defeated. His affairs cannot withstand investigation. In the dark, they may be able to play many calendar areas. But in the light, they die at the sight of the light. Even if he really won the Straw Hat Boy in this bloody battle, so what? Advertisement: there is such a monster in front of me. Ancient weapon, that's right, as long as you get the ancient weapon, all problems will no longer be a problem. In this situation, even he, the 7 warlords of the sea, felt hopeless. This is the only way K-Lock can think of to break the game. This ancient legendary weapon, once obtained by oneself. Not to mention a Straw Hat Pirates, even Whitebeard, what about the world government? Thinking of this, when Lock Doll and Luffy fought hundreds of moves against each other, when both of them fought bloody. Find a gap, get out and retreat, and then aim at the approximate location of the Imperial Mausoleum. An erosion cycle directly corroded the soil layer above, and I saw Nico Robin, who was interpreting historical texts in the mausoleum. And the staring King Cobra, Crocodile, stop for me. Luffy chased angrily, but in terms of speed, Wangsha had a little advantage in this terrain. Luffy's strength is better than that of Lockdoll. But 2.8 failed to form an overwhelming advantage. Nico Robin, what is recorded on it? Lockdoll, covered in blood, jumped from the top and fell behind Nico Robin in extreme embarrassment, panting and asking in a deep voice. Cobra looked so powerful before. The unstoppable Crocodile turned into such a mess, his eyes full of shock. Someone can hurt this guy to such an extent, who did it? 261. This is my partner's country. Hearing K. Lockdoll's words, Nico Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. But with his back to Lockdoll, he couldn't see anything wrong either. Nico Robin was not surprised, and seemed to have expected that K. Lockdoll would come here. She turned her head slowly, spread her hands, and said calmly, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. This is just a piece of history, not ancient weapon information. Are you sure? Lockdoll narrowed his eyes and looked at Nico Robin with deep meaning. Advertisement, he's not an idiot. If it's a historical text, what's with the disappointment flashing in the depths of Nico Robin's eyes? Although I know that Nico Robin may have exclusive information, I don't tell myself 21. But when it happened, K. Lockdoll was still very angry. The so-called companions can never be relied on, of course. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself, although you may not be able to understand. Nico Robin said, stepping back and giving the position to Lockdoll. She didn't even want to hide it too much, she is so tired. After fleeing for so many years, I experienced a lot of betrayal and suffering. As a result, after so many years of hard work this time, I finally found a piece of historical text. The record turned out to be ancient weapon, advertisement. This kind of power claims to be able to easily sink an island with one blow. High should not exist in this world. Anyway, she is tired now, so let these secrets be buried with her. Even though K. Lockdoll knew he couldn't read it. But to this day, he knows no less about the ancient texts of Alabasta. Mastered some ancient texts, of course, those are different from what Nico Robin mastered. History. This article uses unique characters similar to cipher codes unique to the Wano Kuni Kazuki family. Even if you know the popular characters in ancient times. Lockdoll couldn't read it either, but Lockdoll wouldn't believe this until he read the historical text. He subconsciously walked to the historical text, hoping to see something. And Nico Robin stood not far behind K. Lockdoll, and suddenly silently crossed his hands. 8 rounds of flowers bloom, ability activated. 4 pairs of arms suddenly grew from the back of K. Lockdoll, entangled his hands, and restricted his feet. Then Robin threw a bottle of water from his arms and hit Lock directly on him. Drenched him all over. Advertisement. Then he drew a dagger and stabbed K. Lockadar in the back at a very fast speed. Even after all these years, let's make an end to what you have done. It's really disappointing, isn't it good to be alive? I have to find death, although I haven't thought about this possibility, but it's still very annoying. Do you think this can kill me? Nico Robin? K. Lockdoll turned his head and stared at Nico Robin calmly and angrily. Wearing a golden arm, there was a sudden shock, and Robin's arm wrapped around him was shattered. Lockdoll knocked down the stabbing dagger, and then ruthlessly pierced Robin's body with a golden hook. Robin looked calm. Lockdoll pulled out the golden hook, and she also slowly collapsed to the ground. The blood at the wound gradually turned black. This golden hook contains 967 is highly poisonous. Crocodile. At this moment, Luffy's roar came at the same time as the figure, suddenly falling from the sky. Looking for death. Lockdoll has nothing to do, but it is absolutely impossible to catch him without a fight. Since this guy is still looking for death, then kill him. Desert Vajra Saber. Lockdoll swung the blade like desert towards Luffy. Luffy punched down and crushed the yellow sand. You are just pirates, why are you pestering me? Lockdoll said furiously with a distorted face. He can't understand the will of the Straw Hat boy. This is my partner's country. You are not allowed to make trouble, you stinky crocodile, Luffy responded, and with his response, there were extremely dense fists. Point 262. 7 Warlords of the Sea, complete defeat, Sand Crocodile loses. The heavy panting could not be stopped. Luffy and Lockdoll have a final bloody battle in this small space. The two fought so hard that their heads were bleeding, their eyes were red, and their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises. Why are you still able to move after being poisoned by me? Lockdoll was hit by a pair of fists and fell back, blood splattered. He stared at Luffy the Straw Hat in a daze and frantically. Just now, he used the golden hook to scratch Luffy. It stands to reason that the poison has penetrated into his body. It should have been unable to move by now. What kind of monster is this guy? Lockdoll is getting more and more panicked. He found out that this guy is like Shao Qiang from immune to death. But what is even more frightening is his completely unreasonable vitality. And gets stronger and stronger in battle. What the hell is going on with this pirate group? How can there be such a monster in the sea? It's so small. But what disgusts Lock even more is that the will in this guy's eyes has not changed since the beginning. It was as if he never thought that if he continued to fight, he might be poisoned to death. He puts life and death aside. Advertisement. It's not just a monster, it's definitely a madman. And this kind of will is what he has always lacked. When the partner betrayed and rationed Whitebeard. He has never had such a firm will again. Why should a rookie pirate have it? His steadfastness is just because he has never been severely beaten by reality. Yes, it must be so. Lock Doll dare not admit that the willpower of the guy in front of him is even more excellent than before. Not to mention the indomitable momentum in Luffy. He used to be and has it. This reminded him of many things when he was young. From the Straw Hat Boy, he saw himself. At that time, he was also so brave and fearless, just rushing forward all the way. He even challenged the Roger Pirates, although at that time he challenged Deadless Bullet, who was about the same size as him. Even played evenly, but all the changes started from meeting that monster. That kind of monster power shattered his confidence, making him unsure of surpassing with his own efforts. Instead, look for Ancient Weapon, a weapon in Legendary. He believes that as long as he can get this thing. Advertisement, PFFW. Lock Doll's whole body was shaking from the beating, his bones were broken one by one, his flesh was blooming, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Lock Doll wanted to dodge, but found that his body couldn't control it. The accumulated injuries caused his body to collapse. He has only one thought now, and that is to defeat Lock Doll. Only one's own power is real. Rubber ET Storm. Without any hesitation, Luffy poured out all his strength, and every fist that could explode the air immediately fell on Lock Doll like raindrops. Pung! In another fierce confrontation, Luffy stepped on Lock's golden hook and knocked him into the air. I won't lose to this kind of thing. Luffy's vision began to blur, poisonous blood eroded, and he could barely hold on under Haki in second gear, but after that, he doesn't know. Beat him. Qian Zhaohao. All over the place. An ancient weapon. This is a powerful deterrent for 100 years after another. It can even be said to be eternal. I would lose to this kind of brat. Lock Doll knew very well that he had reached his limit. Is the path I'm walking on the wrong path after all? Hey. He laughed at himself. After so many years of planning, he got nothing. It hasn't even started to move yet, and the blood is constantly splattering. He foresaw his own destiny. Whitebeard's strength is the strength to deter an era. Even Whitebeard would fall to him. 263. Capture the undercover agent alive. Live interrogation. The answer is that Lock Doll no longer knows. Not sure either. His consciousness gradually blurred amidst Luffy's frenzied beating. Ushered in the final darkness. Hoo. Lock Doll was completely knocked into the air, and his consciousness was chaotic and fuzzy. Luffy's consciousness gradually blurred, and he was panting violently. Then with a plop, it fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Nico Robin hesitated for a while, and injected the antidote in his arms into the Straw Hat Boy. At the same time, the battle outside is gradually ending. In this battle, the rebel army fought continuously under the command of Kosha and the rebel army commanders in various places. Even if Reka brought down tens of thousands of people, 553 they still have no way to retreat, and they don't know how to retreat. They can only rush forward. They have always believed that what they are fighting for is not their own future. It is the children, a new generation and a new future. But there are very few people who don't think so. They saw Reka crushing so many battles like a monster. They were full of fear. Without even hesitating, they turned around and ran away. They were not really the rebel army and the king's army. It is the undercover agent arranged by the Baroque agency in both parties. Their task is to instigate war, and at certain critical moments, they will fire cold guns and intensify conflicts. Advertisement: their mission is accomplished. Now encountering this monster that they can't fight, CBFC, at all. In order to save my own life, I naturally turned around and ran away. And Reka is waiting for such an opportunity. Of course he can completely bring down hundreds of thousands of people in front of him. But with each passing minute, the losses incurred by the engagement between the two sides will be greater. Unnecessary casualties. It is best to stop if you can stop. He had no special penchant for appreciating other people's blood and sacrifice. Want to run? Reka stared at the guilty guys. With 5 fingers on each other, lines of flames pierced out like spirit snakes, swimming flexibly among the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure is entangled in the line of fire, and is caught in front of the eyes by Lei Carla. There are sometimes hundreds of people on both sides. This amount is not too much, but it is indeed a lot. Some of them, in their respective teams, even served as the commander of an area. Kneel down, Reka said coldly, looking at the agents of the Baroque agency. Huh. A strong and billionaire elder snorted coldly. This war has been carried out according to their established plan. As long as you persist until the boss makes a move, the victory must belong to them. Peefed. But his stubbornness could not hold on for a second. Reka cut off his head without hesitation. Looking at the splashed blood, Vivi was stunned, and Kosha and the others were also stunned. Advertisement: even though Reka shot just now, it was extremely terrifying. But they didn't directly kill these warriors with such bloody means. Baroque Work Agency, tell them, your mission. The first 5 people who are honest can survive. The rest, the same fate as him. Reka pointed at the beheaded corpse indifferently and said. Hearing this, Vivi stopped what she was going to stop. And Kosha and the others were also stunned for a moment. Could it be that the Baroque Work Agency that Vivi mentioned actually exists? Otherwise, with this man's strength, there is no need to catch them at all. He can sweep them all by himself. I don't know what you're talking about. $1 million elder said tremblingly. Peefed. Reka didn't give him a second chance, and directly beheaded him with a knife in his hand. Then walked to the second. What about you? The strong man was trembling all over, hesitating. This man is very scary, but he is also very afraid of betraying the organization. Peeved. Reka killed him without giving him much time. I said, Reka said tremblingly before reaching the third person. Shut up, Ellens, you dare to betray the organization? A little leader's expression changed drastically immediately. Peeved, but in the next second, his head flew up. Now, you can continue talking. I said everything. I am a millionaire of the Baroque Work Agency. My boss is Mr. Point 4. I was ordered to sneak into the rebel army. The purpose is to provoke conflicts in the Pana City Defense Forces. ADVERTISEMENT 264. Pacifying the Alabasta War. Hearing this, Kosha and the others were shocked. The other rebels who knew this little leader were also dumbfounded. In this case, they don't think what the person said is false. Because of the brutal killing in front, and no one's acting skills can be this good. They have to believe this person's words. There really is such an organization? Kosha was stunned. Ellens, what are you talking about? Didn't you agree to change the world with us? A local rebel army captain looked at Ellens in disbelief. This is my confidant. Back then when he had nowhere to go to rely on himself, I accepted him. And after he joined the rebel army, he has always taken the lead and worked diligently. The relationship with the people around is very, very good. Unexpectedly, he was just an undercover agent of a certain organization. After what he said, the captain suddenly remembered. During the Battle of Pana City, he had reached some peace agreements with the city lord. But it's not just why on the last day of negotiations, the assassins of both sides appeared on the sidelines. So much so that things that could have been resolved peacefully were finally resolved by war. Advertisement at that time, I couldn't figure out why, but Ellen said so. He got it all. Let me go, please. I've said everything. I just received orders from my superiors to make the relationship between the rebel army and the king's army less harmonious. Aarons knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. In his eyes, Reka is more terrifying than a murderous demon at this moment. Killing others is killing with emotions. Not only did he have no emotion when killing people, he didn't even give the enemy a chance to finish his sentence. He was afraid that if he spoke slowly, it would be too late by then. I also said, I am also an agent of the Baroque Work Agency. I led people to destroy the canal in Yuba. The purpose is to reduce the living space of the rebel army. Only in this way, today's war will happen. I also confess that I prepared the weapons merchant ship in the port before. It was my boss, Mr. One of the Baroque Work Company, who was responsible for crashing the weapon-laden merchant ship into the port out of control. We were in charge of besieging and killing Princess Vivi before. She sneaked into our work agency before, and after being discovered by the boss, he gave us the order to hunt down and kill her. Although I really don't know who our boss is, she has indeed entered us. Someone started, and others scrambled to speak first. Lest I be slow, they haven't forgotten that what Reka said just now is that only the first 5 people can survive. People who didn't intend to betray at first, can't wait to express it at this moment. Hearing their words, Kosha felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeking Flowers' zero advertisement, the actions they thought they were going to save the country were just planned by others. Both the rebel army and the king's army looked incredible. This time there is no need for Reka and Vivi to make another shot or exit block. They lowered their weapons subconsciously. They couldn't believe it, and they gave up their lives for the cause of unknown struggle. It turned out to be someone else's plan. Can they dedicate their lives for such a thing? Point 0. Does it worth? Stop. Koza raised his hand and issued an order to stop the fighting, and Vivi also took the opportunity to control the king's army. The truth has been revealed. There is no point in fighting any further. DK Lock Doll. How dare you play us like this? My brother, my father, my friend, all died in this battle. Crusade K Lock Doll. That's right. Crusade against Lock Dar, since there are so many undercover agents in both of them, and that organization really exists. There is no doubt that everything that Princess Vivi said just now is true. Kill all these traitors. Next, Reka doesn't need to do anything on the battlefield. Under the angry army, their ending can be imagined. Everyone has decided the winner. Luffy has also won, and the war is over. Reka looked at the sky. The clouds were thick, and after a while, the rain poured down. 265. Huge arrogance value. Level up conquerors. Full level 6 styles. Full level swordsmanship. The rain poured down. Both sides are stunned. It hasn't rained in this kingdom for 3 years. 3 years without rain, accumulated too much despair and anger. So many tragedies were born. Rain, it's actually rain. It's raining. There's hope for Alabasta. Ah, it's so cool, woo woo woo. Some people even fell to their knees excitedly. Clock Dar has been dealt with by our captain, everyone, the 860. War is over, Reka watched calmly. Knowing magic, making a rain named Hope, couldn't be easier. This rain is used to wash them covered in blood, bring new hope. Reka would have liked Smoker to do this, but the war is over sooner than Smoker thought. Guess he's not even ready for the rainbow, so Reka does it for herself. Listening to Reka's words, someone soon found Crocodile who fell from the sky and fell to the ground on the battlefield. Advertisement confirmed that Crocodile was really knocked down. Clang clang clang. Everyone's weapons fell to the ground. Feel the heavy rain that represents hope. The land of Alabasta is tenacious. As long as there is rain and water, relying on their hard work. It will definitely make Alabasta shine again. Reka-san, we did it. Vivi was excited, joyful, burst into tears, and couldn't help holding Reka's arm. Although there were still some casualties in the war, but the two sides did not fight to the end. Such casualties are many times better than the worst result. Kosha looked at Vivi, who was about to come over. Seeing Vivi's move, he stopped and hesitated. After all, I still failed to trust Vivi unconditionally like I did when I was a child. If I believed her before, or when he met King Cobra before the war started, he also asked to see Vivi's words. Could it be that even these casualties could have been avoided? It's a trivial matter. Reka waved his hand, disapproving, but he was extremely satisfied in his heart. Because this time the arrogance value, plus the previous one, currently has a full 63,000 points. Advertisement: you must know that a full-level Conqueror's Haki is only worth 20,000 points of arrogance. Is this the Haki mastered by the red hair? Such a domineering Conqueror's Haki, even if someone else's knowledge color gets close, it will be torn apart, and the top powerhouse, if the observation Haki loses its effect, in a battle at the same level, it is bound to be destroyed. Suffer a big loss. Because many attacks are invisible to the naked eye, they can only be perceived by observation Haki, and future risks can be predicted. Haki is full. 6 styles are full. Another sword is full. Reka didn't think too much, and exchanged these abilities that can be used in conjunction with the magic power of the arrogant sun in one go. This buys 3 max-level Conqueror's Haki. Even just a little use of the full-level Conqueror's Tyrant 0.8 chi. Reka spent a full 50,000 arrogance points to improve all aspects of her physical fitness. From now on, his normal combat power will never be weaker than any Marine Admiral. Finally took this step and truly entered the ranks of world-class powerhouses. In this way, even if he really meets 4 Emperors, Marine Admiral, his winning rate will not necessarily be low. Reka can feel her own strength and is improving in all aspects. Discover his full-level Conqueror's Haki, which also has the meaning of cutting, capable of tearing apart all powers that come close to him. This full-level Conquerors is very powerful. Some of them have reached advanced before, and you only need to buy a full level. Blood earned. It was so strong that he couldn't even believe it. And because he reached the advanced level earlier, Reka's body can fully withstand the full-level upgrade now. Full-level Conqueror's Haki, full-level physical skills, full-level sword skills. 266. It's too early to seek death now. What a worrying captain. Reka thought everything was completely settled. But observation Haki suddenly sensed that Luffy was still underground. It's starting to collapse there, but Luffy still doesn't move. What is he doing? If you don't leave, you may be buried alive. Here is up to you. The battlefield and the aftermath of the aftermath. It has nothing to do with their Straw Hat Pirates. Things that should be sorted out have been sorted out. As for the rest, they, as pirates, should not get involved too much. After all, Alabasta is a member of the world government. Nothing happened to them. The culprit has been brought down, other things, they can take care of. Yeah. Vivi nodded emphatically. The Pakistani Lock Cooperative has suffered a catastrophic defeat. 21 even the planted bombs have been destroyed by Reka. That thing Reka knew where it was, wasn't dangerous at all. Reka stepped forward, and his figure continued to flicker in the void. In 2 or 3 blinks, Reka appeared under the Imperial Mausoleum. There is a Nico Robin antidote though. But Luffy's poisoning was too deep. Even though he took the antidote, it would take a while to completely volatilize the antidote. Advertisement: he was lying on the ground now, unable to move, and could only watch the 10 stones fall down. But Luffy didn't panic, and still had a calm and satisfied smile on his face. Hee. I won. Luffy said with a smile. Robin looked at him, somewhat incomprehensible. We're all going to die here. Robin was very calm, but she didn't expect that this new pirate was more optimistic and calm than her. No, Reka will come to save us, Luffy said confidently. It's a mess up here, Robin said flatly. In this situation, everyone is too busy to take care of themselves. How can they come to save others? Not to mention, they are still pirates, although they are somewhat different pirates. Don't worry, Luffy said confidently. Captain, this is not acceptable. I thought it would be easy for you to clean up 7 warlords of the sea. How did you make it look like this? When Luffy finished speaking, Reka's figure appeared in front of Luffy. Locke's strength is just a little tricky for Reka. And the most important thing this time is to stop the war. And he felt that with Luffy's current strength, it was completely enough to deal with Lock Doll. So he did not personally deal with Lock Doll. Ideally, Luffy shouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. What's the difference between this and what was supposed to happen? If there is really no difference, doesn't it mean that this period of time is special, and it doesn't seem to have a particularly good effect? Advertisement: it seems that the recent training intensity is still weak, Reka muttered to himself. Luffy was horrified when he heard this. Reka-san, has the outside matter been resolved? It's solved, but it's still a bit laborious to fight with millions of people, Ren said truthfully. Hiss. Are you fighting millions of people by yourself? Luffy immediately exclaimed with admiration on his face. Nico Robin was also stunned. Is it true? Fighting against millions of people by one person is something a person can do. There are so many people, even if Kelkadar possesses the ability of the Logia fruit, he will definitely be drowned by the sea of people and die. After all, even if they are Logia-capable users, Their physical strength is not unlimited. 717. She could clearly see the dense mass of people before. It's not a matter of saying these words now. Let's get out of here first. You don't want to be buried alive either. You? Robin caught the meaning of Reka's words. Then the next second, she understood. Reka holds Luffy and King Cobra in one hand and Nico Robin in the other. What are you doing? Nico Robin looked confused. They're enemies. Reka glanced at her lightly, without any reaction. Let me go. Let me die here. Nico Robin began to struggle. She was already tired. The days ahead are still very long. It's still too early to seek death, Reka said and brought everyone out of the ground. Rumble. As soon as they went out, earth and rocks gushed in, burying this place. 267. After the war, the King's Banquet, 2 days later. The rain is still falling, but there is no haze in people's hearts. After the war, everyone quickly jumped into the post-war restoration work. After people have passed through grief, they work harder to build their own country. Cobra is still king, of course. The rebel army scattered to build Alabasta in a gesture of forgiveness. Kosha returned to Juba with some people, and found his father who was digging the ground and had already dug out the water source. As long as there's no intrigue going on, no bar lock jobs using dancing powder. Keep many parts of this country from drought. Alabasta, a kingdom that has existed for thousands of years, naturally has enough ability to survive. Not to mention, it took 2 full days for the rain in the capital to stop. This area is because of the secret use of dancing powder by the Baroque Works agency. Caused climate anomalies. Reka magically resets all elements to their normal state. These 2 days, Reka and the others were invited by Vivi to live in the palace and enjoy the best treatment. G-Lock doll goes down. Advertisement. Everything he has managed in these years has been accepted by King Cobra as a matter of course. But Luffy and the others all know that Alabasta is a waste of time. So there is no mention of remuneration, because Vivi is for them. Already an equal partner, but in the past 2 days, their basic necessities of life were the highest. Everyone was very satisfied. After eating, Luffy practiced more than usual. Damn it, if that S********E hadn't turned into Nami Vivi, I wouldn't have been in a hard fight. Sanji learned about Zoro's process of dealing with the enemy. Only to find out that among these people, except for Chopper Usopp, he may be the one who abused the enemy the worst. Even though he knew those were Mr. Two changes, Sanji still couldn't do it. It wasn't until later that he found a way to break the game, pretending to attack Mr. Two, making him subconsciously defend his face with his hands, and when he touched it, he became another man he didn't know. Sanji seized that moment and launched a storm-like attack, knocking Mr. Two to the ground. It's a good thing we didn't want to receive special training, Nami said with lingering fear as he watched the captain who was tortured to death by Reka. Zoro, they also received training, but regular training and special training are not the same. They want to get stronger, but they just went through a hard fight. They don't want to be trained by hell immediately, that's looking for abuse. The busy kind. Advertisement. Now that the overall situation is almost under control, the first thing King Cobra will do is to thank the savior of their country and daughter. Very good. Holding a banquet and being able to eat until full is his favorite thing. This country is long gone. They were training, and Vivi walked over wearing a gorgeous and decent dress with a smile. My lord father is going to hold a banquet for everyone. Ah. Everyone was very happy when they heard it. Because his performance in beating Clock Doll was not particularly good, so this is a punishment. It's just that both Vivi and King Cobra are very busy these 2 days. Huh? But Lei, Zhao Mo's, gave Kai a look over, and Luffy's face turned down. Because without Reka Luffy their word. Great, let's eat, let's have a banquet. Luffy came back to life immediately after hearing this. Let's go together. After eating, double the training over the years. Seeing Luffy's pitiful appearance, Reka couldn't help agreeing. This should have been the first thing to do. Luffy naturally recognized it. The war has just ended, and they have too many urgent things to be busy with. The content of today's special training is not finished yet. Vivi looked at Reka tenderly. 268. Reka, Nami, and Vivi go to the hot spring together. The King's Banquet Hall. This place has always been a solemn place to chat and laugh with the nobles. The guests who can almost be invited here by the king are all highly self-cultivated and care about their image very much. But today we have a group of eclectic guests here. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Zoro are not nobles. Looking at a table full of extremely rich meals, I can't wait to use my hands and feet to have a good time. Everyone is eating meat and drinking heavily, enjoying themselves. But from the image point of view, it is also like a reincarnation of an evil spirit. At the beginning, the king's army who were in charge of security frowned. They had never seen such an unscrupulous guest, but soon they were also infected by the atmosphere of the banquet. All couldn't help laughing. As long as Luffy is around, the party will be lively. The 817 guys didn't look like a captain at all. They ate from the bowl, looked at the pot, and stretched out to other people's plates. Luffy did this, and Zoro and the others didn't get used to him. They caught him and beat him up. After beating Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, the trio began to dance the funny dustpan dance again. Made everyone laugh. Advertisement. The banquet was enjoyable, and after eating and drinking, Nami proposed to take a bath. Vivi immediately indicated that there is a hot spring in the palace to soak in. Hearing this, Zoro, Sanji and others were all refreshed. Sailing on the sea, it is good to have water to take a bath every day, and there are hot springs to soak in. That is definitely enough to enjoy the heart. Under the leadership of the king, they came to a courtyard. You can see the open-air courtyard, and there is steam coming out. Reka also smiled slightly. It is really good to take a nice bath and relieve fatigue. Once here, Luffy rushed in like a runaway wild horse. Seeing this, Usopp and Chopper hurriedly ran to follow. Zoro and Sanji also followed Cobra into the hot spring pool. The men's and women's pools are separate, but there is also a hot spring pool in the room, which can be used for mixed bathing. This is what Vivi whispered to Nami. Don't show it to others. Reka whispered when passing by Nami. Although there is a high probability that one thing will not happen now. But certain memories still make Reka feel jealous. That's why I made a deliberate reminder. Advertisement. Although knowing yourself, CBDG, is perhaps the most important thing in Nami's heart. But after all, they still haven't pierced the last layer of window paper, and the relationship has not been clearly revealed. Do you want to see it? Nami was taken aback but then asked Reka slyly. Reka took a deep look at Nami, and wanted to think about it, but in a certain way, Reka was also quite arrogant. Without answering Nami's words, enter the changing area. What a coward. Nami looked behind Reka, whispered with a look of disappointment and a smile in his eyes. But, Reka knows observation hockey. Even without hockey, at this distance, even if the sound is not loud, the card can still hear it. Then Reka stopped. Man, can't say no, isn't it just soaking in hot springs? Who is afraid of whom? Who is ugly and who is embarrassed? Even Nami, Reka is also confident. From the point of view of appearance, even if he is a man, he is better. So Reka, who should, and was going to go to the men's bath, turned to look at the women's bath. Lay Reka-san, this is the women's bath. Princess Vivi was taken aback for a moment, and Vivi's voice trembled. For some reason, she was looking forward to it. I know. Reka nodded calmly, and looked at Nami provocatively. Nami hummed, and understood the provocation in Reka's eyes. Immediately striding over, he is not afraid. What is he afraid of? 269. Princess Vivi's woman's thoughts are soaked together. The warm water soaks the whole body, and in an instant, the dust and fatigue on the body are all gone. This is also the first time Reka came to this world to take a hot spring. And it's the royal treatment. This feeling is quite good. The pool he was in was not big, only a few hundred square meters, and it was steaming hot. Human eyes can only see a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and the temperature here is quite high for common people. But for Reka it's just good, very comfortable. Next to the hot spring pool, there are milk drinks and fruits prepared by the maid. Little mouth strong king. Reka glanced at the door and said calmly. I thought how brave Nami is, and his feelings are stronger than words. To be honest, Reka will not suffer, let alone be polite. Is Reka-san not here? At the men's bath, Usopp and Luffy had a great time. Although Reka didn't come, they were a little confused at first. But I didn't think too much about it. Nami, do you really want to go in? Vivi, who changed into a bathrobe, looked like a real Snow White, fair and beautiful, gentle and pleasant. This is her own hot spring. She used to soak in it often, but she has never been so nervous. Advertisement in the women's bath, there was a man, and it was a man who made her heart flutter. She couldn't forget the care she received along the way and the tenderness she felt. Especially 2 days ago, on the battlefield, even Kosha, a friend who grew up with him, couldn't fully believe in himself. But he didn't have the slightest, willing to write millions of people. Looking at Nami, who has also changed clothes and has a proud figure, but is still a little hesitant at the moment. Vivi couldn't help asking, but even she didn't know. What do you think? She has also seen the relationship between Nami and Reka all the way. While she is envious, she also feels that the two are really a good match. Coco. Now we really want to soak in warmth together, just in case something happens. Whether it is good or bad, even deep in my heart, there is a faint voice wanting to stop them. But intellectually, Vivi knew she had no valid reason. And the question is, if Nami wants to go in, will he still go? Just now I made an agreement with Nami, the two of them are going to soak together. You can't keep your word, but in that case, even if he was wrapped in a bathrobe, he would still be seen in many places. Although Vivi is very confident about her appearance and figure. Advertisement but, I have nothing to do with him. That's why Vivi was very disturbed. What are you afraid of? He just said that he is powerful. Nami said with some uncertainty. She didn't believe that Reka dared to do something to her. Even if you look at them, they are still wrapped in bathrobes. This bathrobe is just for him, otherwise the two girls are all of the same type, so there is no need to wear bathrobes. Oh, well. Vivi wanted to refuse, but refused again, just blushing, lowering her head, and followed behind Nami. Zero, wow, this bath is so big. Nami walked in and exclaimed immediately, which may be used to Vivi. But for Nami, it must be nice to take a good bath in such a big hot spring pool. Nami stepped into the hot spring pool. The temperature was a little high, and her skin gradually changed from white and tender to reddish. The hot spring rushing straight to her forehead from the soles of her feet made her feel a slight numbness in her head. Soaking in the hot spring was really comfortable. Vivi also stepped into the hot spring pool. She looked around nervously, and her eyes fell on a location not far away. There was a familiar shadow there. Vivi pinched the corner of her clothes nervously. It was the first time for her to be in the same swimming pool with a man. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He didn't know if he would look over or come over directly. It seems that you have grown up. Are you not afraid that I will eat you? 270. Nami's decision. Do you like kids? Beautiful view? Reka didn't expect Nami to dare to come. With a teleport, he immediately came in front of Nami and pinned her against the edge of the hot spring wall with one hand. With the sudden appearance of Reka, there was a wave that almost drowned the two women. Vivi looked at Reka. Her cheeks that were already reddish all of a sudden became ridiculously red. Fortunately, the temperature of the water is higher, and the skin becomes slightly red after soaking, so it is not so obvious. Although Reka is next to Nami, she and Nami are already next to each other in 690. She could also feel Reka's breath. For some mysterious reason, the bathrobe she chose just now was relatively thin. Although Nami's is still thinner, after soaking in the hot spring, they couldn't hide their pride as women at all. She even saw Reka's eyes roll over from the corner of her eye. This made her whole body tense up, a little helpless. Reka was indeed amazed by the two of them. Both of them are beautiful in body and appearance. Nami's body is more perfect, while Vivi's complexion is whiter, and has a noble temperament unique to aristocrats. Now the three of them are in the hot spring, so close. Advertisement. Although Nami was bold, she couldn't help getting flustered after being walloped by Reka. Princess Vivi is still here. Does he really dare to do anything to himself? Why? Nami raised her head a little arrogantly. Instead of backing up, she sat up straight, her body almost touching Reka. Reka is much taller than Nami, so Nami has to look up to meet Reka's eyes. I'm a man. It's dangerous for you to do this. Reka smiled slightly. Oh, is it dangerous? Why can't I feel it? Nami was still talking hard. Reka was not polite, and directly grabbed Nami with the other hand, pulling Nami closer, and the two were already hugging each other. What are you doing? Nami really panicked. I'll go to drink something. Seeing this, Vivi felt her heart beating even harder, although she wasn't the one being hugged. But she just subconsciously substituted it in. And she felt that she was here, as if she was a bit too in the way. She had never seen such a scene before, and she seemed to run away from here immediately. Vivi. Nami stared, stunned. How did Vivi leave? How could she walk? That was the amulet she relied on the most. How could Vivi abandon herself? Advertisement. What? Are you so afraid of me? Reka said with a smile. Such a hug is really wonderful. No. Nami lowered her head, panicked. You are so beautiful. After looking at Nami, Reka said truthfully, especially at this moment, she felt astonishing as a lotus out of water. I. Nami's heart trembled, and her mind was in a mess. But in his heart, he enjoyed it very much. It seemed that he rarely praised himself so bluntly. Then, do you like it? Nami suddenly seemed to have made up his mind, and immediately calmed down. She stared straight at Reka. Her beautiful eyes were full of light, teary, very touching. Reka is not a nerd, and now that it is close to night, his arrogant personality has little effect on him. I like you and want to protect you forever. At times like this, Reka knew how to answer, and it was true. Then what do you think? Will we have children in the future? Nami's face turned 5.5 red. She is not an innocent girl who doesn't understand anything. She was a thief in her early years and wandered around in various places. And this already amounts to an invitation. I can't decide this alone. Do you like children? Listening to Reka's words, Nami bowed her head in silence, blushing extremely. And silence, at this time, represents consent. So Reka took the initiative as a man. 271. Vivi's heart is in turmoil. How are they? Nami should be fine. I didn't do anything. Why did I run away? After Vivi left, she took a few sips of milk with a bottle of milk in her hand. I feel that I should not have escaped suddenly just now. I am just a bystander. Why should I look like I have done something wrong? Wouldn't that make me look more suspicious? So after a period of ideological struggle, Vivi decided to go back to the hot spring. At the same time, he also took a bottle of milk, so that he could explain why he ran away just now. Huh? What a strange voice. Is it Nami's? But as soon as Vivi approached the hot spring pool, she was taken aback suddenly, as if she heard Nami's voice. It was very quiet, as if suppressing something, and there was the sound of splashing waves. The first time Vivi thought was whether the two would fight. Of course it's impossible to fight, but Nami was angry from embarrassment. While sailing, she had seen it many times. Just when she was about to go out and saw the scene in the hot spring, Vivi was struck by lightning and saw a scene that she will never forget in her life. The red face that had finally subsided, turned red like blood with a swipe. There, that is. Vivi's heart was pounding, and the foot that had been stepped out quickly retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Leaning his back against the wall, the scene he saw in his mind made him unable to leave the house. There was a moment when her heart was pierced by a knife, but soon this feeling was filled with shyness. He and the others are too daring, so, that kind of thing is done after marriage. What should I do now? Vivi wanted to leave, but he didn't know why. She found that she couldn't move her footsteps, but instead raised her ears. Advertisement. Nami's voice can be faintly heard. Let's go somewhere else, okay? I'll go later. After a while, Vivi heard the sound of someone leaving the hot spring, and it was completely quiet there. But in the building next to the hot spring, there was another abnormal sound in the room arranged for them earlier. Vivi followed by a strange coincidence. I'm not curious, I just want to make sure that Nami is not being bullied, after all she is my good sister. Well, yes, that's it. Vivi made an excuse for herself to wait until everyone finished the hot spring and had dinner together. She was still absent-minded. At the dinner table, Nami listened to Luffy and others asking why Reka went, why didn't they come to the hot spring together? She lowered her head subconsciously. I'm drunk, but not with you. Reka calmly enjoyed the big meal in front of him. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy just now. Nami is very active even though it is her first time. It's so strange, it always feels like something is missing. Luffy suddenly murmured to himself with doubts and uncertainties while eating. Did Nami stop beating and scolding you? Usopp subconsciously asked. That's right, Nami, what's wrong with you? You don't feel like talking, Luffy asked with a puzzled look. If he usually grabs Nami's food, or makes too much noise, he will inevitably be scolded. Advertisement he was even beaten up often. Yeah, Chopper nodded trustingly. Is Nami injured? Walking seems unnatural, Chopper said innocently, he is a doctor. But after a quick glance, everyone seemed to notice nothing. Even then she subconsciously replaced Nami with herself. Leave this to me, I can cure it, Reka said calmly. That's why he felt something was missing. I was also very panicked. Although she doesn't regret that she gave Reka, it can even be said that she looks forward to it. During the 2 days of battle, he healed everyone who was injured. But when Luffy said this, the scene just now played back in 857's mind again, which made her a little ashamed and angry. Hearing this, Vivi buried her head even lower. Nami thought of it, and she thought of it too. But he remembered that Nami's legs were not injured. A blush of embarrassment flitted across Nami's face. D Reka. Shut up, Captain Idiot. Nami was a little flustered when Luffy asked her. Thinking of what happened before, Nami was still a little dizzy. Usopp Chopper Luffy scrambles for food. Zoro and Sanji are arguing. Why is Nami so quiet at dinner? After dinner, Reka offered to take Nami back to her room. ADVERTISEMENT 272. I want to be like Nami, I don't regret it. After these few days of joy, Reka and Nami are a little bit reluctant to leave. It's just that gradually many Marines appeared in the capital. Reka and the others knew that they would not be able to rest here for a few days. They are pirates and adventurers, destined to go to the wider sky. Impossible to stay here forever. They are also sorting out supplies these days, ready to leave at any time. It's just that Nami et al. Are a little uncertain. Vivi didn't know if she would go to sea with them. One night before leaving, Luffy went to invite Vivi, saying they would wait for her on the shoreline. Wait for her. The right to choose is in her own hands. This night, everyone seemed relatively quiet because they were leaving tomorrow. They weren't sure if Vivi would come. Maybe, maybe not. Run fast, everyone is leaving. I really want to go with them. In the princess room, Vivi squatted on the bed, looking at the stars and the bright moon outside the window. The days with them are the happiest days for her. Advertisement even if it was under tremendous pressure at that time. But with them, the mood can always relax. Gah. Hearing this, he raised his head and yelled, then squatted on the ground and continued to drink. After trying Sanji's drink, it gradually fell in love with the taste. However, compared with the drinks made by Sanji, the drinks in the palace always feel a bit worse. But the country has just experienced a disaster, and there are too many places that need help. I can't just walk away like this. I just missed this opportunity. Will we meet again in the future? With her head down, Vivi finally chose her own country and the overall situation. She is a princess of a country, no matter how much she wants to go on adventures with them. But she couldn't leave when the country needed it most. But if they really choose, will they meet again in the future? She doesn't know. The sea is vast, some people miss it, maybe they will miss it forever. That's why Vivi was hesitant. The wind passed through the window and blew her long hair, making it a little messy. Just like her heart. And thinking about the possibility of never seeing that man again, Vivi's heart hurts even more. Lately she's been preoccupied with Reka, even in her dreams. For a moment, she really just wanted to leave everything behind, just to stay by his side. Even just looking at him is enough. I won't regret it, Vivi said firmly. Advertisement, then I'll take my leave first, Ikaram said politely. So after a while of hesitation, what's wrong with you? Reka sensed something was wrong with Vivi's mood. But she didn't want him to forget himself one day. Yes, Master Vivi. In the past few days, Ikaram has finally returned from Whiskey Peak through his own efforts. Oh, even Reka was stunned. Vivi got hot-headed and made a decision that she felt shy even thinking about it. But Reka has long known that with Vivi's character, it is impossible to let his country ignore him. After a while, Reka came to the door of Princess Vivi with some doubts. Reka didn't think much, and pushed the door open, but just as he opened it, a gust of fragrant wind rushed towards him. Ikaram, please go and invite Reka-san, and tell him that I have something to discuss with him, Vivi suddenly said towards the door. Maybe it was a decision just made. Reka was about to swing the axe subconsciously, but after seeing the person coming, he didn't react too much. Celery. But now it seems impossible. But what Reka never expected, Vivi's voice as thin as a mosquito rang in his ears, saying, I want to be like Nami. He was saved by a soft voice with Li Qian's faint fragrance. 273. Farewell to Alabasta, a new adventure begins. Vivi usually looks like a weak princess, but in fact, once she decides something, she will definitely implement it to the end. Intensely strong and determined, and in her eyes at this moment, there is unprecedented tenderness. Reka saw Vivi's thoughts at a glance. In fact, it didn't take until now, before, Ka had vaguely noticed that Vivi had more eyes on him than others. It's just that at that time Reka only thought it was admiration for the strong. I never thought that she would have such feelings for me, and it was far stronger than I thought. It's not good. Reka couldn't bear to reject Vivi too directly, so he could only try to calm down Vivi with calm words. Our future may be very short, and we may never meet again. I don't want to spend my life in the past, but I have left nothing behind, not even the memories of being alone with you. I won't grab anything from Nami, and I won't pester you, I just want to have you for a short time, is that okay? Vivi raised her watery, agile, and pitiful big eyes, and poured out her heart. Is it worth it? Reka asked softly. When he came to this world, he had already freed himself to live. As Vivi said, no one knows where tomorrow will be. Even top players like 4 Emperors and Admiral are alternating. The stronger the strength, whether you like it or not, the stronger the enemy you will face in the future. Even if it was him, he didn't dare to say that he would survive. What is being practiced now is that there is wine today and drunk today. And Vivi is, CBCC, an extremely beautiful, strong woman. As a princess of a country, now she puts her attitude to the lowest. Advertisement not even looking for a future, I just don't want to regret it. And the fear that this side will be the last. Faced with such a strong confession from her, Reka couldn't bear to refuse. I think it's worth it, so it's worth it. Vivi was shy, but still looked at Reka unswervingly. As she spoke, she clumsily kissed her up and acted. A wonderful night. Farewell at dawn. One day, we will definitely meet again. Before that, protect yourself. Reka stroked Vivi's light blue beautiful hair and said firmly. Yeah. Vivi nodded obediently, although she was very reluctant, but she could understand. If it wasn't for domestic affairs, she would follow along. Reka left her enough capital to become stronger and grow. In this way, Reka's remaining arrogance value has almost bottomed out. Under his belief, Vivi, Yuan became a qualified queen. And in the future, this country will also be their help. The two parties have left phone numbers with each other. Even if we are not together temporarily, we can still get in touch. Reka gives Vivi some time to let her know what's going on here. When she made up her mind and wanted to sail with her. At that time, his own strength should also be stronger. Advertisement: it may not take much time to go to Alabasta again. Even now, with his strength, if he doesn't want to enjoy the scenery all the way, he can go at full speed alone. I am afraid that it will take less than a day to complete the first half of the journey. So much so that when I went back to sleep, I overslept. Reka felt guilty, but her face was expressionless. There are many natural disasters on this sea, and Marine Admiral has to avoid them. The power is too terrifying. Hearing this, Nami looked at Reka suspiciously. He can fly, which is more convenient than the General Marine Admiral. Let's go to sea. The time has already passed the time agreed by Luffy, they can't wait forever. Because they were leaving today, they went back to the ship for the night after having dinner yesterday. Reka didn't come back to the boat last night, and not far away, Vivi rushed over on a horse, because she tossed too much last night. Of course, this is without natural disasters, she was hot herself last night. Don't forget me. Vivi looked at Reka's leaving back and said softly. Will not. Looks like Vivi won't be coming, Sanji said deeply. In the early morning, on the coastline, Going Merry's sails are unfolding. If it hadn't been saved by Zalba, it would be very difficult to survive. Although she said goodbye, she still couldn't help it. Even Pluten Rayleigh was shipwrecked with his life hanging by a thread. 274. Forever Partner, new bounty released. When Vivi arrived, Going Merry had sailed some distance. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and others were very sad and kept silent. During this period of time, Vivi has been regarded as a companion by them. Although they can also understand why Vivi did this. But the sadness of parting is still spreading, listless. Really, you really want Vivi on the boat so much, just bring her on board. Zoro couldn't bear to see Luffy, Usopp, Chopper's master look downcast. Barbarians. Usopp leaned on the side of the boat, casting a contemptuous look at Zoro. Stupid. Even Chopper couldn't help but complain. 3 swords style. Luffy also sneered. Zoro felt uncomfortable being watched by the three. I said Luffy, the 3 sword style is not a curse. Usopp also corrected Luffy's sentence. 4 swordsmanship. Luffy responded, then changed his sentence and continued to curse. That's it, Vivi, she's here. Nami looked back and suddenly saw a familiar figure on the shore. But she didn't call out to them. Instead, he looked at them quietly and saw them off. Really? Turn the bow quickly. Let's pick her up, Luffy said excitedly immediately. Captain Fool, that's saying goodbye to us. Will we still be companions in the future? Vivi finally called out to Going Merry, who was going away. Advertisement, but the sea wind howled. Luffy and others heard it, but their reply was destined not to reach Vivi. She doesn't have that good hearing yet. Vivi just stared blankly. Then I saw Luffy and the others raising their arms, with the X logo on them. That was the mark they used to identify themselves. Vivi burst into tears, quacked as she ran fast, and one person and one duck also untied their own straps. Raised his arms. From now on, no matter where they are, they will be forever partners. Although the scenery on the road is beautiful, the road ahead is even more exciting. If you haven't cheered up yet, use this emotion as motivation to exercise. Reka's words immediately made several people show terrified expressions. Wake up. Although exercising can make you stronger, you have to do it in moderation. I didn't see that Luffy was tortured to death every day. Sounds good. Zoro didn't show any stress reaction yet. Pervert. Chopper and Usopp cast Zoro admiring glances. It's just that they haven't sailed very far, and from the nearby sea area, 7 or 8 warships suddenly appeared. Fire. Fluffy. There was a piercing sound, and the dense shells immediately smashed towards Going Merry. Not only the side, but even the front is surrounded by warships. Ask for flowers. 0 during the time they stayed in the capital. Advertisement Smoker is not idle, he has already found out. This sprout must be killed in the cradle. It is absolutely unimaginable that such a young person has mastered such a profound conqueror's haki. That's why so many warships can be mobilized at this moment. It also seems more reasonable, but the degree of harm is far greater than that of Luffy who defeated K. Lockadar. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, one of the leading officers at the nearby Marine base. After all, no matter how much they think, no matter how they speculate. After all, the enemy is not stupid. Smoker originally wanted to be saved by the StrawHat Pirates before. And for Luffy's sake, they smashed K-Lock's plot. I think the StrawHat Pirates are too dangerous. After all, Reka alone healed a war of millions of people. This strength is far more terrifying than the average 7 warlords of the sea. They can only guess now. The new bounty has been released in the past few days. He planned to let them go this time, but after the higher-ups learned of the information they reported here. And now he also contacted his marine friend, Hina, before. Although I don't know if it's pure hard power, but I still have some special ability. Compared with this answer, they feel that the person with special fruit ability is the guess. 275. The suspicion of Marshal Sengoku, the balance of the 3 powers. A little forward in time. Garp, it's that good grandson of your family again. The balance of the 3 powers in the sea is very important. Now that Clock Dar has fallen, it will cause the suspicion and investigation of other Shichibukai pirates. No one in your family can save you. Heart. Marine Headquarters, after Marshal Sengoku received the report from Smoker, his head was huge. 7 warlords of the sea is one of the 3 major forces, which is related to the situation of the entire sea. More than 90% of them are stronger than Admiral or 4 emperors. But there are a lot of 620, and their strengths are all abnormal. The most important thing is to drive away wolves and tigers, just because of the existence of 7 warlords of the sea. It is easier for them to split the pirates and fight more and more pirates. And some things that are too radical and not legal are much easier with 7 warlords of the sea around. Although they don't always promise to cooperate with world government and marine. But usually as long as there are enough ships and conditions, they can be let out. It's been a long time since Crocodile became 7 warlords of the sea. It has been since the bounty was less than 100 million berries. Own Logia Devil Fruit, or claimed to be on land, the invincible sand fruit. Advertisement. Its strength is extraordinary, and in the desert, even if it is a strong marine, the possibility of taking him down is very low. This kind of strength, in the first half, is enough to make countless pirates who have just arrived at the Grand Line feel what despair is. This alerts the latecomers. So they turned a blind eye to some things that Clock Dar did, such as a certain criminal organization. But now Crocodile has been knocked down, if only to be knocked down. 7 warlords of the sea, there are always replacements. But what Kidar has done will make many other countries in the world fearful. A 7 warlords of the sea, but plotting someone else's kingdom. Many kings would have questioned the existence of the Shichibukai if they had known such things. After all, in the eyes of others, 7 warlords of the sea is a dog raised by the world government. They will regard this practice as ordered by the world government. You must know that in this world, there are many countries with very strong military and economic strength. Okay. Wait, come back. Sengoku saw that Garp was eager to leave and immediately stopped him. Down with K. Lockdar. Wow, ha ha ha, you are indeed the grandson of this old man. Garp took the report and looked at it, but laughed proudly. Advertisement. B******** D Garp, get the hell out of here. Otherwise Marshal Sengoku wouldn't be yelling at Garp. I'm afraid it will bring them big trouble in the future. If there really is such a little monster, plus that kid from the Garp family blood. Some countries are even home to celestial dragons. This must be treated as an enemy by Marine Headquarters. But enter the Grand Line, which is full of powerful people, and immediately do such sensational things again. Everyone thinks that it is impossible for such a young person to master the extremely advanced Conqueror's Haki at 3.8, but just in case, he can really master it. Don't forget, there are such monsters in this world, who are different from ordinary people since childhood, such as Charlotte Linlin, Redfield. Marshal Sengoku is used to thinking in directions that most people don't agree with. This kind of thing cannot be spread out, the impact is too bad, and it is very difficult to deal with it now. No matter how mischievous Luffy and the others were in East Blue before, it was a matter of local waters after all. The strength of the fight before was indeed very strong, but the side effects were also great, but I think it is unlikely that he can suppress a battlefield with millions of people. Could it be that he has eaten some new devil fruit recently? It is impossible to compete with the redhead. The kid also has the top Conqueror's Haki. Garp's face became a bit serious when he heard that. What? Except for your grandson, what's the situation with this kid? I didn't fight you in East Blue before, don't think I don't know anything, it's not as simple as the report. Marshal Sengoku pointed at Reka's latest reward. Ling said. This is currently a team of rookie pirates in everyone's eyes. Even the world government cannot be underestimated. 276, Admiral Aokiji, real man Mr. 2, sacrifice for righteousness. This is not completely impossible, but, Garp mused. Reka owns Conqueror's Haki, and he knows it, but the Conqueror's Haki wasn't strong enough to scare millions of people. But what? Marshal Sengoku asked. Although Garp only gave a possibility, it made Sengoku more sure of his judgment. I'm Marine Vice Admiral. This is something you should worry about. Anyway, if there is something that requires me to dispatch, you can tell me. I'm going to eat. Jupu said heartlessly. Said and left without looking back. This time Marshal Sengoku didn't stop Garp, just watched silently. Earlier, the analysts at the Marine headquarters had given an analysis, and the bounty was relatively conservative. After all, the Crocodile incident had to be covered up, and the bounty was too high. This matter will cause a bigger chain reaction, and people will know the truth. And being used by others, but even so, such a bounty. In recent years, any rookie pirate group has not reached a height that Duan Yi has not reached in the first half. The sea is going to be rough again. After thinking twice, Marshal Sengoku picked up the phone bug and called Aokiji. Aokiji, are you in New World this time, or in the first half? Advertisement, la. Well, Sengoku-san, just tell me if you have anything to say. A lazy voice came from the opposite side. You should know about K-Lock Doll. If you meet the StrawHat Pirates in the first half, you know what to do. I know that Garp has kindness to you, but you are a Marine, and you can be captured alive. StrawHat Pirates, okay, I see, Sea Kings appear ahead, I'll be busy for a while. Aokiji hung up the phone. Back to the Alabasta waters. No, there are too many warships. If this continues, we will be surrounded. Nami stood at a high place and looked around, his expression changed. The surrounding water jets were blasted high by shells. Some shells that were supposed to hit Going Merry were smashed by Luffy and others. But if this continues, their situation is also worrying. Once surrounded and in a stalemate, the reinforcements and strong players from the Marine side will only come in a steady stream. After all, when they were really besieged, in Marine's eyes, it is a credit waiting to be obtained, who doesn't want it? If they really can't fight, and they are still in place, maybe Marine's advanced generals will also be dispatched. So usually pirates don't want to confront Marine head-on. Unless they can be resolved in a short time. New boxing, he said, without hesitation, he rushed towards the lifeboat where Smoker was. Straw Hat Boy, I'm sorry for treating you like that before. Leave the Marines to us. Mr. 2 jumped onto the edge of the boat, turning his back to Luffy and the others. Advertisement, it seems that they have been waiting for us around here for a long time. Zoro chopped off a few shells that flew, but remained calm. Let me make a hole. Reka was going to make a move, but now he was sailing. Don't be sad, don't look back, we are friends, aren't we? In the future, we will definitely meet again. Mr. 2's eyes are bright, and his words are full of firmness. Great opportunity, there is a gap ahead, everyone hurry up, we are leaving. Nami remained expressionless, but seized this good opportunity to escape, riding the current, and left from the surrounded gap. But at this moment, a ship with the head of a swan suddenly rushed out from the side, directly blocking the fleet led by Tina. But in reality, each has its own position. Xiao Feng. Luffy rang again the brief happiness when they met and didn't know each other on the road to 327 Alabasta. At that time, they were so congenial and cheerful. Any guy who spoils the fun will have to be punished a little. Take them down. And at such an instant, those intercepted warships had already surrounded the Mr. 2 that wanted to attack Tina. After all, not long ago, they were enemies, especially Sanji, the memory is extremely deep. Mr. 2. Luffy and Sanji were stunned for a moment, they never thought about this situation. This guy. Sanji couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of monster is that? Looking at the elders on that ship, each one of them was dressed up beautifully, extremely coquettish. There was even a fighting spirit in his eyes. Tina couldn't help frowning. Woo. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, the three happiest people who played with him before, couldn't help crying loudly. 277. A bounty of 500 million Baileys. Dangerous aromas approach. Nico Robin aboard. The weather was calm, the sky was blue and cloudy, and a newsbird flitted across the sky. Beckoned by Nami, bought a newspaper, and the other party sent a free latest wanted list. It's over. We're being targeted. After reading the newspaper, Nami instantly became weak. In the newspapers, they were rightly vilified as accomplices in the war. Seriously broke the peace of Alabasta. Not even King Alabasta can change that. They have been separated from the political center for a long time. Although they are descendants of the king, they are still in the world government. The right to speak is not enough now. Luffy, your bounty has increased again. Usopp exclaimed suddenly. Really? Luffy, who was originally immersed in the sadness of parting, suddenly became energetic again. Oh, hearing this, Zoro also became interested. He really wanted to know how far he was. When he made up his mind to go to sea with Reka and Luffy. But secretly swore in my heart. As long as it is to become famous in the world, Whether it is a good name or a bad name, he can accept it. Even Sanji surrounded him, everyone had some anticipation on their faces. Even Reka turned sideways. I don't know what the Marine headquarters thinks of themselves now. Advertisement after Alabasta's arrogance value has risen dramatically, and his strength has evolved stronger. Reka isn't afraid to be noticed by Marine HQ either now. Just as 7 warlords of the sea downfall, for Marine HQ, though worth watching. But it shouldn't be worth the effort. It is even less likely to mobilize an elite army to deliberately encircle him and others. Wow. Reka-san, your bounty has increased from 100 million berries to 500 million berries. Hiss. Usopp took a look at the arrest warrant and said in shock. 500 million Baileys. How much is this? If it is converted into the money that Nami earned before, it would be 5 times. At that time, Nami earned 100 million after earning for so many years. The 500 million, under normal circumstances, even if you were a thief, I am afraid that you will not be able to earn it in your life. I really want to sell you, Nami said while looking at Reka with a bit of resentment. Reka touched her nose in embarrassment, as if she knew something. With her intelligence, it is not difficult to guess why she did not come back that night. And Reka never tried to hide it, but if Nami knows, this reaction seems to be too small. After all, I am still not familiar with this world. That's great, Mr. Tanuki. At this time, a soft voice sounded. Advertisement, what about me, what about me, is there a bounty? Sanji asked hastily. No, that's it. Usopp. Nami nodded frantically. I said, do you know what the higher the bounty means? Next, there will be countless famous bounty hunters thinking about your heads. Seeing Luffy's cheerful appearance, Nami couldn't help but shouted. In an era when human life is as cheap as grass, it may be difficult for anyone to think of the very distant future and plan for it. Luffy, you also have a bounty of 150 million Baileys. What about me, what about me, how much do I have? Luffy asked cheerfully. Such a bounty, when he was a pirate hunter, was something he could only look up to. Green Zauto, what are you talking about? Don't be too complacent. If I want Qian Zhao to be rewarded, it must be higher than you, Sanji retorted unconvinced. Not bad. Zoro showed a satisfied smile. Not long after arriving at the Grand Line, he was offered a reward of 100 million. Huh, so that's how it is. That's great, I don't have a bounty either. Chopper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Zoro, you've also reached 150 million Baileys. Usopp flipped through one bounty after another. No, at that time Vivi seemed to have said that Mr. 2 also had a bounty of more than 30 million Baileys, but there is nothing wrong with that. If you are not a bounty criminal, you will not be targeted. It's a good thing I didn't get a bounty either, Nami said. At first no one noticed it. Haha, maybe the Mr. 2 guy is just a trash fish. Of course, the person who defeats the trash fish will not be remembered, Zoro taunted at the right time. Ahahaha. 160 million Baileys, not bad, not bad. It's more than doubled and tripled. Luffy said triumphantly with his hands on his hips. What, why? Didn't I also defeat many enemies? How did Marines collect information? Sanji cursed immediately. 278, Robin, you saved me, you have to be responsible for me. Wait, who was talking just now? Nami suddenly felt something was wrong. Shouldn't there be only one woman on this ship? Why are there other female voices? Who? At this time, Zoro and the others also sensed something was wrong, reacted quickly, and turned around suddenly. Just in time to see Nico Robin sitting on the edge of the boat at the second floor cabin, legs crossed, elbows resting on thighs, palms resting on his chin. Smile and look at everyone peacefully. It's you? With a clang, Zoro immediately drew his sword out of its sheath. I tell you, don't mess around, Usopp threatened after hiding behind the mast. Ah, Miss Robin. Sanji didn't know the danger, he couldn't control himself when he saw a beautiful woman. Not to mention, Nico Robin is such a mature, bookish beauty. Ah, 36 doesn't seem to surprise you at all. Robin looked at Lekka who didn't have much expression on her face and said doubtfully. But you have to be responsible to me, Robin said with great interest. She had no intention of living anymore. Advertisement. But after being rescued, she suddenly felt that maybe it would be good to go with such a team for a while. Anyway, I have no other shelter. Reka, what did you do again? Nami heard this, and immediately cast a murderous look at the heavy truck. That's the enemy, Usopp said tremblingly. Luffy just watched quietly. You ruined my shelter, saved me, and now I have nowhere to go but stay with you, Robin added. Huh? Are you kidding? We don't have the habit of letting enemies on board? Zoro felt quite outrageous. This is something normal people can't do. Running to the ship of the former enemy and saying that he wants to stay, who would let such a dangerous person stay? Sanji still looks nympho, and Nami and Usopp are also preparing to drive away. Hey, hey. Usopp and others were a little speechless about Nami's performance. Nami opened the bag and looked at it, his eyes suddenly shone with money. These are all valuable rare gems. Sister, you can stay as long as you want. Is your own captain, CBAE, an idiot to this extent? I'll keep an eye on you, as long as you act dangerously, I'll kill you. But Zoro is not the above-mentioned fools. Advertisement, okay. But Luffy, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Nico Robin just smiled and said nothing to such bad words and didn't take it to heart. But next, Robin made a little trick and used her terrifying social skills. Reka-san, Where are you going next? Reka habitually sat on the mast, staring into the distance in a daze. Huh? Nami, Zoro and others looked at Luffy in shock. This is the number 2 person in the Baroque agency. As for Sanji, he definitely won't be conquered automatically without any means. What do you think? Nico Robin looked at Reka calmly. The ship is sailing according to the record pointer. Conquer him and Chopper, Luffy together. Since the captain said yes, then yes. Reka glanced at Robin contemptuously. If such a number 1 person is around, they may not even be able to sleep soundly. Just when Nami wanted to refute, Robin walked down the stairs, took out a small bag from his arms, and handed it to Nami. This is my little sincerity. 279. Sailing time, leisure time. Robin quickly blended into the group as the ship sailed. Robin was quietly reading a book aside. She read a wide range, not just reading about ancient literature. She also reads general adventure books. Sanji has turned into a little fanboy, serving Robin by his side, offering everything to eat and drink. Robin is treated better by Sanji than by Captain Luffy. But Sanji could feel it clearly. Miss Robin is more interested in Reka than anyone. If it were someone else, Sanji would probably be envious and jealous. But for Reka's words, Sanji only has admiration. Thank you, the food you cooked is very delicious. Robin praised sincerely after receiving the drink from Sanji. The lunch meal is quite delicious, it's not just a matter of fresh ingredients. You can also feel that the chef has put a lot of thought into it. Especially in terms of food nutritional balance, it is perfect and impeccable. Of course, this is the chef I'm looking for. If you dare to say it's not delicious, I'll beat you up. Luffy said confidently, waving his fists. Captain Idiot, don't be so rude to the lady. Sanji activated the automatic maintenance ability. Advertisement. Zoro glanced at Nico Robin while swinging the heavy and huge dumbbells. He couldn't easily believe this dangerous woman, that idiot captain would agree so readily. But if you want to say that you were worried, I don't have to. With Reka-san here, I believe she can't make any waves. Of course, if you think about it, it is still necessary to be vigilant. After all, you can't count on Reka-san to do everything. Okay, it's time for training. If you all work as hard as Zoro, your strength will definitely improve faster. Reka looked at the sea, looked at the noisy Luffy, Usopp and others, and said slowly. Training? Did he train their strength? Robin picked up the coffee, took a sip gracefully, and looked curiously at where Reka and the others were. Of course. Nami said proudly, although before meeting Reka, Luffy, Zoro and the others had extremely powerful strength. Can become stronger, Reka is indispensable. It's strange. According to previous information, Reka seems to be the strongest among you. Why is he not the captain? Why does he stay on this ship? Robin, who just joined the StrawHat Pirates, said to this kind of thing is not very understandable. What's so strange about it? We've been sailing together since East Blue. Nami had already gotten used to it and didn't think there was any problem. Maybe it's because of you, Robin said jokingly. I don't know. Nami was taken aback for a moment. Robin suddenly caught something sensitively. Ah, do you really have any intimate relationship? Asking for flowers. Hearing this, Nami's face turned red immediately. That's right, Sister Robin, don't talk nonsense. Advertisement. Robin smiled slightly, and didn't make much excuses, but the corners of his mouth had a teasing look. They don't look good, Robin said of Luffy. Sanji. It's hell time after all. Nami understood. Although everyone is satisfied with the improvement of strength, the process of improvement is very cruel. 0.0 tired to death every time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji undergoes the most intense training. Because the constitution of the three of them is like a monster. The Usopp Chopper, on the other hand, received less intense training. But for them, it is also very tiring. The process of building strength is never easy. Ah. After a while, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji's screams came from the training room. Robin couldn't hold back his curiosity, although after the fact, he heard about Reka's deeds. But the rumors were too exaggerated. She didn't see it with her own eyes, so she felt that it should be a bit exaggerated. As for Luffy, she saw it with her own eyes. She confronted Crocodile head-on, and knocked Crocodile down. This is not what ordinary people do, but now there is such a scream. What happened inside? 280. Robin's shocked. Why is his strength getting farther and farther away? It's miserable. Robin stood at the door of the training room, looking at Luffy and the others who were tortured to death and fell to the ground. I couldn't help but sigh, the captain who can defeat even Crocodile. So tired. It seems to be even more embarrassing than fighting Crocodile. The injury was not light, but that man was not only powerful in battle. It seems to have mastered the ability to heal. A white light enveloped, and Luffy became energetic again. And the recovery of Zoro and Sanji is a bit slower. 247. Quickly cheered up again. Then the three teamed up to launch a swift attack on Reka. The rubber fruit ability enters the second gear. Zoro strikes 3 times. Sanji Blackfoot kick, but Reka easily blocked all of their attacks like a stroll in the courtyard. And put them on the ground. Zoro defeated West Blue's famous bounty hunter Mr. One. She was the one who recruited Dasbornus back then. His strength is extremely powerful, especially the Tianke swordsman. Luo Noa Zoro can defeat him. His strength can be seen as Madara. Advertisement. You must know that the title of swordsman killer Dasbornus is also well known in the world. In Sanji's words, it seems that he hit the Bentham ladyboy. The strength is also extraordinary, as for the Captain Luffy is even stronger. But these three people joined forces and ended up in such a miserable end. How strong is this guy named Reka? And from the tone of his reprimanding them just now, it seems that he is very dissatisfied with Straw Hat Luffy's injuries and hard fights in dealing with Crocodile. Which is to say, from start to finish, this man probably only sees Crocodile as their captain's whetstone. This is crazy too. Good thing Lock Doll has been knocked down. If you let him realize this, I don't know if he will doubt his life. After all, that guy is extremely conceited, and at the same time looks down on the pirates of the same kind. He's just a stepping stone, a whetstone for things like that. Once he finds out, he will most likely run away in a rage. This also means that if he shoots with all his strength, very likely to take Lock Doll easily. She has been in many pirate groups, and it is rare to see a pirate group with such a powerful configuration. And while each other's strength is high, they can live in harmony. As the captain of the Straw Hat Boy, his status on the ship is even more humble. What a strange team. Advertisement, Reka-san, our strength should have improved significantly recently. Zoro was knocked to the ground, unable to get up for a while, and asked out of breath. These words made the three of Luffy speechless. But why do I feel that the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger? Zoro then asked. 2.1. Oh, Luffy was refreshed when he heard this. The hot and cold weather, coupled with knowledge, found that there were fish schools nearby, and they were fat. Reka picked up a fishing rod and prepared to fish. You guys are making progress, but my progress is faster and more, that's all, Reka said truthfully. Is there really an improvement? But why is the result the same every time they join forces? But compared to Reka, it really pales in comparison. But no, on the contrary, the stronger they are, the more they can feel that the gap between them seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The boost is not bad. Reka agrees. Zoro thought he had become stronger, but with Reka's strength gap, it should gradually narrow. Luffy said bluntly, Reka-san, you are the monster that Usopp said. All along, Usopp Chopper sees them as monster-level humans. Yeah. Sanji and Zoro nodded in approval. Okay, next, you can practice step by step by yourself. I went fishing. The fish in this sea area seem to be quite a lot of fat. I will try to give you extra meals at night. Hearing Zoro's question, Luffy and Sanji looked over together. As night approached, it was not suitable for boats to go forward in the dark, because it was necessary to spend the night on the nearby sea. Mr. Reka, why did you go out to sea? When Reka was fishing, Robin, who was holding a book, came over and asked curiously. After Reka finished speaking, he was ready to start fishing. Now that the boat has entered the spring sea area, it should not be long before you can see the island. 281. Female hooligan Nico Robin, I'm scared, we are different, Reka just replied lightly. Us? Robin was a little confused when he said this, as if he knew himself very well. No matter how much you want to die, the desire to explore the unknown is still obvious in your eyes, and I just go with the flow and go with the flow, and it doesn't matter where I go or what I do. Reka glanced at Robin said later. Robin rested his chin and thought for a moment, it doesn't sound like a joke. Can someone who has the ability to temper their strength to this level? Is what I want really just such a simple thing? And it looks like, is it so easy to be seen at 21? What a strange man. Then what's the most important? Robin asked immediately. Of course the most important thing is that I am happy. Reka raised her head arrogantly, and said confidently and firmly. Robin froze for a moment when he heard the words, then looked up at Reka. Are you serious? Of course. Reka felt that people lived another life. All money and fame are false, and the most important thing is to live happily every day. Seeing Reka's arrogant appearance, Robin couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling. Reka-san is so cute. Advertisement, huh? The trio of Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, who were playing around, were stunned when they heard Robin's words. This woman actually said that Reka-san is cute. My god. What happened to the world, or when did this woman go blind? Reka-san Mingming is super powerful and mighty. This has nothing to do with being cute. Reka was stunned for several seconds when she heard such an evaluation. He felt that Nico Robin might be a female hooligan and wanted to tease him, but he had no proof. Why are you incapable of judgment? Reka couldn't help asking. What judgment? Robin asked with a calm smile, covering his right face with one hand. Reka didn't know if she was pretending or if she really didn't know. But such trivial matters are not worth looking into. Everyone, it's time for dinner. The sky was dark, the boat was moored, and the lights on the boat were lit. Sometimes Reka is full of curiosity about the technology tree of One Piece world. Obviously, the whole is at the technological level of the Middle Ages. But often there will always be one or two amazing technological inventions. Such as borrowing the hydraulic flow and simple devices under the sailboat, power generation is achieved. Advertisement: the refrigerators and lights on board are powered by electricity. Sanji, your food is so delicious, Captain Fool, don't put your hand in the lady's bowl. Then I'll take Usopp Zoro's, Captain B*********. D. Sign. After eating a meal, it was also very lively. While eating, the trio of Usopp, Luffy, Chopper started to fight. But everyone is used to it, and Robin just watched silently, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth from time to time. The atmosphere of this pirate group is good. 593 after dinner, those who like fishing go fishing, those who like to blow the evening breeze. This is their leisure time after dinner. Of course they are pirates, and on this sea, there are countless pirates and all kinds of ships are rampant. Every night, personnel have to be arranged to watch the wind. Otherwise, maybe there will be a ship approaching at any time, and they will understand them in the night. And at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Nami and Reka fought for another 5 or 6 rounds. What's wrong? Reka hugged Nami from behind. He could feel that Nami was trying to control her voice tonight. But still more fanatical than before. I'm scared, Nami whispered into Reka's arms. 282. As long as I'm by your side, land on a new island. You are so excellent, I am afraid that one day you will not want me, and I am also afraid that there will be a more excellent woman who will take you away from me. Nami poured out her inner anxiety. Fool, we'll be together forever. I didn't want to monopolize you, I just hope that no matter what happens in the future, I won't forget me. A person like Reka who is excellent and can control countless lives. In any country, they are king-level figures. Such a person, such a strong man, Nami never thought of taking over selfishly. If you really want to do this, you really have to find a way to keep the card by your side. At that time, it may have the opposite effect. Was that the result she wanted? Nami thought a lot these days, but found that it was not. Compared with working under the evil dragon's hand, the current life is much better. How can I be so selfish? As long as he can remember himself, life is complete for Nami. We will not be separated. In this world, there are many good women, and they are in troubled times. They don't want much, and they don't even ask to be together. It's just a pure miss, as long as you don't forget it. Advertisement because they are so selfless when the heavy truck meets them. I can't bear to refuse at all. Just like Vivi, his affection for Vivi is not as deep as that of Nami. I like her more because of her appearance, although her character and quality are also perfect. But that is just appreciation and goodwill, far from being love. But when she proposed that she just wanted to keep a thought and didn't ask for anything. Reka knew that with such good girls, he couldn't bear to let them down and be sad. Scum? Reka wasn't sure either, but it didn't seem to matter. After all, compared with the 4 emperor's aunts and nobles, I'm afraid I haven't even touched the scum. This kind of thing, let it be. What I have to do is to protect their cherishment and their cute humbleness. I still want. Nami felt a lot more at ease when she heard that. She knew that this man was as good as he promised. What is said will surely come true. She didn't worry anymore and didn't think about what happened to Vivi and him that night. She just wanted to be by his side, and that was enough. By the way, let me tell you one thing. In fact, you don't need to deliberately control your voice. There's a magic barrier. Advertisement, bad guy. He will bully me. In the early morning, the sea was still very bright, and Zoro, who was in charge of keeping the wind at night, woke up leisurely below the mast. Looking at the outline of the island in front of him, he yelled, I see the island. Nani? The men's dormitory was mixed, with Chopper, Usopp, Luffy and others lying in disorder. Originally, everyone had their own hanging bag bed. Because of sea navigation, the sling position is more convenient. When the boat rises and falls with the tide, it is not suitable to be rolled out of bed when sleeping in the sling bag. If it is a bed, more design is required to achieve the same effect. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy was the first to wake up and ran out to song. Sanji and Usopp were trampled by Luffy running past. This be *****D captain. Sooner or later we must string him up and beat him up. Sanji got up very angry. A verdant island appeared in front of everyone. It's such a big island, I don't know if Jiao will have monsters. Seeing this, Luffy immediately said expectantly. He can't wait to have a walk and go adventure. The landing was smooth, and Sanji saw bright pineapple-like fruits hanging on the trees by the sea. He hopped lightly, jumped onto the big tree, took one off and looked at it, and said, this is food that is easier to store. We can collect more of this food on this island. Although there is plenty of food prepared every time, but there is a foodie like Luffy, it is always right to prepare more. 283. Nami's first dream, daily life of Captain Chopper. The island seems to have a lot of similar food. For chefs, this is a good island, Sanji said happily. I see, then I leave it to you to find food. Nami appointed Sanji as the person in charge of food picking. As for the 3 of you, whoever gets the short lottery will help collect the food, and the rest will stay and watch the boat. Nami picked up the branch on the ground, folded it into several sections, and put it in his hand. Face Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper. Food collection is no small project. Why do you order us to do this without authorization? Zoro questioned bravely. He is not used to obeying orders. If it weren't for Luffy Reka, Zoro would definitely be a captain who can stand alone at sea. It is only with this kind of heart that he is getting closer and closer to the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Hearing this, Nami immediately showed disgust in his eyes, and really thought she wanted to deal with these troublesome things. Yeah, it stands to reason that 330 should be allocated by the captain. Can you see him? Nami looked at Luffy. Luffy drew 3 lots as soon as he drew, and played the cards completely against the rules, while showing a wise face. Oh, the ones I drew are all short. Why are you smoking 3 by yourself? Usopp said, looking at Luffy speechlessly. Isn't the one who draws the most wins? Luffy asked in confusion. Hearing this, Nami frowned. If it wasn't for the heavy physical labor recently, she would be a little tired. She wanted to beat up the idiot captain again. Advertisement. She had clearly stated the rules just now. Do you think there is still a captain on this ship who can call the shots? No. Zoro Usopp Chopper waved at the same time. CBEH Hahaha, so I'm so good? Luffy smiled smugly. Amazing. Zoro Usopp Chopper beat him up, so everything made sense according to what Nami said. I got the long lottery. I have to stay on the boat. Chopper got the long lottery. So Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp could only follow Sanji to collect food. Well, I'll leave the housekeeping to Chopper, let's go. Hurry up, hurry up. Luffy kept walking on the spot excitedly, carrying a big bamboo basket on his back. You'll come too, Nami? Luffy asked Nami aside. No, I'm going to take a good survey of this island today. I want to draw it into a chart, and I feel itchy when I think about it, Nami said excitedly, waving his hands. Being able to calm down and do what you want to do is the best life. Maybe this map I drew by myself in the future may become a beacon for some people in distress. I'll help you. Reka volunteered. This is her dream, and she can help as much as she can. After everyone left, Chopper couldn't help secretly elated. Advertisement and Robin also opened the door, walked out with a chair, and looked directly at Chopper. Goodbye. Be careful on the road and walk slowly. Chopper stood at the bow and bid farewell to everyone. Back then in Alabasta, there were too many things going on and no opportunities at all. However, Alabasta has existed for thousands of years, and everyone in the world knows that the sea charts there have been drawn over and over again. Even if Nami draws, it is just to make some improvements. And such an unnamed island is better known, and this is a small island with food. But just when Chopper was having fun. All the while, the manatee suddenly jumped out of the sea, holding a fat fish in its mouth, and looked at Chopper with a bewildered expression. Chopper looked down, and his body froze immediately. Suddenly Chopper thought of something, a shyness flashed across his face, and then he jumped to a high place. As soon as everyone left, it felt so quiet. Chopper stood at the bow, looking at the deck and muttering to himself. Everyone quickly assigned tasks. Imagine yourself as a majestic captain. Listen everyone, from today onwards, I will be Captain Chopper. All crew members look over here. Luffy, don't eat other people's food. Usopp, work hard for me. Sanji, make me something delicious. Long live Captain Chopper. Long live, he. Thinking of this, Nami was eager to try. Careless. He even forgot that there was such a dangerous person on board, and the kung fu manatee that Reka had been looking for to stock up on board. Point 284, Robin's change, the long-lost tranquility. At this moment, Chopper understood what was still social death. What is it that you can't wait to find a seam in the ground and get in? Because he can fully understand what kung fu manatees say. Now the little manatee is questioning Chopper, asking what he is doing. When Chopper saw Robin, he was timid, and suddenly felt a sudden cardiac arrest. Nico Robin is super dangerous in Chopper's eyes. That's the second in command of the killer organization. If she attacks her, can she stand alone? Cannot. Chopper is very sure that the opponents and partners he and Usopp defeated so hard at the beginning are only Mr. 4. There are 123 more on this level, and then it's Nico Robin's turn. Don't even think about it, Nico Robin is much stronger than MR4. How long have you been here, sneaky, despicable? Listen, I haven't trusted you yet, you used to be Barlocky's killer, that's sinister, even if Luffy believed you, I will definitely not accept you, Chopper said tremblingly. After speaking, before Robin answered, he ran to the small room where he was treating patients in a panic. With a bang, the door was quickly closed, and Chopper heaved a sigh of relief. Too careless, because Robin has just boarded the ship, and Nico Robin has not yet been recognized in his heart. Chopper forgot for a moment that there was such a number one person on board as her. Advertisement, it's so cute. Robin smiled as he looked at the back of Chopper running away in a panic just now. Chopper calmed down, feeling that before everyone came back, they couldn't go outside, it was too dangerous. Forget it, let's study the blue wave ball. While researching, Chopper recalled the past. Especially when treating someone for the first time. At that time, it was for Dr. Doriel, who told Chopper with her life that if she couldn't be cured, she would die. Only a doctor who can bear the lives of others can become a real doctor. Thinking about everything with Doriel, Chopper couldn't help muttering to himself. Tells a lot about the past. Robin didn't know when he appeared behind Chopper, silently brewing hand-ground coffee. Chopper suddenly felt that there was something behind it, it was an intuition. Turning around suddenly, he found Nico Robin appeared behind him. Chopper yelled out in fright, ran around in a hurry, and smashed the coffee pot in the wooden bucket containing fresh water. You don't want to come here, I'm very strong. Chopper directly swallowed the Rambo ball, and began to transform in multiple stages, wary of Robin. One can imagine how terrified Imba was. Who let the shadow brought to them by the previous Baroque Work agency be too strong? Advertisement. Asking for flowers. That is an organization that can dominate a country at will. Chopper was backing away. Ah, it's so cute. Seeing Chopper's frightened, vigilant, and flustered expression, Robin couldn't help admiring again. Chopper heard it this time, and was taken aback for a moment, then twisted his body and shyly danced and danced. Bagaloo, even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy. Zero. You're obviously very happy, let's go. Robin took out an oak barrel and said. What are you doing? Chopper immediately became alert. The bucket is broken, let's fetch water. Oh, okay. Chopper followed Robin to the island in a daze, ready to fetch water. It's just that when I was walking halfway, I suddenly thought, could it be that Robin wanted to assassinate himself? However, under Robin's guidance, Chopper quickly let go of her guard, and she also slowly let her guard down. Looking at the flowers and plants all over the mountains and plains, I feel very relaxed. No one was monitoring her, so she no longer had to deal with the situation carefully. She had forgotten how long she hadn't been so leisurely. When Chopper was fetching water by the lake, he talked about the encounter between Dr. Doriel and Luffy. Robin was lying in the flower field by the lake, holding a flower in his hand, and he could see the door. 285. Proud Reka, big crab, I caught it. Robin thought Reka would send someone to spy on her. But no, which left Robin scratching his head. At any rate, he was also their enemy not long ago. It was so relaxing to let myself stay on the boat. As for Chopper, maybe a little strength, but Robin's ability to ask himself should not be underestimated. Something happened, and Chopper was no danger to her. After all, for such a simple and foolish civet cat, the way to settle it is simply at his fingertips. They were really relieved of 603 themselves. I don't know what they're doing. Robin was quite curious, so he proposed to take a walk alone. Hearing this, Chopper heaved a sigh of relief. He turned into an orc and returned to the boat with 2 buckets of fresh water. So Robin saw Reka carrying the measuring tool for Nami on the shore. The two get along peacefully, one is drawing the sea chart, and the other is quietly staring at the side. When not handing tools, Reka lay in the shade of a tree, enjoying the cool breeze and beautiful scenery. After staying for a long time, I went to the beach by myself, caught a few fat fish and crabs, and put them aside for barbecue. Although there is such a chef as Sanji, but there are times when each of them needs a little privacy. Sanji picked various ingredients with great interest. When Zoro was picking the fruit, he showed off his skills with the 3 swords. As a result, the blade wind was too strong, and the fruit on the tree fell down, drowning him too. This depressed him for a while. Advertisement Usopp is more reliable, except for being frightened by some small animals. Still successfully picked a lot of fruit, everyone is very happy. But the only fly in the ointment is that there is not a slightly better beach here. Otherwise, come to a beach barbecue, it will be better. Everyone spends the day here. They are not in a hurry now, they have slowed down. In the evening, when the sun sets, the red scale like fiery clouds cover the sky, and the scenery is beautiful. Everyone also gradually returned to the coast where the ship was docked. Sanji has boiled water and is ready for dinner. Reka-san, what are you doing? Robin was sitting on the deck, reading a book, but suddenly caught a glimpse of Reka by the sea, leading a giant crab about the size of Going Merry. On the beach, I have walked back and forth several times. Even Robin was keenly aware that several times he deliberately passed in front of him. The proud look on his face seems to be showing off? Robin was a little uncertain. Tien asked out of the way. Real? What do you think of this crab? Cute. I caught it, Reka said confidently, like a fisherman who caught an unprecedented big fish and couldn't restrain his inner desire to show off. It's amazing. Robin said with a smile. Although the words were perfunctory, they were well done, and they were full of sincerity. Advertisement in a moment. Reka's big crab became dinner. What a big crab, it's so delicious. Luffy leaned on a big crab claw, crushed the shell and meat together and swallowed it. Ha ha ha. Speaking of it, it hasn't been so easy for a long time, Nami said with emotion. Everyone sat around the campfire and enjoyed themselves. I grab it. 0.5, I don't see any difference. You are too much, I am the captain, eat it for me. Robin was lying on a chair not far from the shore, lighting a white candle and continuing to read. Oh, crackling is like being hammered violently. And next to the white candle, there is a clear glass bottle containing a wild flower. I take it back, I've never been so easy, however, there is still a distance of 7 or 8 meters between her and everyone. Captain Idiot, shut up, Nami, do you still eat crabs? The wildflowers are beautiful, like a fresh start. Don't want. Eat, if you can't eat it, I won't give it to you. Drinking wine, arguing at home, eating crabs, singing. 286. Catch a big conch, and a person emerges from it. The wind and the sun were peaceful, and the ship sailed all the way, but also encountered several pirate ships. It's just that the StrawHat Pirates are initially famous in the sea. Except for the fact that the 2 pirate groups are blindly confident and come to challenge, hoping to become famous in the world. When the other pirate ships saw the Straw Hat ship, they chose to avoid it without any conflict of interest. The simplest reason is that this rookie pirate group is in a mess. The 3 bounty criminals on board all exceeded 100 million, and the highest even reached 500 million. It's a bounty that scares many people, and this reckless pirate group has all become Luffy Zoro's training tools. It really doesn't need to be chopped. I really hope to find something strong to chop and chop. Zoro looked at the small and medium-sized boat that he split into 2, and carried the word head out with one hand. Said slightly disappointed. Move on, Luffy yelled, and the boat moved on. In the following time, I did not encounter a pirate ship. After all, it is not a common thing in the sea to encounter 2 pirates who don't open their eyes in one day. Although there are as many pirates as stars, the sea is even more vast. Advertisement at this stage, most pirates will shout when they see the Straw Hat Pirates, it's the Straw Hat Pirates, run. So, the clean days continue. The 3 of Luffy, Chopper, Usopp stole food again and were punished by Sanji for fishing. Robin sauce, Nami-san, this is a nutritious and delicious iced drink, would you like a glass? Sanji appeared on the GA deck with a special drink. Thank you. Robin smiled slightly, took the iced drink, and then continued to read books, as if books were her whole life. She enjoys the moment too, or rather, she has been looking for such a moment. A boat that could fit a desk for her. Sanji is eccentric, we want to drink too. Seeing this, Luffy immediately pouted dissatisfiedly. We want to. Usopp Chopper took the opportunity to say. Got it. Sanji returned to the kitchen. Can you eat it? Luffy immediately drooled. It's fish. The three of Luffy immediately looked pleasantly surprised. You must know that it is not easy to catch fish while the boat is sailing. This guy Sanji is a bit too attentive to himself. Advertisement I've been fishing all morning, but I haven't gained anything yet. Is this really a conch? After Usopp was knocked out, he found that there was an iron sheet on Halu's body. Hearing this, Luffy pulled suddenly, and a conch several times larger than a human was pulled out of the water by him, and fell heavily on the deck with a bang. What a big sea snail! Everyone immediately gathered around, except Reka and Robin. When Sanji brought the iced drink again, the fishing rod in Luffy's hand moved suddenly. It's so powerful, it might be a big fish, pull it up, Usopp said hastily upon seeing this. Fortunately, this guy should not be masculine, otherwise, Reka would feel uneasy. A man emerges from the conch shell. Do you want to eat it? Usopp expressed serious doubts about whether the thing could be eaten. But at this moment, with a click, the iron skin on the conch's body was opened, and a hand stretched out from inside. How to deal with this? Reka was already on the observation deck, drinking an iced drink, and he was the first person to get the iced drink. Grilled conch. Sanji even thought about how to do it. Everyone was horrified and stunned. What's going on here? Everyone was surprised when they saw it. 287. Mail order for little ladybugs on the sea, department store Leslie C. Ah, I thought I was going to die this time. A tall and thin man climbed out of the conch. Who are you? Excuse me, let me introduce myself. I'm the little ladybug mail order Leslie who can be on call with just one phone call and deliver the goods to you. Please give me your advice, Lili said quickly, and showed a mouthful of white teeth after speaking. Little ladybug mail order, what is that? Zoro asked curiously, but his hand was already on the knife. As long as this guy in front of him has any evil plans. He must have drawn his sword and beheaded him immediately. After all, they are little famous pirates now. People like bounty hunters usually don't choose head-to-head hunting methods. Unless you are very self-conscious about your own strength. Otherwise, all kinds of tricks may come in handy. It's like this. When I was transporting goods on this ace card, I encountered a strong typhoon. It blew east and west, and I was killed in the end. Les also saw Zoro's vigilance. Immediately he laughed and explained. Advertisement. It turned out to be like this. Suddenly, Luffy and others realized. That's it, I'm so sorry, thank you for saving me. To express my gratitude, I sent some catalogs. Catalogs. What do you need in the future? I can send it with one phone call. Leslie hugged the thick book said. It's so convenient, will it be delivered by sea? Zoro was a little surprised when he heard that. That's a bit more difficult, preferably on some well-known island. As that? Zoro was a little disappointed. It's so spacious inside. Usopp also came over to take a look. There are so many varieties, glasses, clothes, everything. You also sell kitchen knives. Sanji quickly saw what he wanted. As soon as it was caught in the hand, it shook back and forth, moving along with the arms. Are these all going to be sent to us? They heard it just now, and he wanted to thank them for saving their lives. Leaning on the edge of the conch, he rushed inside and took out a hand crank for fitness. But Leslie's had an occupational disease, and he introduced a lot of products, books, weight loss products, and sports products in a row. Advertisement. Even Zoro and Sanji couldn't resist picking up the type, Jiao de Jiao, record books to see what was on offer. Hi everyone, what I want to introduce to you today is this rocker that is very popular among consumers. The rocker is our company's top product. Les said a lot. No, because of the life-saving price, only 23,000 Baileys are needed. This is fun too, Chopper said while doing bench presses with a mouse-shaped product that works like an ab wheel. Want? The Luffy trio immediately said with anticipation. Yes, this is the most advanced product handmade by Gaoshan craftsmen. Look at this elastic, sharp blade that will never become blunt. Leslie's heard this, took out a kitchen knife and introduced stand up. What's the difference between the top and the first? Zoro was speechless. But the restless Luffy couldn't bear it anymore. Although Les has been exaggerating and promoting the product, Sanji can still tell at a glance that this kitchen knife is quite good. Stop, what are you doing? Leslie's ran over and snatched the product from Luffy's hand and made an introduction by the way. After Lai took it, he introduced it again. This is the Apu sliding music that everyone is familiar with, and it is our company's #1 product. Yes, the purpose of our company is safety and practicality, high quality and low price. This is what our company is. Leslie's was talking about the purpose of their company's establishment and its convenience and safety. 288. Could it be that this is the secret of Nico Robin's whitening? A set of 12 kitchen knives, as well as universal scissors that can cut everything, plus fruit knives and electric whetstones. Now you can buy it for only 2,980 Baileys. Ladies and sisters can use this slippery soap. After use, the skin will be as tender and smooth as a boiled egg. Leslie took out a set of kitchen knives, as well as the corresponding gifts. This set of kitchen knives is sold out. He couldn't wait to pitch the new product to Robin and Nami immediately. White, tender and smooth. Could it be? Reka's pupils widened slightly, and his slightly curious gaze swept over Robin. A thought could not help but emerge in my heart. Could this be the secret of Nico Robin's whitening? Although Leslie's speaks exaggerated salesmanship. But the role of these things should really exist. He doesn't look like an ungrateful person after all. I and others have saved him no matter what, so I wouldn't really deceive myself and others in the use of products. Ah, is Reka-san interested in this? Who is Robin, a master of anti-reconnaissance? Although she doesn't understand observation hockey, she has been evading pursuers all the time. This anti-reconnaissance ability has long been exercised to ultimate. She had just noticed that Reka's eyes were on her. No, I think you needed more than I do. Reka shook her head and said unceremoniously. Robin froze for a moment, then looked at his palm. It was not very white and tender. Advertisement after all, he has been on the run, and he has been in the desert kingdom of Alabasta for a long time. Furthermore, a tender and beautiful appearance will only bring more troubles. Reka-san, if you can't speak, you can choose to shut up, Robin said with a smile. Everyone at the scene suddenly felt the cold wind blowing, and the smiling Robin felt terrible. You really sell everything. Yes, we sell everything from mineral water to cannonballs. Ha 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 ha, Leslie's replied with a smile. Do you sell paper? Hearing this, Nami became interested immediately. Paper? That's right, big and tough paper, paper that won't break even if it is blown by the sea breeze. Nami made his own request. No problem, leave it to me. Leslie became more and more enthusiastic, this kind of necessary purchase in his unilateral sales. The nature and price are completely different. If you sell it yourself, you may not be able to sell it if it is too expensive, but if it is demanded by others, the basic character of a businessman is to sit on the ground and set the price. The product that little Ladybug mail order is proud of is the most advanced Millennium paper, which is made of Millennium cedar from CBDB. It will not be eaten by moths, and it will be placed in the sun for 1,000 years. It won't change color, and it's the most suitable for genealogy and treasure maps. Leslie's introduced enthusiastically. When Nami heard this, her eyes lit up, and the arc of her smile gradually widened. This is the ideal paper for her. Advertisement. Can you make an origami airplane? Luffy asked. This is a bit of a waste. Leslie's froze for a moment, almost unable to keep up with Luffy's rhythm. This is real Millennium paper. The effect he said can't be truer. How much money? Naoe hurriedly asked. Do you want to buy it? Luffy was a little surprised. Of course. Caught a big fish. Leslie's heard Nami's words of affirmation, and immediately knew that he should be able to make a fortune. Once this kind of customer takes a fancy to it, they don't care about the price. Although they saved their own lives, his life was only worth the previous offer. It should be no problem to make a fortune by yourself now. It's hard to handle. This is a very rare and precious item. Even if you place an order now, it will take 5 to 10 years to get the goods. Then can you sell me the ones you have first? I'll pay as much as you want. Nami, who can skip meals just to count the money. Nami with a penchant for money. You actually said that you can pay as much as you want. Nami's words shocked Luffy, Zoro, Usopp for 100 years. 289. We're such scary pirates. It's not that exaggerated. Sanji thought it was okay. Seeing Zoro, Luffy and the others like that, Sanji thinks their reaction is too exaggerated. Leslie's pretended to be embarrassed and said, I understand, since you said so, a set of 1,000 sheets of Millennium paper has a market price of 60 million Baileys. This time it will be cheaper. Let's count your 48 million Baileys. 48 million Baileys. Hearing the price, Chopper was so scared that he covered his head. I can't believe it, 48 million Baileys, that's too much. Don't look at Reka, their bounty is quite high, but that is your own value in the eyes of others. Like Chopper, Usopp, their money does not exceed 100,000 Baileys. Poor Jingle, Nami and Reka-san should have the money. But buying paper with so much money is too much, calculated to cost 48,000 berries each. Can't it be cheaper? Nami was ready to start haggling pitifully. Then I'll give you another discount, 47.5 million Baileys, less said meaningly. 2 million Baileys. Nami was no longer restrained at this time, and chopped down the main artery with a knife. 4.8 million Baileys. Leslie immediately countered the price. This woman seems to be a master. Advertisement, such a drop. Seeing the bargaining, Usopp was speechless. Just a little more. Nami continued to haggle. I bought it, but at this moment, Reka said decisively. Hey. Everyone looked at Reka in surprise. Reka-san, do you have so much money? If Luffy remembers correctly, Nami seems to be in charge of Reka-san's money. Yes, but this time I have to buy it with my own money, Mr. Captain. Thank you for your hard work. Ka looked at Luffy maliciously. What? Luffy looked bewildered. Then Reka took the rope and tied it up, and Reka handed the other end of the rope to Les. I don't have any private money on hand now, but this guy refers to 160 million Baileys. You can give him to Marine. Reka clapped his hands and said relaxedly. This guy even wants to slaughter Nami like a fat sheep. If you bid honestly, it's fine if Reka pays, but to save your life, you still have to make money from them. That's not okay. Luffy. Leslie's took a serious look, and then broke out in cold sweat. Even the word love fell out. Advertisement. Hey, of course, I'm Captain Usopp, and I'm already famous all over the world. Ahem. Well, it's okay. The rookie captain with a bounty of 160 million Baileys, so to speak, the man who bid is Reka, who is known as the Sun Tyrant. How many times are there to deal with this kind of guy? I'm afraid life is not enough. This is a vicious big pirate. Les feels his soul trembling. Really? Did you really send us off? You are such a good person. Luffy stood up with a whoosh. Asking for flowers. That. I suddenly remembered that there is an urgent matter at home. I will give these things to you. I will go first. There will be a period later. No, there will be no date later. Leslie surprised. He suddenly jumped into the conch shell, bounced, and jumped into the sea with a whoosh. Nani, Reka-san. You don't love me anymore. Luffy was shocked on the spot. It disappeared in an instant. Scared him, Zoro said speechlessly. Waved towards the distant conch. The original TV plot of Rainbow Fog will probably be skipped in the follow-up, and the progress of the plot will be accelerated. Sean. That's right. So we are such terrible pirates? Chopper asked Usopp, puzzled. Could it be, you or Monkey D. Luffy? At this moment, Leslie saw the pirate flag hanging on the mast. Hissed Aina, Usopp. Chopper immediately said adoringly. 290. Do you train Nami every night, near Magic Valley? Next, I'm going to concentrate on drawing. You all stare at the cloud. If the cloud doesn't move, it means that the weather will be fine all day. If it moves, you must tell me immediately. Understand already? Nami took the paper. I can't wait to try it out and see how it feels. Understood. Seeing Nami's earnest expression, everyone nodded subconsciously. The ship sailed, but the calm didn't last long. When it was time for lunch break, Reka went to rest. The deck quickly became lively, and 2-7, Luffy couldn't stay idle. I was studying the things that Leslie's dropped just now. The slippery soap became a tool for Luffy and the others, saying it was cleaning the deck. As a result, he stepped on the soap and kept sliding, and soon the entire deck was covered with foam. Nami originally painted with great enthusiasm, but the noise outside did not stop. She was so angry that she came out and beat up Luffy and the others. Luffy nodded on the spot, but after turning around for a while, I don't remember. Playing with Chopper, crashed into Nami's drawing room, knocked over Nami's ink, and scrapped the newly drawn drawings. At this point, Nami broke out completely, and issued a fine order to Luffy and others with a dark face. Anyone who steps into her painting room will be fined tens of millions of Baileys. Chopper was so scared that he didn't dare to call Nami after seeing the change in the cloud. Advertisement. As for Luffy, Zoro, they are all sound asleep. Zoro is used to watching the wind at night and resting at noon during the day. Luffy Usopp is purely tired of playing. What to do? Jiba was walking around anxiously on the deck alone. When I came to Nami's door, Nami's words sounded again, a fine of 100,000 Baileys. Too much. He can't afford it. In the end, the helpless Chopper could only sit slumped on the deck and watch the sea spout and the dark clouds getting closer and closer. He tried to wake Luffy and Usopp, but couldn't, until Nami felt the vibration of the ship. Only after I ran out did I realize the seriousness of the matter. Hurry up and get to work. Nami woke everyone up with a fist. If they didn't turn around, they would be sucked into the tornado and die in the sea. Hey! Luffy woke up and looked at the situation, and he was stunned. Fortunately, under Nami's superb command, Going Merry finally narrowly missed a big storm. Why didn't you tell me? Nami said speechlessly. Because you said that you will be fined 100,000 Baileys for disturbing you, and I don't have that much money, Chopper said pitifully. Fool. They sailed for several days, during which they also encountered some interesting things. Advertisement. Hearing what Robin 5.0 said, Reka felt speechless. After Luffy screamed, it was Usopp and Chopper's turn. No, that's the wreck of the ship. Why, do you want me to give you lessons? Isn't it just playing hooligans? Whoever said it would be the same? It's another sunny day. Robin reads as usual. Here, it seems that there will always be that quiet table that belongs to her. And 1 or 2 nights, Reka also noticed that Robin was curiously peeking into their room with his fruit ability. But I always feel that I can no longer be so passive. Now they are approaching the next isle. For example, when encountering the usury money from Goat Island. After the Battle of Alabasta, Reka adjusted the training plan of all of them. Hearing this, Reka was a little speechless. In recent days, Nico Robin has always shown the side of a female hooligan from time to time. Robin knows everything about their relationship, and even what they do each night, after just a few days on the boat. Reka-san, are you training Nami alone every night? Robin looked at Reka, who came out of the training room alone, and asked with a little deep meaning. The sound of Luffy and others crying and howling came from the training room. As Reka spoke, he raised his proud head slightly. Did something fall from the sky? Not bad, I'll find you when I have time. Robin smiled lightly, giving Reka the feeling of punching the air. What's wrong? It's raining. 291. An island in the sky, floating sea. Hey! Everyone watched the huge, dilapidated ship fall from the sky. Everyone was pale with fright. This has never happened before. How could ships fall from the sky? This is not reasonable at all. And once it hits Going Merry, they're done for. Boom. But luckily they're not such unlucky people. The huge ship smashed heavily on the sea, setting off shocking waves. Everyone, hold on to the boat tightly. Zoro grabbed the corner of the boat and quickly reminded the others. What exactly is this? 21, oh my god. Usopp, Chopper and others suddenly panicked. Under the waves, Going Merry is shaking violently. They heard Zoro's words and quickly grabbed the boat to avoid being thrown out. It's a dream, it must be a dream. Usopp couldn't believe it was reality. After all, such a thing as a big ship from the sky is extremely outrageous in this world. Can't explain it at all. Advertisement first of all, why the ship goes to the sky is an inexplicable phenomenon. Is it a dream? Great, Chopper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit hard on the head by a piece of falling sawdust. Hey, there's something falling down again, everyone be careful. Sanji looked up, and found that there seemed to be some wreckage falling. Turn the rudder and go, it's no wonder that such a big wave can go away. Ah, skeleton. Usopp looked up and saw a skeleton also falling from the sky, so scared that he almost passed out. Help stabilize the hull. After a while of frantic operations, they were finally safe and sound. When the wreckage stopped falling from the sky, the ship gradually stabilized. Why did the boat fall from the sky? Even Luffy, a dumbass, thought it was unreasonable. Too strange. But there's nothing in the sky. Zoro, Sanji and the others looked up at the sky, but only saw a few thin clouds. Really, what the hell is the Grand Line? Usopp shivered holding Chopper. And Nami has been silently looking at the record pointer in his hand. But never doubt the record pointer, advertisement. What's wrong, Nami? The floating sea, Luffy, Usopp et al., shocked. Since 580 points to the sky and does not move, it can be seen that this pointer has been taken away by Sky Island. Robin made a judgment that even she herself was not willing to believe. But there is nothing like an island in the sky. Zoro looked up and saw clearly, there was nothing on it. This is the rule, they can doubt their own judgment. What is that? An island floating in midair? Luffy immediately asked expectantly. That's not what it means. To be precise, it should be a floating sea, Robin explained for them. Where did the ship and the dead man's bones fall from? Otherwise, when sailing on the sea, sometimes you don't even know how you died. When the ship was shaking just now, she deliberately protected the recording pointer. The more I listened, the more confused I became. Sanji was dumbfounded. What? Nami was puzzled. Sky Island. What to do? The record pointer seems to be broken. Keep pointing at it. Nami looked at the record pointer and said in a daze. Because in the Grand Line, the record pointer can still move, so it is not broken. No, I think it should be attracted by the island with stronger magnetic force, so a new record has been updated, Robin said. Why did it suddenly break down? 292. Nico Robin's archaeological site. It means that there is an ocean in the sky, so let's face the island on the ocean, Luffy said excitedly, pointing to the sky. In some respects, he is indeed gifted. Okay, go check it out right away. Luffy couldn't wait. This is the adventure he wants. Well, sailors, turn the rudder up, Usopp echoed. You guys have to figure it out, you can't get a match. What? Luffy seemed to have discovered a new world. So the rudder can't point upwards. Robin transformed into several pairs of arms on Luffy, covering the chattering Luffy. If the quarrel continues like this, they won't even have a chance to talk. Frankly speaking, I haven't seen Sky Island myself, and I don't know much about it, Luo Chen confessed. That's right, it's impossible. How can the island and the sea float in the sky? This must be because the record pointer is broken. Nami thinks the sea and the island floating in the sky are too outrageous. This is no fairy tale. How could there be such an outrageous and unreasonable thing? No, Miss Navigator, what you should think about now is not where the record pointer is broken, but how to get to the sky, no matter how weird Lu Li's situation is involved in this ship, or how big it is. Crisis, you must never doubt the record pointer in your hand, this is the iron rule of sailing. Advertisement, in this sea, the first thing you have to doubt is the common sense in your head. Record the place where the pointer points to, and one Robin, who has an island more than 10 miles away, said earnestly. She is like a universal encyclopedia. Then Robin looked curiously at the skeleton that fell into the ship from the sky and had startled Usopp just now. What is that woman doing to collect skeletons? Seeing this, Chopper hid behind the pillar tremblingly. Although he is a doctor, he usually studies an unknown skeleton. But it will not collect the broken skeleton fragments piece by piece. Listening to Robin's words, Nami is staring at her permanent pointer and frowning at the moment. In the end she is broken, or the record pointer is broken. She is a little uncertain. Robin used tweezers to hold the broken skull fragments and put them together piece by piece. The bystanders looked horrified, especially the timid trio. Your interests are really strange. Did you find anything? Zoro asked curiously. Dead people and beautiful women are quite an elegant and unique combination, Sanji said as he watched the crowd. Elegance, it's too elegant, Fuka said jokingly. Advertisement. Then Robin cast a deep, meaningful look. Reka always felt uneasy and then chose to remain silent. This woman seems to be a bit overwhelmed by herself. Well, where's Luffy? Zoro suddenly found that it was much quieter here, and when he looked back, Luffy wasn't there. Instead, he jumped onto the wreckage of the ship that gradually became silent next to him. He was searching for something. Beside him, and Usopp. What are the two of them going to do? It's an adventure. Chopper replied honestly. Oh, it's back to its original shape. Sanji watched Robin skillfully put together the skull fragments. This hole should be man-made, Robin said, pointing to the hollow between the eyebrows on the skull. In other words, he was hit here and died, Sanji said. No, this is a healing scar. It should be called head piercing. Yes, ship doctor. Yes, but that's a technology from a long time ago, Chopper replied hastily. That's right, Nuo's Zhao. This man must have been dead for 200 years. He was about 30 years old. He probably died of illness during the voyage. Compared with other bones, his teeth are relatively complete. Because it was tarred, this funeral custom is a unique tradition in some regions of South Blue, and it can be inferred from the historical process. That ship should be the ship of the past expedition team. Based on the information, Robin opened the 10 books he carried with him. Actually found the matching ship. Yes, the Kingdom of South Blue, the ship of the Kingdom of Bliss, the Saint Bliss, sailed 208 years ago. 293. Lead to Sky Island and salvage the sunken ship. Looks like a ship that fell off. That ship also had this emblem on it just now. This ship has been floating in the air for 200 years, Robin said. I never thought you could analyze so many things just from the bones. Nami looked at Robin with a little admiration. Although the corpse can speak, the information on it cannot escape. If it is an expedition team, it should leave various records and evidence. But the ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea, Nami said regretfully. Thinking of this, Nami suddenly felt something was wrong. Zoro said, why did Luffy go there? She looked over again and was startled. What are you two idiots doing? She saw Luffy bouncing in the sea as the ship sank. Usopp is standing on a small piece of driftwood, fishing for Luffy. Fortunately, it was unexpectedly salvaged. 890. Hey, everyone, I found it. Luffy didn't feel like escaping from death at all, but said excitedly. Then unfold a found map. The map of Sky Island. Everyone looked at it and said in unison in shock. Does this mean that Sky Island really exists? Nami was stunned. Everyone gathered around. Advertisement, Yahoo, great, Sky Island really exists. Usopp and Chopper happily held hands and danced. This kind of place must be a beautiful island. That's the island of dreams. Nami, let's go. CBCA. Even if you say that, and don't get too excited, it just means that there is such a possibility. There are too many fake maps in this world. Seeing Luffy's excited look, Nami couldn't help it live wanting to hit. But what she said is also true. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, the three of them suddenly became disappointed and desperate, like mummies who lost their souls. Yes. I think there should be. Seeing so many reactions from them, Nami had no choice but to say good things. We don't even know how to get there right now. Since that ship is so big and can go to the sky, I think there must be a way. Maybe there are clues on that ship, but the ship has sunk. Come up to me when you sink, don't you guys want to go to Sky Island? Nami said to Luffy. Wow. Usopp and Luffy were immediately full of energy when they heard this. What is salvage? Chopper asked Robin, a little confused. It's to bring up a sunken ship, but that ship may not be able to do it because it's too big, Robin explained. Advertisement, but even if you can't salvage the ship, you can find some clues like the logbook. Also very good. Followers Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro are ready to go to the bottom of the sea as salvage members. Use a wooden barrel as a periscope in temporary storage and tie a rope. After being used as simple diving equipment, then jumped into the sea. The rope that connects them to the boat is hollow and is also connected to a loudspeaker. As long as the situation is not good, if you talk, the people above will pull them up. I'm Luffy. There are so many monsters here. This seems to be the lair of sea snakes. Don't disturb them easily. Sanji's voice also came up. It seems to be watching us. Yeah, okay. Nami listened and nodded nonchalantly. It's okay. This sounds super dangerous, okay? Usopp couldn't believe that Nami said okay in this situation. They will always find a way, don't worry. Chopper, hold on to the handbrake. The speed of their dive is all due to the elastic rope being tightened by Chopper above. 294. The not-so-clever ape captain. Fortunately, I wasn't the one who went down. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he heard that. Good salvage, but at this moment, there was the sound of knocking gongs. At the same time, there was a burst of vigorous singing. Then a huge ship slowly approached their position. What's that? Seeing this, Usopp pulled down his goggles and looked towards the position of the giant ship. After a while, a giant ship made of a monkey ship approached. A group of people above are beating gongs and singing. All stand. Yes. Is this the place where the shipwreck is? A powerful voice came from the opposite ship. Yes, because, boss, that's calling me, ready to salvage. All sunken ships belong to the ape pirates, that is, to salvage the king ape. Ha. A monkey in human form stood on the deck and said loudly. True to his name, he is indeed an ape. At this critical moment, another unexpected guest came. Nami looked at the situation on the opposite boat, feeling a little speechless. Advertisement, is there even an orangutan who can be the captain of a ship? Hey, let me ask you, what are you doing there? This is our territory. Your territory? That's right, all the sunken ships in this sea area belong to my uncle. You probably didn't take any action, asked the captain of the ape. That person seems to be planning to salvage the boat as well, Robin said. Then I'll be quiet now, he doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Usopp covered the loudspeaker and other equipment next to him. While pretending not to hear, hey, don't whisper there, answer my question quickly. The ape captain felt that something was wrong. I'm sorry, May I ask you a question first? Nami raised his hand at this time and said. I was the one who asked you first, the ape captain said speechlessly. Forget it, if you have any questions, just ask. In short, let's see the situation first. Nami whispered to the people around him. After all, the monkey doesn't seem very smart. Hey, do you want to salvage? Usopp carefully lowered the rope so that Luffy and the others could dive deeper. Advertisement ask for flowers, while taking over Nami's delaying task. Do I really look so ape-like? Excuse me, are you the crew of the salvage ship? Nami began to stall for time. That's right, I'm a man who salvages a ship that sank on the bottom of the sea. In this world, there's no ship that we can't catch up with, the captain of the apes said confidently. That's not the case at all. What's the matter? Was it attacked by the Sea Kings? The orangutan was startled immediately, and asked with great concern. Nami immediately stepped forward. Then can you let us see it? I understand, you think salvage is a very rare thing, no problem, let's let you experience it, the captain of the ape responded immediately. Huh? Nami couldn't react for a while. What? Ship ape? Hearing this, the orangutan immediately revealed a look of pride. Captain, it's not good, the crew we sent to the bottom of the sea to place the salvage basket was injured. It means a man, oh, I'm so sorry, the captain of the apes said with a shy face, but his body was very honest, and he gave himself a thumbs up. But at this time, the explorer who was put down by the ape just now was suddenly pulled up again. No, it seems to be the Trace village that was beaten by people. 295. Encounter, huge sea kings appear. Swallow it in one gulp. What? Captain Orangutan's face darkened upon hearing this. Nami and others naturally also heard their words and felt bad. This time, I'm afraid it will be seen through. Sure enough, the captain of the ape looked at them all at once. Hello. Hearing this voice, the timid trio of Nami and Usopp Chopper suddenly shuddered. There seems to be someone on the bottom of the sea, be careful. Hearing what Captain Orangutan said, Nami and the others were speechless. Sure enough, the captain of the orangutan is really not very smart in terms of 147. Brothers, quickly put the salvage basket away and prepare to salvage immediately. Captain Orangutan also became serious. Yes. The orangutan crew immediately responded. They also get busy very quickly. Even if there are people visiting, just treat them as pumpkins, don't be nervous, Captain Orangutan instructed. Yes. These people really like to show off in front of us. Usopp immediately became a little curious about the salvage team. Especially seeing their diving gear, much better than his handcrafted ones. Obviously these people are not exaggerating when they say they are professional. Don't let them find out what we did. Do it well, don't be in a daze. Advertisement, yes. Meanwhile, the three of Luffy have dived to the bottom of the sea. Saw that wreck, looking for something useful, but few. Zoro found some swords, but they shattered when he flicked them. Sanji finds a photo, the person in the photo looks as beautiful as an angel. And Luffy saw many skulls nailed to the ship with spears and spears. Apparently there had been a battle on this ship as well. Finally the three found a locked chest, they opened it with anticipation. It turned out there was only one feather. At the same time, the captain of the orangutan also took action, and the drooping salvage tool bit the whole frame of the ship. Through the pipe-like equipment, the captain of the orangutan actually blows air with his mouth and injects it into the cabin. A huge air bubble immediately propped up the wreckage of the ship, reducing the weight of the ship. Gradually pulled up by them. But Luffy and the others met face to face with the diving crew. Fighting again after a disagreement. Look, there's air in here, so it's no problem to take this off, Luffy said, taking off his bucket hood. I don't know who is so holy, but they're planning to salvage the whole ship. Zoro realized early on that they had a companion. Advertisement, but this bigwig's method is quite powerful. Can this be said? That's right, that's it, Luffy said affirmatively. Hey, does he really look like an ape? Hearing these two words, the originally angry Captain Ape suddenly became embarrassed again. What is this? Then he kicked into the broken ship. Which way are you? Dare to make trouble on my territory? Of course. Luffy nodded. And the captain of the orangutan on the ship learned that his younger brother was beaten by a fat man. So that's how it is, so you guys are from East Blue. I didn't expect you to be so discerning in 4.8, you can spot my orangutan right away, Captain Ape laughed. He jumped into the sea, and he beat up a sea snake on the way. A ship 10 times bigger than going merry. But while they were chatting, a huge monster suddenly swam over from the sea, and then bit the ship. Hey, do you know what he's talking about? How do you communicate? Sanji was speechless. Human ape? The three of Luffy Zoro were startled. After a while, Luffy and Captain Ape had a thorough chat. He was so angry that he went out on his own, in front of this giant monster. It is not as big as its mouth. Ha ha ha. Captain Orangutan was very happy. Pung, after eating, it jumped out of the sea. It scared Nami, Usopp and others to death. 296. On a sudden night, monsters appear. A turtle like an island emerged from the sea. Everyone on the surface of the sea was stunned. Dream. It's definitely a dream. Usopp couldn't accept such a fact every day. So it was a dream, that's great. Chopper and Nami breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It's really big, even bigger than ordinary giant sea kings. Reka looked at the turtle curiously. If it wasn't too big, he would like to raise one to see. It looks stupid and silly. Right now the turtle is chewing on the wreckage of a ship that just sank 21. There are still ropes hanging from it. Well, shouldn't they be eaten? Robin's words revealed the bloody reality. Unwilling to accept reality, Usopp trio. The dream I had was completely shattered. He was directly pulled into reality by Robin. Ah, Luffy and the others must have been eaten. What to do? What to do? Chopper ran back and forth on the boat in a hurry, turning around in a hurry. It's all your fault. Let them go to the bottom of the Grand Line. Usopp was shocked and frightened, and blamed Nami. It's not that I'm dumping, it's true that Nami trusts Luffy and the others too much. So when Luffy they reported seeing a sea serpent. Nami said, everything is okay. Advertisement, you're right, sorry. Nami apologized in the direction of the big turtle. Is it just like this? It doesn't seem right. Seeing Nami apologizing towards the turtle, Usopp always felt that something was wrong. Isn't this too random? At this time, the ship suddenly shook violently. The giant tortoise started to swim. The gas pipes and ropes between their ship and the wreck are still connected. The giant ship of the apes and their going merry are being dragged by the turtle. If the gas pipeline is not cut off in time, we will suffer too, Robin reminded. But Luffy's, Robin, aren't you amazing? Find a way. Usopp was so anxious that he forgot that Reka was standing aside. Not much expression. Explain that the situation is not really an emergency. No way, it's too big, Robin shook his head honestly. The boss must still be alive. Pull the boat over, we must rescue the boss. The orangutan crew seemed very united at this time. Upso was shocked when he saw this. That's right, at times like this, the more we need to be united. Saying that, Usopp looked at Nami, the usual big sister. Very good, Reka, cut off the air pipe. If they say so, there will always be a solution. Nami raised her hand in agreement with what Ibo said just now. Advertisement, are you a devil? Suddenly, the whole sky went dark. What's the matter? What's the matter this time? Usopp Chopper looked up anxiously and asked. It's night? Chopper also wiped his eyes thinking he was wrong. Nami took out his pocket watch to check the time. No way, it's not evening yet. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, are you alright? Usopp yelled. The sudden night is a precursor to the appearance of monsters. The ship will be towed and sunk, quickly rescue the boss. Pung. At this time, several figures sprang out of the sea, 403. Luffy was the first to be thrown onto the deck. Zoro and Sanji also jumped up from the sea one after another. Get out of here, that guy is troublesome, Zoro gasped. Great, you're all right, Chopper wailed. Stay away from this turtle anyway, Usopp agreed. What turtle? I'm talking about the orangutan in the sea, Zoro was puzzled for a while. It must be some kind of sea beast, Sanji added. The guy was having a good time chatting with Luffy, and then they saw what we found from the boat, and they got mad, said Zoro. It's just a crazy star. That's an orangutan named Salvage King. Usopp knew immediately who they were talking about. Point 297. Huge silhouette in the sky, Luli's Grand Line. But you guys managed to escape from the big turtle's mouth, Usopp said with tears streaming down his face. He was almost paralyzed by the big turtle, and right now Nami is waking up Luffy. He drank too much seawater, still fainting now. Nami slapped him up with a slap. Turtle? What turtle? Hearing Usopp's words, Sanji and Zoro were stunned. The turtle looks a little strange, with its mouth open, no wonder you can escape. Usopp said, looking at the turtle. Following Usopp's gaze, Sanji and Zoro's jaws almost dropped in shock. What a big turtle, wow, what the hell is this? Didn't you realize that you were eaten by this guy, together with the boat? Usopp said speechlessly. What's wrong? Luffy was finally rescued by Nami at this time. Luffy, set sail and get out of here. Wait, at this moment, the captain of the orangutan also jumped out of the sea. You guys actually stole my treasure on my territory. Do you think you can escape back? Captain Ape said angrily. Treasure? Is there any treasure? Nami's eyes lit up, and he immediately came to the side of the road and asked. Well, there's a lot. Luffy grinned. Advertisement. Ah. But at this moment, everyone looked at the sea in front of them with expressions of horror. Even Luffy couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's wrong? Captain Orangutan turned his back, so naturally he couldn't see what was behind him. Boss. It's dangerous, the orangutan crew reminded. The captain of the ape followed the line of sight of Luffy and the others. Immediately I was taken aback. 5 incomparably majestic figures with wings growing behind them appeared in the sky like silhouettes. That giant tortoise is big enough, but in front of these figures, even the size of the soles of one of them can't compare. The majestic figure is like a titan supporting the sky, supporting the sea below and reaching the sky above. Taller and mightier than any towering mountain they have ever seen. The titan is in front of him, probably the size of a finger. Everyone's scalp was numb from the shock of this scene. Luffy was also in a cold sweat. A strange monster has appeared. Suddenly, a figure in the middle held a spear-like weapon and stabbed down. There are monsters. At this moment, Luffy, Zoro and others exploded with unprecedented potential. Directly row the boat by hand, clatter, and escape from this place quickly. Advertisement. There are indeed monsters in the Grand Line, and it's the same today. Terrible. Once again in sunny territory. Even I'm going to be terrified. the captain of the apes said with his arms crossed and some doubts about his life. The golden beauty rushed forward with unprecedented speed. Go 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 go. Paddle, paddle fast, paddle hard. And then suddenly it was night, Robin said. In the end, there appeared a huge monster that was tens or hundreds of times bigger than the Titans. Luffy was extremely surprised. It's unbelievably big. After the boat stopped, Sanji quickly lit a cigarette to suppress his shock. Seeing this, the captain of the orangutan and others hurriedly rowed away. Then the record pointer pointed, Jiao Li Jiao, to the sky. Nami looked at the record pointer. Meet a giant tortoise that can eat an entire ship again. Chopper still has lingering fears. They finally escaped from that night-like sea, and then came an orangutan who just salvaged a boat. Usopp was rather speechless. I do not know how long it has been. First there was a giant ship falling from the sky, said Zoro. 298. Repeater Robin, go to Gaia. Why are you here? Everyone was shocked, and looked at Captain Ape in surprise. Get out. Without waiting for the captain of the ape to answer, Zoro Sanji stepped out at the same time. The uninvited guest Captain Orangutan was directly kicked out. Anyway, this guy is like a duck to water in the water. If you really want to fall into the sea, there is probably no problem. So going Mary, calm down again. That monster is really big, Usopp said with lingering fear. Yeah, I don't want to see you again. Chopper nodded approvingly. But Chopper, if I get serious, I can defeat that monster. Usopp lied every day. 947. Really? Chopper looked at Usopp in shock and admiration. Can such a monster be defeated? Usopp is amazing too. I've knocked down 10 of them before. 10, Chopper was shocked. Have you figured out why you went to the bottom of the sea, and what you brought back was a pile of scrap metal? Nami was counting the loot brought by the three of Luffy. But the result was very unsatisfactory. Advertisement. He wondered if the three of them had a wrong understanding of treasure. There is no clue to go to heaven. I told you that there is nothing there, but everything I have is brought up, Zoro explained. But it's true. There seems to be some battle there, and all the valuables have been searched. Then we can't look for these rags. What we're looking for are logbooks, nautical charts, etc. If we go to the sky next, what happened to this ship may happen to us. Luffy, what are you? Nami was already in a bad mood, looking at Luffy wearing tattered armor and dangling a rusty iron sword. Nami frowned and asked very unkindly, armor, how is it handsome? Puffy. Nami knocked Luffy to the ground with one punch, and his armor shattered to the ground. Shocked Zoro, Usopp and others. Really, what a group of guys who don't have any sense of crisis, and you were Reka too. I didn't do anything. Reka froze for a moment, then he just watched CBBE, and there was something wrong. Forget it, it seems that Nami is still angry, it's really hard work, Robin comforted. The harder work is yet to come, and I have no idea what to do now. Nami is 10 heads and too big. Here you are. At this moment, Robin suddenly took out a record pointer to Nami. Advertisement, permanent pointer. What is it? Nami froze for a moment. I just took it from that orangutan, let's take it first, Robin said lightly. Woo. As expected. My sister understands me best. Nami was so moved that she almost cried. With the eternal pointer, it is not the only route to the sky. With more options. Hey, isn't there octopus here? Let's make octopus balls. Haha, Captain Luffy is still playing with octopus. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but feel ashamed. It's really hard work for you. Robin said again, with such a captain, there should be no less worries. Gaia. Is it the island where the orangutans are located? Nami looked at the name on the permanent pointer and subconsciously remembered it. Gaia, is it an island? Hey, brothers, head towards Gaia at full speed. Luffy raised his arms immediately after hearing this. Nami, which way are you going? Luffy asked again. It's really hard work. Are you a repeater? Reka asked Robin curiously. At night, you are the repeaters. Luo Guo smiled faintly. Reka suspects that Robin is driving, but he has no proof. Turn right, Nami said. Oh, go Gaia, Luffy cheered up. 299. Landing in Magic Valley Town, Pirate's Paradise. Gaia Island is not far away, because from now on, the climate is quite stable. Usually this is the case. It means entering the climate range of a certain sea area. Oh, everyone, I see the island, Usopp said standing on the bow. It's strange, how did you find out that the port is full of pirate ships? Usopp has excellent eyesight, and saw the situation in the port through the goggles. Idiot, how could the pirate ship stop at the port openly, Nami said. Ha ha ha, that's right. Usopp also thought he was wrong. But when they got a closer look, they still had to accept the fact that this was an island full of pirates. Because their pirate ship is also parked in the port above board. No one is in charge, and no one is charging. On the shore, fighting pirates can be seen everywhere. Occasionally gunshots can even be heard, and the people on the island are used to it. Luffy and Zoro went to the island to gather information. Because this island looks dangerous, Nami and Usopp don't want to go. Robin is under no obligation to go. Reka wants to go alone and experience the island in a time full of violence. Advertisement. The most important thing is to see if the Blackbeards are on this island. The last confrontation was for Reka, but there is no winner yet. If they are also on this island, kill them this time. It looks like there's everyone here, Luffy said enthusiastically. Do you think if the two of them go, they can come back without causing trouble? Nami was very worried looking at the smiling Luffy and Zoro. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Slow down, Zoro Luffy. Nami gritted his teeth and followed. Let these two idiots go to the island. Thank goodness for not getting into trouble. How is it possible to inquire about information? Since Reka-san is not here, I have to keep Nami-san safe. Sanji is going to follow and act as a bodyguard. But then Chopper Usopp, the two hugged each other. No, Sanji, you can't leave. If you come too, if someone comes to make trouble, what should we do? I see, don't get excited, let go. Sanji was startled by such a big reaction from the two of them. On the island of Magic Valley Town, Luffy Zoro looked at everything here curiously. This one island began a long time ago. It has always been chaotic, with a pirate culture that is rarely seen in other places. On the street, you can see pirates lying on the road drunk in broad daylight everywhere. Advertisement they were also talking about various fights on the island. Hey, have you heard? Rossio got cheated in gambling and was killed by that fellow Bellamy? Asking for flowers. Really, isn't that fellow Rossio's bounty over 40 million? Bellamy has a bounty of 50 million Baileys, and as far as I know, Rossio didn't make a fortune in that gamble. It was just because Bellamy couldn't afford to lose. Real or fake? Whatever, people die every day anyway. That's right. It's such a unique island. Do you want to collect intelligence too? Nico Robin. Ka walked on the street alone. Looking at the streets full of violence, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But while walking, Reka suddenly stopped. Ah, have you been discovered? You seem to have some kind of magical power in Legendary. Robin smiled and walked out from the street. You're not following me, are you? No, it's just on the way. You seem to be looking for something. Do you need my help? I'm good at finding people, Robin volunteered. On this island, all kinds of auras are chaotic, and the strong will restrain their own auras. So even if Reka has a very strong observation haki, it can only be found by relatively primitive methods. No need, since there are no familiar disturbances on this island, they probably didn't appear on this island at this time. 300. Doing things with arrogance is to be high profile, so find someone to beat you up first. The Blackbeard Pirates have many elites, and each person's personality is unique. If they are on this island, it will definitely be more lively. But the liveliness of Magic Valley Town is just average. Not a single Blackbeard member was seen. The Blackbeard Pirates are definitely not here. After Reka found out, she was a little disappointed. If he is here, he can kill this guy who is a huge threat in the future. So as not to cause more troubles for 203rd in the future. But it is not there, and there is no calendar, or go shopping. When Reka was thinking so, suddenly there were rustling sounds all around. After a while, a group of pirates with weapons appeared on the streets in all directions. Hey, kid, hand over your valuables, the pirate leader said with a smirk. You guys are really good at picking people to rob. To me, this is a shame. Reka raised her head arrogantly. The noble young master in vain and tender dares to come to Magic Valley Town, but the pirate on the other side didn't take it seriously at all. There are many pirates here. Of course they also pick people to start. Advertisement otherwise, if you choose a hard stubble, you will be unlucky. Among the many pirates, Reka looks the most harmless to humans and animals. At least the wanted notice, the latest wanted notice hasn't arrived here in Magic Valley Town yet. Even if they arrive, there are so many arrest warrants on the sea. There are also thousands of people breaking 100 million. Whose memory is so good, the dog remembers every arrest. And I can remember it very clearly, so clear that I can't recognize the wrong person. Reka listened to the comments of the pirates, slightly speechless, and then pulled out the magic axe Rita. One axe knocked them all down. Here, looking good is also a trouble. Do you want me to put on makeup for you? Robin covered his mouth and smiled lightly. Pirates here are extremely vicious. Ugly and vicious pirates are easily regarded as strong. Be feared. As beautiful as a nobleman like Reka. For those of you who haven't seen Reka's Wanted, that's a good target to bully. No, when I find a famous guy to beat me up, I'll be clean. Ah, isn't this too high profile? It's not a good thing to attract attention. Hearing this, Robin froze for a moment and then said. Advertisement she has always been, as low-key as possible. But Reka doesn't think so. How to show the original sin of arrogance without a high profile. How to earn arrogance without being high profile. As long as it's strong enough, Robin couldn't answer Reka's words. He is strong enough, so he is qualified to say this. But Robin didn't have the confidence, for the average person. Of course she is also very good, but there are too many people into high who can deal with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Reka went to a tavern and shilled out a pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Hey, what happened up front? Looks like that guy Max was taken out of the tavern. No, Max is a guy with a bounty of 30 million, who has such a great ability. Have no idea. It seems that there is going to be some kind of open challenge, so there are so many people around. B********D. Let go of me. What a 3.0 hero to sneak up on from behind. Let go of me. Let's fight one-on-one. The pirate who was being carried didn't even see the person who sneaked up on him. But that hand was too hard, and the strength was even more astonishing. Okay, let's start. Reka threw it on the ground and said with a blank expression. My mother. FK. Tyrant of the Sun, Reka. The pirate turned around and pulled out his gun, but when he saw Reka, he immediately went limp again. 301. The expansive Bellamy. Kneel with one move. The pirate's legs were shaking and he couldn't control himself. $1 million bounty criminal like him. Keep an eye out for the bounty at sea. He just remembered the Sun Tyrant and the StrawHat Pirates. Because he passed by the Alabasta waters not long ago. I heard that this pirate group participated in the war. Although some news marine tried to block, but anyone who has been to Alabasta knows that the people of Alabasta are now extolling their deeds. They are folk heroes in Alabasta. In that war, Reka's performance is too dazzling. After learning the truth, many people have come to regard the StrawHat Pirates as heroes. He even remembered that this monster dared to fight against millions of people on its own. How could such a monster stare at him? I have never provoked them. What? Sun Tyrant Reka, hearing the name exclaimed from Max's mouth. Many pirates present also reacted, the big pirate with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. It's a lie, this guy is younger than the wanted poster. Currently the scariest rookie pirate group, the StrawHat Pirates. They have come to Magic Valley Town. Could it be that the two people who got beaten up in the conflict with Bellamy in the tavern just now were really the Straw Hat Boy and Noah Zoro? Someone in the crowd suddenly remembered something. Advertisement? What? Get beaten up by Bellamy? This is impossible? I also don't think it's possible, so I thought it was just two fakes who look alike. But if this Sun Tyrant Reka is the real one, then let's do it. Reka looked down at Max lightly. Master, I was wrong. I lost. I didn't provoke you. I will correct my mistakes. Sword out. Me. Forget it. Reka watched as the pirate captain didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. I don't intend to delay any longer. Anyway, there are quite a lot of people. So one step at a time, one axe directly knocked it to the ground. 30 million pirates with a bounty. Spike. Many pirates were startled. Remember the fact that Reka is on this island. Reka turned and left. But in the next time, Reka's side is clean. Wherever he passed, there were only awe-inspiring eyes. No more blind-eyed guys looking for trouble. Reka was naturally so happy. There are even discounts on food, drink and entertainment. It's so cute. Reka, who was drinking tea, faced Robin. Robin muttered to himself while flipping through the books. Advertisement. I don't know what she was talking about in the book. Reka didn't want to ask. For the sake of feeling, Robin will only fool himself. Even if she didn't fool around, she really said so. What can I do? Reka looked at the chaotic street. She has already noticed that there are people surrounded. A loud noise crushed his entire body to the ground. I just feel that this is really the world of pirates. It doesn't matter, at least it's been clean for a while, and it's much better than expected, Reka said lightly with disapproval. As long as you have the strength and money, you can live comfortably in this town. Ahahaha. You're really arrogant, you have no one in your eyes, just let me. I do not know how long it has been. No one cares about murder and arson. AB*******D like you will only disturb others, kneel down and apologize. Reka glanced at them lightly. With a group of younger brothers, it looks quite cool. Pung. Before Bellamy finished speaking, an axe fell from the sky and hit him in the waist. I heard that the tyrant of the Straw Hat Pirates has come to Demon Valley Town. Could it be that those two guys are really the Straw Hat Boy and the former pirate hunter Zoro? Try your strength and see if you are fakes. Bellamy licked her tongue like a hyena. At this time, a 717 blonde gangster appeared on the street with arrogance and disdain at the corners of his mouth. Here is the object of being bullied or killed. Otherwise, if there is neither. No matter how he struggles, he remains motionless. It seems that there are still people who don't believe in evil. Robin closed the book and said calmly. There were suddenly fewer people on the street. 302. It's because your cognitions are not at the same level. Just now our captain didn't argue with you, nor did he fight back, right? Reka looked down on Bellamy from a high position. Captain Bellamy, exclaimed Bellamy's men. Everyone is in disbelief. What exactly is going on? Why did an axe hold down their ship with a bounty of 55 million Baileys? He's more of a spring fruit guy. How could it be suppressed by an axe? Just can't move at all. Bellamy, what are you doing? Stand up quickly. That's right. I get it, you're playing tricks on them, right? Said the Vice Captain Sachs with cold sweat on his face. He really couldn't accept the scene in front of him. So that's how it is. Hearing the words, the other members suddenly realized something. But the cold sweat flowing from his forehead was more like deceiving himself. Listen to Reka. They realized that this guy is the same kind of guy as those idiots who asked about Sky Island earlier. They also beat up the two men. There was no resistance at all. Advertisement. It doesn't even bother to let them kill them. Thought they were pure crap. Something must have gone wrong on the marine side. That's why there's a reward for such trash. Listening to the words of his subordinates, Bellamy's heart was torn apart. He remembered it too, but it was too heavy, so heavy that he can deflect many blunt weapon attacks. The spring power won't be able to bounce this axe away. What kind of monster is this? It's just a weapon. Listening to Reka's words, Bellamy was still stubborn. So many subordinates watched. How could he give in? Degree. He exploded with all his strength, his body turned into a spring, struggling to stand up. At the same time, he said resolutely, so those trash are really your companions. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly stepped into the ground by Reka's foot. A hot chicken like you deserves to be compared with our captain. He doesn't want to do it, just because they don't want to be a person who can't do it without reason. This is their measurement in yearning for their dreams. I haven't escaped yet, but I'm quite angry. It's a pity that my consciousness is too low, and I only indulge in the lowest level of happy ministers. Advertisement pung. Reka kicked hard, stomping Bellamy to death. There is too much difference in level and cognition. Reka said arrogantly. B********, D, Captain Bellamy, kill him. Seeing this, Sax and the others rushed to Reka in horror and shock. And trampled his bones. What are you talking about? You said we are weak. We are not even qualified to be enemies with him, so they are still beaten by us. Are you kidding? Stop ignoring Hiroto. Idiots wouldn't do that. When Bellamy heard this, her face was full of disdain. It seems that the cognition is really not on the same level. I thought that if I said it, you would at least understand it, but now it seems that sometimes the guy Luffy is really accurate in judging people. As a punishment, it's just an incompetent ridicule, not to the point of killing. Just said too much. Wang Zhao, it's all down to a ton of luck. Reka slapped out a palm, and the palm wind was powerful, and instantly swept away their entire pirate group. Hit something, or survive. Everyone will have differences of ideas like this for no reason, but if it doesn't make sense like you, and you just choose violence, in our captain's opinion, he is not qualified to be an enemy. It all feels like a waste, or rather, Reka couldn't even bring himself to kill him. Is Jin clear? It's not because they are strong that they don't fight back, it's because your knowledge is so shallow that our captain thinks that you don't even have the qualifications to be enemies. The wind took them to an unknown place. 303. Sky Island Clue, Robin. This pirate group is not boring. I didn't expect you to take action against them, Robin said quite unexpectedly. They've all come to you, so we can't be indifferent. Our captain can be indifferent, but I can't, it doesn't matter to me, Reka said lightly. After such a commotion, within a few streets of Reka Fang Yuan. All pirates walk around. They're unlucky, Robin said, continuing to flip through the book. Immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge. This group of guys should be fine after showing off their might. In the end, I still have to find trouble with this guy Reka. This guy has no morals. If you provoke him, you can still survive, but a few bones will be broken. That can already be said to be thankful. Before Robin saw a tiger grinning at him on an island full of wild animals. Immediately, he was in a bad mood, and he chased after him and gave 663 a big fight with that tiger. The tiger was stunned on the spot. It's actually just grinding your teeth. Why is this human being so fierce? By the way, when I was shopping for clothes on the road, I got some news. Robin suddenly took out a map and said. Advertisement, about Sky Island. Yes, CBFF, it's easy to talk to you. Robin didn't need to explain. Reka guessed the result right away. Ronan likes this simple way of communicating as if he understands each other. Take it back to Nami. She is probably angry now. If she can see this, she will feel better, Reka said after thinking for a while. Luffy and Zoro insisted not to shoot, even if Nami is not weak. I won't do it rashly, even if she doesn't fully understand Zoro and Luffy's beliefs. But no, they mean it at that moment. Okay, but how do you know about them? We basically seem to be together just now. Could it be that when I went shopping for clothes, I could see their situation? Don't inquire about things you shouldn't be curious about. Curiosity killed the cat, don't you know? But, I'm not a cat. Reka didn't know how to explain for a while. Tell her it's a metaphor. Can he understand? You are very kind to Nami. It is rare to see people like you in the sea. Robin said calmly, propping his face with one hand. Impossible, isn't there any couples in the sea? Reka didn't believe it. Advertisement. Although Luffy doesn't care. Every time life gets a little better. Follow us, it's hard to be bored, after all, there's an idiot captain. I'll file a complaint when I get back. The atmosphere on this ship has never been more relaxed. There are women, too, usually just to satisfy desires, Robin said truthfully. Huh? Robin froze for a moment. It doesn't matter whether it is a strong person or an ordinary pirate. According to her past life experience, but it will be used as an excuse. You are a pirate. Pirates on this sea basically treat women with the same attitude as goods. Even if you have a partner, you are usually like a slave. Sailing on the sea is boring. Not everyone can always be open-minded, especially when you have to deal with many crises all the time. Things like falling in love are troublesome and insignificant to many people. A life like that must be very boring. I said you must be bored following those guys, Reka repeated. Will start to get worse. Take your own lunch or dinner, of course. Are you a child? Reka's face darkened. I just don't know how long this life can last. Is it boring? It's really boring. Robin recalled his life all the way and the pirates he followed. 304. The dreamer, Vinbrand Kulik. Sure enough, when Reka and Robin returned to the boat. I saw that he was angry, Nami who explodes at any moment. Until after Robin handed her the news about Sky Island. Nami's anger subsided a little. The location specially marked on this map is a man related to Sky Island, Vinbrand Kulik. A weirdo who talks about dreams, he should be able to get along with you. Robin looked at Luffy and said. No, we passed by, we were laughed at again. Nami took the map and saw the location marked on it. It doesn't always feel that reliable. Nami-san, the guy who bullied you, was beaten up by Reka, and it was evened out. Really? Well, they're asking for trouble. Great, those nasty guys. If it weren't for these two guys who were determined not to let me make a move, they wanted to put all the magic on them. It was really annoying, and they wanted to buy me with money in the end, Nami heard. Immediately said happily. Neither Luffy nor Zoro responded. They are conflicts over other issues that naturally cannot shake their faith. Let's go find that Kulik, said Usopp, who was tinkering with the Mary. The Mary sailed to the present. There have been many problems. The main reason is that sometimes it is often necessary to escape, like just now. Driving too violently. Advertisement let the Melee suffer a disaster that shouldn't have happened. I hope I won't be ridiculed again this time, Nami said with lingering anger. So the Mary turned around. Go around the island in the other direction to find this Venrankulik. Just out to sea. They heard a familiar song. It is exactly the same as the song sung by the ape captain I met before. But looking back, it wasn't an ape, it's an orangutan, which also looks like an orangutan. When the two encountered each other, Luffy accidentally named the famous minister of the orangutan. Considered an ape, he asked curiously. Luffy said bluntly and kicked him away. The orangutan was furious on the spot. Grab the microphone and unleash your housekeeping sonic abilities. The terrifying sound wave exploded first on his own ship. The crew suddenly died in agony. Reka and others were speechless. This is obviously another not very smart guy, but over time. Their ships were also somewhat affected. A piece of wood was lifted up. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Fortunately, Usopp stepped on it quickly. It didn't fly away. Get away from them quickly. The Mary turned around and left. This Kulik is too rich. Usopp, Chopper Luffy exclaimed immediately. Zero, Luffy, are you here to sabotage? Usopp asked angrily immediately. But this time even Luffy joined the ship replacement army. Stay away from them. Wow, what is this? It's too luxurious and beautiful. Chopper stood by, but the shock didn't last a few seconds. Although Luffy's intentions are good. No way, there are palaces on such an island? They saw a magnificent and luxurious palace standing before their eyes. Forget it, why don't you stay cool? Usopp had no choice but to repair the boat by himself. The island is not big. It was broken by Zoro ruthlessly. Idiot, look carefully before saying 4. After going around for a while, they came to the place where Kulik was. But with a hammer down, there is another hole in going merry. As soon as they reached the coastline, they were all stunned. No, I really want to help. 305, the Big Liar Noland, an island full of gold. Wait for everyone to see clearly, only to find that this is not a palace at all. It's just a sign standing upright with a picture of the palace. At the link of the sign, it's just a common house that can no longer be common. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't wait to jump off the boat. What kind of dream did that guy extol, that he would live here, surrounded by only his house, isolated here? Nami curiously asked. 967, Robin. I don't know the specifics. It seems that the guy said that this Gaia island buried a lot of gold, Robin replied. Gold? Nami's eyes lit up immediately. Is it a treasure buried by a big pirate? That's not clear. Chopper, dig it for me. Nami immediately commanded Chopper. Chopper still complied. Nami is the scariest person on board. None of them. Even Reka-san is easier to get along with than that. Luffy came to the door, said a word, and directly opened the door of the house. Sanji followed closely behind. Advertisement ready to go into the room to have a look. Hey, you guys are too casual. Seeing this, Usopp was speechless. People are not sure whether they're there or not. It's not good to open other people's rooms like this. Is anyone there? Luffy walked in familiarly. This is a picture book? Nami was on the stump table by the door. I saw a picture book. Nami immediately picked up the book curiously and looked at the cover. This seems to be a book from a long time ago, by the name of the Big Liar Noland. Usopp was satisfied when he heard this. The title of this book is really good, it must be very good. The Big Liar Noland? Sanji froze for a moment, his face looked familiar. Have you seen it, Sanji? But this drawing was published by North Blue. Nami looked at Sanji unexpectedly. I was born in North Blue, didn't I tell you? The first time I heard you. I always thought you were from East Blue, Usopp continued. This is a very famous book by North Blue. Although it is a fairy tale, the protagonist Noland is real, Sanji said with a little nostalgia. The content of the picture book is something that happened a long time ago. About 400 years ago, in a certain country in North Blue, there lived a man named Vinbrand Norland. Noland is an explorer. Advertisement every time he tells his own adventure story, both thrilling and exaggerated. He said, I saw a mountain of gold on an island in the Grand Line. So the villagers don't know whether what he said is true or not. In the end, Norland was sentenced to death by the king for the crime of deceiving the king. But the king no longer believed him. Sanji will tell you about the contents of the picture book. Immediately led 2,000 soldiers to the Grand Line. The heroic king in order to determine the true and false. Once when Norland returned from a trip, he immediately went to the palace to report something to the king. After all, what they saw was an endless jungle. His last words were as follows. They are still making up stories to deceive the world. Overcome various difficulties on the way. When at last the island was reached, only 100 soldiers remained. After Usopp listened, although he was emotional, he just laughed. Won't that Vinbrand Kulik be the descendant of Norland? Norland until his deathbed. People call him the big liar Noland. I know, those mountains of gold have sunk into the sea. 1.3. No one believed Noland anymore. 306. Conflict, diving sickness, Kulik falls. Poor liar, he just died like this, he has not yet become a brave warrior of the sea. Nami listened and looked at the picture book by herself. When seeing the ending, Nami couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Also look at Usopp. Hey, don't look at me like that, said Usopp, who was still very proud just now. Finish this story. It didn't feel good at all. On the side of the road, I saw bubbles popping out at the beach. Then when everyone was not paying attention, it fell directly into the sea with a plop. What's wrong? This movement made everyone react immediately. Luffy fell into the ocean. What, you idiot? Sanji ran over when he saw this. But as soon as I got to the shore of Height 21, I was just about to jump off. Suddenly, a person jumped out of the sea. It was Kulik who said, if you take other people's things without permission, are you also here for gold? No time for interpretation by Sanji et al. In an instant, he rushed towards Sanji. The fist and kick skills are quite good. As a result, Sanji took over all of them. Seeing this, Kulik quickly took out his gun. Advertisement. Shoot Sanji at close range. The bullet flew past Sanji's head. Everyone exclaimed in worry. Don't worry, these can't hit me. Sanji just finished speaking. A bullet hit him. Sanji was forced into a bit of a mess. This idiot is careless, leave it to me, Zoro said, taking a step forward. Really ready to launch an attack on Kulik. As a result, Kulik made a plop and fell down first. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise. Doctor, I am a doctor. Chopper suddenly became anxious. Then everyone carried Kulik into the room. Open the doors and windows to let the air circulate. Chopper ordered the crowd while diagnosing. Soon Chopper came to the conclusion, diving sickness. Is this person a patient? Luffy asked stupidly. He was hardly ever sick, so not sure how to judge whether it is a patient. Well, that's what divers sometimes get, Chopper replied. Reka and others watched from the sidelines. Advertisement. It wouldn't be a chronic disease in the first place. When coming from the seafloor to the sea surface, due to insufficient decompression, certain elements that were originally dissolved in the blood could not remain dissolved. Chopper explained a lot. But the people present, except that Nami understands something. I hope boss is okay. No one wants to let anyone. I don't know, boss doesn't know what's going on. I don't know if it's another pirate who came to grab gold. He must have been in a hurry to go back and forth between the land and the sea, and he didn't have time to release the pressure. Depending on the situation, diving sickness can be fatal. Wizong said a little worried. Of course. You are alive, how can I die? Have no idea. It ended up stuck at the door. These guys don't know how to learn their lessons at all. In short, it's a strange phenomenon. After listening, Luffy expressed understanding with such words. What happened to the gunshot just now? The orangutan asked hastily. The apes and orangutans are coming to kill us. Their sudden arrival made Usopp run wild in fright. At this moment, there were also two figures rushing from outside. Pung. The two were very worried, and rushed to the door soon, but because of their bodies. I don't understand anything else. Human Ape, 617, you are still alive. Why is he working so hard? The two entered at the same time. Advertisement 307. Talk to the man who believes in the existence of Sky Island. What are you doing here, and what have you done to the boss? The orangutan asked immediately upon seeing this. Chopper Usopp wanted to run away immediately. Unfortunately, the door was blocked. They don't know where to run. The two saw their eldest brother lying on the boat. When the family is in charge, they will riot. What are you talking about? We are taking care of this sick uncle. Get the hell out of here, Luffy said bluntly. Idiot, it's no wonder they listen to you. They're wild animals. Get out of the windows, everyone. Usopp didn't think it was helpful. The point is, who will believe it? Familiar apes and orangutans heard the words, not only believed, but also very moved. You are really kind people. They believed it. Usopp fell to the ground in shock. After a while, do you live here too? Luffy asked curiously. Well, because the boss's home was originally the base of our Ape Mountain United Army, the orangutan replied. But we usually sleep on the boat, it's too small for us, the orangutan explained. It's because you guys are too big, but if Uncle Titan sees you, he might think you look like earwax. Ha. Luffy joked with familiarity. The two also laughed when they heard the words, advertisement. What the hell, they're talking so happily. Usopp sat against the wall. Because there are too many people. A few of them were kicked out. Because they have something in common, Zoro replied meaningfully. Reka is sitting on the shore fishing. Robin is reading a book under the tree. Luffy, Uncle is awake. Chopper came out of the room at this moment and said. Really? Luffy and his group walked into the room immediately. Uncle Prism, I have something to ask you. Luffy is the best at naming people according to their characteristics. Kulik's head resembles a rhombus. It's really troublesome for you. I thought you were also treasure hunters who wanted to find gold nuggets. Kulik sat on the boat and smoked. Just now Sanji and Chopper have told Kulik the facts. Is there really gold? Nami was still looking forward to it. You better forget about it, Usopp snapped. So what do you want to ask? Kulik asked, looking at Luffy. And Reka finds this relive feeling strange, very comfortable and very nostalgic. Advertisement obviously, it only existed in memory before. But now reproduce in reality, it actually made Reka feel comfortable. I can clearly feel the fun of this journey. Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island, do you know how to get there? Luffy asked expectantly. Sky Island? Ha ha ha. Do you really believe in Sky Island? Kulik laughed out loud. Nami heard the laughter and thought about Bellamy. Go over and beat him up. Fortunately, it was stopped by Reka. Is there really no Sky Island, Uncle? Luffy asked very unwillingly. I don't know, but I know that there is a person who believes in the existence of Sky Island, but that person has become a big liar and legendary, and his descendants will never be able to lift their heads. Kulik finished. Luffy subconsciously looked towards Usopp. It's not me, Usopp said angrily, although he is known as a liar of money, don't think of him for anything. Nami is like this, and so is Luffy. People from North Blue should have heard of this story, the big liar Noland. Kulik said self-deprecatingly. Huh. Luffy looked at Usopp again. A-hole, I told you it's not me, and I don't have this last name. Usopp was about to hit someone. Wen Bulan, Noland, Wen Bulan, Kulik, are you the descendant of that Noland? Sanji asked this question that everyone had doubts from the beginning. Point 308. Noland's curse, Kulik's life. He's my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Anyway, I don't know how many generations, Kulik said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Nami and the others were immediately surprised. You are actually the descendant of that Norland, and this is where the story happened. In fact, from the surname point of view, Nami et al. Have already guessed. But to hear Kulik admit it himself, they were still pretty shocked. Reka has a feeling of legendary shining into reality. After all, I just saw it in a picture book last moment. Now the blood-related people stand in front of them. This feeling is quite strange. Advertisement, however, we may be so weak that we no longer have his blood relationship. When the Wenbulan family was expelled, they lived a life of 250 years and could never lift their heads. They are still reviled today. But no one in our family hates him, Kulik said with great emotion. Why? Luffy asked. Because Noland is more honest than anyone else, Kulik said with certainty. But the picture book says. In the picture book, Noland said something. I know, those piles of gold sank to the bottom of the sea, and he was painted stupidly, but in fact, his daughter-in-law died with tears and hatred. Because he believed until his death that the Gaia he took the king to was the golden island he had seen before. So he couldn't convince himself that it was a hallucination. He claimed that the gold sank to the bottom of the sea because of changes in the Earth's crust, but in that case, anyone who listened to it would only think that he was making sophistry. 17. Finally ridiculed by the people, he ended his life and was reviled for hundreds of years. Follow Kulik. A faint sadness also filled the air. Advertisement, I see, Uncle, you are determined to find the gold in the seabed in order to clear the Wenbrand family's stigma. Usopp seemed to have thought of something. Said quite excitedly, such a man is also very romantic. Be a brave warrior of the sea. Idiot, when did I say that? Kulik violently drew his gun and shot directly. Woo, Seebeck. Thorpe's hands and feet went limp from fright. Then Kulik continued angrily. No matter how upright and honest the ancestors of my ancestors were, no matter how great explorers he was, they have nothing to do with me. Just because I have a little blood relationship with that idiot, just being scolded by strangers, and a child feeling wronged, can you understand? I grew up in that environment. That's right, in the past 400 years, I don't know how many people went to sea to find evidence in order to redress the reputation of the Wenbrand family, but in the end all of them disappeared. I have always been ashamed to have such a family. So I ran away from home alone and became a pirate. So Uncle is also a pirate? Luffy asked curiously. Actually, I don't really want to be a pirate, the reason is very simple. I just want to escape the curse of Norland. Before I knew it, I also became the captain of a pirate group. I entered the Grand Line as I wished and started my daily life. Adventure, I never thought that 10 years ago, our ship came here by chance. I am the one who hates Norland the most in the Wenbrand family, but I am the only one who has arrived on this island. The island is just like the one in the picture book. There is no evidence that the Golden Country ever existed. I can't help but feel that this is fate, I can't run away anymore. Kulik told his own life. 309. Noland's logbook. Let's end it, Noland. Then I stayed and separated from my partner. Whether I had it or not, I didn't want to prove Noland's innocence. This is a duel between me and the man who messed up my life. Before I die, let's find out, Kulik said calmly. What a man. Usopp said emotionally. He felt that Kulik was a real man. The others were also slightly moved. This seems to be an inescapable fate. But Kulik chose to face life head-on, even if you parted ways with your partners because of this. Here, too, there are things he must work hard to do. Then what about them, orangutans, why are they here with you? Luffy asked curiously. This must be a man's underwater adventure, a passionate story told with his fist. Usopp has already imagined a passionate story with ups and downs. And Kulik replied, they are all picture book fans. That's all. Usopp was disappointed. The reason is really simple. Nami was also a little speechless. Advertisement, about 5 or 6 years ago, after they heard about me, They ran to find me without authorization, because they said that there was definitely Nolan gold here, and the sea area in this area was very deep, and they were diving in the dark and cold sea. It's even more lonely. I've been snorkeling in that cold sea day after day. 17. Until one day they broke into my life, slavishly wanting to be my subordinates, making trouble in front of me all day. Two stupid guys, but frankly speaking, they saved me. Can you understand? Kulik said with a smile. However, the two were arguing outside the house. Kulik would say it. Understood. I understand too well. That's right, like-minded friends are the strongest pillar. Usopp was moved again. He thought of Onion and the others in his hometown. If it wasn't for their company, could he really survive that long period of loneliness? But what I want to know is not the story of the apes, Luffy said inappropriately. Not impressed at all. Then don't ask, just shut your mouth. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Usopp was not happy all of a sudden. No, what I want to ask is how to get to Sky Island, uncle. I'm so impatient. Didn't I just say that the only one who can get news about Sky Island is the big liar Nolan? But once you get involved with that guy, you will be a laughing stock just like me, Rick suddenly said bookshelf. Ask for flowers. Zero pick up the next book and start reading. Advertisement? What? Has that guy been to Sky Island too? Unfortunately, it doesn't say so, Kulik said after looking it up. The logbook, is it Nolan's own? Looking at the dilapidated appearance of the book, Nami immediately had a guess. That's right, read this page to everyone. Kulik turned a certain page of the diary. Then handed to Nami. Great, this is a log from 400 years ago. Hearing the first 3 words, Reka immediately reacted with a rather strange expression on his face. Then notice the sight. Look along the line of sight. Equals, V equals underscore equals hash. It was Robin who was looking at him with a meaningful, vague smile. Reka felt guilty immediately. This woman, at night, shouldn't be so boring to listen to the wall. See Circle Calendar 1120, on June 21st, the weather was fine, and we sailed towards the bustling town of Vila. According to the records of the record pointer, after the ship departed from the port, it headed straight to the northeast and east. I got a weird thing. And 310. The secret from day to night, Cumulus, what? It's a one-person boat named Yuba, which looks like a ski. It can ride the wind and waves even on a calm day. It's really a very magical boat. It's just that I still can't figure out the control skills, and I can't handle it well. Now it's gone. Be the means of transportation for the crew. Nami was still reading the diary. My eyes lit up as I read it, because this stuff sounded good. That's funny, I want this. 557. Okay, let's talk. After reading it, Luffy and others immediately surrounded him. However, its power source seems to be found only in Sky Island. I heard that there are many weird things like this in the sky. Since Sky Island is mentioned, I have to mention my explorer friends who showed it to me. A live empty fish, that's a wonderful fish, I'm so amazed. Empty fish? Hearing this, Sanji also became interested. Although it is an unknown territory for our ship, as a sailor, I really hope that one day I can go to Kakai to open my eyes. He mentioned Kakai. Nami immediately became excited. This shows that Sky Island is possible, not something that everyone thinks doesn't exist. Exactly what Robin said. The three of Luffy, Chopper, Usopp looked at each other excitedly. And in his day, discussion was empty advertisement. It really is, that's great, when they're happy. Kulik went outside. See the orangutan brothers choking each other. Boss. Do you guys like those guys? What's the matter, uncle? Reka, Usopp and others were suddenly called outside by Kulik. You're too fast. Usopp slapped him across the head wordlessly. So far, there are many different legendaries about these monsters, let's not mention those now. As for the truth of the night that suddenly fell. Simply put, it is because of the thick clouds and shadows. But if they go by themselves, they will surely die, said the man-ape. Listen carefully. I will tell you all the information I know about Sky Island, but I can't guarantee the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Kulik said, looking at the crowd. Shut up. Listen to me. Those are cumulonimbus clouds, not ordinary cumulonimbus clouds. They form high in the sky. No matter how thick the accumulation is, they will not produce air currents, and they will not turn into rainwater. So once there is a cumulonimbus cloud in the sky, the emperor cloud is shrouded, and the cloud is so thick that even the sunlight will not penetrate, and no matter how bright the day is, it will turn into night. Advertisement. What? So uncle is so stupid. A day with a lot of dark clouds is called a cloudy day. Luffy immediately sneered. 0.1. Yeah, it's cloudy. Usopp Chopper echoed. Are you talking about cumulonimbus clouds? That kind of black Zetsu pair can't be caused by the cover of dark clouds. Nami retorted with certainty. That's right, we've met before. Luffy spoke positively. They seem to really want to go to Sky Island. I'll believe it, Luffy nodded immediately. Because that method can be said to be a legendary. Why did you say this all of a sudden? The captain of the ape asked, puzzled. Sometimes strange phenomena will occur in some sea areas in this area, that is, the time is clearly daytime, but in the blink of an eye, it is shrouded in darkness. And then there are huge monsters, Usopp added. Want to go to Sky Island? There's only one way to get there, said the orangutan. That's why I asked you if you would like to give them a hand. 311. Shocked Kulik, you are too superb. Another way of saying is that cumulus is a fossil cloud that has not changed for tens of millions, or even 10,000 years, and has been floating in the sky. Kulik continued. How could such a thing happen? No matter how thick the clouds are, they won't produce airflow. Nami didn't believe it. This is completely beyond the normal laws of nature. I've said it before, believe it or not, it's up to you. Simply put, it's an incredible cloud. Luffy suddenly realized, but actually didn't understand anything. It can also be said that its mystery has not been solved yet. Lee K nodded. Luffy is amazing. Chopper admired immediately. Listen, so I guess, if Sky Island really exists, the only possibility is to be on it. So that's it, I understand at 21, then it's right for us to go to the top, Luffy said. Hey, Zoro, get up, we're sailing. Luffy, Usopp and the others said happily. Then he was beaten up by Fatty Nami. Do you really understand, even if the cumulus cloud really exists, how do we go up? The boat can't fly, what a bunch of idiots. The next step is the key point, don't say I didn't remind you, you must have the determination to die. We're getting killed, Luffy muttered. Advertisement. The torrent of the ocean from bottom to top, as long as you follow the current, you're tantamount to taking a ride to the sky, understand? Kulik said with a serious face. Wouldn't the current be pushed into the air by the boat? All the sayings I've heard are that the boat will fall from the air, Nami said after thinking. The ocean currents that Kulik said are a natural phenomenon. Nami naturally understood. Generally speaking, that's right, but as long as you catch the right time, you'll be fine. However, I don't know if the situation will be as simple as being pushed up by the current as I said. In short, it's not as relaxed and leisurely as you can imagine. Sky journey is it? The ocean current from bottom to top is, to put it bluntly, a disaster. It should have been a natural killer to avoid. What is the principle that makes that sea current go straight into the sky? Nami asked curiously. The mysterious current principle that caused that monster to appear is still unsolved, because no one is stupid enough to bet his life to investigate, but there is a conclusion that there is a sea area in that place that is deeper than the bottom of the sea. There is a big hole in it, the nearby low-temperature water will flow into that hole, and the geothermal heat under the bottom of the sea makes it generate huge steam pressure, thus causing the bottom of the sea to erupt. The time is about 1 minute, and that sea current will continue to lift into the sky. Okay, everyone, give up and give up on Sky Island. Usopp waved his hand and said hastily. It's okay, let's go. Don't look forward to the so-called Sky Island anymore. But Luffy laughed, his face and eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Advertisement, I knew it, we're screwed. Woohoo. Usopp wept in despair. Who knows? That's right, success or failure, after all, there is nothing in the air that can jam a ship. If there is no Sky Island, then this is a death journey to heaven, Kulik affirmed. Then you mean, even if we take the 690-day current, we may not be able to reach Sky Island? If you're not super lucky, then don't go at all. Usopp tried to convince Luffy. It suddenly occurred to them that the soaring ocean current might be much more terrifying than they thought. That's enough to explode the seawater and form a bottom-up current, that is, a big explosion of the sky-high current. It just makes people feel awe. 1 minute of water column, how big is the eruption? Nami thought of the eruption lasting for 1 minute. The location of the outbreak is different every time, and the frequency is about 5 times a month. Well, will you be crushed if you fall? Usopp asked tremblingly. Everyone in Luffy was fascinated when they heard it. This uncanny workmanship of nature is really difficult to detect. 312. Why don't you ask me if I have a solution, if I know it? It doesn't matter why, this kind of thing sounds unreliable, and look at our Going Merry, look at its miserable appearance, if it encounters another huge disaster. Absolutely no way to stay the same, Usopp tried to reason again. Indeed, even in a brand new state, it is difficult to escape safely. Considering the speed and weight strength, in the case of that ship, the ship may disintegrate as soon as the seawater erupts. Did you hear that, Luffy? Give up. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief for the first time when he heard that. But Kulik's next sentence made Usopp despair. But you don't have to worry about this, the apes and orangutans will help you strengthen and repair the ship. Upon hearing this, the apes and orangutans waved their hands enthusiastically. Who wants you to meddle in your own business? Usopp Chopper Nami looked at the ape and orangutan speechlessly. Hey, it's too suspicious for you to do this. We just met on the first day. Why did you tell us this and help us strengthen the ship? What are your intentions? Usopp didn't want to risk his life like this kidding. Hey, Usopp. Luffy was about to stop Usopp. After all, it is very hurtful to say such things. The uncle was so kind and sincere to tell them the information. But to be suspected of ulterior motives, although such doubts. It's also normal. But Usopp asked this more out of timidity and fear. Advertisement after all, who wouldn't be afraid of such a thing? And we can't stay here for too long, we have to leave tomorrow, otherwise the record pointer will be overridden, and the course will be changed. Who knows when the current will break out, it may be a few days later, or a week later. Usopp was desperate to survive. No, there is a high probability that it will be at noon tomorrow, Kulik said. It's a lie, then there is such a coincidence. You, a descendant of Noland, a big liar, must have some impure purpose. How can it be so coincidental that it is tomorrow? Usopp questioned tremblingly. Because of the day and night changes you encountered before, it means that the bottom of the sea is also active. This is the rule summed up by the people of Guy Island. As for why they help you, there are not many idiot pirates like you chasing dreams. Just help a little, let's go to eat, the orangutans should have finished the meal. Seeing that Kulik didn't refute him. Nor did he ask Kulik himself. Usopp collapsed to the ground. He realized that what he had just said was too much. Questions are fine, but things about his ancestors should not be mentioned. Reka-san, am I stupid and timid? Usopp realized. The difference between myself and these monster partners. No, you're just from common, but it's true that you're a bit confused at times. I'll apologize to Mr. Kulik later, Reka said lightly. This consciousness shift would be a good thing. It can make Usopp more eager to become stronger. Advertisement. As long as the will follows. For the rest, just leave it to him. Boss, I'm sorry. Usopp didn't wait at all. He jumped over to save Kulik's thigh and apologized bitterly. Stupid, don't hug my thighs, don't wipe the snot on my face. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. The little bit of grudge just now was wiped away. Actually, why didn't you ask me, while eating in the cliff? Reka held a fat grilled sourie, took a bite, looked at everyone and said. What are you asking? Luffy, Nami, Robin, okay, Kulik, and the orangutan all looked over in unison. Ask me if I can carry the boat and fly to Sky Island, and, does Sky Island really exist? Reka said lightly. Hey, boy, what you said is too exaggerated. Kulik couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. Carrying a ship and flying into the sky? Is this something humans can do? That's right, Reka-san can do it, Usopp suddenly realized. Luffy and others also suddenly realized, leaving Kulik orangutan with a shocked face. Are you serious? 313, you pirates are too superb, he can really do it, Kulik said in disbelief. Reka-san said that if he can do it, everyone in Luffy trusts Reka very much. Although never seen. But Reka's strength is no longer something they can guess. What did you mean just now? Do you know if Sky Island really exists? Nami asked in a daze. Yes. Listening to Reka's affirmative words, everyone looked over. Even Kulik and the orangutans are no exception, although they do have information about Sky Island. But not sure either, they're not as crazy as Luffy. And on Sky Island, there is nothing thereafter. At least 990 of them now. Everyone must have thought of the golden land that Noland mentioned. It sank to the bottom of the sea, instead of being washed up into the sky. After all, such a thing as rushing into the sky is too unimaginable. Huh? Luffy Zoro looked at Reka and nodded. Shout out in uncontrollable horror. If you knew Reka-san, why didn't you say it earlier? That's it, you didn't even ask, Reka said speechlessly, he just enjoyed the feeling of déjà vu. Besides, do you have to take the initiative to say everything? Advertisement. I am the Sin of Arrogance. By the way, it's almost night now, and it was daytime before, and Kabu fell ill again, Luffy suddenly realized. As soon as this remark came out, Nami, Zoro and others had nothing to say, CBCF. Because there is a good chance that it is. Captain, watch your tone. Any questions? Luffy asked stupidly. Then Sky Island is real? Usopp asked hastily. When these words were asked, everyone immediately pricked up their ears. They all want to know that this kind of place only exists in Legendary. Is not really there. Yes, Sky Island is really there, and it is indeed on the cumulus cloud. Reka nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, everyone immediately showed anticipation and excitement. Luffy they didn't even suspect. The words that come out of Reka's mouth later. There is no need to doubt at all, definitely confirmed. That's what Reka said. I didn't expect that it really existed, it's really amazing, Kulik said. And the golden land that Norland mentioned is right here. What? Kulik was not calm at all when he heard this. Even Nami and the others are too. Is Legendary actually real? How is this possible? How do you know? Kulik asked palely. That's right, Reka-san, you don't just want to be safe, uncle. Luffy also expressed some disbelief at this time. Advertisement. Robin also cast an interested look. I'm afraid that if I say it, you may lose some novelty, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. Everyone is more interested, in fact, you probably haven't thought about it at all. If you encounter a certain change, the big one, is it possible that half of the island will also be washed up into the sky, and if the cumulus cloud is a fossil cloud, then is it possible for the remaining half of the island to stay there? Reka said, leaving Kulik stunned. My heart was shocked. Even a little cheerful. Could it be that I haven't been able to find a place of gold in the bottom of the sea all these years? It's really because this half of the island was washed up on Sky Island. Reka-san was joking. I don't want anything special, Robin responded with a polite smile. But this is more absurd than the words that sink to the bottom of the sea. He does occasionally think about it sometimes. Luffy, Nami and others did not dare to speak loudly for a while. Robin, who was picking up the coffee, froze suddenly and walked beautifully all the way. I said, there are historical texts on it. The heavy truck is still calm. 100%, Reka affirmed, just stared blankly. But the man said that the Golden Country is on the Sky Island. He suddenly looked over at Reka, staring at him firmly. What did you just say? How confident are you in saying this? Kulik asked hastily. He never took it seriously, seeing Robin, who has always been dignified, beautiful, elegant and calm, has such a big reaction. Historical text, there is historical text on it. It's understandable, and there are things you are most interested in on the island. Reka smiled and looked at Robin. Could it be Reka-san? Have you ever been to Sky Island? Robin immediately asked curiously. Robin's heart set off a stormy sea. Hear Reka's words. 314. Let's go upwards. History text. Years of sustaining her hopes of surviving. It is also the mystery that she most wants to solve in her life. It took years to find a piece in Alabasta. As a result, the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton was recorded. This made Robin a little desperate at that moment. I even feel that I may not be able to interpret any historical texts in this lifetime. It takes so long to find one piece. Also experience many difficulties. Still have to deal with guys like Crocodile. It is really necessary to gather enough historical texts to interpret the truth. How about the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? But I didn't expect that it didn't take long before I started the journey again. There is actually a piece of historical text whereabouts. Could it be that if you follow them, you will have better luck? You're not kidding me, are you? Robin asked cautiously. Of course not, and that's not the record of ancient weapon. What's that? Robin's eyes lit up, and he asked hastily. Reka listened to Robin's question with satisfaction. Reka could have not told Robin ahead of time. Tell her when she gets to Sky Island. But in recent days, Reka has been communicating with Robin. It is always not beneficial to frequently take advantage of it. Because Robin chat is so receptive, far beyond Reka's imagination. Either colored or very dark. Advertisement as long as you dare to talk, Robin can pick it up. And she can often take the initiative. Every time you take the initiative, you have to laugh at yourself. But he couldn't do anything to her. These days, she doesn't even seem to take teasing herself as a pleasure. It's worth it, so Reka is here to fight back against Robin. Now look at her being completely led away by her own words. Reka felt it deeply. This is the way I made a comeback. Let's go up there and see. That's right. Robin also calmed down a little. Just eyeing Reka more closely, I can't help thinking in my heart. Now that Reka knows a piece, would you know anything else? Probably, then let's go now, Luffy said impatiently. Now that Reka can take them to heaven, that is only to find the right direction. They can go up. Captain Idiot, it's night now, and I can't tell any direction. I won't take you up directly, Reka said suddenly and calmly. Well, why? Luffy, Usopp and others couldn't understand immediately. Since there is a safe and simple way, then why not go? Advertisement, this is too boring. I really want to experience the thrill of the soaring ocean current. Think about it, which method is more interesting? Reka said with anticipation. Except for this, only experienced enough, going merry will spawn the crew. Although that may be doomed to go, but as long as was born. Asking for flowers. Maybe carry over to the new boat. Reka thinks this trip is very important. That's right, what Reka-san said seems to be more interesting. Luffy agrees. He prefers to be a little adventurous than direct. Anyway, with Reka here, we won't die even if we fall. Then such a happy decision. You are really rare crazy adventurers. Kulik saw them making such a decision. Zoro can't help but sigh with emotion. Uncle, do you want to go up too? Go see the Golden Land? Luffy warmly invited. Kulik was also extremely moved when he heard this. Although Reka said 100%, but before they saw it, everything was still unknown to them. He used to think that the Golden Country was sinking in the sea. But now it seems not, so he agreed to go along. The world above is not so peaceful. I suggest you stay here as a reward for rebuilding our ships. I guarantee that when we land on Sky Island, we will find a way to let the people below know about Sky Island. It exists, because there is the Golden Clock Tower mentioned in Nolan's picture book. Reka-san, why do you mean that there are some dangerous people in Sky Island? Usopp asked sensitively. Nami was also a little scared and leaned towards Reka. It's quite dangerous for you, but it's okay for me, don't worry too much, Reka said lightly while stroking Nami's head. 315. Looking for Nananjian bird, Robin's joke, then shall we still go? Usopp heard that there was a dangerous person. Immediately gave up. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, it is not Usopp's character to go to the tigers. Do you think it's useful to say this now? Nami looked at the already excited Luffy speechlessly. Then I'll leave it to you. Kulik didn't force him to go. Although he really wanted to have an understanding with his own destiny. But he is also aware of his physical condition. After so many years of deep sea diving, my body is already on the verge of collapse. 603. If there is real danger there, if you have to go, wouldn't it be a drag on them? If you really want to go, you can wait until the next time. That way it doesn't drag anyone down, and he has a gut feeling. Maybe they can really prove that the Golden Country exists on Sky Island. Because Reka mentioned the Golden Bell just now, that was not said in a speculative tone. It's an affirmative tone. Since you still choose to ride the Sky Current, you can rest for a night, but if you want to confirm the location of the Sky Current, you need to go to the forest to catch a Nananjian bird. Promise, it is the same bird as this one. Kulik produced a golden statue. What is carved as a Nananjian bird, also called a guide bird? Advertisement. Why? Tomorrow the direction of the rising sea current is due south. This is the Grand Line. When you leave the port, you will not be able to tell the difference between south, east and north. Your record pointer is pointing to the sky again, but this kind of bird has a normal magnetic field in its body. As long as there is this kind of only when the bird is there can you tell the direction, because its head is always pointing to the south newspaper. No problem, leave it to me, just eat and take a walk. Zoro got up and said. I'm going to help too. Such an important thing should have been said earlier. Stop talking nonsense, just go find it. If you can't find it, you may not even be able to get out of the sea, let alone go to Sky Island. Of course, if you can really fly, that's an exception. During this time, I will help you strengthen the hull, Kulik said hastily. So Zoro, Luffy, including Ka all went to the forest to catch Nanan with a copy net. We have 3 raiders, let's divide the soldiers into 3 groups to catch them. No problem. After a while, there were screams from Usopp Sanji's group. For they travel by night, encountered tons of tarantulas. Even Sanji is afraid of these disgusting bugs. On the contrary, Usopp is very used to dealing with all kinds of animals. It's okay, as long as this kind of thing doesn't stimulate it, it won't spray poison. Usopp, I didn't expect you to be so brave, throw it away. Sanji hid in the grass beside him. But aren't you afraid of the centipedes and moths over there? Usopp asked puzzled. Sanji broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that. Centipedes with thick thighs are everywhere, advertisement. Oh, Chopper, this is Atlas. Once Luffy Chopper entered the forest, it was as if Luffy had come home. Totally forgot about business, because it is going in the main direction. Atlas, Robin watched as Zoro chopped down any animal he saw. Really, I want to grab one too, Chopper said innocently. Nami and Reka immediately hid away. Ah, is Reka-san afraid of such a cute thing? Robin couldn't help teasing immediately when he saw this. Picked up a crustacean and showed it off to Chopper. 4.6 if there is one. How cute are these things? You black-bellied woman. Reka held Nami's hand, and Nami held Reka's tail. Although Reka is also afraid of these disgusting bugs. But one is more or less acceptable, Robin smiled slightly. Quite a feeling of sympathy. Could you not cut anything? They look so pitiful. The group of Robin, Zoro, Reka, and Nami had the most people. But if the bushes are full, Reka will suffer from trypophobia. That's right, Atlas and Hercules are insects that all human beings dream of catching. Why are the centipedes here so big? Zoro picked up a centipede curiously and said. I couldn't help feeling sorry for the centipede with thick Fig 316. Departure, new journey. Although the forest is dense, it is not low-key at all to see birds everywhere. The number is not particularly rare, it didn't take long to meet. It's just that a certain road idiot was severely ridiculed. Bellamy had also heard about Kulik, but one of the subordinates reported that these guys were staying with the StrawHat Pirates. Immediately, he was persuaded and completely dispelled the idea of finding Kulik trouble and gold. The last time I met that terrifying sun tyrant, if you have no resistance, you can survive. Provoke their words again, definitely lost his life. Although gold is good, it must have live flowers. In the morning, a group of people are ready to go. Hiss to that 21. It looks like it can really fly, Luffy said admiringly looking at the brand new Going Merry. The strength of all aspects of the ship has been strengthened. There are also a pair of wings on both sides, although it can't really fly. But if you really want to be washed into the sky, with such a pair of wings, it can stabilize the hull to a certain extent. Advertisement even a coxcomb is added to the sheep's head. I asked if it would be better to make a pigeon's head there, chickens can't fly. Zoro looked at Going Merry and suggested. That's not the problem, okay, Sanji said speechlessly. Is it possible to fly with a pigeon head? Thank you. Luffy walked up to Kulik and said. Thanks to them, Kulik said, looking at the apes and orangutans. This helix is for you. I found it after searching all night last night, Luffy said proudly. This is one of those dreams, it took him a long time to find him last night. Is this kind of thing really going to be given to us? The apes and orangutans were a little flattered. This is the romance of a man's childhood. They also looked for it in the forest, but they couldn't find it. So you stupid captain didn't really look for Nananjiri last night, Nami punched Luffy on the head. Chirp chirp. Nananjianyao cried out immediately when he saw this. Chopper, it looks very happy, what is it talking about? Usopp asked, looking at the Nananjian bird that was tied to the railing and had a certain range of movement. It looks like a parrot, but with yellow Kuroba hands. The head is the funniest, like a piece of rubber stretched across the body. At this moment, the end of the bird's beak is pointing to the south. We lead the way, you have to follow, the orangutan said. After arriving nearby, they are most familiar with the nearby currents. Advertisement if there is a change, you can notify them immediately. Luffy, come on we're leaving, coming, together, these 3 are childish troublemakers. What did it say again? The ship leaves the shore and embarks on a new journey. But as soon as he let go, Nananjianyao's head returned to its original state. Thank you for your care, Kuriksan, of course, goodbye, uncle. Is it romantic? Luffy seemed to understand something. There are apes and they are enough, boy, we are parting here. Although no one can really prove the existence of Sky Island and the Golden Bell in the past, I don't think there is anything wrong with it. It is because they don't exist that we chase after them. Isn't it just a man? Is it romantic? Kulik did not follow. Don't fall out of the sky 790. Nananjian bird really only looks south, ha. This guy looks like a compass, so interesting. Hey, I'll show you something interesting, Luffy said and turned Nananjan's head to the other side. Nanan saw the bird with a dissatisfied face, and then yelled a few times. Brothers go. Listening to the way Luffy laughed happily. I didn't expect such a special bird to exist in this world. Usopp and Chopper gathered around. Oh, he doesn't like the feeling of parting. 317. Before the outbreak, rush to Sky Island. Chopper listened to Usopp's question, and took the initiative to translate. I just don't face south, I'm mad at you. Ahahaha, then try it. Luffy found it more and more interesting. Nanan Jianao was also quite stubborn. Hearing this, he turned his head to the other side. Oh, it's heading north, Luffy said in surprise. But after a while, Minami Bird was sweating profusely. He looked very uncomfortable, then turned back. This guy will be restless if he doesn't face south. The 3 ships sailed on. 2 of them are apes and they escort ships. An hour or 2 passed, and everyone's spirits were tense. Sudden. The sky ahead has darkened, and cumulus clouds have appeared. It's earlier than we thought, the orangutans said. So what should I do now? Wait a moment, orangutan pirates, dive immediately, use sonar to explore the position of the current, and confirm the position of the rising current as quickly as possible. Yes. Countless members of the orangutan pirates in diving suits jumped into the sea. Various reports came in after a while, based on their information. The apes guided Luffy and the others in one direction. Advertisement: the sky is getting darker. The cumulus clouds seem to be moving this way. Tie the rope, we will pull you to explore a good location, said the captain of the ape. Okay, thank you, Luffy said excitedly, waving his hands. Then sail for a while. A huge unspeakable Uzumaki appeared in front. This is a huge Uzumaki that Luffy, Nami and others have never seen in their entire lives. Reka has never seen such a big Uzumaki either. It seems that if you look at it one more time, your whole soul will be sucked in. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper have started to lose their legs. Even a fierce guy like Zoro Sanji, in the face of this horrible natural disaster. Also covered in cold sweat, if this is involved. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid he will die without a place to bury him. It's okay for Usopp Chopper to be afraid, you are good at water elemental magic, it won't hurt if you fall into it. Reka looked at Nami speechlessly and said. I don't know, I'm just afraid of the opposite, Nami said innocently. Wait, why'd I feel like we are approaching the vortex? Nami suddenly felt that they were going in the wrong direction. That's right, it is to lead to the vortex. The center of the vortex is the center of the explosion of the soaring ocean current. There is no time. You must grasp the time. If you can't keep up with the time, you will not be able to ride the ocean current, but will be directly smashed already. Captain Orangutan reminded kindly. What? Go to the center of the vortex, and if such a big Uzumaki falls into it, he will die, so how can he ride the soaring current? Sanji looked terrified. Advertisement: it's okay, now is the right time. Pung. Suddenly a sea king jumped out of the sea and then fell down. Immediately was taken away by the vortex. The huge body is in front of this vortex. Nothing. I think it's pointless to argue about this now. We are about to fall into the eye of the vortex, and the ship has been driven by the vortex, and we can't escape. Zoro also said in a deep voice. The ship was shaking violently. In this situation, the ship may sink at any time. It's over. Let's not go to Sky Island, let's go back. Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. Chopper, who was just imagining that they would fly into the sky, promised, is now also scared with Usopp. The two hugged and shivered. It's useless. Nami had resigned himself to his fate. She saw the look of excitement on their captain's face. Fall into the eye of the vortex, hold on tight. Pung. Going merry pierced straight into the eye of the vortex. Usopp couldn't help closing his eyes, but the scene of being smashed to pieces did not appear. Instead, Wanyan suddenly calmed down strangely. Fine. Point 318. Arrive at Sky Island, a paradise of romantic colors. Usopp's words just fell. A huge soaring ocean current suddenly erupted from the bottom of the sea, soaring into the sky in an instant. Directly connected to the huge cumulus cloud, the sea pillar is huge. Even Kulik, who is on Guy Island, can see it clearly. This is a spectacle that can be seen in Guy Island. This is the first time I've met such an idiot chasing dreams. Let's work hard. Prove to the world that Sky Island exists. Kulik washed them off. Come on, Straw Hat Boy. The ape and orangutan also waved goodbye. They saw the ship being carried away by the rushing current. Little ones, hold on to the boat 440 and don't be thrown off. Learn. The soaring ocean current erupted, and stormy waves were also set off nearby. If they are accidentally involved, we'll die too. Oh, we are really moving towards the sky on the current, Luffy shouted excitedly. What is the principle of this? The sea current soared into the sky. The boat sticks to the current, and the country goes straight up to work. Grab the hull quickly, don't get thrown out, and you'll be finished if you throw it out. Everyone hugged a part of the ship. Advertisement: only Reka stood, like a stake. Don't move, just walk on the ground. Reka-san's strength is strong, and our practice is not enough. Zoro felt ashamed when he saw this. It's really a spectacular and magical natural scenery, and the trip is worthwhile. Kaishin is very satisfied. No, our boat is slowly floating up. If this continues, we will fall directly from here due to lack of power. Nami soon found out that this was a serious problem. Rise vertically, although there is wind pushing the ship forward. But the faster the speed, the more floating the ship is, and it is easy to lose grip and be pulled back to the sea below by gravity. It's dangerous then. I saw it too, but what should we do? Holding the mast now, we dare not move at all. Once we are thrown out, we will be finished. Woohoo! Usopp said in fear. Reka-san, save us. Chopper said pitifully. You can Nami, you are our navigator. Na Yan thinks she can't do it, but listen to Reka. She was silent, thinking, CBBE, and suddenly thought of something. There is wind, there is current, and there is rising air. Then just change my thinking a little, and I can sail on it. Really? Luffy and others were shocked. Of course, don't forget who is the navigator of this ship, Nami said confidently. Everyone follow my instructions. No problem. The sail is turned to an angle of 30 degrees, and the jib is 5 degrees to the right, where the updraft is the strongest. We follow this updraft and rush to the clouds. Oh, under Nami's command. Their boat rides the updraft around the current. It actually left the seawater and flew up along the sky-high water column. Advertisement, Huang going merry is really flying. The lady is amazing. Usopp shuddered, excited to tears. Come on, $. Oh, going merry shows its highlight moment when it soars into the sky. Go, rush to the end of your dreams, Kulik said, looking at the sky. Pung. They rushed high into the sky, and what covered them was the white cloud of mountains and mountains. The oncoming white cloud is under the impact of going merry at high speed. Keep slapping them in the face, out of breath. What the hell is on top of the white cloud? Rush, rush. Going merry overcame obstacles and forged ahead bravely. The updraft is strong enough, keep them sprinting. Suddenly they go through all the white clouds, ships emerge from the clouds. Then parked on white cloud, they didn't fall off. They have reached the land of legendary, .319, Skyfish, Usopp. Sky Island is scary. Ahem, hee. Everyone looked like they had survived the catastrophe. At the same time it became difficult to breathe. It's really uncomfortable. How are you all? Are you not hurt? Zoro asked hastily. When the ship passed through the clouds just now. The resistance is quite large, but fortunately, the updraft accompanied by the soaring current is also quite powerful. They can pass through the entire cloud cover. Hey, look outside the boat. Wow. It's all white, Luffy suddenly said excitedly. Everyone got up at this time, only to find that the boat was on white cloud. Did not fall. Is it a cloud? Chopper was also stunned. The scenery was pretty bad. It seems to have come to another world. On the cloud. Why don't you fall down? Thinking and reality are in front of you. There is still a big gap. Why not? The cloud can sit on it, Luffy said naturally. Where can I sit on the cloud? Zoro, Sanji and even Chopper waved their hands together and said. Obviously the least common sense here. There's only one, and that's their captain, Luffy. It's not good. Usopp is out of gas. Chopper saw that Usopp hadn't gone up, and walked over to check. Advertisement. I was taken aback immediately. Quickly find a way to save him, use artificial respiration. Chopper hastily pressed on Usopp's chest. After a while Usopp woke up. Am I dead? Ah, is this heaven? In other words, this is the so-called Kakai. Everyone calmed down for a while, and Nami came back to his senses. Looking at the endless sea of clouds, he said with emotion. But you see, the record is still pointing up, Nami said, pointing to the record pointer. It looks like this is just the middle of the cumulus cloud. Robin quickly came to this conclusion. So we have to go on, but how? Chopper asked puzzled. I don't know about that either. Robin also came to Sky Island for the first time. I don't know about these either. It's the sea, first step, Captain Usopp to swim. Let's forget it. Do you think this sea of clouds will have a bottom? Swimming, it will fall from the sky, Reka reminded. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. Usopp, who had just recovered, his legs began to tremble again. Fortunately, I didn't go swimming just now. Besides, the Sea of Clouds is also a sea. Who knows if there are any creatures here? Don't forget, Noland mentioned empty fish in his diary. Robin thought for a while and added. Pung. I don't know if Robin is a crow's mouth, advertisement. As soon as the words fell, a giant octopus and a big blue flat-bodied fish rushed out from the Sea of Clouds. So huge, it wants to swallow their ships in one gulp. Asking for flowers. Ah, monster, Usopp Joe yelled in fright. Zoro drew his knife in time, cut several times in a row, and cut the two empty fish into several sections. But to be honest, this place is really breathless, just a few knives. How does it feel like going through a high-level workout of Reka-san? Zoro said after taking a deep breath. Exactly. Even Luffy Sanji, who didn't do it, felt the same way. Zero. This thing looks really strange, and it looks like it can be eaten. Sanji looked at the fish carcasses on the sea, and was going to fish some up for cooking. Anyway, it's not tasty, and there is Luffy, a glutton, who is not afraid of not being able to finish it. The octopus just now swelled like a balloon, and it's not quite the same as the octopus below. And what is this flat snake-like thing? Chopper also asked curiously. Flounder. Flounder is flat too. If we look at this as the sea, it makes sense to say it's fish. Whoa. Usopp suddenly screamed. What's the matter? Sanji asked. When the sea water splashed just now, it seemed that something fell into my clothes. As Usopp said, He pulled out a frisky flatfish from his arms. Then he fell into autism again. Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. 320, Sky Knight, Ganfer, he's had a bad day, Robin said, looking at Usopp. She felt that Usopp was black now. Bad luck. If Reka hadn't stopped him just now, he would have jumped into the empty sea to swim. Who knows how dangerous it could be. Robin picked up the fish by the way. This is the kind of empty fish mentioned in Nolan's records. Their peculiar shape should have evolved continuously, and their purpose should be to survive in this empty sea without a bottom. Robin made the most realistic guess about September 13th. That's why it swelled up like a balloon, or flattened like a board, Zoro suddenly understood. That's right, it should be to make it lighter. The buoyancy of the seawater here is definitely not comparable to the buoyancy of the seawater below, Robin said. Luffy snatched the fish from her and found the way Sanji. Within 30 seconds. It's delicious. Luffy praised while eating the empty fish. Try to make fried fish steak first. Sanji lit a cigarette. When it comes to cooking, he is super professional. In 30 seconds, a set of flowing movements came down. There are even 2 seconds left to set the plate. I'll try it too. Zoro saw Luffy's exaggerated expression. Immediately understood that this thing may be really delicious. Idiot, you have eaten this thing before you have studied it clearly. What if it is poisonous? Nami was speechless. Sky Island, where is Sky Island? Chopper sat on the edge of the boat, holding a telescope and looking at the white empty sea. Advertisement try to find something, but really don't say it. It was really found by him. Boat? There are other ships? Chopper immediately became happy when he saw this. But in the next second, a cannonball flew from nowhere. It hit the ship with precision. Then it sank. This scene frightened Chopper a lot. Chopper, did you just say there is a boat? Sanji came over and asked. No, there was just now, but the boat is gone. What are you talking about? And there's a square-shaped bull running towards us on the clouds. Chopper said in a panic. What is it all about? I don't understand. Chopper, calm down. Whoosh. At this moment, Shang Pikong's voice sounded. Sanji and Zoro and others are aware of it. He immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Yes, someone is coming. Zoro put his hand on the weapon. The man was running on clouds in skate-like shoes. Wearing a square bull mask, with a shield in one hand and a cannon in the other, he rushed over quickly. Advertisement, hey, stop, what do you want to do? Sanji asked aloud. But the other party responded to Sanji with only 2 words, excluded. The visitor is not kind. Sanji narrowed his eyes. Then stomped Luffy underfoot, holding up the cannon, we will sink the Mary. I don't know why, but I feel uncomfortable when I try to exert force, Luffy said innocently. I am Sky Knight, Gamfer, just arrived here, they have not yet adapted to this high reaction state. The bull mask man raises his shield to block. Who is it, and who is it this time? One after another, accidents happened. What are you doing? 3 people can't beat one. Make Nami's brain a little bit overwhelmed. All of a sudden, the person who attacked Luffy was shot into the empty sea. But in the air, his point of leverage is much smaller. Then it gracefully landed on the Mei Li. With 2 blows from Puff, both Zoro and Sanji were knocked out. Jumped high. The speed is also extremely fast. Holding a tapered long 3.2 gun, stabbing down from the sky. Stop it, let's stop here. But at this moment, a knight in full armor was carried by a Pegasus in the sky, flying towards it at a very high speed. Whoosh. But the other party is coming fiercely. 321. Adapt, whistle 5 million igrams. Are you running away? Ganfor looked at the sea of clouds. The man who attacked Luffy's group never reappeared. He muttered something to himself. What the hell is going on? Who the hell is that guy? Nami is still confused. How about this Sky Island in Legendary? It doesn't look deserted at all. On the contrary, it looked very lively. And what's going on with you? The 3 of you joined forces and got beaten to the bum. Nami said to Luffy and the others who were still panting. Thank you for saving us, thank you. Chopper bowed to Ganford and thanked him. Although they may not really have something to do. But after all, others are kind enough to help them. And it did beat the enemy away. What a good boy, well, this time it's a free service. Ganford saw Chopper being so polite. Immediately satisfied with the smile. Nami is right, we are really ashamed this time, Sanji said depressingly. I don't know why, but I always feel weird and can't lift my spirits, Luffy said helplessly. Advertisement, it hurts when you move, it's better if you don't move. It must be because the air is so thin, Robin said. It's possible. Zoro agreed. Are you Blue Sea people? Ganfor asked. Blue Sea people? What do you mean, by the way, who are you? Nami looked at Ganfor and asked after reacting. As I said just now, I am Sky Knight, and Blue Ocean Man is our common name for people who live under the clouds. Sky Knight? Being orthodox, are you from the Blue Sea? Yes. That's no wonder, this place is the White Sea 7 kilometers above the Blue Sea, and the layer above is the White Sea, which is 10,000 meters high. Ordinary people from the Blue Sea will be unable to move when they get here, Ganfor explained. It's just that the voice just fell. Luffy also felt that her body was getting used to it. I finally got used to it. Indeed, compared to just now, it is indeed much easier. Zoro also felt this way. By the way, may I ask why that person can run on the sea? Luffy asked curiously. For these stupid and cute animals. Advertisement? What are you talking about, old man? The three of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji tilted their heads. That probably has to be answered at night. Looks like the way this group of people came. Didn't you rush all the way down from the top of the high-speed empty road? Then you will pass through at least 1 or 2 islands on the way. Ganfor suddenly sweated on his forehead. Okay, I know, you must have a lot of questions to ask now, but before that, let's do a business first. Ganfor waved his hand and said. We don't know what Ike you're talking about. What about the whistle? Sanji responded. Reka walked to the side of Pegasus and looked at it. Really want them to ask a question to ask. Are these guys so physically adaptable? It seems to be different from what he thought. Do you want to slap your face like this? Resistance is a little off. Ganfor thought it was because they had a problem with the price, so he quickly explained. My price is already very cheap, don't bargain with me, I won't drop even 1 IK. Don't embarrass me, I want to live too. Ganfor was speechless for a while. To tell you the truth, I am a professional mercenary. This is a sea full of dangers. People who don't know the situation will either be targeted by the gorillas just now, or become food for empty fish, so just whistle 5 million K, I will come to rescue you, Ganfor said. Business? Everyone was taken aback. 322. Is this Legendary's Pegasus? Which language are you speaking, old man? Luffy didn't understand at all, so. Wait a minute, from your tone of voice, it seems that there are other ways to get up to this sea of sky, and you said that you will pass 1 or 2 islands on the way. Isn't there more than 1 sky island? Nami reacted immediately. Could it be that you came up like that? Ganfor, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly showed a look of shock. We flowed up from the bottom to Shanghai, Robin added and explained. What? I came up along the monster sea current. I didn't expect there to be such a brave warrior these days, Ganfor said in shock. I knew it was not a normal channel. Nami burst into tears after learning the truth. Although they also have Reka as an option, but precisely because there is such a choice. It didn't make them more heartbroken. After all, it sounds like there is a normal way. They chose the most dangerous one. Sky Island is terrible. Sky Island is terrible. Usopp was still lying peacefully in the corner and shivering. You lost at least 1 crew member, Ganfor asked. No, we're all there. Taking other paths is not like this. Suppose 100 people go up to the sky, and only a few survive in the end. Simply put, the success rate is very low, and the method you choose is either to kill all or survive, or to kill all of them. So in recent years, almost no one would choose this path. Advertisement. From this point of view, you must be navigators with both courage and strength. Oh, these guys are relying on me. When they are crying and screaming and can't bear to live on their own, thanks to me for encouraging everyone. Hearing the praise, Usopp suddenly came to life. Stop bragging, Nami said speechlessly. The so-called whistle is to blow this whistle. No matter when and where, I will fly down from the sky to rescue you. Originally, the price for me to dispatch once was 5 million Ike, the common currency in the sky. This time, it will be free. Here are the meeting gifts for you, Ganfor said and threw a whistle to everyone. At the same time, get up and leave. Wait a minute, asked the guest. My name is Sky Knight, Ganfor. It's my partner Pierre, Ganfor introduced while looking at a pink Madara-pointing bird next to him. Pierre. When Ganfor called his name, he called out. I forgot to say, although my Pierre is a bird, he is indeed an ability user who ate the mama fruit. Ganfor said. Pierre has begun to transform. Everyone watched in shock. That is to say, this is a horse that can grow wings? Isn't that the Pegasus from Legendary? Advertisement? Everyone looked forward to it. Pegasus, a legendary thing like a unicorn. Are they going to meet today? That's right, it's Pegasus, Ganfor said proudly. Saying Pierre completed the transformation, it did become a horse with wings. But pink all over, with Madara points, Soil has arrived ultimate. It is really impossible for people to connect with the pure and mighty Pegasus. The gap is so big, everyone looked disappointed. Warriors, I wish you good luck, but the Pegasus is flying in the sky, it is genuine. After leaving a word, Ganfor left. Wait a minute, I didn't seem to have mentioned the main point just now. How do we get to the top? After Ganfor left, everyone realized it belatedly. Okay, let's whistle again to call him back. Luffy picked up the whistle and was about to blow it. Wait. Seeing this, Nami Usopp's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly stopped Luffy. 323. Mysterious Cloud, the Gate of Heaven. Stupid, this is our talisman in case of emergency. And I still don't know how much Bailey these 5 million Ikes are. You blow it up now, what if you attract that masked man again? Usopp panicked in his heart. Anyway, let's keep sailing, said Zoro, since Sky Island is not completely isolated from the world. There's always something to come across when you're driving. Everyone, look over there. Chopper suddenly saw something and said hastily. What's wrong? The clouds there look a lot like waterfalls. It's wired. It seems to be linked to the top. Okay, let's go there and have a look. Everyone has no opinion. After all, there is no goal at all. It didn't take long to reach 290. Wait a minute, stop, there is such a big cloud in front of the waterfall, what should I do? Groups of white clouds blocked their way. Since it's floating on the empty sea, it shouldn't be the same sea, Sanji guessed. What cloud is that? Advertisement, not sure, but if it's the Common's cloud, it's fine to move on. Nami, it seems that you have been led astray too. The common cloud, we didn't just fall, Reka said speechlessly. This has already subconsciously regarded the clouds in Baihai as normal clouds. That's what it means anyway, as long as you understand it, Nami laughed. Don't you know if you touch, CBAE, Luffy said, and a rubber pistol shot in the past. Then the sound of pung was bounced back. Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone, look, it won't fall at all. Luffy jumped on it directly, jumping and jumping on it, but nothing happened. Chopper's eyes light up instantly. The clouds in the fairy tales he saw were all like this. It's so exciting, it's soft, like cotton candy, so fun. Luffy was having a great time playing it all at once. It's great. Seeing Luffy's description, Chopper's eyes lit up and he let out an exclamation. It's incredible. I want to go up and play, me too. Usopp and Chopper couldn't wait to jump over. Reka's heart skipped a beat, even looked at Nami subconsciously. Such a cloud bed must be comfortable to sleep on. Nami blushed slightly. The two have already reached the level of understanding. Advertisement. This cloud is so comfortable, soft and warm, I really want to sleep like this. Luffy lay on it with a face full of intoxication. Felt really fast asleep. What heaven is dead. How inauspicious that sounds. Are there any man-made buildings in this place? Sanji asked curiously. Door? If he really died, then all the irrationalities encountered in front of him can be explained clearly? Ha, it's unlucky, it's like we're dead, Zoro said with a faint smile. On the way, you can see if there is any detour. Haha, the kingdom of heaven, it's so fun, so this is the kingdom of heaven, Luffy said intoxicated. It says the gates of heaven, okay, oh, there really is a gate, it's so big. What's written on it? Soon everyone came under the waterfall. There is a door. Under that waterfall, there's a huge door. An arched door appeared in front of everyone. What, so we are dead? Chopper heard this, because he was shocked. Go around to the left from here, and you will arrive. Now it's no surprise whatever comes up, don't say such stupid things, go in and have a look. Nami beat up all the people who made a fuss. But in this way, it is impossible to sail on such clouds, Nami said after thinking. 324. The illegal invaders of the kingdom of gods, straight into the White Sea. The Mary is going through the door. From the building next to the door, a person suddenly walked out. Take a camera and snap a photo of them. Look, someone is coming out there. Usopp saw it all at once with sharp eyes. Real. Look, she has wings on her back. Chopper was shocked when he saw this. An angel? But, she looks like a sour plum. Luffy was also dumbfounded. The old lady who came out had a calm and composed face, with many wrinkles on her face. It looks very old, so it looks like a sour plum. Excuse me. Nami had just opened his mouth, but he hadn't decided what to say. The other party first opened his mouth to introduce himself. My supervisor of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon, are you here for sightseeing or for war? Should I say sightseeing or something? We want to go to Sky Island. The other side of this door is Sky Island, Luffy said directly. What do you mean by another fight? Zoro asked curiously. It doesn't matter which one it is, if you think of the upper class, please pay the entry fee, 1 billion IQ per person, this is stipulated by law, Amazon said blankly. 10, Z. There's this kind of money called IK again. I don't know how much it is converted to Pele. No matter how you convert it, 1 billion Pele must be a lot, Chopper said. Advertisement, 1 person is 1 billion, 8 people is 8 billion. It costs so much money just to get in. This old woman is not cheating us. Usopp's head got dizzy when he heard that. As for the entry fee, if it's just a hypothesis, if there is no money, what should I do? Nami asked. It doesn't matter, you can go in without money. Huh, is this also possible? Usopp was startled when he heard that. Well, because I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard, I just want to ask what you guys mean. Then let us in. We have no money, since you can get in without spending money. That must be the best, and that pricing is obviously out of order. They don't deserve to be taken advantage of. Okay, are all 4 going in? Amazon Granny asked a little. Reka glanced at it, and it didn't matter. This kind of trivial matter should not be mentioned. Even if you are not wanted in the country, take the character of Luffy. If only I knew about Enel, it's impossible to leave without anything happening. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, yes, but how do we get up there? Luffy asked directly without thinking too much. As soon as the words fell, 2 huge shrimp claws suddenly sprang out from the sea of clouds. Bite the ends of Going Merry. That's Baihai's famous product, Express Shrimp. Moved. Whoosh, Express Shrimp hugs Going Merry and dashes away along the falling waterfall. 0. What a speed, does it want to swim upstream, along the waterfall? Hold on, and looked at their leaving figure. Amazon notified its superiors. Amazon, the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven, tells the Almighty God and all the gods that there are 8 illegal intruders in the kingdom of God, please give them heaven's punishment. This man is incredible, the clouds turned into a ribbon-shaped road, as if he was really driving. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Of course this kind of ghost thing can't be formed naturally, it still twists and turns. Hoo, it's fun, Luffy said happily. There is an exit, it seems to say something. Kingdom of Gods. That's not the exit, it's the entrance. Go. Luffy cheered and cheered. 325. The beautiful and dreamy Sky Island. Just choose the first. The express shrimp is about to arrive at the entrance full of light. Use going merry for a top. Push it straight out. The ship landed on the sea of clouds again. They all saw an island surrounded by a white cloud and many beautiful buildings. It's Sky Island. Wow, so beautiful. Is this the Sky Island? Everyone smiled knowingly when they saw this. They have finally reached the end of their journey. A kingdom that only exists in legendary. The Sanlu Chi sign just now says the Kingdom of Gods. Yes, it's exactly the same as the place name written on the map that Luffy found before. Nami nodded. While searching the wreckage of a fallen ship from the sky before Luffy found a map. That's why I clamored to come to Sky Island. Now they really are here. This means that the ship that suddenly fell from the sky has also been here. They saw such a scene 200 years ago, it's really good. In public communication, Going Merry is clamoring for the island to move closer to the past. Although it is all clouds, but the island is solid cloud. It is completely different from this flowing sea of clouds. It must be fun to explore here. Luffy got off the boat at once. Advertisement immediately, I couldn't bear it anymore. To see such a view is worthy of this trip. Reka knows the empty zone. But really see the view, when actually coming to this place. Still amazed, it's like stepping into a fairy tale world. The view alone is a joy to behold. Stupid Luffy, wait for me. Yo, there are soft clouds under your feet, it's so comfortable to step on. Usopp, Luffy, wait for me too. Chopper couldn't hold back and ran out. Even Zoro Sanji smiled knowingly, not only because they saw such a magical landscape. It is because they have accomplished dreams that ordinary people cannot. The man's desire to win and lose has been greatly satisfied. Be as proud as you have accomplished a challenge that no one else thought was possible. I'm going to change clothes first. Nami felt that in this kind of place, no matter what, he had to change into better clothes to match. Luffy, where is the anchor? There is no seabed here, Zoro asked. No relationship. That's it. Luffy and Usopp jostled each other with shoulders. Apparently Zoro asked Luffy, just asking for nothing. Of course, there is really nothing to do now, I can only throw it away. But the scenery is really beautiful. Even Zoro, a rough man, said so. One can imagine its unreal beauty. Advertisement. It feels like a dream. No wonder those three idiots are so happy. Sanji didn't refute Zoro for a rare time, but took off his shoes, and then jumped into the sea of clouds with excitement himself. You are not the same, Zoro couldn't help but said. Reka-san, you said I look good in this dress, or this one, in Nami's room. Nami stood in front of the mirror, constantly changing clothes. Also ask Ren for his opinion. The first one looks good. But I think. No, the first one looks good, don't think about it, I think it looks good. 2.2 Well, it's fine if you like it anyway, none of the results came out. No, but you chose the first one last time, did you really choose carefully? Nami is not afraid of Reka. No matter what, pick one anyway, in the past, he would have chosen seriously. She suspects that Reka is playing tricks on her, until one day I chose 4 hours. It's just a coincidence, just wear this one, don't change it. But there is no proof, hold fast, not so much, really? That's right, are you doubting my vision? Huh. Reka couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that. Reka is going crazy from torture, Robin who passed by the door covered his mouth and chuckled, full of deep meaning. Then it became what it is now, she eyed Reka suspiciously. 326. The beautiful angel on the cloud beach, sailing or landing is actually a kind of adventure, I have never thought about it before. Look at everyone's enthusiasm. Robin was fascinated for a moment. The three idiots found the high cloud queen. It acted as a slide and slid all the way down, the body is still rolling. I'm the captain, it's so interesting here, I don't know what to play, Luffy said with a smile while hanging on the tree. I'm Usopp, and I've decided to hang out and pile up some cloud sand. Relaxing? That's great. Reject, Captain Idiot, dismissing means disagreeing? 210, there are such strange flowers here, well, it's really comfortable. Marine won't chase here, so I have to relax. Nami was also lying on a cloud, and that feeling was really comfortable. Indeed. Reka agreed, Sky Island feels like a sleepy island. Hey, I found a very strange fruit, Luffy suddenly found something on the tree. I started, then I bit down, several teeth were broken in an instant. What a broken fruit, Luffy punched the fruit angrily. Hey, Usopp, here's the fruit, Luffy said, throwing the fruit down. A direct hit to Usopp's head. Advertisement. UB******D. Are you trying to murder me? Stop, Usopp was relaxing. Now go after Luffy. Look, there's a kid over there. Reka and Nami walk in, this chair is also made of clouds. The cloud culture here seems to be amazing, and the touch is different from the white cloud on the side of the road. The softness is a bit like fur. The two lay down, very comfortable. It's obviously a sea of clouds, so it will wet your feet, really, Zoro said, looking for something to wipe off. Pick up a piece of cloud and wipe it off. The cloud came back to life. What? Is this a fox? Zoro put down the obedient and wronged young white fox-like thing in his hand. At this moment, a burst of beautiful music sounded. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked over. There seems to be someone not far away. Could it be that Masked Man came here again? Usopp and Chopper still have lingering fears about this matter. Quickly blow the whistle and call that old man to rescue us, said Kaba tremblingly hiding behind a cloud. Masked Man, no. That's an angel. Sanji's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Advertisement that is indeed a veritable angel, he is playing the piano. Young and beautiful, with soft wings on his back, set off by the white cloud on the cloud beach. It's like being in a fairyland, beautiful music. It seems to be soothing. Even the restless Luffy suddenly became quiet. 743. Zoro and others couldn't help but surrounded them. Silently listened to the whole song played. After Konos finished playing, Luoluatafong turned around and greeted Luffy and the others. Hey Suo, bellybutton. Navel. Although Luffy and others probably knew that this was a greeting to themselves. But this greeting sounds so weird. Did she mean the navel? What's the meaning of bellybutton? Chopper asked, looking at Usopp helplessly, knowing nothing. Cece, come here, Konos said, looking at Yunyu at Zoro's feet. After Cece responded, she walked over. Are you from the Blue Sea? Konos asked. 327. Father and daughter Konos, the hospitable people of Sky Island. That's right, we flew up from below. Do you live here? Luffy, a familiar person, took over the conversation immediately. Yes, I'm a resident here. Welcome to Angel Cloud Beach in the Kingdom of God. Do you want to drink that? Konos said, looking at the fruit in Luffy's hand. Yeah. Luffy passed the fruit over. The shell of this kind of coconut is as hard as iron. No matter how hard you bite, it can't be broken. This one has to be from the center. Konos took out a small knife. With a swipe towards the center pedicle, a gap is easily opened. Come and drink. Just put down the straw and it's ready to drink. Luffy took it, took a sip, and was amazed immediately. It's delicious. Really, I want it too. Usopp was eager to try. My name is Konos. It's the Cloud Fox here. It's called Cece. If you have any questions, I will try my best to help you. Konos introduced himself and his pet. Great, we just have a lot of questions. This place is really incredible for us. Nami immediately stepped forward and said. There is a free guide, but it couldn't be better. Okay, if you want to ask anything, just ask. Konos smiled. Someone seems to be coming. Nami just started talking to Konos. Advertisement, Zoro said suddenly. That's my father, said Konos. Konos. Hey, bellybutton, father. Hey, bellybutton. The father and daughter looked at each other and greeted each other. What the hell are you talking about? Luffy wondered why they always added their belly buttons. What's that? Nami couldn't help asking when he saw the galloping figure on the sea, riding a strange thing. You mean Yuba? That thing is so hockey. Luffy couldn't help being excited when he saw this. I'm sorry, I have to stop, Konos' father said. Riding Yuba, as if he had drunk too much, he went on a rampage and hit him directly. Then he fell down on the cloud beach with a plop. Are you hurt? Take care of yourself first, Zoro said speechlessly. I remembered, it was mentioned in the logbook, the ship that can run without wind. Nami suddenly remembered. Konos, are they your friends? The bearded Pagia asked. Advertisement, yes, the ones I just met seem to be from the Blue Ocean. Konos nodded while hugging Cece. When you come here, you must be full of doubts about many things. I'm sorry that Bye surprised everyone. My name is Pagia, Konos' father. Where, father, have you caught any fish? Yes, great harvest. By the way, everyone, I wonder if you would like to sit in the humble house and taste the local delicacies of heaven and sea together. Paigea warmly invited. Do you want to make Sky Island cuisine? I'll help too. Sanji immediately became enthusiastic. I'm sorry, I want to ask, why can this thing that has no sails and doesn't need to be paddled can sail on the sea? Nami is more interested in this thing. If you have one of these, it will be very useful when landing at sea at close range. Don't you guys know about DLAL? Konos asked suspiciously. These people probably don't have any common sense about Sky Island. This is still quite rare. Konos gave Nami some popular science. Luffy took advantage of everyone not paying attention. Ask Pagoya what Iweba thinks about it, then step on the pedal with your big foot. It flew out in a flash. ADVERTISEMENT 328. Unsafe Sky Island, there's a god here. Fly fast at first. It's almost time for Luffy to get scared. That gas pedal. Luffy stomped hard. It feels like the whole person is flying on the sea. In the next second, I couldn't control it. The whole person, together with Yuba, overturned the car with a plop. Gululu sank into the sea. The Konos father and daughter were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Hastily looked towards Reka, Zoro and others, but their old gods are there. Not nervous at all. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lent Yuba to that little brother. Paigea said very remorsefully. By the way, I don't know what will happen to the capable person in this sea. Sanji asked curiously as he calmly looked at the sinking Luffy. That's right, after all, this is not the Sea of Common. Maybe Luffy will float, Zoro also said 940 seriously. Only the nervous Chopper is left, looking around while keeping warm under the sun. It's sinking, but it still doesn't seem to work. Advertisement next moment, Luffy was picked up by everyone. By the way, I also picked up Chopper, In desperation, Chopper forgot that he was an ability shield. Jump in and have Zoro Sanji scoop it up too. You don't know how dangerous it is just now. Luffy almost fell down. Who asked you to ask that stupid question, so I didn't act immediately? It's all my fault. I shouldn't lend this thing to beginners. In order to make full use of the power, Yuba has made the hull very light. Small waves can turn the rudder left and right. If you are not familiar with the sea as for people, it is difficult to operate. I'm sorry. Pai once again apologized sincerely. I have been practicing since I was a child, and I only practiced riding until recently, Konos said to Chopper with his head down. It can be seen that she likes all kinds of animals very much. Is Yuba so difficult to ride? Chopper asked curiously. While speaking, Nami was already galloping quickly on the sea on the Yuba. If you train for 10 years, you should be able to, Pagia explained. So long. Chopper was also taken aback. She's riding? Usopp exclaimed as he looked at Nami in the sea. It's great. This feeling of surfing on the sea is so interesting to Nami. She operates flexibly, not like a novice at all. Luffy was also stunned. How did she learn it? It's really, CBEJ, very difficult. Advertisement. It's a lie. How did you do it? Robin couldn't believe it. Then Luffy, Reka and others followed Pagia to their residence. It does take a little skill to ride this veteran, but it's a subtle skill that you can't learn, Luffy, Nami said with a smile. Okay. Be careful on the road. By the way, you said before that Sky Island is not safe, could it be? Robin looked suspiciously at the Kono's father and daughter in front of him. Hearing this, Luffy's face darkened immediately. Hey, stinky Nami, we are going to Uncle's house. Come down quickly, stupid Nami. It's too powerful, it's unbelievable, Pagia said in shock. Within my monitoring range. Get ready to indulge in some of Sky Island's culinary delights. It's not very personable. Sanji tapped Nami's head with his foot speechlessly. That was so hard, he couldn't survive 10 seconds. Not necessarily visible. The talent of this Blue Ocean man cannot be underestimated. You guys go first. Uncle, can you lend me this for fun? He knew how to operate this thing just now, aren't you worried? Robin said, walking up to Reka. There is something called observation hockey in this world, of course, it is called Shinwang in Sky Island, and we will see it in a short time. Wait for them to go a little further. 329. The shell culture of Sky Island is looked down upon by shells. They don't know anything yet, even if they know, they're kind-hearted by nature, but they didn't take that step in the end, which is pretty good. You seem to know a lot. So, dear Mr. Reka, can you tell me where the historical text is? Robin asked with a smile. Miss Robin, you really don't understand romance. We have just arrived at Sky Island. We must have a good experience of the local customs and customs here. It's not that I don't want to tell you now, this is also for your safety. The place where this article is located, there is a guy called God, he is very dangerous to you. Even your former boss is probably not worth mentioning in front of him. There are such dangerous people on Sky Island, Robin thought while resting his chin. There must be such a dangerous guy. That's something to think about in the long run. Hey, what's that? On the way to Paige's house. Usopp suddenly pointed to a place not far away and asked in amazement. There are many winged Sky Islanders busy on the clouds. Appears to be mining White Cloud. There is a construction site dedicated to mining and processing clouds. Clouds can still be mined. Hearing Paige's words, everyone felt very curious. Yes, here can be divided into many kinds. Pai began to popularize science for everyone. But not many people can hear it. All Luffy can reply is, oh, anyway, it's an incredible cloud. Advertisement, come in, this is my home, during the exchange. Everyone came to an exquisite and gorgeous house. Not big, but very cozy. It's so high, the scenery is so beautiful, and I can see Nami. Luffy suddenly stopped and looked towards the sea of clouds. Hey, Luffy, what's the matter with you? Sanji asked puzzled. That guy Nami. Why are you riding so easily? Get down. Luffy was still brooding childishly. How childish? Sanji punched Luffy. It hurts like hell, I bit my tongue. Luffy screamed immediately. Uncle, where is the kitchen? But Sanji ignored Luffy and dragged him into the house. Then start helping out with the cooking. Sanji suddenly saw a bottle of strangely colored spices. Curious, I opened it and tasted it, but I spit it out in a mouthful. The taste is so strong. What's wrong? Pagia asked. Advertisement, it's nothing. I think this bottle of sauce is incredible. I licked it to try the taste, but the taste is so strong. This blue sauce is so strong that my tongue is numb, Sanji explained. Asking for flowers. Oh, that stinks, I'm sorry. Pagia apologized again. Why do you keep the stinky ones? I really ate it. Sanji smashed the bottle, quite speechless. Sanji seems to be very busy, Luffy said looking at Sanji in the kitchen. Maybe it's crazy to see the ingredients of Sky Island rare, Usopp expressed understanding. Excuse me, Ms. Konos, can you explain the DLAL you just mentioned a little bit more clearly? Robin asked suddenly. Okay, let me think about it, how to explain it better. What is this? It seems to be a shell. Luffy picked up a uniquely shaped shell on the table and asked curiously. Okay, could you please say something over there? Konos also found a breakthrough at this time. Okay, Usopp is a big idiot, Luffy complied. Why, Why are you talking about me? Usopp drifted past Luffy speechlessly. Next, click on the top of the shell, Conus continued. Luffy pressed it. Then the voice just now rang out. Usopp is a big idiot. Luffy was stunned and said, even shells look down on Usopp, corpse. ADVERTISEMENT 330. The God's Forbidden Land, a place that must never be set foot in. Idiot, isn't that your own voice just now? Usopp punched Luffy angrily. Even shells look down upon themselves. It's amazing, it can record sound, Robin exclaimed. Is this shell the DLAL you mentioned? Yes, this is the unique culture of Sky Island. This is the sound shell, which has the habit of recording and playing. It is the shell of Bye-Bye-Hi. Conus nodded and explained. 733. You also have shells here? There seems to be no seabed here, Zoro said after thinking for a while. There are fish reefs here, but I still can't figure out how to make Weeba move. Robin still didn't understand. No, it's this that makes Weeba move, but the one in my hand is still small. Conus took out a shell the size of a human head and explained. Look, Conus said, pressing down on the top of the shell. There is a gust of wind blowing out of the front port of the shell. This is called a wind shell. It is a shell that can store wind and then release it. As for how much wind can be stored, it depends on the size of the shell. Generally, the wind shell can be installed on the back of the boat to start the ship. That lamp shell, that's a flame shell, which can be used to grill things. Conus introduced many shellfish products. Clams can be used to store spices and more. Advertisement. In short, our life is closely related to Bay Energy. I see. Listening to Conus's words, everyone understood. Wow. Sky Island is amazing. We will also buy some shells later. These things are still very convenient to use. It is really a remarkable civilization, Reka said with emotion. It can be said that this cloud technology is very advanced. No environmental pollution, but also very convenient. Enon. This suggestion was agreed by everyone. Everyone, the food is ready. Pagia came over and said at this moment. After a while, the rich seafood tianjin and many appetizing fruit snacks are served. Very luxurious and rich. Oh, it looks delicious. Luffy was not polite at all, sat down and ate it. Captain Idiot, don't grab it with your hands, we are guests now. Reka knocked Luffy. Oh, got it. Luffy replied resentfully, eating with chopsticks is so slow. Advertisement, speaking of which, hasn't Nami come back yet? After Sanji finished cooking, he found that Nami hadn't come back yet. It seems like it's been a while. Hearing this, Conus suddenly thought of something. A worried look appeared on his face. Father, there will be no problem, right? It's hard to say, although there is a distance, but the little girl's Weeba is very skillful, and it may be possible to run a little farther. I also have a bad premonition, I'm afraid it will happen. Paigeia was also worried, woke up. I forgot to remind them first. What's wrong? Luffy couldn't help asking after hearing what the father and daughter said. In the Kingdom of Gods, there is a place where you can't step into it at any time. That piece of land is just next to our island. If you ride a Weeba, you will arrive in a short time, Conus said full of worry. You can't even step in. What is 0.7? Robin asked curiously. She had a hunch that the historical article might be in this kind of place. Holy place, holy place. Well, that's what people call it, the land where the gods live, the area of a Peado. Is there really a god? Live in that place that must never be set foot? Luffy became interested immediately.